Chapter 1 Descends the Mountain. Veiled in the mist of dawn, adorned with the splendid glow of dusk, amidst myriad mountains lie a solitary view, non only to herbalists. Thunasuming Tai Sugwan, nestled atop an unnamed peak off Thousand Lotus Mountain at the farthest reaches off 9 domains, remains so desolate for place for millennia, devoid of human presence. Fueria where thought thissa caredside, shroudy dean auspicious loud sand brimming with tranquility, offers an exceptional environment for cultivation. The master of Tai Sugwan, the venerable Li Chuanfeng, appears si out foolish betehis white hair, his longevity chedge upon his brow. Nunino shistruiges daoistrobe, a patchwork of fairyings, is sworn yet immaculate, embodying decency of 100 stitches. With a whisk in hand, he has abstained from worldly indulgence for years. Master Tai Zu is well versed in Tai Ching and proficient in medical arts, possessing profound knowledge of alchemy. His cultivation is unfathomable. Within the 9 domains, Heisenef 4 great saints: the Saint, the West Saint, the South Saint, and the North Saint. 3 centuries ago, Master Tai Sa Hadal Redi attained Thestit Sofa Saint. Tai Sugwan Hasnavir established a sector of Pinlyre Cruda disciples. Under Master Tai Su, there Urian La 5 disciples Thealdist, Duan Yu, Hoisovre Tai and Dravir das the Little Saint Thieskind, Shi nearing 50 and Donner das the Living Huadawo Thethard, Jiang Chun, a non-paralleled master of Tai Ching and alchemy, known as King of Golden Elixirs. Each of these 3 possesses unique talents and das long been celebrated throughout Harem. Additionally, Master Tai Sa has 2 younger disciples sonist he 18-year-old Femily Prentice Yuanula Theater, the 16-year-old Closador disciple Wu Di. Wu Dai was born in Wu family gathering of Liaoyuan County. Upon his birth, auspicious loud Semvliped Theria, and Dogental fragrant cephalid Therum. The child, with bright blackies, was capable of perceiving his surroundings, devoid of fanyan fantalekrise, and his mohan swere strong enough to form fists. When themid wifegent lie supported him, astonishing lie stu duprite, his meridians fulliopin, astonishing his center clan. Theklan leader, Wu Yong, and Fielders speculated fervently, believing this guile to be extraordinary, destined for greatness. However, tot here dismay, as Wu Dilly Arntowel can speak, it became evident the Thuasoblaviasto is insatiation soft temperature, hunger, or satiety was a simpleton. Ash grew, his mental faculty is dwindled, revealing no to prodigy, butratharanataful. Some whispered that the Nabaria of his birth had been dispersed be the morning go foders, while Eathers' pokov curse slage upon the family grave, or claim it that his father, Wushershuan, Bori Fatito a light to sustained he family granger. A Theojophiv, a wandering Daoist clad in patchwork robes arrived at Wu family gathering. Hegazedity yang Wudine spoke to his parents, this childis lost in spirit, I fio trust the shumble Daoist, hand him over tome. I shall hell him, and Tiniarchants, I will return him toy, fully restored. Little Wu Di, upon seeing the Daoist, felt an uncanny familiarity, as if they were old acquaintances, and grisped Daoist robetly. This Daoist was known ether than the elusive northern saint, Master Tsu. From the moment of Wuda's birth, Master Taiza had perceived everything. After 5 along jai earsoft tribulation, he peered into Itimito assist the chilled. Wushik sun lamented, Daoist, Mickled was born with a radiant Tara, yet so mething Haskiny. Huasansi fine-kiled, but that grows increasingly foolish. Thebert in 05 years so fast and Pulton way ed heavily upon Wushik's and his wife. Their hearts tormented be despair, extinguishing their parent lovey and responsibility. With terse and hurries, Wu Dismothere implored, Daoist, is the rest still hope for Thiskild? Wu Shershuan, dejected, replied, stop dreaming. He's a bornful, a worthless life, discarded on the streets without a second glance. It must have commit semi grievous and in a past life edo be punished with chilled. Entrust thee chilled to me and need not worry. I will ensure he suffers no indignity as Sam Monk does not speak falsehoods. Master Tais understood the truth Fuda had been covered lit deprived of his intellect being elder ho feared the boy's potential tozier past Heckland's descendants. To Master Taisu, the interwoven fates, destinies, and calamities were crystal clear. As simpleton being take him be an old Daoist to volunteer to help ways an opportunity in mist. Though Wuda's mother, Lily, was concerned be Master Tai's statter appearance, she felt she had neither choice and Drezela lahanded hersen over to him. Master Tai Zubrat Wudito Tai Sugwan. Upon seeing the full child, Yuanyuya felt conflicted. The boy drooled, his clothes soaked, his face dirtied, and flies buzzed around him, refusing to disperse. With no means to communicate with the simpleton, Yuan Yu Ludri dead the trouble thought wouldn't sue, from spin dingic day with him. How cold Shemanagathis? Master Tai Zu gave Wu Dai a warm bathe and dressed hymen asmoldeo astrobe. Helifted thesiolon Wudis intellect hand subsequent lebestoj upon him tinai earsoft cultivated chi. Wu Dai meridians are fully opened, and he transcended the chi refinement stage, becoming Gale testage a practitioner. At that moment, Wu Dai transformed complete Lahai's eye sparkled with clarity, his face irradiated wisdom, and debereth the demeanor of an understanding junjadult. Enio knew Hale Dai upon him would find him endearing. The foolish visage had vanished entirely, leaving Yuan Yulu astonished. Yulu, this is your junior brother Wu Di. From now on, you're to look after Hyman, teach him the soft world. Yes, Master. Yuan Yulu, ho had been broadotai sugwanathia Joffer, ways an orphan unaware fair parents' identities or theories for hair abandonment. Master Taizawa Sharonliken. Now, witnessing her junior brother's restored intellect and newfound prowess, she felt an instinctive warmth toward him. Master, you understand, junior brother, let sister take you around the dimple. Wu Di responded earnestly, bowing deplied Master Taisu, then leaping joyfully to follow Sister Anyulu. A winter fade into spring, 11 years swiftly passed. Wu Di had transformed from Ockledin total, handsome young man, with striking features and an air of confidence. His mystery of medicine, alchemy, talismans, formations, and martial technique had been imparted direct Libby Master Taisu. Thus still young, his skills were extraordinary, achieving the pinnacle of Tai Yangrium. Yuan Yulu too, ways exceptional having blossomed beautifully, her skin fair as cream, her figure slender and graceful. Shuil Death 222 form soft Tai Su lotus sword with unparalleled finesse, standing gun matched among her peers. She hadal soriak hetflitis de jeeft Tai Yangrium. Onadi, Wu Di, having best at 12 puppet soft to 9th year of Tai Yangrium, step to tof te puppet formation and approach dastono assessment. Since ascending the mountain, head facet the sepits, progressing through hestage soft chi refinement, martial artist, divine abode, and Qinyang, each step taken with diligence, culminate tingent thismet. Master had stated hat defeating, that 12 puppet soft to 9th year of Tiani and Griom would serve shispazage down a mountain. Over the course of 2 years and 8 months, Hefist repeated failures, enduring bruise and injuries, yet ultimately overcame 12 puppets. Standing before Yan Ancient Stone of assessment, Wu Dai Kazali struck it with his palm. All 1200 Katsi Estones Latup, acknowledging his prowess. Thessalian Siant Beloff Tai Sugwan, Furious and Sunk Known, emitted a resonant thum in response. The sound was deep and rich, rippling outward like waves, accompanied by the appearance of auspicious loud, sandafeared crowned Krinisrangabo. The bell stone newest neither jarring nor melodious, yet its profound resonance saying still led tranquil within the heart, soothing the soul. Up and hearing the bell, Master Taiswa merged from his meditation chamber, lightly waving hisk, causing the bell's resonance to fade. The bell gradually diminished in size until it thumed above the bell tower, resembling a minchime, absurd in appearance. To Thun Trendy, this bell seemed not different from an ordinary one, yet it was the premier artifact of Taoism, the treasured Longjin sacred bell. Within this bell resided Thespirits of 9 dragons, possessing immense spiritual power, capable of casting shadows over mountain sand covering the heavens, yet small enough to bornes a pendant. The golden dragon sacred bell since set the awakening would his fortune in signal a diet semergence at oath world, had Master Taizunit muted its sound. Watsia met a soft chime could resonate throughout he 9 domains, stirring significant commotion within theorem of cultivation. Master Taizu called Wu Dai forward, reflecting, disciple, while it hapath of cultivation isntless, you're to meet Tai Sugwan Haskomidoant. Itis final item fori auto descend the mountain and experienceth world. Wu Disease brightened. Master, may I venture into Thene world? Master Taizu nodded. You have diligent lie studded for Levinai Irsit Tai Sugwanitistum fori auto embark in your journey. Only through rigorstrials can true growth be tained. Wu stood attentively, listen in earnest light a his master's counsel. In my lifetime, he have taken 5 a disciple Sioyerelder brother, Duan Yu, Andio Ursicon sister, she, where receive in my earlier years. Yuan Yulu, your 4th sister, Andio where he accepted later. You may consider yourself Miklozador disciple. Wu Dai replied, Disapplique nol des this I am the fifth in the order. The Trumanov void took from Miss Bosomajodarange adorned with the lattice design, crafted from mutton fat jade, and said, You 5, each shall possess a lattice sturridge jadering that he have especially medeferia. This jadering require sad drop off blood torcognozites master, and it shall accompany our life. Shu die you encounter nother bearof this jadering, they will be yours and your brothers or sisters. Wu Di, filled with curiosity, inquired, Master, ereth F5 jottering sedentical? The Trumanov void nodded. This ring can render itself invisibly twill, to avoid drawing attention. Thuffidus jade, idasis resaline tas meteorite ironic can story idem san provide protection, and it possess escurtain marvelusis as Thadio will gradually comprehend. Wooda receive it pthalatus jadering with both hands, prick at his finger, and letad drop off blood fallupanit. Instantly, a radiant glominated from the jadering. A shedder needed in his hand, its remarkably warm and smooth texture instaled a profound sins off tranquility within him, as if an inexplicable bond had formed between hispy and gaunt pthalatus jadering. Human hearts gamba treacherous, and will encounter all sorts of people in their journey. This jadielsa possesses the divine effect of being immune to 100 poisons, ensuring your safety. Within this jade storage space, Ehaviel saw prepared a ruse few items for you, he continued. Up in hearing this, Wudai was naturally overjoyed, aware of his master's prowess on understanding the anything bestowed upon him would undoubtedly be extraordinary. The Trumanov void then adopted a grave expression and pointed skyward, saying, You never know when eat my train in thetrial so life, one you will experience everything. What will you do if Simeon bless you? Without hesitation, Wu Dai replied, Endure. Dono tritaliat with words, nor with fists. The Trumanov void remarked, If findeth hard to believe a thoughty u could restrain yourself if Simeon were twansulty. Wu Dai responded, Everyone enjoy shearing kind words, while none wishes to hear harshones. I phone harsh nothing, there will be neither join or anger. The Trumanov void continued, To ender being struck be another, especially when attacked with, thou cause, seems implausible. Wu Dai countered, You were right, master Ido offendeth Ardabeliv. But what can one do if a master strikes a disciple, or if parents strike their children? The Trumanov void asked, What do ease it me into act appropriate, line time? Doi I'll think this relate a stoth thou? Wearing summer clothes in winter will to freezing, while donning winter garments in summer will to verheating this, one a must act in accordance with the seasons. Following their high them zof to force insist thou. The Trumanov void stroked to his forehead, Disciple, haven't experience said the vis of life, you must learn to navigate teth world with humility. Do you think this is thou? It must, drinking a bowl of bitter water followed by sweet water alter sonus perception of sweetness. You speak with great eloquence, but master doesn't och wish to hear more words. If troubles is in th world, you must resolvati ourself dono texpecti our main. Wu dynaded vigorously in agreement. The Trumanov void stated, Thophi you possess remarkable talent and insight, you are still too long. Your cultivation is insufficient, and Dordamin gis not yet tripe. You require opportunities, strength, and a deeper understanding of world. Wu Di, somewhat confused, replied, Master, I shall remember your teachings. Doi is still Ricalia Rome, and Thevis Ajorfir, mother, and brother? Wu Dai pondered serious life armament before shaking isht, I remember no thing at all. With a wavy office leave, the Trumanov void conjured agent mirror, revealing Wu Jiajai within its depths. The Zist Wu Jiajoyu Wereborn. Behold your Homeorkin. A dense clustered, quainton unfold before Wuda's eyes, follow Ed Beatity farmhouse. In the courtyard stew Deungman with a features resembling Son, practicing martial arts a plain clothed Edmidali good woman was feeding chicken sandamidali gimenwapaf and gonan old tobacco pipe. Master, is that me father, mother, and brother? Wu Dai gazidentantly, tear swellingen highsies. It is time to return. Have promisee dio your parents delivered them a complete aversion o fio. The Trumanov void waved to Shand, closing highs. Suddenly, Wu Dai unexpected declared, Master, Iwasia led since was beautimon thold I wish to seek vengeance. The Trumanov void openetices, gazing ginto Wuda's bright, clean pupils, and after pause, spoke. You have carried this burden for 69 years, keeping it in your heart. Tell me, Isathevi? The Trumanov void continued, have you ever considered what would have happened a our intellect not being sealed back then? If you come to understand this question, perhaps the answer will reveal itself. Wu did farewell to his master and near sister, Yuanyulu, with tears streaming down his face. Theband with his master and near sister, for over 11 years, was closer than that often, making true difficult for him to part. To speak candidly, his reliance in his master fair exceeded that transparence. Yuanyulu turned to the temple, saying, Master, junior brother has descended the mount. The Trumanov void openedices, idestum fori auto descenda swell tis descent mark Saturning point in your lives. Imistrum indiu, dono tin gauge in actions thought wu darmayo your fellow disciples. Yuanyulu, immediately alarmed, knelt in fear, unable to comprehend their master's words, how could da disciple dare to comma taxed hater intolerable be heaven and earth? But mind fulo fire actions. Yuanyulu bowed deeply to her master before following in Wuda's footsteps, embarking on the path down a mountain. According to her master's instruction, Shekovert trailed Wudi, ensuring his safe return home. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain, Yuanyulu turned back with deep motion, preparing to catch any last glimpse of Trumanov void, only to Bidikanovicted and Paladvanished without a trace, leaving gone lie a few drifting clouds. The Trumanov void had become a true yet the real. Chapter 2 The trials begin. After 11 years away from home, the notion of home had become a distant and unfamiliar to Wudi. It was reduced to a mere concept, now devoid of warmth. His mind was filled with thoughts of Trumanov void, his master, and senior sister. The Trumanov void was not grand nestled amidst thousand lotus mountain, it appeared exceeding limal. There were in intricate like carved beams so magnificent thalls. Vermilion temple walls, adorned with trois doors painted the same way, featured Daoist symbolofianandinged. A large stony Thentran Seberethi inscription Tao follows nature, infinite celestial venerable. Inside main hall we're wooden plague wishonoring 3 pure 1 soft Taoism primordial heavenly sovereign, the spiritual treasure heavenly sovereign, and the supreme old lord. There were neither golden statues nor even clay figures. Within the temple stewed over androdonciant pines, husips were beyond recollection. Behind the Halyiro wolf cultivation caves, particularly a puppet formation, layered and enigmatic. For 11 years, Wu Dio finbattled against puppets within this grand formation alone. On the first day, Hefina triumphed, defeating Golthapets. After his master personally inspected his progress, a flick of team masters dust brought te puppets back to life, and Theol advanced in skill. Thus, he had to Bejanu, once marine gauge engine combate with the puppets. The so-called cultivation caves were remer Leesmal stone chambers, the last cave was Wuda's dwelling. The Trumanov void believed that the temples, valule nota neat says opulence, Butinit Saturn si toth deo and its unadorned, ancient charm. Upon leaving Wuda felt an overwhelming sense of fatigment to every blade of grass and veritri, thenth Trumanov void the memorias were vivid and haunting. During the 11 years, his excursions down a mountain had been limited, and it was precise this limitation that made the impressions left in him all the more profound. His first descent occurred at Theogovsix, when his master brought him and Disney's sister down a mountain to Perlu, worth of grain. He and Disney's sister old Thue, with his master following behind. The traversy Dever Street oft has small town over the curves of a alphadade. Senior sister Yuanyulu pointed out a chop, explaining what they sold. He learned about taverns, restaurants, fabric stores, general stores, and gambling houses. When the approached a shop adorned withered lantern, where a young woman with painted brows Sandro Celip stood at the entrance, his senior sister did not disclose Athenatrif tea establishment. Curiosity piqued, he was about to inquire when his senior sister cautioned, remember, disciple soft Trumanov void must never enter such places. Wu Di, brimming with excitement, continued onward, his stomach rolling with hunger, still filled with enthusiasm and dunawario fatic. The vibrant color soft candies, the cry soft candied hawthorn vendors, and Thinta Singaroma frosted sweet potato as filled him with a sense of wonder and exhilaration. Upon hearing his stomach roll, his master him and Disney's sister into a restaurant. The ordered 3 bowls so freesy and a plat of stir-fried bittermelon. His master shared his food with Hyman Disney's sister, sitting near beyond watching him devourismal. The proprietor was puzzled be the master's lack of appetite, wondering with healed Taoist could no Tevin spare few coins for Belofris. In truth, Wudai also found it strange, having never seen his master eat he had only witnessed him sip water from a clear spring occasionally. Later, he learned that his master had abstained from food for 8 years. The Trumanoff void hudde tainth great sage level, and the Truinagy hecultivated content thesen Sophia vinenderth, farperer thant hat derived from food. Those who hakensumi me ter bravey and fire sethos who hayat grainserwisey and clever thos who absorbki artivini and long lived thos who hodinoti terim, his master had reched therial mof the immortal is divine. Thine keeper presented his master with a bolo for seeing de bolafej supa sagift, the master accepted onlide soup, bowing in gratitude. He and dis near sister finished the soup heinenegulp. As the parted, the master wavy dis to stand bow to the keeper, wishing him prosperous business. Wu de left theatery feeling full and satisfied, walking with a contented burp. Amidst the bustling crowd, men and women ader and vibrant tatir, Wu de experience set forth the fierce dimethescency o fe live la marketplace, the hustly and bustleaf, and the excitement o fafer. On their return journey to the mountain, he and dis near sister returned empty-handed, with all the grain and good scarred solilibi their master. Halfway up, Hekud walked for the randress to Dundere tree. Ash sat, ha fell asleep, only to awake in back in the mountain, carried by his master. During the leave night Yerson the mountain, his master had never treat Heimeris in your sister's mere reservance. From Thiji often inward, whenever they descended the mountain, it was only he and dis near sister their master Nalangara companioned them. Each time, they were rejevin 10 coins for meals, and dit washes in your sister ho decided what they woody at. A piece of cake, a fire pot, a bowl of wontons, or a pancake rapid around scallions whatever food they had yet totist, they would bite a sample. Unexpectedly, their strintware hind dulgedine egg sufus flourished remarkably, rebrandida shinglong, and evolved into agrandine ingestablishment. His master had never employed any tricks in his presence, and thighs was the solely exception. While heis no capability of similar fiats, hippolesing comparison to his master's remarkable ability to track prosperity, wealth, and vitality. Every street in Thismal town bears the imprint of Wuda's presence. In those days, the town seemed in Z and his is the shops along the roadside die, compelling him to on his tiptoestosi. Now, however, things shave changed the onsegran shops appear diminished. Itis not that the shop shave shrunk, but the has grown to laramatured. Walking alone, Wuda felt an overwhelming sense of solitude. Everything around him grew strange in thought moment, and Heffeltager Geofang Zietai instinctively fished out tet wo tail so flew silver as master Hajav in him, theme tired of Fisker 12th. Shold Heliseat, his situation wold bedire. Upon descending the mountain, Wuda masked the information regarding Ease Tinyang mirror cultivation using the concealment technique of Taisharil person on a thought in a couponet trait. Moreover, Asamara 16-year-old boy, he tracked littly attention. Just after reaching the Futofta mountain, Wudai could not fathom we heffelt so tinsa he's implited not one othersto see thruffum. Alt Hothyanang mirror was not particularly significant. It was rare even thistone, let alone in larger places like the prefecture. Especially for out Hof 16, it wash best tormenting conspicuous. Since Sethis was satrial, the more ordinary he peered, the better. At noon, Wudai arrived at this second destination, the town of Xiaguan. This wash's first visit, and has strolled leisurely, taking in the sights, casually passing by the home courtyard, adorned with a larger lantern. A theme trances stood a heavy limb made-up woman oft-world, clad in flowing grid satin trousers and a jada green satin jacket, exuding Rick fragrance while wielding Gadla Katezulk fan. Wudai instinctively slowed his pace, stealing glance sather. He had always been unaware of Tanacharif such places, but just as curiosa truck, the voice obvious in your sister, Yuanyulu, Echo Edenheisier's disciple soft Taishu Templier forbidden from entering such places. When asked she offered no answer, merely stating that those who hunter or sell dom goodman. Ah, what a hand summiaungman. Rushing gebutten sukari, ures wedding profuse le how pitiful. Why not step inside, take a break, on enjoy a fragrant cupoftia? Ipremise, itwant costi wedime, the worldly woman remarked, having immediately recognized Wuda's innocence, seeing in him a man with a pure soul. Though Wudai wasn't an extraordinary beauty, his well-defined features and duprite stature irradiate an indescribable charm that caught her eye. This seasoned woman, having encountered countless men, could not explain why she felt an instant attraction to Wudi. Overcome with feelings, she stepped forward, softly speaking gonjantly grasping Isliev, fanning him with her fragrant fan. Her intentions were not merely to into Sam, but rather she had genuine developed fondness for Wudi. Perhaps due to her background, she was refreshing lie straightforward, expressing her thoughts without hesitation. Wu Di, however, was utterly oblivious to thinu and sophromance, entire liner antof tefer volidius of life, and did no teven comprehend what the home courty ardor presented. Upon encountering Fuman wo prochethem, he instinctively took several steps back, Hishiar tracing in confusion, and stammered, "Excuse me, miss, please stop. Area speaking tome? We're no acquainted, am sorry, but I do not understand what he were saying. Do not be afraid, young manimi and no harm. I find you quite appealing, and do remind me of my unger brother, evoking memories of my family. Rest assured, would never deceive me brother Isabudi our Jaswell," the woman said, tugging at Wood's sleeve. At this moment, several and Lucretia jathered, captivated Bethwoman's salarying demeanor and soft words, leading to Tris of Flaughter. A short, thin man with a raspy voice spoke up, "Young brother, your fortune has arrived, this lady I saw for in her affections." Anothera Tunfellow, with eye-allowed teeth and lewd eyes, chimed in with his mirk, "It's not merely about affection theorem and how all dwelling lie surrender themselves as for her charms. Imagine it had tender embrace o phase oath bed, the intoxicating scent off her skin." "No, no," Wu Di exclaimed, bewildered, hastily waving hands, "I appreciate or kindness, but I can attack accept anything without turn and jit. Not even a morsel, let alone anything like that." Laughter erupted around him. The shortman quipped, "This lad is an knave fool, completely unworldly and unaware of life's pleasures." Theratunman laughed the loudest, doubling over, pointing at Wu Di. "He doesn't even understand the simple staff gesture Schwood Buter Lilas 20 comes to sewing sids. A woman offering him affection, and is esto, herto begin. This lady is merely having some funterus no such thing as a free lunch." Without hesitation, the old man retorted, "It truly believeth is a unman special, incomparable to Anyphia Uhori 1,000 times messless genuine. Young brother, ik know you lack wealth. From thevery beginning, hadden we intention of freechingen toy or pockets. As long as ye are willing to share a few words with me, would glad lie for my company." A commotion ensued. A gauntman in his 30s, hearing this, whistled excitedly, raising a shan shouting, "Young brother, this is your lucky day. Didio Harthat? Sheso fringto treatia? How enviable. Ispintel my saving sto mari last year. Sees a thema minti manever come gain. If I and Ejawidincy and sewing sids, come to mill provide a free training." Therotunman, pounding his chest in frustration, lamented, "Whidded to sluck fall upon." Laughter erupted once more. Amidst his raucous atmosphere, Wu Di, possessing Gaikian intellect and sharp wit, was utterly confounded. He understood no single word off Thierbenter felt list. He glanced from one person to another, feeling as though he had stepped into a foreign realm. Arrogantly intoxicate Dodderman, wearing a tattered scholar's cap, leered a worldly woman. What a beautiful face. What could a glad like you possibly know about pleasure? I am still in me prime, willing to share a bed with you. The gauntman scoffed, old co scraped under grass, and that's universal. What's wrong with aing lad? Compared to you, hessa breath off fresh air the best I meet o harvestis the fierce cut, while it he old grass and allengare worthy of te bot. Another round of flaughter erupted. Manoft hestri termist intrigued by many, wine, and women. They may not live in a perpetual stat of drunken revelry, but for the sake of wealth, they risk their lives. When I's present, they indulge, seeking to forget of everything. Discussions so attractive women igniteth their interest, and nunchies away from such topics. These subjects incite the excitement among them, and theorelition the exchange. In moments of gloom, fatigue, or disappointment, they vent their frustrations, as of finding joy, lightness, and release. Few women are unaware of the killa Shilofman. Manerialo does that world ablaze, while women are forbidden from light and galamp at night. Thezia Unman reminds me of me brother, evoking Gasson's off familial warmth. Is that note off? Though a maid well in world off vice, it is in my control. Don't ever find themselves in circumstances beyond their choosing? We, the women off world, ere human tuden not makusor find amusement tater expense. Ons fallen into this life, 3,000 strin soft hairgown oddest, anywhere aforesaid smalimmerly tozier vive. The worldly woman spoke, her eyes brimming with tears the trolla down her cheeks. Suddenly, silence enveloped the crowd. Theon Lucas recognized this sincerity in Thwoman's words thighs was no jest. Could it be Theta woman oft world de devere express a genuine emotion? This was unprecedented. The men observing Woodai fell silent, scrutinizing him closely. Heapier done remarkable, Miril Yayunman with 12 legs, 2 arms, and they had nothing Marethin youthful exuberance. Yet, up in closer inspection, there was indeed something unique about them, like a clear pool of water, revealing its depths. Hiji auth fulfus irradiate innocency and purity, setting him apart from Thicrode. Wu diffel thisbrowsna tightly, his gaza turning cold. Had learned davulubulison from Thicrode. Hounder stood the home courtyard, adorned with its larger lantern, wasn't a place where Heshudlinger. Thelid laughter and lack of decorum among Thicrode made him feel nauseous. Without a moment's hesitation, Wuda broke free from Thethrong and hurried away. Beyond the Taishu temple lay a vast, secular world, and his journey of discovery was only just beginning. Was this Thetriel his master had spoken of? Chapter 3. Beyond endurance. After a morning of walking, Wu Di felt a pang of hunger and decided to enter a tavern by the roadside, taking a seat by the window facing the street. He had intended to order a small dish and a jug of old wine, but upon recalling the meager 2 taels of silver he possessed, he opted for a bowl of rice and a plate of tofu mixed with scallions and soybean paste. Wu Di surveyed the establishment. A kindly old man in his 60s sat not far from the counter, enjoying a plate of braised beef and a dish of smashed cucumbers, sipping his drink leisurely. At another window, a young man clad in white was seated, indulging in a feast of 4 dishes, 2 hot and 2 cold, while sipping his drink alone. There were a few other patrons, but Wu Di paid them little mind. As none of them emanated the aura of cultivators, the old man, slightly plump and with a benevolent expression, concealed his spiritual power well, but Wu Di could discern that he was at the 9th level of the divine mansion. The white-clad youth, appearing to be of similar age to Wu Di, possessed refined features, fair and delicate skin, and wore a scholar's cap, exuding an air of literary elegance. His aura flickered intermittently, yet Wu Di could tell that his cultivation level was on par with his own. It seemed that the celestial young realm was not as uncommon as he thought, for he had encountered one right before him. The rice and the plate of tofu with scallions and soybean paste arrived simultaneously. Wu Di picked up his chopsticks and had just taken a few bites when 4 raucous young men swaggered in, brazenly taking the seats across from him. Each of these men was at the 3rd stage of martial arts. Their arrogance palpable as they strutted about as if invincible. Wu Di contemplated moving to another spot, but before he could rise, one of the newcomers slammed his palm down heavily on the table, causing Wu Di's bowl and plate to rattle. The brutish fellow with drooping eyelids and a face full of excess flesh glared at Wu Di with menace, barking, "What the hell are you staring at? Hurry up and scram now that this young master is here." "On what grounds?" Wu Di replied coolly, feeling a surge of indignation. He had just descended the mountain. Who had he offended to be treated so disrespectfully? Ignoring the provocation was not as simple as it seemed. The brute, thinking his wealth and strength gave him the right to bully others, unleashed a swift strike, sending Wu Di's rice and tofu flying 3 meters away, shattering the plate and scattering scallions, tofu, and soybean paste across the floor. The atmosphere in the tavern grew tense as all eyes turned to Wu Di. The tavern keeper rushed over to intervene. Wu Di, unfazed, remarked meaningfully, "So, having a strong fist and wealth gives one the right to bully others without reason. Let us not forget that heaven is watching. Look at you, you pathetic pauper. You deserve this." The brutish young man sneered. Wu Di's eyes narrowed with icy disdain. He considered sending these ruffians away with a mere dish of scallions, but he chose not to act in anger. He had promised his master to endure during trials. After all, what could an ordinary person do against cultivators? It was clear from their demeanor that these young thugs were not to be trifled with, and he would wait for the tavern keeper to resolve the situation. The middle-aged tavern keeper quickly led Wu Di to the table of the white-clad youth, bowing and scraping as he said, "Dear guest, please sit here and calm your anger. Running a small establishment is no easy task. I beg you to give me some face. I will have your meal replaced immediately, and as a token of my apology, I will add a plate of fried peanuts," Wu Di replied. "No need for peanuts. I still want my rice and tofu with scallions." The brutish young man shouted, "Tavern keeper, stop wasting time with him. Just throw him out." Wu Di's expression darkened. The thug with the pockmarked face sneered, "What are you looking at? Not satisfied? I'll gouge your eyes out." Fury boiled within Wu Di. and he struggled to maintain his composure. The turmoil within him surged like a tempest. He could endure, but there was a limit to his forbearance. He could not simply swallow this insult. Though he appeared calm on the surface, his right index finger was not idle. Unbeknownst to anyone, he unleashed two invisible streams of true energy, each targeting a vital point on the brutish youth and the pockmarked man. The force was perfectly calibrated. Wu Di seethed inwardly. The tiger does not roar, and they think me an easy prey. To enjoy a simple meal of scallions and tofu without disturbance is too much to ask. Let us see who has the last laugh. The white-clad youth observed the scene with quiet astonishment. Noting the adept skill of remote pressure point striking, a remarkable technique not easily mastered, he scrutinized Wu Di anew. Clad in oversized coarse garments, with tousled hair, possessing harmonious features and an aura of masculine vitality. Though his true cultivation was concealed, he appeared unremarkable, hiding a depth of strength within. Faced with a group of brazen ruffians and their taunts, he displayed remarkable composure, enduring until he finally struck back without anyone noticing. The elder, who was at the 9th level of the divine mansion, also perceived the unfolding events. After a quarter of an hour, Wu Di finished his meal, settled the bill, and departed without casting a glance at the ruffians. Approximately 50 breaths later, the brutish young man was the first to scream, "My leg! I can't feel my leg!" The pockmarked man echoed his horror, "Me too. My leg. I can't move it." The others at the table continued eating and drinking, dismissing their cries as mere antics. The brutish youth wailed pitifully, "Stop drinking. My right leg is done for. I swear it's true." The pockmarked man turned pale. "Quick, get a doctor." The tavern keeper rushed over. "Advising, gentlemen, perhaps you're just numb. Stand up and move around a bit." The brutish youth snapped, "What the hell are you saying? My leg feels like it's gone. How can I walk? How dare you tell me to walk?" The tavern keeper, taken aback by the insult, retorted, "Sir, please don't curse. My grandmother is over 90 years old. I mean no offense. I'm only trying to help." The brutish youth sneered, "You think this shabby tavern makes you important? I'll burn this place down if you keep provoking me." The tavern keeper opened his mouth several times, but ultimately chose silence, hastily attending to other matters. The table erupted into chaos. The white-clad youth sipped his drink slowly, relishing the prolonged meal as a means to observe the unfolding drama. What a remarkable technique! Striking a pressure point without leaving a trace, and it took them a quarter of an hour to realize their legs were immobile. Watching the pockmarked man and the brutish youth panic brought him amusement. Is there such a method to deal with others without shouting or fighting, all without a trace? How satisfying! The brutish youth and the pockmarked man exchanged glances, the former wearing a bitter expression as he lamented, "How unlucky are we? Why are we the only ones suffering while others are fine?" The pockmarked man replied, "Who should I ask? It's your fault. I suggested we visit the brothel, but you insisted on coming here for a drink. If not, we could have been with the girls instead of facing this unwarranted disaster." Suddenly, the brutish youth began scanning the room with his eyes, searching for Wu Di. Where did that unfortunate soul go? Could he be involved in this? He left long ago. The pockmarked man shook his head. That penniless fellow doesn't even possess a shred of true energy. And he didn't dare to speak back when we insulted him, like a turtle hiding in its shell. If he had any skill, he would have jumped up by now. True, the pockmarked man mused. Glancing at the remaining wine on the table, it seems the trouble lies with the wine. After 2 cups, something felt off. The brutish youth eagerly chimed in. I felt something strange after drinking as well. My whole body felt hot. Yet my right leg felt no warmth at all. The wine must be tainted. The tavern keeper must take full responsibility. The pockmarked man slammed his hand on the table, bellowing, "Tavern keeper, your wine is problematic. Get over here and explain yourself." The tavern keeper rushed over, hands clasped in apology. "Gentlemen, please don't speak recklessly. Everyone else has enjoyed the wine without issue. If there were a problem, why are the other young masters fine? I implore you to spare my humble establishment." The brutish youth retorted, "If I say the wine is faulty, then it is. The son of a town mayor wouldn't lie about this. Now tell us how you will take responsibility." The tavern keeper, trembling, fell to his knees, voice quavering, "Young masters, my family relies on this tavern for our livelihood. Please, spare my family. Spare you? Who will spare me? Compensate for my leg. Empty words will not suffice if you cannot pay. This tavern will belong to me." The brutish youth shouted hysterically. The elder, sipping his drink, could no longer remain silent and interjected. "Do you truly not understand what has happened to your legs?" The brutish youth shot back. "And you would know? I can assure you, the wine is entirely untainted," the elder stated. "You have brought this calamity upon yourselves. Blame only yourselves." Fuming at the elder's words, the brutish youth retorted, "Old man, how dare you speak to me like that?" The elder replied. "You spoke contemptuously to that young man and even overturned his meal. Do you truly believe he is an easy target?" The brutish youth scoffed. "So what if we bullied him? I could crush him with a single hand. What business is it of yours?" The white-clad youth let out a slight, cold chuckle, continuing to sip his drink. The elder laughed heartily. "Young man, your arrogance stems from ignorance. Not only could you not handle him alone, but even hundreds of you would not be enough to best him. He wouldn't even deign to engage with you." The pockmarked man barked, "Old man, have you lost your eyesight? That young man has no true energy. How could he possibly fight? Be silent and mind your own business." The elder erupted into laughter once more. "With your meager skills at the third stage of martial arts, you dare to presume to see through him? How utterly foolish!" In the latter stages of the divine mansion, the elderly man found himself humbled before others. A few young men stood dumbfounded as they realized that the elder was a figure of great stature within this small town. The old man remarked, "I have heard of the ability to strike acupuncture points from a distance, but I have never witnessed it until now. It is indeed an eye-opener to see someone incapacitated from a distance of 2 zhong, the afflicted completely unaware of their predicament. Truly remarkable," the one with swollen eyes interjected. "Old man, or rather, esteemed elder, why did you not reveal your identity sooner?" The elder retorted, "Why should I have disclosed such information earlier, especially when you have referred to me so disrespectfully as old man? I stepped forward to uphold the shopkeeper's honor. Had you two not been so arrogant and overbearing, you would not have faced this consequence. Every action has its repercussions," the one with swollen eyes hastily commanded. "Quickly, bring that scoundrel back. How dare he plot against me on my own turf? Let us see him perish 100 times. The one with a pockmarked face declared, "It must be him." He committed his misdeeds and then slipped away unnoticed. "This scoundrel is treacherous, striking from the shadows. We must capture him. Whoever succeeds shall be rewarded with 500 taels of silver." The companions of the pockmarked face and swollen eyes were reluctantly dispatched to search for Wu Di. Yet they found no trace of him. The elder's description had been so formidable. Who among them could possibly apprehend him? After aimlessly circling the tavern twice, they returned, hands raised in defeat, shaking their heads in dismay. At that moment, a figure descended from the upper floor, clad in green and black, with a bamboo hat atop her head and a veil obscuring her face. She bore a long sword and possessed a graceful yet commanding presence. Standing at the staircase, her voice rang clear and melodious. "That individual is not someone of your ilk that you can provoke. He merely delivered a lesson to you both and has shown restraint. If he wished for your lives, it would be as effortless as reaching into a pocket. Your lack of repentance and continued arrogance is pitiful. You still seek to capture him and wish for his demise 100 times. It seems the lesson you received was insufficient. Perhaps you both deserve to be rendered completely incapacitated." The patrons of the tavern gasped in astonishment, realizing that this person was undoubtedly allied with the elder. The air around her crackled with potent energy as she unleashed a formidable presence that bore down upon the swollen-eyed man and his companions, overwhelming them with an immense pressure. They found themselves kneeling, their bones creaking under the strain, gasping for breath, their vitality waning, blood trickling from their lips, their faces as pale as parchment. The mere weight of her aura was enough to threaten their very existence. As the veiled woman withdrew her pressure, the group on the ground finally managed to catch their breath. Trembling, they looked up with ashen faces, sweating profusely. The pockmarked man pleaded, "Esteemed lady, spare me. It is all my fault for not recognizing the greatness before me. I deserve punishment. I have erred. The swollen-eyed man added, I am a worthless wretch, lower than a beast. Noble warrior, I implore you, spare my life. I vow to mend my ways and never again act with such insolence. The veiled woman replied, Why is it only when faced with force that you learn to behave? Cannot you speak kindly to others? Must you always resort to bullying? The swollen-eyed man responded fervently. Yes, indeed. I promise I will never bully anyone again. Please, restore my leg to its former state. I am wealthy and willing to offer 5,000 taels of silver. Will that suffice? The pockmarked man chimed in. Esteemed lady, I shall remember this lesson and cease my pretenses. I will henceforth act as your humble servant. If you can restore my leg, I will gladly call you my ancestor. I can offer 6,000 taels of silver. The veiled girl turned to leave, tossing a final remark over her shoulder. In 3 hours, your points will naturally be released. Remember, a life of wrongdoing leads to a dead end. Upon hearing this, the two men felt as if a great burden had been lifted. In a show of sincere repentance, they repeatedly bowed their heads to the ground. Meanwhile, the white-clad youth and the elder fell into deep contemplation. The young man and the woman seemed to share a familiarity. Why did they not travel together? The woman in the bamboo hat was none other than Yuan Yulu, who had been secretly escorting Wu Di home. Chapter 4. The hero's shortcomings. Since descending the mountain, Wu Di had not known a moment's peace, as the tumultuous world enveloped him. The vibrant, ever-fascinating world he had encountered during his seasonal descents had suddenly transformed, leaving him feeling out of place and bewildered. His past perceptions were superficial. It was only now that he began to grasp the essence of true understanding. The principle of survival dictated that one must adapt. Wearing warm clothing in winter and light garments in summer is simply the law of the world. At the western gate of the town of Shaoguan, there lay a narrow pass, reputed to be the throat of an ancient battlefield. Wu Di was eager to witness the formidable majesty of this historic site. With a clear objective, he made his way toward the western gate, yearning for knowledge, his mind akin to a blank canvas, largely untouched. Upon reaching the lofty heights of the western pass, approximately 10 zhang above, he closed his eyes and endeavored to sense the distinct energies of this realm. Gradually, he felt the echoes of past battles, the remnants of smoke and dust, and the chaotic aura of clashing weapons. Wu Di instinctively grounded himself, sensing a powerful surge of righteous energy floating above the pass, seeking a worthy host. Elated by this fortuitous opportunity, he knew he could not let it slip away. Just as he prepared to channel this immense force, it surged into his energy reservoir, the Dantian, at once finding its long-sought refuge. However, Wu Di's Dantian had its limits, and the overwhelming influx of energy threatened to rupture his very being. The sensation was akin to a flood breaching its dam, causing him excruciating pain as he cried out, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. Righteous energy is indeed a precious resource, but the key lies in one's ability to assimilate it. Wu Di swiftly activated the Tai Chi technique, summoning a pair of yin-yang fish that began to whirl rapidly in his Dantian, working to refine the overwhelming energy that had flooded in. 2 days and nights passed, and at last, Wu Di emerged unscathed. The righteous energy that had surged forth from the ancient pass was mostly refined, a process that had allowed him to absorb its pure essence. His Dantian expanded, and his vital energy surged mightily. The resilience and capacity of his meridians had significantly improved, particularly in terms of strength, as he felt a doubling of his power. Wu Di sensed a burgeoning aura of ferocity within him, one that harbored a righteous indignation, ready to rise in defiance against injustice. His Dantian, once filled with cotton-like softness, was now infused with the heft of meteorite iron. The surge of energy within him hinted at a loosening of his cultivation realm, and he could not help but feel a thrill of joy. As Wu Di descended from the pass, the white-clad youth unexpectedly appeared before him, and their eyes met. The young man smiled and clasped his hands in greeting. Brother, what a delightful coincidence to encounter you here. Wu Di promptly returned the gesture. It is a pleasure to meet you, indeed. The white-clad youth inquired, have you come to admire the scenery of the ancient battlefield? Wu Di replied, I am merely wandering about. The white-clad youth continued, I have learned from books that this ancient battlefield pass may hold opportunities, so I came to try my luck. Since you have already enjoyed the sights, I shall refrain from seeking fortune here. If it is convenient, might we converse together? That would be splendid. Wu Di thought to himself, sensing that this individual was far from ordinary, with a potentially intriguing background. The two entered a nearby tea house and chose a casual spot to sit. The white-clad youth ordered a pot of tea and some snacks, and they began to chat amiably. The white-clad youth introduced himself. I hail from the Central Plains. My surname is Bai, given name Irun. I am but a humble scholar, fond of making friends and having idled away 15 springs and autumns. Wu Di reciprocated with his own introduction. I was born in Wu family village. My surname is Wu, and my given name is Deed. I am a fledgling martial artist, just stepping into the world, lacking in experience and feeling a bit ashamed to be older than you. Bai Yiren expressed delight. It seems fate has brought together two unremarkable souls. Brother Wu, allow me to toast you with tea in place of wine. As they sipped their tea and exchanged stories, they found great joy in their shared company. Wu Di, being a straightforward person, spoke candidly. Having interacted only with his master and sister at the Tai Su Temple, he yearned for camaraderie. The connection with Bai Yiren was immediate, and they opened their hearts to one another, engaging in a lively conversation. Bai Yiren remarked, Brother Wu, you are truly impressive. Those ruffians you dealt with were left howling in despair. After you departed, a woman with a veiled face appeared. She was formidable, exuding immense power, and subdued those ruffians, causing them to bleed. Her words suggested you had merely tested your skills against the two offenders. After 3 hours, their acupoints would naturally be released, and I realized it was your handiwork. Wu Di was taken aback. Is that so? I am curious. What is the identity of that masked heroine? Wu Di shook his head. My circle of acquaintances is limited, and I know even fewer women. If her height matches yours and she wields a sword, she could only be my sister, Yuan Yilu. Perhaps my master is concerned for my safety. Oh, I had thought she was someone more intimately connected to you. I have spent 11 years honing my skills on the mountain. You are the first person I have encountered apart from my master and sister. Bai Yiren was elated. What an honor! Wu Di candidly remarked, forgive my frankness, but I sense a hidden depth of energy within you. Surely you possess some remarkable cultivation. If your skills were ordinary, there would be no need for concealment. Bai Yiren chuckled. You flatter me, Brother Wu, that I enjoy literature and travel, and I do have quite a few friends. I have learned a little, primarily for self-defense while exploring. To avoid unnecessary trouble, I find it best to keep a low profile. However, your prowess in combat is truly astonishing. Wu Di nodded in understanding. Not taking offense, he nonchalantly replied, it was nothing significant. Had those ruffians not been so egregious, I would not have intervened. In hindsight, I regret my actions. It was not a matter of great importance, and I find myself lacking in patience. Brother Wu, once you take action, it is commendable. Those societal miscreants often run rampant, and your intervention serves as a warning for them to think twice before misbehaving again. Wu Di. It is indeed the learned individuals who possess wisdom and foresight. I am fortunate to call you my friend in this lifetime. Bai Yiren, Brother Wu, what are your plans for the future? Wu Di. At present, I have none. My master has advised me to venture into the world for experience and to return home for a visit. It seems I shall wander about. Gaining worldly experience is of utmost importance. My esteemed brother mentioned that every prefecture has a martial arts academy, and there are numerous grand sects in the 9 domains, each year hosting various tournaments. My interest has been piqued, and I am eager to witness it. I am woefully uninformed, and I am grateful for your guidance, Bai Yiren. I am one who revels in movement over stillness, particularly fond of traveling for scholarly pursuits. The journey of a scholar mirrors that of your martial practitioners in essence. If you do not mind my company, we could traverse together in the future. 2 companions are far better than one in solitude. Wu Di nodded. Such a desire is hard to come by. I must first make some preparations before embarking on this journey, if fate allows. We shall meet again. Experience cannot be undertaken without funds. What I lack most at present is silver. It is evident that Bai Yiren is not in want of money. The small fish cannot swim with the big schools, and our means of sustenance cannot align. Bai Yiren smiled slyly. Though he is a year younger than Wu Di, his wits surpass his elders. Wu Di's thoughts are as clear to him as day. For an entire afternoon, they shared 2 pots of tea and 2 platters of snacks. When the tea shopkeeper approached for payment, Bai Yiran was about to reach for his silver when Wu Di stopped him. It is only fitting that I, as the elder brother, treat you on our first gathering. Bai Yiran returned the silver to his pocket. Very well, brother, your generosity is appreciated. Next time, it shall be my turn to bear the costs. I will wait outside for some fresh air. Wu Di extracted all his loose silver from his waist and placed it on the table. The tea shopkeeper waited and announced, 2 taels of loose silver. The total for the 2 of you comes to 2 taels and 5 coins, leaving a deficit of 5 coins in fine silver. Upon hearing this, Wu Di's head throbbed, his heart racing, drenched in cold sweat. He had spent all he had, and now he found himself short of 5 coins. What an embarrassment it would be for a man of stature to boast of treating another to tea. Only to fall short on the bill, the tea shopkeeper urged. Sir, you still owe 5 coins in fine silver. Wu Di, at a loss, steadied himself and confessed. Shopkeeper, this is all the money I possess. The shopkeeper, incensed, retorted. What? You have no more money. Are you toying with me? Do you not know if you have funds or not, come rain or shine? Wu Di, his face flushed with shame, stammered, to speak truthfully. It is my first time in a tea house, my first time treating another to tea. I genuinely did not know how much it would cost. I have only this much on me. Thinking it would suffice, the tea shopkeeper's demeanor darkened. So, you intend to renege on your debt? Wu Di, a man must be upright. I would never default on a debt. I see your distress and your flushed face. The tea shopkeeper agitated. Spare me your nonsense. Debts must be repaid, and our establishment does not extend credit. Whether my face is flushed or not is of no concern to you. Please allow me to finish. Your stomach is aflame. Likely due to not having eaten in over 2 days, am I right? The tea shopkeeper. What does that have to do with the debt? Wu Di, you have suffered from this ailment for 4 years, and it has worsened recently. This is the most severe episode yet, and the remedies you have taken have proven ineffective. The tea shopkeeper listened, intrigued, and found Wu Di's words to ring true. His tone softened considerably. How so? Can you treat it? Wu Di, today, I find myself in a predicament, embarrassed in your establishment. I can remedy your illness, and in exchange, it shall cover your 5 coins in fine silver. How does that sound? Who knows whether you can indeed heal? We are strangers. Who would dare trust you? Wu Di, allow me to first lend you my energy to dispel the affliction. The results will be immediate, and then we shall discuss further. The tea shopkeeper hesitated momentarily. Very well, I shall trust you this once. The tea shopkeeper sat on a wooden stool while Wu Di positioned himself behind, targeting 3 major acupuncture points on the shopkeeper's back, lungs, and stomach, using his right hand's index and middle fingers to channel his energy. As Wu Di worked, the tea shopkeeper's tense expression relaxed, and all discomfort in his stomach dissipated. The insufficient payment for the tea was replaced by a novel arrangement, drawing the attention of other patrons in the tea house. Bai Yiran was among them, initially curious to see if Wu Di was indeed magnanimous. But he did not anticipate the situation would unfold thus. He possessed only 2 taels of loose silver himself. The tea shopkeeper arose, elated. It is gone, truly gone. I now feel a craving for food. Young man, please take back your 2 taels of loose silver. Your tea is on the house. Wu Di shook his head. A promise once made cannot be rescinded. I have healed your ailment, and thus I shall collect my 5 coins in fine silver. Should you wish to assist me, kindly refer a few patients with difficult ailments. I ask for nothing in return, but a reward sufficient for my journey home. Among the patrons were 2 individuals suffering ailments, one emaciated and plagued by relentless headaches, the other with a swollen left leg, struggling to walk, and having found no relief after prolonged treatment. Wu Di produced silver needles from his person and, in an instant, alleviated their suffering. The patrons, wealthy individuals, rewarded Wu Di generously. One gave him 20 taels of fine silver, while another bestowed 30. Bai Yiran was astonished by Wu Di's remarkable medical skills. Had he not possessed the ability to settle the bill with his expertise, he would have inadvertently caused Wu Di great distress. To place a friend in a humiliating predicament is a heavy burden. He felt immense guilt and bowed deeply. Brother Wu, it is my fault. I have indulged in a life of excess, assuming everyone in the world lives thus, unaware of your struggles. Can you ever forgive me? Wu Di, you speak too harshly. This is no fault of yours. I simply underestimated the costs of a tea service. Wu Di gained profound insight, realizing the adage "a penny pinches the hero" holds true. It was only now that he understood why his master had only provided him with 2 taels of loose silver. His master had stated that many matters often arise from a state of desperation. Today, Wu Di found himself cornered, left with no choice but to assume the role of a wandering physician. Chapter 5. Redemption. Wu Di became renowned in the tea house for his medical prowess. Despite his youth, he was adept at discerning ailments. His fees were based on appreciation, with generous patrons rewarding him handsomely, while those with lesser means offered less, and the destitute received nothing. His reputation soared, drawing a multitude of patients with difficult ailments, leaving Wu Di momentarily unable to extricate himself from their demands. The town of Xiaoguan proved to be a fortuitous place for Wu Di, as he unexpectedly acquired a surge of righteous energy, propelling his cultivation to new heights, bringing him tantalizingly close to crossing the threshold into the next realm. Simultaneously, he had experienced the embarrassment of being unable to pay for his tea. Yet through his skills, he had alleviated his financial woes, amassing a considerable sum. He had also formed a friendship with Bai In gratitude to Xiaoguan. He rented a room in a local inn and posted a notice at the entrance, offering temporary medical consultations. Bai Run remained by Wu Di's side. When patients arrived, he would read, and during quieter moments, they would engage in conversation. Bai Ren possessed extensive knowledge of the customs and cultures of the 9 domains, and spoke with great enthusiasm, which greatly benefited Wu Di. Over the course of 30 days, Wu Di treated nearly all the patients with difficult ailments in Xiaoguan and unexpectedly earned over 3,000 taels of silver. Planning to depart in the coming days. One evening after dinner, Bai Ren returned to his own room next door. Wu Di, having finished his evening rituals, lay in bed, calming his mind, and entered a state of cultivation. The Taiji cultivation technique of the Taishu true man differs from that of ordinary sects. It is a set of great sage Taiji practices, versatile enough to be performed while sitting, lying down, or standing. This technique emphasizes foundational training, harmonizing the spirit, soul, and body. The great sage Taiji consists of 10 levels: Aum, Jin, Inai, Pai, Ji, Ba, Ya, In, Na, Ding. Each character represents a level, and the 10 characters serve as the 10 mantras for each level of practice, with each tier comprising 64 distinct verses. This unique technique was created by the Taishu true man, Li Chunfeng. Around midnight, as Wu Di practiced, he felt the swirling energies of the yin-yang fish in his dantian surge, a powerful wave crashing forward, relentlessly striking the next threshold, akin to ocean waves battering the shore, growing stronger with each hit. The true energy within his dantian became increasingly dense and expansive. Wu Di felt a surge of joy. The righteous energy he had encountered at Xiaoguan had significantly shortened his progression time. He refrained from hastily pushing open the door to the Yuaning realm, instead choosing to meticulously refine his foundational skills, ensuring no flaws or regrets remained, resolutely avoiding any rush to succeed. Since the Taishu true man had unsealed Wu Di's potential, he had naturally attained the cultivation level of an 8-stage martial artist. To be born with all 8 meridians open is a rarity, a once-in-a-thousand-year talent. While most individuals struggle to reach the pinnacle of the Tianyang mirror in their lifetime, for Wu Di, attaining this peak at 16 seemed almost trivial. The Taishu true man never boasted about his disciples' talents. Instead, he fostered a sense of normalcy, emphasizing that only through diligent practice and grounded effort could they hope for a promising future. Thus, Wu Di's cultivation was genuinely formidable, granting him the strength to confront challenges beyond his current level. Wu Di sensed a transformation within his spirit. His awareness, both internal and external, was strengthening. Internally, he realized that the true energy within his dantian was nearing complete materialization. Witnessing a small sun within the swirling energy growing brighter and more radiant, reaching its zenith in this luminous orb, He vaguely discerned the embryonic form of the Yuan Ying, increasingly clear, with the potential to emerge at any moment. Externally, he perceived sounds and objects within 100 meters as though they were right before him, crystal clear. His master had once stated that the process of cultivation should be free from any deliberate effort. A state of naturalness is the most favorable condition. Wu Di did not force himself to break through to the next realm, yearning to step into the Yuaning stage. Despite being able to do so with a single stride, he sought a naturally occurring outcome, placing great importance on the cultivation of his mindset. As Wu Di found himself increasingly at ease, a sudden cry for help pierced the air from the adjacent room. "Brother Wu? Save me! Save me!" The voice was frantic, urgent, and filled with terror. Without hesitation, Wu Di gathered his energy and burst into Bai Yiren's room. The scene before him was one of utter chaos. Books lay strewn across the floor. Clothing was scattered haphazardly, the window stood wide open, and there was no sign of a person. Wu Di leaped out of the window, sprinting onto the rooftop, where he elevated his consciousness to scan the surroundings. Attuned to any anomalies within a 6,000-meter radius, it was a dark night devoid of moonlight. Not a single star graced the sky, and the darkness was so profound that one could not see their own hand in front of them. Leaving not a trace of suspicion in sight, Wu Di's formidable consciousness swiftly swept the area, detecting a faint disturbance in the air to the northeast, prompting him to bend low and propel himself forward. Standing at the threshold of the Yuaning realm, endowed with innate strength, he harbored little doubt that he would encounter an adversary superior to him in the small town of Xiaoguan. However, after pursuing for 10 miles beyond the town, he encountered nothing, no further sensations at all. Reluctantly, he retraced his steps back to the inn. Inside the inn, chaos reigned. The innkeeper, disheveled and panicked, stood in Bai Yiren's room, aghast at the disorder before him. Observing several indistinct footprints left on the windowsill, he turned pale and exclaimed, "Where is young Master Bai? This establishment has been open for decades without incident. Has a good man truly been abducted? Heaven forbid! What calamity has befallen me?" A humble inn. Wu Di discovered a note on the table, its message starkly clear. Notify his family. Within 5 days, they must deliver 3,000 taels in silver notes to the city god temple, located 10 miles outside the eastern city gate, to ransom him. Failure to do so will result in his corpse being collected. The innkeeper trembled. Young Master Bai has been kidnapped for ransom. This letter must be delivered to his family post-haste. But the Central Plains are thousands of kilometers away from Xiaoguan. I know only that young Master Bai hails from the Central Plains, but not his exact residence. How can we accomplish this in 5 days? Dr. Wu, you are acquainted with young Master Bai. How do you propose we handle this situation? Wu Di remained silent. Although he had known Bai Yiren for over a month and their relationship was amicable, they were merely strangers who had crossed paths. He was unaware of his specific address, having only vaguely heard that Bai Yiren was from the Central Plains, with no further details. The concept of kidnapping for ransom was something he had merely heard of, never expecting to encounter it. With no knowledge of the kidnappers and lacking any connections in Xiaoguan, Wu Di found himself at a loss. He inquired, "Innkeeper, are there any notorious brigands known to roam the vicinity of Xiaoguan?" The innkeeper shook his head vehemently. "No, I've never heard of such a thing. Kidnapping for ransom? This is the first time I've encountered such a tale in my life." Wu Di urged the innkeeper to consider. Think carefully. Could the local ruffians of Xiaoguan, who engage in petty theft and mischief, be capable of such a deed? The innkeeper replied earnestly, "There are indeed scoundrels in the marketplace, but this inn has never been involved with them. They may throw a punch or two during brawls, but they lack the skill and audacity to execute a kidnapping." Wu Di lamented, "With no leads, the value of a life compels us to devise a means to gather the ransom." The innkeeper's face fell. "Dr. Wu, you see, Xiaoguan is a small place with limited foot traffic, why humble and operates on thin margins, and we hardly see a few guests each day. Our annual earnings barely amount to 180 taels of silver. How could I possibly come up with 3,000 taels? Xiaoguan has always been peaceful. Such an incident has never occurred here. How could misfortune befall my humble inn after decades?" Wu Di mused. Recognizing that Bai Yiren, with his elegant attire and generous demeanor, was naturally prone to attracting attention, It was only logical that he might have drawn the gaze of unsavory characters. He felt compelled to act. For wealth is but a material possession, and a friend is hard to come by. After calculating his earnings from treating patients over the past few days, he found he possessed over 2,700 taels in silver notes, alongside 340 taels in loose change, an amount totaling 3,000 taels without issue. It seemed the kidnappers had a keen understanding of his financial situation, demanding precisely what he had earned, leaving him feeling drained after a month of effort. Fortunately, he still had a few dozen taels remaining, allowing him to return home without worry. Wu Di reassured the innkeeper. I understand the difficulties of running a small inn. I will provide the ransom. The innkeeper could hardly believe his ears. Young Dr. Wu, are you serious? Indeed, Wu Di affirmed. The innkeeper, overwhelmed with joy, wept. Mr. Wu, you are truly a benevolent soul, a man of honor and friendship. To offer aid to young Master Bai, whom you have only just met, speaks volumes of your character. In light of this, your stay at my humble inn shall be entirely complimentary, a small gesture of respect for the young master. By midday, Wu Di hastened to the city god temple, located 10 miles to the east of the town. The temple was diminutive and in a state of disrepair, mere rooms tucked beneath the shade of a millennial-old locust tree. At the entrance, a tattered old beggar lay on a long slab of blue stone, donned in rags, his head covered with a hand-woven straw hat. Eyes closed, in his left hand, he clutched a dark, weathered dog-beating stick, while the right held a wine gourd. Upon noticing the dog-beating stick, Wu Di felt a peculiar sensation. This was no ordinary wooden club, but a piece of iron pear vine, also known as celestial wood. The Tai Su Temple possessed a similar iron pear vine, which had survived for over 1,000 years and was no thicker than a thumb. Iron pear vine is denser than meteorite iron and remarkably resilient. His treasured sword? The Qian Kuan sword could barely match its strength. It was worth its weight in gold, yet scarce in the market. The beggar's dog-beating stick, the size of an egg, must weigh at least 200 pounds. Such a thing could only grow over thousands of years. The old beggar exuded an unmeasurable depth of energy, his cultivation level indiscernible. From 5 zhang away, he reclined lazily, casually crossing his legs, sipping from his wine gourd as he heard the approaching footsteps. Without opening his eyes, he uttered, "Have you brought the silver notes?" "I have brought them," Wu Di replied. "Though you don the guise of a beggar, it is evident that you are not in need of money." "I fail to comprehend your actions." What Wu Di implied was clear. Why would someone of such stature resort to kidnapping for a mere ransom? In that moment, he understood why he had returned empty-handed the night before. Despite his efforts, he had failed to uncover any clues. The old beggar's cultivation far surpassed his own, rendering Wu Di's abilities insignificant. Such a person would hardly lack for wealth, let alone engage in a kidnapping for 3,000 taels. The old beggar's voice boomed, "Enough of your prattle. Hand over the money and exchange it for the person. Do you really think I need your approval? Old master, could it be that you are Tong Jiugong, the leader of the beggar's sect?" Wu Di's eyes lit up as he recalled Bai Yiren mentioning the eccentric leader of the sect, known for traversing the world and indulging in the pleasures of life. Tong Jiugong was reputed to be youthful in spirit despite his age, playful and mischievous, fond of wine and delicacies, unrestrained by convention, yet possessing a strong sense of justice. The disciples of the beggar's sect were widespread across the 9 regions. Their influence formidable and few dared to cross them. Look at my tattered attire. I am but an old beggar, yet I am the head of the beggar's sect. If Tong Jiugong were to learn of this, he would surely break your legs. The celestial wood dog-beating stick served as undeniable proof. There was no other like it in the world. "Oh, you recognize the iron pear vine?" The old beggar was taken aback as he accepted the silver notes without even glancing at them, tucking them away into his clothing. With a flourish of his sleeve, a carrier pigeon soared into the sky. "Rest assured, I value loyalty, and you shall receive my trust. The message has been sent. The person will soon be freed." Wu Di bowed deeply. "I pay my respects to the esteemed Tong Old Master." "Words are hollow. You feign respect," the old beggar scoffed. "I kidnapped your friend and took your silver. How could you not resent me? You are naive. I dislike foolishness. So, Do you wish to engage in a contest for the silver notes? Tong Jiogong remained reclined, one leg rhythmically shaking, seemingly indifferent, yet subtly offering Wu Di an opportunity to seize the silver notes. Wu Di, known for his cleverness, quickly discerned Tong Jiogong's intentions. This was no challenge for him to reclaim the silver notes. Rather, it was a trap designed to lure him into danger, an opportunity for the old master to exact retribution. Alas, I am no match for you, old master. I hold you in high regard for your reputation and character in the martial world. Nothing more, do you? What is silver? Do not speak of mere 3,000 taels. Even 30,000 would be inconsequential. Surely, you would not act for the sake of such a paltry sum? Regardless of the reason, Wu Di was indifferent. Tong Jiogong sprang to his feet, circling Wu Di as he remarked. A 16-year-old lad, at the pinnacle of the Tianyang realm, standing at the threshold of the Yuaning realm, rather ordinary, I must say. To be frank, one of my female disciples has taken a liking to Bai Yiren. This young man is oblivious to her affections, absconding to this desolate corner of the world. The beggar's sect has spent months searching for him. Settling for 3,000 taels is a mere bargain. Old master, I am not advocating for my friend. Matters of marriage require mutual consent. Forcing a union is unwise. As the saying goes, a forcibly twisted melon is not sweet. Wu Di grasped that the enmity between Bai Yiren and the beggar's sect stemmed from this very situation. Tong Jiogong's expression darkened. Is this young man meddling in our affairs? When did the matters of the beggar's sect become your concern? You seem somewhat suitable. If you wish to marry my disciple, I shall waive the 3,000 taels and offer you 30,000 in return. How does that sound? Upon hearing this, Wu Di promptly clasped his hands in farewell. Old master, please spare me. I am still young. I have yet to outgrow my childishness, and I have no desire to seek a wife at this time. With that, Wu Di turned and fled. Tong Jiogong remained standing, chuckling softly as he drank from his wine gourd. Such unique bones, a promising talent indeed, a heart so rare. How delightful, silly boy, your romantic fortune is upon you. You can escape from the little girl's grasp, and I will walk with my head down. Chapter 6. The returning eagle Wu returned to Wu family village. Although Wu Di was born in Wu family village, he had gone to Tai Su Temple at the tender age of 5. Furthermore, as his spirit was sealed at that time, he possessed little memory, save for a vague recollection of his parents and elder brother. Were it not for his master using magical powers to allow him a glimpse of his parents and brother before he descended the mountain, he would not have recognized them even if they stood before him. As Wu Di entered the family home, he stood at the gate of the small courtyard and called out loudly, "Father, mother, brother, I have returned." The first to rush out was his brother, Wu Kai. He stared at Wu Di for a moment, recognizing a faint echo of the child he once knew, and immediately rushed forward to embrace his brother tightly. After 11 years, you have finally returned. Father Wu Shi-sun pulled Wu Di close, his expression filled with excitement as he gazed at the once dull child who had blossomed into a formidable young man. Mother Li Li cradled Wu Di's face in her hands, tears of joy streaming down her cheeks. She had never imagined that the child who once could barely utter a complete sentence had grown into such a remarkable individual. His eyes sparkled like the stars in the sky, brimming with vitality. Deep within, she felt grateful to Wu Di's master, Tai Su Jinren, for returning him as a fully grown, vibrant son. After a long separation, the family was engulfed in euphoric joy. The news of Wu Di's return spread like wildfire throughout Wu family village. The once dull son of Wu Shi-sun had come back. Wu Kai took his brother Wu Di to pay respects to the clan's chief and the elders. Brother, you have been away for 11 years. Surely, you have learned many skills at the temple. Yet, I sense no martial aura emanating from you. Wu Di felt puzzled. Eldest brother, do you know why I was once so dull? Why? I was schemed against and my wisdom was sealed. Oh, such a thing happened. Wu Kai recalled that when Wu Di was born, a rainbow appeared in the sky. It must have been that someone from the clan, out of jealousy, had cast a dark hand against him. The notion of kin turning against each other within their own family was truly unfathomable. Wu Di, I have indeed learned some skills over the 11 years, but I have concealed my aura that I wish to find the one who sealed my wisdom. I want to know who harbored such malice. Father said that when you were a month old, your 8 meridians had already opened. Among those of my age in the clan, very few have achieved such a feat after years of cultivation. This person must have feared that you would one day surpass his own descendants. Wu Di found his brother's reasoning sound. It was unlikely that someone would target a mere child without cause, and why Master should know who it was. He is simply too lazy to involve himself. And thus, I must resolve it myself. Who could this dark hand be? Wu Kai said furiously, should we not inform the clan chief and the elders? Their authority would surely be more effective in investigating this matter. Wu Di shook his head. This person cannot be an ordinary clan member. They may very well be among the core members. We must tread carefully, lest we alert them. Eldest brother, 11 years have passed. This matter is not urgent. We can take our time. Do not tell father or mother, for I do not wish to cause them worry. You must remain uninvolved and feign ignorance. I can handle this alone. At the home of the Grand Elder Wu Yin, though short of stature, possessed piercing eagle-like eyes, embodying his name. He held a revered position within the Wu clan, with cultivation at the late stage of the divine mansion. Rivaling that of the clan leader, Wu Yin was not one to submit to others. He had control over the 4 major elders and long harbored ambitions to replace the clan leader. In times of decision, it was often Wu Yong who yielded to him. After Wu Di greeted the Grand Elder, he stood to the side. Wu Yin remained silent for a long while, his eagle eyes scrutinizing Wu Di for an extended period. He sought to discern Wu Di's cultivation level, but gleaned nothing in terms of seniority. Wu Yin was Wu Di's great-uncle. He had 2 sons and 2 grandsons. His eldest son, Wu Han, and his second son, Wu Xian, were both significant officials within the clan, wielding power over the punishment hall and cultivation resources. His grandsons were named Wu Yu and Wu Chong. Wu Yu was an outer disciple at the Martial Academy in Liaoyuan County. For such a small clan as the Wu Yu's admission to the Martial Academy was a source of pride for Wu Yin. Wu Yu and Wu Chong shared Wu Yin's temperament, possessing eagle-like eyes and an unyielding competitive spirit, harboring extreme malice towards anyone who might surpass them. It was Wu Yin who had sealed Wu Di's spirit, rendering him a mere shell of his former self. He would not allow any younger generation to surpass his grandsons. Wu Di, you have been away from home for 11 years. I heard you were taken by a Taoist. Surely, you have learned quite a bit during these years? Wu Yin's eyes bore down on Wu Di with a fierce intensity. His presence exuded an air of superiority before Wu Kai and Wu Di. For years, he had been preoccupied with Wu Di's being taken away, a lingering source of anxiety for him. Taoists are known for their extraordinary methods. He knew that in the eyes of a master, sealing a person's spirit was akin to child's play, and he feared that the truth of the matter had long been revealed. Wu Di responded with ease, my master is merely a wine-drinking, meat-eating Taoist, possessing a rudimentary understanding of the 8 trigrams and hexagrams, treating minor ailments in exchange for food and clothing. I am but a servant, fetching tea and firewood, and when I become dull, I earn my master's scoldings, and my master does not favor me. Whenever a new disciple arrives, I am sent back. Feigning mystery is not a skill. Next month, the clan will hold a martial arts selection. You should participate with your brother Wu Kai. If you place in the top 10, the clan will not only reward you but also grant you the opportunity to take the entrance examination for the county's Martial Academy. Once you gain entry to the county's Martial Academy, a bright future awaits. Wu Yin toyed with a purple clay teapot, sipping his tea leisurely while his eagle eyes remained fixed on Wu Di's expression. Thank you for your kind invitation, uncle, but unfortunately, the younger generation Wu Di possesses only a few flashy moves and is hardly worthy of the stage. I would only be there to be beaten. Wu Di scoffed, dismissing the Martial Academy disciples entirely, regarding the clan's so-called selection as child's play. Could it be that you find it beneath your notice? A Taoist's methods are not mere flashy moves. Wu Yin's expression darkened ominously. Each has their strengths. My master values healing the world. Wu Yin sipped his tea. The young man before him, born under extraordinary circumstances with all 8 meridians opened at a month old, suggested that the seal on his spirit had long since dissipated. Having been away from home for 11 years and taken by a Taoist, how could it be as he claimed, so nonchalantly? Not all Taoists are inept. The more Wu Di feigned weakness, the more it became a source of concern for Wu Yin, leaving him feeling uneasy. Wu Di sensed Wu Yin's unease and became increasingly aware of the man's sinister nature. A sudden thought struck him. Could this old fellow be the one who had sealed his spirit all those years ago? Regardless of who it was, they would be sorely disappointed. He was no longer the defenseless child of yore. Anyone who wished to harm him now would be lost in a dream. Wu Yin's cold voice rang out, pressing forward, "Do not forget the clan rules. All of appropriate age must participate in the clan selection. Winning or losing is another matter altogether." Wu Di remained composed. "Ah, I fear I might embarrass myself before the elders." Wu Yin arrogantly waved his hand, closing his eyes, signaling for Wu Kai and Wu Di to take their leave. At that moment, Wu Di had truly become a source of anxiety for Grand Elder Wu Yin. Why did Wu Di exude not a hint of cultivation? Was he truly devoid of it? Or was it merely concealed? He certainly hoped for the former. As Wu Di walked away, he exchanged thoughts with Wu Kai. "Eldest brother, I sense something amiss with this uncle. He always so?" Wu Di, guided by his instincts, felt that Wu Yin was particularly concerned about him, which could not escape his notice and caution. His intuition told him that the one who had sealed his spirit all those years ago was indeed this old scoundrel. Truly, it is said, the iron shoes are hard to find, yet they come effortlessly. Wu Kai nodded. He treats everyone with such indifference, neither warm nor cold, and few in the clan hold him in high regard. He seems particularly invested in you. Henceforth, you must exercise great caution in dealing with him. The residence of the clan leader, Wu Yong. As soon as Wu Di entered, he caught Wu Yong's attention. The leader's eyes roamed over Wu Di, and he eventually rose to approach him, circling around him. Both Wu Di and Wu Kai were momentarily taken aback. "Clan leader Wu Yong, you are Wu Di?" Wu Di, "Yes, greetings, clan leader." "Clan leader Wu Yong, you have just returned." Wu Di, "Indeed, I have just returned to pay my respects to the clan leader." "Have you been to Xiaoguan town?" Wu Yong suddenly inquired. Wu Di hesitated before responding. Possessing great intelligence, he recalled the events that had transpired at the inn in Xiaoguan town upon seeing Wu Yong's expression. His intuition informed him that the elder at the counter bore an uncanny resemblance to the clan leader before him. In fact, he was the very same person. They must have crossed paths at the tavern in Xiaoguan town. Wu Di immediately adopted a naive expression. "Uncle, I, the younger generation, cannot recall." Wu Yong burst into hearty laughter. Pointing a finger at Wu Di's forehead, "Do you think me senile? How could I forget an event that transpired just over a month ago? I never expected the remarkable young man to be you. Who would have thought that the child born under a rainbow would indeed be extraordinary? Our Wu clan has great prospects ahead." Wu Kai, utterly bewildered, could not grasp the situation. Unable to contain himself, he queried, "Clan leader, what exactly is going on? I do not understand at all." Wu Yong replied, "Of course, you do not understand. You were not present to witness it. What good would it do for you to comprehend? Wu Di and I understand, and that suffices." The venerable elder Wu Yong recounted the events concerning the establishment of a restaurant in Xiaoguan town with an unceasing flow of words. Wu Kai listened in rapt attention. Realizing that his younger brother was exceptional, yet he had not anticipated the extent of his prowess, he felt a swell of pride for having such a remarkable sibling. "You must be mistaken. It cannot possibly be me. There are many who bear a resemblance." Wu Di desperately tried to mask his true self, not wishing to reveal his brilliance upon his return. "Of course it is you. And you have an accomplice," Wu Yong asserted with unwavering confidence. "An accomplice?" Wu Di responded, bewildered. The tall girl, resembling a celestial being, clad in blue with a black veil covering her face and a bamboo hat atop her head, immediately came to mind. Upon hearing this, Wu Di confirmed what Bai Yiren had said. His heart warmed, realizing that this person must be his senior sister, Yuan Yulu. His eyes moistened. His master, concerned for his well-being, had sent her to follow him discreetly. Yet, Wu Di firmly maintained, "Elder, you flatter me excessively. How could such a beautiful girl possibly take an interest in a poor lad like me?" "Wu Di, that girl knows you very well. She remarked on your impressive cultivation. You are not someone to be trifled with. The technique you employed, the void-pointing method, serves merely as a reprimand. After 3 hours, the pressure points will naturally release. Taking the lives of those ruffians will be as easy as reaching into one's pocket. Wu Di was at a loss for words, falling into silence. The elder sighed after a moment of contemplation. I understand why you are reluctant to reveal the truth. You must not trust me, given that I failed to protect you in the past. Your circumstances back then were indeed fraught with doubts. How could a child with all 8 meridians open be rendered so foolish? You have returned. Should you require anything from me, do not hesitate to ask, and I shall comply without hesitation. Faced with this, Wu Di had no choice but to bow deeply, sighing, Elder, I appreciate your understanding. I was sealed of my intelligence by the clan, and there were those among us who wished to see me perish. I had no choice but to comply. I did not wish to stir up trouble. Wu Yong laughed heartily. In the Wu clan, who could possibly rival you? You are a soaring eagle among us. I understand your desire for discretion. You have your own plans. To lay a hand upon our clan's younger generation is a grave sin. Whoever it may be, they shall not be spared. What are your intentions? After much contemplation, Wu Di replied, I wish to improve the living conditions at home, starting by honoring my parents. My master is well versed in medicine, and I have learned some as well. I intend to establish a clinic. I hope for your support and assistance, of course. Certainly, it is but a small matter. I shall have someone prepare 2 storefronts along the main street immediately. Wu Di expressed his gratitude with a bow. Cautioning, regarding some matters concerning the younger generation, I kindly ask that the elder keep them confidential. The elder Wu Yong nodded in agreement. On the way home, Wu Kai could not help but inquire. May I ask, brother, what level is your cultivation? Of course, you are my dear brother, Wu Di responded. I am currently at the pinnacle of the Tianyang realm. Wu Kai's jaw dropped in astonishment, leaving him momentarily speechless. His eyes brimmed with envy. No one in the Wu clan had ever attained such heights in centuries. Even the elder and the clan leader were only at the latter stages of the divine palace mirror. Wu Di had achieved this at merely 16 years of age. It seemed that one could never escape their baser instincts, even among Kin. As long as one remained weak, they would be trampled underfoot by others. Wu Kai, having been bullied by the elder Wu Yin's grandsons, Wu Yu and Wu Chong, during his childhood, had endured countless humiliations, often used as a mount and suffering from their relentless taunting. Brother, please help me. I too wish to grow strong. I do not want to be ridden upon by others any longer. I refuse to be a mere shield. Chapter 7. The Revival Hall, Wu Family Village, Etia Crossroads. During the morning hour, the celebratory firecrackers announcing the opening of a clinic crackled loudly as a large red silk banner was unveiled, revealing the striking sign of the Revival Hall in green and red. The clinic's proprietor, Wu Di, stood at the entrance in a gray long robe, exuding vitality and charisma, particularly with his dark, bright eyes filled with youthful vigor and wisdom. Upon seeing him, many dismissed his abilities, finding it hard to believe that a mere 16-year-old could operate a clinic. Despite the announcement of free consultations for 10 days, no one showed interest. Wu Di's father, Wu Shixuan, and mother, Li Lili, fidgeted anxiously within the clinic. Sharing the skepticism of those doubting Wu Di's venture, Wu Shixuan paced back and forth, his anxiety palpable. Not a single soul has come through the door, even with free consultations. I told you starting a clinic was unwise. Who would trust a 16-year-old? I can hardly trust you myself. The rent alone for this storefront is 5 taels of silver a month, totaling 60 a year. My farming for 2 years wouldn't even cover your rent. Wu Di's mother, Li Lili, fretted, Dear, why don't we try for a month? If it doesn't work, we can close it down, and at least we won't lose too much. Wu Di's brother, Wu Kai, had initially planned to assist his brother while learning some medical skills to have a trade, believing it better than farming. However, with no patients arriving, he began to feel anxious about the clinic's viability. Wu Di remained unfazed. Having treated patients temporarily at an inn in Shaoguan town, he was confident that the Revival Hall would not suffer from a lack of patients. A good wine fears, not the depth of the alley. He thought, with his exceptional medical skills, patients would surely come. Age held no absolute correlation with the art of healing. What he needed was simply time. Wu Di served his parents each a cup of tea, assuring them, trust me, the Revival Hall will flourish. Rent is not a concern. Our family's hardships will soon be over. The celebratory firecrackers of the revival hall's opening drew the attention of several elders from the Wu clan. The eldest elder, Wu Yin, expressed his displeasure at clan leader Wu Yong for leasing the best storefront to Wu Di at a low price. His hawk-like eyes filled with resentment, gnashing his teeth in discontent. The second elder added fuel to the fire. The storefront is the property of the entire clan, not just the clan leaders, a halving of the rent or a reduction in fees. How can it be given to whomever he pleases? Is this not a case of personal gain at the expense of the clan? The third elder remarked, "Are we elders mere ornaments? The clan leader has shown us great disrespect." The fourth elder, coughing incessantly, had a face resembling dried tree bark, now flushed crimson. It was evident to all what he wished to express, but he was too busy coughing to speak. The fifth elder, with his head bowed and drooping eyelids, dozed off. Regardless of the matter, he always behaved this way if it did not concern him. The second elder, indignant, exclaimed, "The clan leader's actions grow increasingly unreliable. A prime location at a reduced rent. Collecting rent at the year's end is akin to giving away money. This is clearly a case of unilateral decision-making, using clan interests to curry favor. I am resolutely opposed." The third elder declared, "I believe it is time for a change in leadership." Wu Yin rose and slowly approached the fourth elder, offering him a cup of tea. "Here, have some tea to soothe your cough." He then approached the fifth elder, placing a hand on his shoulder and giving it a gentle pat, saying, "Those with virtue shall reside. Those without shall lose. Our clan leader lacks self-awareness, does he not?" The fifth elder, awakened by the pat, opened his eyes and regarded Wu Yin. "I am simply getting older. I doze off whenever I sit down." The second elder remarked, "Eldest elder, I have the utmost respect for you. You possess immense talent and wisdom. Only with you at the helm can the Wu clan achieve harmony and prosperity." The third elder concurred. "I too am a supporter of the eldest elder. A clan leader must possess foresight for the clan's future. Capable individuals shall rise, while the inept shall fall. Our clan can no longer languish in stagnation. The position of clan leader should undoubtedly belong to the eldest elder. I am clear on my grievances. If I were to ascend, the annual stipends for each elder would double. Each elder may recommend 2 descendants to serve as stewards, and I can secure a place for each elder's grandchildren at the Martial Academy in Liaoyuan County." Wu Yin's eyes sparkled with ambition, knowing exactly how to sway the other 4 elders. Upon hearing the conditions Wu Yin proposed, the fourth elder immediately ceased his coughing, declaring, "If the eldest elder ascends, I shall support him. Count me in as well." The fifth elder, now fully awake, joined in. Wu Yin had long harbored intentions to replace clan leader Wu Yong. He had been eagerly awaiting the right opportunity. He had been subtly wooing the 4 elders, biding his time for a suitable moment. Wu Di's establishment of a clinic provided him the perfect pretext to launch his attack. The elder Wu Yong's favorable regard for Wu Di stemmed from 2 reasons. First, the auspicious circumstances surrounding Wu Di's birth, as he had opened all 8 meridians by the time he was a month old. Second, his witnessing of Wu Di's cultivation in Shaoguan Town, the pinnacle of the Tianyang realm. No member of the Wu clan had ever reached such heights before. What astounded him further was that Wu Di had achieved this at the tender age of 16, leaving vast potential for future growth. Who could predict how high he might ultimately ascend? Wu Di's decision to open a clinic saw robust support from Wu Yong, who offered favorable rental terms. Furthermore, when clan members came for treatment, Wu Di's discounts were even more substantial. The future prosperity of the entire Wu clan would hinge upon his success. Wu Yong had unwavering faith in Wu Di. Since he wished to open a clinic, he must possess the requisite skills. At 16 years of age, with the pinnacle of the Tianyang realm as his cultivation, why could he not also master the art of healing? Wu Yong had no doubt about Wu Di's capabilities. As fate would have it, just after the opening ceremony of the revival hall, Wu Yong's friend Chen Haqing happened to pass through Wu family village and paid a visit. Although Chen Haqing was a merchant in Liaoyuan County, he was not an ordinary trader, as the lady of the county was his cousin, granting him a distinguished status. Wu Yong warmly welcomed Chen Haqing's arrival. As I observed Chen Haqing with a pained expression, furrowing his brow in evident discomfort, I hastily inquired with concern, "Brother Chen, what troubles you? Are you feeling unwell?" Chen Haqing, seated upon a chair, wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied, "It's an old affliction. My stomach pains are quite severe. Please, could you pour me a cup of hot water?" Having suffered from gastrointestinal issues for many years and consulted numerous physicians without improvement, Chen Huching's condition had worsened in recent years. Recently, while attending to business in Zhongyuan County and indulging in a few too many drinks with suppliers, he found his stomach pains resurfacing. Initially, he managed to endure it, but after a long journey back, by the time he reached Wu family gathering, he could bear it no longer. "Brother Huching, our Huijianting Medical Clinic is opening today. Shall I summon a doctor to examine you?" "That would be splendid. I appreciate your concern, clan leader." Chen Huching nodded repeatedly. Wu Yong promptly sent for Wu Di. Chen Huching, initially delighted at the prospect of the clinic's opening, merely hoped that the physician could alleviate his suffering. However, upon seeing Wu Di, disappointment washed over him. His already pallid complexion twisted further. Wu Yong is truly losing his faculties. What jest is this, bringing a mere child who has yet to fully mature to attend to my ailment? Chen Huching's stomach pain rendered him pale as he cast a dissatisfied glance at Wu Yong. Internally, he lamented, "Wu Yong, it seems you are truly of no use." Wu Di, observing the situation, calmly interjected, "Mr. Chen, allow me to say this. Your ailment is what we treat, and the age of the doctor bears no significance." Chen Huching lifted his gaze to Wu Di, acknowledging the truth in his words. "Indeed, I require a physician capable of healing my affliction." Wu Di then asked, "May I take your pulse?" With his right index and middle fingers resting gently on Chen Huching's wrist, he soon remarked, "Mr. Chen's stomach ailment appears to have been troubling you for over a decade. Initially, you experienced bloating and fullness, which you disregarded in the last 3 years. However, the pain has intensified, particularly this year, making it unbearable. You have taken numerous medications, yet none have proven effective." Chen Huching began to pay heed. Wu Di's insights were astoundingly precise, more so than even his own wife knew. "Mr. Chen, there is no need for doubt. Traditional Chinese medicine emphasizes inquiry, observation, listening, and pulse-taking. I have already performed the latter, so it is only natural that I am well informed." Chen Huching replied, stating the diagnosis is not the crux of the matter. "The key lies in whether you can cure me." Wu Di stated, "Mr. Chen, your affinity for spicy food may have reached an unparalleled extent." Chen Huching nodded. "Without spicy food, I find my meals lack flavor." Wu Yong remained silent, observing quietly from the side. Wu Di continued, "The root cause of your stomach ailment is excessive consumption of spicy foods. This is the underlying issue. When it evolves into unbearable pain, that is the consequence. If you trust me, I believe I possess the capability to relieve your pain and remedy your ailment." Chen Huching, albeit somewhat skeptical, found himself compelled to seek treatment due to the severity of his condition. "Very well, do what you can." As Chen Huching reclined on the bed and loosened his garments, Wu Di retrieved silver needles, targeting 5 acupoints on Chen Huching's chest. With a swift motion, 5 silvery beams shot forth and pierced his skin. A sensation of warmth and numbness coursed through his chest, instantly alleviating his pain. Chen Huching involuntarily gasped as the anguish on his face vanished. The immediate relief brought him great joy. After withdrawing the needles, Wu Di declared, "Mr. Chen, your stomach shall no longer trouble you, and your penchant for spicy foods will undergo a transformation. This is the key to ensuring your stomach remains pain-free. Moderation is essential. I will prepare a few protective stomach pills to bolster your digestive health, freeing you from future concerns. Thank you, thank you." At that moment, Chen Huching held unwavering faith in Wu Di. Wu Di summoned a pill furnace from his jade ring, which he could manipulate with his mind. He summoned wood energy from the east and ignited the southern fire element with a flick of his right index finger. With a gentle wave of his hand, several medicinal herbs flew into the furnace, and the alchemical process commenced. Wu Yong and Chen Huching stood by in astonishment, still reeling from the events. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air. Wu Di presented 5 earthy pills to Chen Huching, advising, "Take one at the stroke of midnight, when yang energy begins to rise. Do this for 5 consecutive days, and you shall be completely healed." Chen Huching was overjoyed. Merely moments ago, he had endured excruciating pain, his entire visage contorted. Now, Just from inhaling the fragrant pills, his stomach felt remarkably at ease. It was truly miraculous. Utterly beyond belief, he recalled a saying. Regardless of size or stature, one must never underestimate the young. He was thoroughly convinced, realizing the depth of this young man's abilities. Elder Wu Yong was utterly bewildered. He had merely believed Wu Di capable of running a clinic and assumed he possessed some skill, but he never anticipated such profound expertise. Qin Huqing produced a banknote of 5,000 taels of silver. Insisting that Wu Di accept it, Wu Di shook his head in refusal, stating, "Today marks the opening of Huichuntang, and all treatments are free of charge. Moreover, Mr. Qin is a friend of the clan leader. I cannot accept your money. A healer's duty is to alleviate suffering for all." Qin Huqing, a wealthy merchant from Liaoyuan County, was not lacking in silver. With his ailment resolved and suffering alleviated, what did money matter? He insisted, a mere 5,000 taels is hardly significant. These years of stomach pain have tormented me beyond measure. Today, as your clinic opens, let this silver serve as my humble gesture of congratulations, not as a token of gratitude. There is no reason for the young master to refuse. Wu Yong interjected, "Accept it. Do not dampen Brother Huqing's spirits." Wu Yong understood that Wu Di would not lack for silver in the future, but at this early stage, this sum held tremendous significance. Chapter 8. Father-son conflict. The news of Wu Di curing Qin Huqing's stomach ailment spread like wildfire throughout Wu family gathering, especially given that the renowned merchant Qin Huqing had offered a reward of 5,000 taels. The townsfolk were left in stunned disbelief. In the small town of Wu family gathering, there were no prominent families. Only those who could make ends meet were considered well off. 5,000 taels of silver was an astronomical figure for them. Few households could produce such wealth, as it took a lifetime of toil in the fields. The townspeople, filled with envy, completely revised their perceptions of Wu Di. Qin Huqing was a wealthy merchant from Liaoyuan County, and with years of suffering from his stomach ailment, he had sought out many famed physicians, spending countless silver without finding relief. Yet, Wu Di had achieved results with a mere touch, while Qin Huqing was wealthy. His fortunes did not come easily. Merchants were astute, and earning their money was no simple feat. The value of Wu Di's medical skills was evident in the generous reward he received. On that very afternoon, Huichuntang was bustling with patients seeking treatment. As the disciple of the esteemed Master Li Chuning, Wu Di's medical prowess was exceptional, with each patient receiving attentive care. Several despairing individuals, long afflicted by unyielding ailments, began to see hope. As evening fell and the lanterns were lit, the patients finally dispersed. Wu Di's father, Wu Shixuan, could no longer contain his agitation. He rubbed his hands incessantly, having endured a day filled with unspoken grievances. Now, at last, he could express his frustrations. "Second son, we toiled all day without earning a single coin, and we wasted a significant amount of medicine. Is this how one operates a clinic? If you continue like this, in no time, there will be no patients left in Wu family gathering. And where will we find our income? Is there anyone so foolish as to operate without charge? From tomorrow onwards, we must start charging." Wu Di gazed at his father, feeling a sense of estrangement. After being away for 11 years and having only recently returned home, he felt no closeness to his father beyond their shared blood. He attempted to reason with Wu Shixuan, saying, "Father, most of the residents of Wu family gathering are of the Wu clan, and few are affluent. Families afflicted by illness are struggling even more. I have merely acquired a modest skill in healing. It is a small effort on my part, and not worthy of mention. Furthermore, offering free treatments is intended to expand our influence and earn the community's trust. In this world, reputation is paramount. Once a promise is made, it must be upheld without deviation." Wu Shixuan's expression darkened. "You? Child, what do you understand? It is only natural to charge for medical services. A household with many mouths to feed is led by one. Heed my words, and do not forget that I am your father." The atmosphere in the room grew tensed. Wu Di's mother, grasping his hand, urged, "Second son, you are still young and lack understanding. It is wise to heed your father's counsel. Adults have traversed more roads than you can imagine. Do not argue with your elders. Learn from your father how to navigate life." Wu Di patiently replied, "Mother, I would never dare to argue. I am merely presenting a logical perspective. We are neighbors here, and I feel at ease when I can assist others. Wu Shixuan's face grew long with displeasure. Where are the banknotes? Why have you not presented them yet? Wu Di was momentarily taken aback. What banknotes? Do not feign ignorance. Did Chen Huqing not give you 5,000 taels? This is common knowledge throughout Wu family gathering. Wu Di nodded. That sum is for the clinic's rent. The clan leader could not provide it immediately, but he will send the remaining silver tomorrow. I asked there a written receipt. There is not. What? 5,000 taels of silver are with the clan leader, and you have no receipt. Wu Shixuan's anger surged. Have you lost your senses? Such a large sum cannot be treated lightly. Without proper documentation, if the clan leader denies it, how will you reclaim your 5,000 taels? One must always have written proof. Is this how you conduct affairs? With such a substantial amount of silver, I could never earn it in a lifetime. Father, I am aware of how challenging life has been for you in recent years. Now that I have returned, I intend to support you. I cannot promise riches, but I assure you that we will not lack for food. I hope you can trust me and see me as an adult. Do not treat me as a child of 3. I will manage my own affairs. Upon hearing this, Wu Shixuan was filled with fury. What? Have you grown wings and become capable enough to defy authority, even if you reach 100 years of age? I am still your father, the one who granted you life. All the money you earn must be given to me. It is under my control, and not a single coin can be spared. This is the rule I have set for you, Wu Di retorted. Was I born merely to repay you, like a farmer raising a pig to eventually slaughter it for meat? Indeed, a life must be repaid. But I am only 16 years old. Do you not find 5,000 taels of silver too meager? Wu Shixuan opened his mouth in indignation. Such unfilial words. A son who disrespects his parents. Lacking any sense of honor. Li Lili, sensing the tension, quickly intervened. Child, your father is the head of our family. How can you, as a child, disregard the words of your elders? What he says is for your own good. A few harsh words are merely to help you learn and gain experience, so you suffer less in the future. Wu Di was taken aback by his father's authoritarianism and his mother's ignorance, leaving him speechless. Was the relationship between parents and children merely a naked transaction of monetary gain? Were parents destined to reap double benefits from their offspring? Of course, it is right for children to repay their parents. But if that relationship devolves into a mere debt repayment, how cold this world becomes at that moment. Wu Di had nothing more to say. The more he spoke, the greater the conflict seemed. His heart grew cold as he recalled his master's teachings of tolerance and kindness. Wu Shixuan, you have grown audacious. You act like a sycophant in public, bowing and scraping, yet you exhibit such tyranny at home. The door to the clinic swung open, and the clan leader, Wu Yong, entered, having found the situation intolerable outside. Clan leader, you have arrived. Please take a seat. Quickly, bring tea for the clan leader. Upon seeing Wu Yong, Wu Shixuan instantly donned a face like that of a mouse confronted by a cat, plastering on a smile. The child is young and knows nothing. How can we not discipline him for such disrespect? He is blind to his elders and is on the path to ruin. Wu Yong sat down and retorted. One must possess the ability to ascend. How can you rise without the means to do so? Wu Shixuan was rendered speechless. Wu Yong looked at him reproachfully. Do not think you can rely on age alone. Do you not realize your own limitations? Wu Di has returned to learn his craft and open a clinic, which is a good thing. Why must you meddle in matters you know nothing about? You may have given him life. But do you truly understand him? Do you know what he thinks or aspires to achieve? Shixuan, not even I, as clan leader, have the right to reprimand him. No one in the Wu family possesses such authority. The skills he has acquired are his own, and they have nothing to do with you. Your guidance, if it is merely narrow-minded and self-serving, will teach him nothing. Wu Shixuan felt his face flush with shame and argued. Clan leader, do not indulge him. He is just a child who understands nothing. Having been away from home since he was young, he has received little guidance. If he does not straighten up now, it will be too late. Wu Yong fixed his sharp gaze upon Wu Shixuan. You are an utterly incompetent father, foolish and self-righteous. Tell me, how well do you know Wu Di? Wu Shixuan shrugged dismissively. What is there to know? He has a little skill in medicine, and that is all. Just because he defies his elders and disrespects his parents. Clan leader Wu Yong sighed. Shirshuan, Wu Di's ability to heal patients is a small skill. Yet what constitutes a great skill? Do you possess any such ability? Please enlighten me. The child willingly treats our clan members for free. This is a great virtue. Just because he does not pursue wealth as you do does not make him unfilial. You value money above all else, willing to forsake kin for it. But for Wu Di, the most important thing is not wealth. With his skills, he can ensure your family never suffers from want. Yet, do not be greedy and attempt to control him as if he were your personal cash cow. He belongs to no one but himself. Wu Shirshuan's face turned as red as a liver. His innermost thoughts laid bare by Wu Yong, as if stripped of all pretense, him. Wu Di was merely a source of wealth, and he could not fathom relinquishing control over him. Living without want was not enough. He desired to be the richest of all, to command servants, to bask in glory and wealth. He was the father, and that alone was justification enough to control Wu Yong, as the leader of tens of thousands of the Wu clan. Possessed vast experience and insight, and he understood Wu Shirshuan's thoughts all too well. He spoke candidly. Wu Di is not yours to control. He is not a mere pawn, nor does he belong to the Wu family. He belongs to the vast world. Take my advice. He has his own path to tread, one that is not suited for your self-righteous aspirations. When Wu Yong placed the remaining silver notes, after deducting the clinic's rent, in front of Wu Di, Wu Shirshuan's eyes glimmered, and he snatched them away. Wu Di remained still, his expression devoid of emotion. In the future, I will reside at the clinic and provide you with some silver each month. Unless necessary, I do not wish for my parents to interfere with the clinic's affairs, Eli Lilly exclaimed. But we are your parents, Wu Di replied. Thus, it is only right for you to take the silver notes. Wu Shirshuan asserted. That is good to hear. Do not forget, even your life was given by us. The family can only be led by your father. Wu Di had never contemplated how long he would stay at the Wu family estate. But now he suddenly had an answer. Yes, you gave me life, but it was my master who nurtured me. Without my master, I would likely not exist today. The debt of birth and the debt of nurturing are equally significant. And I shall not forget either. I have returned merely to visit my two elders and to settle one matter. I will not remain long. However, as long as I draw breath, I am duty-bound to ensure the well-being of my parents and will continually provide some support to the family. I wish for my parents to enjoy wealth and prosperity, but alas, I am but a child. Clan leader Wu Yong understood that Wu Di's reference to settling a matter pertained to something significant. Wu Di had the capability, but what he lacked were the truths and evidence needed. Wu Kai, who had been silent, felt a sinking sensation upon hearing that Wu Di would depart, his heart a tumult of emotions. He had been influenced by Wu Shirshuan and did not perceive any wrongdoing in his parents' behavior. He even thought his brother Wu Di was foolish for treating patients for free. Where would his brother go if he left home? Would he return to the Taoist temple? Upon hearing Wu Di's intent to leave, Wu Shirshuan was immediately taken aback. Wu Di's departure meant his source of wealth was fleeing, and he bellowed furiously, "You little brat. So you think you have some ability now, that you can defy your father? Mark my words, if you leave, do not ever return. I will act as if you never existed, as if you were dead." Wu Di displayed no anger, blinking innocently. "If you hate me so much, then you will suffer a great loss. What if I succeed out there and become prosperous? My life will be worth a fortune. And the silver will be countless. If you sever ties with me, you will be the one at a disadvantage. Shirshuan by blood, you are his father. Yet, you are a most incompetent father, utterly unfit. Wu Di's future is not yours to dictate. You possess neither the qualification nor the ability to do so. Take care of yourself." Wu Yong patted Wu Shirshuan's shoulder and departed. Chapter 9. The turmoil at the tea house Hui Chuntang gained immense renown, not only in Wu Jiaji but also in the surrounding region, becoming a name recognized within a radius of several dozen miles. The clinic's fame was attributed not only to its exceptional medical skills and remarkable efficacy, but also to Wu Di's unique charging method. From the very first day of charging for services, Wu Di established a silver donation box at the clinic, allowing patients to pay voluntarily based on their financial situation and the severity of their ailments, with no fixed amount required. His remarkable medical skills and disdain for wealth earned him the admiration of villagers for miles around, his reputation swelling like the waves of the sea, spreading far and wide. Elder Wu Yin had been overshadowed by clouds of gloom since Wu Di's return to Wu Jiaji. Watching as Hui Chunting flourished and garnered wealth and fame only deepened his discontent. He had been covertly monitoring Wu Di's every move, for he was the one who had once sealed Wu Di's fate. Regret gnawed at him for not eliminating Wu Di back then, which had now brought him trouble and future repercussions. The Elder Council meeting. The second elder seethed with envy. Who would have thought a mere child would reach such heights? This boy has already paid the rent for the clinic in advance, exceeding the stipulated amount, making it impossible to reclaim the shop. The clinic now rakes in gold daily, and just look at Wu Shixuan, strutting about as if he owns the world. The third elder huffed indignantly. What a disgrace. A petty person rising to prominence. I hear he no longer toils in the fields, and has even leased his land to others, spending his days in the tea house, enamored with the tea house owner. Xinghua. They are now quite the pair, the fourth elder remarked. I cannot say whether Wu Di has truly become successful, but I know his medical skills are unparalleled. I no longer cough. After just 2 needles, I was cured. His presence in Wu Jiaji is a protective charm for us all. The third elder scoffed. Fourth elder, you were won over by just 2 needles, and now he has become the protector of Wu Jiaji in your eyes? Meanwhile, what do you have to say about Wu Shixuan's dalliance with the widow? Such lewdness is a disgrace, and we, as elders, cannot turn a blind eye. According to clan rules, severe punishment is warranted. The second elder's nostrils flared in anger. He had long coveted Xinghua and had made numerous attempts to win her over, only to find her now entangled with Wu Shixuan. Jealousy surged within him like bile. Many sought to take advantage of Xinghua. Which cat would not want a taste of the fish? Wanting was one thing. Being able to partake was another. The fourth elder interjected. Fifth elder, what do you mean? Xinghua is quite astute. In business, one must navigate carefully, using a strategy of feigned indifference. After all these years, which man has truly reaped the benefits? The women who run tea houses can easily outmaneuver unscrupulous men. The fifth elder, with his drooping eyelids, always appears drowsy at the elders' meetings, rarely voicing his opinions during discussions. However, this time, for reasons unknown, he seems intrigued. With the clan rules in place, Wu Shixuan cannot rise above his station. The atmosphere within the clan also requires some governance. Wu Yin, who has remained silent with his eyes closed, has finally spotted an opportunity to showcase his capabilities and speaks up with an air of confidence. The third elder offers a wry smile. I too have only heard speculations. I have yet to grasp any tangible evidence. The first elder smirks ominously. Birds leave traces in their flight, and ants leave marks in their paths. Is there truly no evidence? The second elder lets out a sigh of relief, a glimmer of clarity sparking in his murky eyes. Entering a widow's domain and disturbing a family's grave. The clan rules are explicit. The lightest punishment is 30 strokes of the rod, while the gravest could lead to expulsion from the clan. Wu Shixuan, a petty man suddenly enriched, deserves a reckoning. Wu Shixuan's attire has transformed. He is no longer clad in coarse, worn garments. Dressed in elegant black satin, he wields a folding fan. Now, he encounters others who actively seek his favor, with some even respectfully addressing him as Lord Wu. Sitting in the tea house, savoring the brew, he gazes at the charming proprietress, Xinghua, whose allure captivates the heart and pleases the eyes, as she engages in cheerful banter with patrons from all corners of the land. Wu Shixuan is now living the life of the affluent, and indeed, it is a splendid existence. Even before the tea house opens, he has arrived early through the back door to visit Xinghua. Ah, Wu Gu, you're here early, she exclaims. You're the first patron to arrive today. Sneaking into the back like this. Xinghua, in her 30s, is fair-skinned and of average build, neither too plump nor too thin, her eyes sparkling with mirth. Clad in a fitted blue floral jacket and green pants that accentuate her curves, she is eloquent and charming. While not the epitome of beauty in Wuji, she possesses a unique allure that can leave even the most steadfast men in disarray. My dear, I adore your playful demeanor and your sweet voice. I couldn't sleep a wink last night, so I came early to relish your charm. Wu Shixuan gazes greedily at Xinghua's ample bosom, his hand already finding its way to her soft backside as she busies herself with kitchenware. Xinghua gently swats his hand away. Wu Gu, I am a respectable woman, though I have been single for years and am in the prime of youth. I do not appreciate men being so forward. The woman who is easy to approach loses her allure. Wu Shixuan, undeterred, pulls out 2 taels of silver and offers them to Xinghua. You are so generous. Wu Gu, have you struck it rich? Xinghua responds with a sweet smile, her voice dripping with charm. Our family may not be rolling in gold, but business is thriving, I assure you. I am not short of funds. Xinghua's smile sends a shiver down Wu Shixuan's spine, prompting him to reach out again. Wu Gu, even if you were to sit here all day, you wouldn't spend that much on tea, snacks, and fruits. She once more blocks his hand, playfully swatting it away. Wu Shixuan, filled with longing, confesses. Why is it that I feel nothing for Li Lily? Touching her feels like touching myself, while with you, just a glance stirs my heart. And a simple touch quickens my pulse. A single day without seeing you feels like losing my soul. Xinghua bursts into laughter. You men are always so fickle. Once you have it, you no longer cherish it. While what you cannot have seems the most desirable, amidst the reeds, on the riverbank, there resides a graceful lady, a gentleman's perfect match. Wu Gu, do you know my heart? Wu Shixuan adopts a clumsy, somewhat desperate tone. How would I know your intentions? Shouldn't you be asking yourself? Xinghua responds nonchalantly. Xinghua, stop tormenting me. Allow me a kiss, if only to indulge my desires. Xinghua's smile fades, and she softly utters. I have seen many men like you, with families of their own, feigning affection before me. Go home and live your life. Wu Shixuan, driven by passion, lunges at Xinghua like a wild wolf. Yet, despite exerting all his strength, he finds himself unable to advance an inch. Xinghua, smiling, gently pushes him back onto the chair. Despite being a martial artist of the 6th rank, before the proprietress Xinghua, Wu Shixuan feels as fragile as a willow. Astonished, he gazes at her. Xinghua, you. Xinghua dismisses him nonchalantly. Wu Gu? Anyone working in a tea house encounters all sorts of people. I must have a few self-defense skills, or I would have long been devoured, leaving nothing but bones. Xinghua, I truly like you. I swear before heaven. Wu Shixuan protests as Xinghua abruptly halts him, her expression serious. If you truly admire me, then marry me openly. Can you do that? Wu Shixuan is taken aback. He had only sought excitement and joy from Xinghua, never considering a lasting relationship. Xinghua sits confidently across from him. Why the silence? Don't you claim to like me? I offer you the chance to marry me, to take me as your concubine, to bear your children. If your affection is merely verbal and aimed at taking advantage of me, I suggest you abandon such thoughts. Really? You would truly marry me, becoming my concubine? Wu Shixuan replies, somewhat skeptical. Xinghua nods. Is this a matter to be taken lightly? You have seen how many patrons have shown interest in me over the years. For the sake of business, I must greet each one with a smile. But it is a necessity that a woman's reputation is her life. I am entirely serious. However, one condition must be met. The man must be sincere, not mind my past, and be devoted. Why previous husband left me. Xinghua, are you being serious? Wu Shixuan is bewildered. Marrying a widow is considered ill-fated, and while dalliances may be acceptable, no one in the Wu clan dares to marry into such a situation. Do I seem like I am joking? Why? I am a woman, after all, and I need a reliable man by my side. I, too, desire affection and companionship. Is that all? Yes, isn't that enough? I simply wish to indulge in love and pleasure, to savor the sweetness of life. Oh, if the woman running the tea house were past her prime, would you still linger here day after day? Wu Shixuan counters. Xinghua responds. You are no different from those dubious men, wanting to have your cake and eat it too. All while fearing exposure. I thought you might possess some courage, unafraid of your wife and children, or the disdain of your neighbors. Xinghua returns the 2 taels of silver to Wu Shixuan. Wu Gu? Do not flatter yourself. I am not a woman who can be bought for 2 taels. Wu Shixuan, resolute, declares, 5 taels, no, 10. Surely that is not too little. Wu Gu, if Li Lily were as forward with the man she fancied. How would you react? Just because you have a little money does not make you special. Did you earn every coin yourself? You have come to the wrong place. This is a tea house. Not a brothel. I must prepare to open. Suddenly, the door swings wide open, revealing the second elder, Wu Yin, along with members of the enforcement hall. Standing at the entrance, Wu Shixuan, you will come with us. Wu Yin strides into the room. Followed closely by several enforcers, Wu Shixuan is struck with fear, his face turning pale as he faces the second elder of the Wu clan and the intruding enforcers, his heart racing in uncertainty. He suspects he has fallen into a trap set by Xinghua. Without further ado, the enforcers seize Wu Shixuan. Xinghua calmly rises, smoothing her clothing. Second elder, what does it mean to take him away from me? This is none of your concern. We are apprehending Wu Shixuan. With his audacity, he dared to harass you. I, as your elder, will seek justice on your behalf. Xinghua quickly realizes that the situation is more complex than it appears. Someone intends to use Wu Shixuan's misconduct against her. While it seems they are helping her, they are, in fact, using Wu Shixuan as a pawn to humiliate Wu Kai and Wu Di, making it impossible for them to remain in Wuji. Within the enforcement hall, the first elder, Wu Yin, approaches Wu Shixuan, speaking in a mocking tone. Isn't this the recently emerged Lord Wu? Hurry and fetch a chair for Lord Wu. Wu Shixuan has never seen the first elder treat him with such warmth. Isn't this the enforcement hall where one would expect punishment? He is utterly bewildered. Wu Yin continues to smile. Though harassing a widow is deemed immoral by clan rules, it can be interpreted in various ways. After all, what man doesn't enjoy the company of women? If it happened, there is nothing to fear, so long as one is willing to admit it. Wu Shixuan, if you provide a truthful account, I will ensure your safety. The second elder, arms crossed, sneers. Do you admit to harassing the proprietress of the tea house, Xinghua? Sweat beads on Wu Shixuan's forehead as he hangs his head in silence. The second elder waves a stack of papers before Wu Shixuan's eyes. These are the enforcers who heard your words on site. Shall I read them to you? Nervously, Wu Shixuan's legs tremble. Be a man and take responsibility. Did you or did you not harass the proprietress of the tea house, Xinghua? With no other option, Wu Shixuan reluctantly nods. Wu Yin exchanges a knowing glance with the second elder. Now we're getting somewhere. Have Wu Shixuan write this down and sign it. Wu Shixuan, against his will, pins a confession of his misconduct towards the widow, Xinghua. Once he signs, he collapses into a heap, overwhelmed by the impending disgrace awaiting him and his family. Chapter 10. Experts by my side, the scandalous events at Xinghua's tea house swiftly spread throughout Wuji. Wu Di remained blissfully unaware until he noticed his brother Wu Kai's unusual demeanor, as if he were on the verge of speaking but hesitated. It was then that Wu Di sensed something was amiss. He glanced at Wu Kai and inquired, "What is it? Is something troubling you?" Wu Kai nodded and pulled Wu Di to a secluded spot, saying, "Father has encountered trouble at the Apricot Blossom Tea House." Trouble? What kind of trouble? Wu Di, being new to the complexities of society, had yet to grasp the implications of Wu Shixuan's predicament at the tea house. Wu Kai, after considerable effort and with a flushed face, finally managed to stammer, "Father flirted with the tea house proprietress. And, well, he was taken to the law enforcement hall. The Grand Elder is personally interrogating him. He might face public humiliation." Public humiliation? At that moment, Wu Di finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. The mere mention of the Grand Elder made him acutely alert. If the matter involved the Grand Elder, it was unlikely to be straightforward. Such incidents within the clan often resulted in severe repercussions for the individuals involved, with some places even resorting to the cruel practice of drowning both men and women. Through his recent experiences, Wu Di had gained a rudimentary understanding of Wu Shixuan. This man was rife with flaws, lacking integrity and the responsibilities typically expected of a man, with an insatiable greed. Once wealth was acquired, human decency dwindled. It was no surprise that he would engage in flirtations with the tea house proprietress and frequent the pleasure houses. Nonetheless, he was still Wu Di's father, and he could not simply turn a blind eye. "Let us go and ascertain the truth. How long has this been going on? Surely, there must have been some signs." Wu Kai was at a loss for words. "I hadn't heard of any prior interactions. But recently, father has been frequenting the tea house." The proprietress, Apricot Blossom, is charming and alluring, drawing the attention of many men. Especially in the past few days, there have been more rumors, and I truly do not know what to do. Woody's primary concern was the potential consequences if the allegations were substantiated. To be honest, everyone wishes for a father who is honorable and untainted by scandal, but is that a choice for the children to make? If Wuying sought to target Wu Shixin, it would be quite easy to find fault. In light of such events, as a son, he felt utterly powerless. Every family has its own set of rules, and within the Wu clan, the penalties for such transgressions could be severe: public shaming, expulsion from the clan, and confiscation of property. When Wu Kai led Woody to the Apricot Blossom tea house, they found a gathering of onlookers. The clan leader, Wu Yin, had also arrived, there to gather testimony from Apricot Blossom. Apricot Blossom, I understand that you were harassed by Wu Shixin. I am outraged by this. He has only recently acquired some wealth and has forgotten his place, daring to act inappropriately towards you. Oh, not worry. Grand Elder will advocate for you and ensure you receive justice. Since he boasts of his riches, let us make him pay dearly, stripping him of everything and tarnishing his name, thereby providing you with some solace. The Grand Elder, Wu Yin, spoke with a gentle demeanor, showing great concern for the tea house proprietress, Apricot Blossom. Grand Elder, I am a busy person and have no time for idle chatter. Please, get to the point and tell me what you need. As the aggrieved party, please recount in detail how Wu Shixin harassed you. What exactly did he say or do? What specific demands do you have? You may speak freely. In matters of scandal, the statements of the female party are of paramount importance. The distinction between flirtation and assault is critical. A single word could lead to dire consequences. And it is not uncommon for women to place all blame upon men, completely condemning them. However, Apricot Blossom firmly rejected Wu Yin's request. Grand Elder, Wu Shixin is merely an ordinary patron of my tea house. Playful banter is commonplace and does not constitute harassment. I cannot provide you with false testimony. Do not even think of it. You have taken my customer away, disrupting my establishment. My reputable tea house has been smeared with your mud, and my years of hard-earned reputation are lost. The clan must provide me with an explanation. Wu Yin calmly replied, Apricot, we are acting in your best interest. Wu Shixin has ill intentions, using money to seduce and harass you. He himself has admitted to this. He is the one you should despise. Your ire should be directed at him, courageously exposing how he harassed you, transforming your anger into a whip that lashes at Wu Shixin's very soul. Only then can you find satisfaction. Are you truly that concerned? Last year, a young man from our clan was killed by outsiders without cause, yet I did not see you display such concern then. I cannot comprehend why, since Wu Shixin has already admitted to his actions, you still seek me out. You are not the aggrieved party, hence we must hear your perspective. What Wu Shixin says has nothing to do with me. Nor do I wish to know. I have said all that needs to be said. Repeating it 1,000 times will yield the same words. I need to focus on running my tea house. Please leave and do not disrupt my business. The clan leader, Wyong Feng, arrived with an air of authority, his face stern. What is happening here? The tea house proprietress, Apricot Blossom, recounted the events to Wu Yong. Wu Shixin was visiting my establishment when the second elder and several law enforcement officers were eavesdropping outside my door, which I discovered. Enraged, the second elder accused Wu Shixin of harassing me and insisted on dragging him for public humiliation. The Grand Elder demanded I provide testimony against Wu Shixin for harassment, but my testimony is simply this. Wu Shixin is my customer. Among acquaintances, playful banter and jokes are not immoral. I refuse to falsely incriminate my patron. It is as simple as that. The Grand Elder needs evidence of how Wu Shixin wronged me to justify expelling him and his family from the Wu clan. The Grand Elder, Wu Yin, stated with gravity, Wu Shixin himself has confessed to lewd conduct, akin to an old bull pursuing a young calf. The law enforcement officers corroborated that they overheard Wu Shixin making lewd remarks to Apricot Blossom. We cannot ascertain if Apricot Blossom has been subjected to threats, as her testimony starkly contradicts the facts, seemingly prioritizing Wu Shixin's defense over her own interests. The sound of drums and gongs resonated, and the Grand Elder's implication was clear. So, I am to understand that I have been harassed, yet instead of expressing outrage, you choose to defend my harasser? Those are your words, not mine. I ask you, Grand Elder, should I speak the truth or be accused of slander? Of course, speak truthfully. I have stated the truth repeatedly. Why do you persist in disbelief? Am I the aggrieved party, or are you? Why must I conform to your narrative for it to be acceptable? Are you interested in discussing the matter at hand, or using it for your own agenda? Apricot Blossom's words carried profound depth. Wuyin, growing increasingly dissatisfied, retorted, Apricot, what do you mean by this? We are acting in your best interest. How can you turn against us? Always claiming to act for my benefit while doubting my words, clan leader. Is this how you treat someone? The Grand Elder's insinuations are harsher than death itself. Testimony should be grounded in truth, with clarity on both sides. Wu Shixin is my patron. If I were to distort the truth, who would dare visit my tea house again? The Grand Elder interjected. Foolishness, not recognizing the kindness shown to you. Do you truly possess good intentions? A second elder accompanied 4 law enforcement officers to secretly eavesdrop at my door. What exactly were you hoping to hear or see? I demand an explanation. Wuyin replied, this is not the crux of the matter. The key point is that we assisted you at a critical time. You must not repay kindness with enmity. Apricot Blossom, now furious, retorted, your critical moment is merely a euphemism for something unsavory. If one is not engaged in wrongdoing, there is no fear of retribution. She pointed at the second elder. Did you see anything inappropriate? Speak. I saw nothing. Apricot Blossom approached law enforcement officer Wu Jingzhong. Did you see anything inappropriate? Speak. Wu Jingzhong's face flushed with embarrassment as he shook his head. Apricot Blossom then confronted Officer Wu Zheng. Did you witness anything indecent? Wu Zheng quickly replied, of course not. Lastly, she approached Officer Wanliai. Your turn. Did you see us embrace or hold each other? Speak. Wanliai waved his hands frantically. No, no. Absolutely not. Apricot Blossom shouted. So there was nothing inappropriate. Yet you dare to accuse Wu Shixin of debauchery? What gives you the right to tarnish his name? Wuyin found himself at a loss, unable to counter Apricot Blossom's articulate and cogent arguments. Apricot, can you not see the gravity of the situation? We, as elders, are entitled to investigate. Others may visit my tea house openly. Why must you eavesdrop under the guise of authority? Grand Elder, do not think I am unaware of your ulterior motives. You seek to solidify Wu Shixin's reputation as a lecher, to disgrace him and his family, ultimately banishing them from the clan. Wu Yong could not help but silently commend Apricot Blossom's astuteness. Her words struck at the very heart of the issue. At that moment, everyone present grasped the full scope of the unfolding drama. Wuyin, now flushed with embarrassment, found himself speechless. You audacious woman. I never anticipated your cunning. Do you not recognize the consequences of your actions? Are you courting death? No one expected Apricot Blossom to be so articulate and persuasive, leaving Wuyin at a loss for words. Grand Elder, have you not always prided yourself on reason? Why resort to threats? If you seek to intimidate me, come forth and show your courage. I am not afraid. Apricot Blossom's voice rose defiantly. Harassed a widow? Only those involved know the truth. I have been merciful to certain individuals. She glared, do not push me to the point of severing ties. A single stone can stir up 1,000 waves. The atmosphere in the room fell into a profound silence, so much so that one could hear a pin drop. The tea house proprietress, Xinghua, clearly had something specific in mind, and it was certainly not a baseless accusation. The second elder promptly intervened to ease the tension, suggesting, in a household of 1,000 mouths, it is best that this matter be handled by the clan leader. Moreover, this is not the appropriate venue for resolving such issues. Wu Yong, the clan leader, could hardly fail to perceive the complexity of the situation, with Wu Yin being the principal orchestrator. What are you all plotting? Does the Wu clan still have any dignity left? Am I merely a figurehead as the clan leader? He glared at the elders and commanded, you all may withdraw for now. I wish to speak with the parties involved. And the rest of you should disperse. The eldest elder, Wu Yin, grimaced and let out a heavy snort, dramatically tossing his sleeves as he departed with several other elders. Xinghua, the tea house proprietress, admonished, clan leader, do not shield the eldest and second elders, attempting to smooth over the matter at my expense. This issue is far from resolved. If innocent people continue to be wronged without a just outcome, do not blame me for seeking retribution later. I will not hesitate to tear Wu Yin's facade apart, and I mean every word of it, regardless of his title. As the crowd dispersed, Wu Shixuan was returned, feeling a sense of embarrassment as he caught sight of Wu Kai and Wu Di. His face turning crimson, he attempted to regain his parental authority, barking, "You little brats, come to see me humiliated? Get lost, the further the better." Wu Kai quickly turned and left. Wu Di remained still, addressing clan leader Wu Yong. Clan leader, isn't quite a coincidence that an elder and 4 law enforcement officers all happened to eavesdrop at Aunt Xinghua's tea house? It seems premeditated, a deliberate attempt to undermine our family. I never expected Hu Tentang to provoke such envy. Wu Yong regarded Wu Di with a smile, saying, "Surely, it cannot be that complicated. Those who wish to deal with you are merely courting misfortune." Wu Di hastily clasped his hands in respect. "My esteemed clan leader, I am but a child. If I have erred in any way, please guide me. I humbly ask for your protection." Wu Shixuan, irritated, waved his hand dismissively. "What nonsense are you spouting? This is none of your business. Should you even be interjecting?" Noticing Wu Shixuan's displeasure, Wu Yong's expression darkened. "Wu Shixuan, who exactly is overstepping their bounds here? You should be aware of your own conduct. Have you forgotten what you have said and done? If it were not for Wu Di's standing and Aunt Xinghua shielding you, do you truly believe you would still be standing here today?" Aunt Xinghua, equally displeased, retorted sharply, "Enough. Are you unaware of your own situation?" Wu Di and clan leader Wu Yong's exchange revealed the underlying tension, indicating that Wu Yong placed great importance on Wu Di. Eagerly, Aunt Xinghua urged, "Stop lingering outside. Come in and have some tea." Her emphasis on come was unmistakable, as she clearly wished for Wu Di to remain with clan leader Wu Yong. Wu Yong patted Wu Di on the shoulder, expressing approval. "Indeed, it is you who will protect the Wu clan in the future. Come, let us enjoy some tea." Wu Shixuan shot a glance at Wu Di, inwardly fuming. This child is utterly clueless and lacks understanding. My scandal is on display, and my son stands by watching. What kind of situation is this? He refrained from expressing his anger in front of the clan leader and Aunt Xinghua. However, Aunt Xinghua was quite pleased that Wu Di chose to stay. Although they had met before, this was their first genuine interaction. Aunt Xinghua scrutinized Wu Di closely, recognizing that he was no ordinary youth. His demeanor and speech were perfectly balanced, and there was an inexplicable aura of profundity about him. It was evident that he possessed not only remarkable medical skills but also formidable cultivation, which she had previously overlooked. No wonder clan leader Wu Yong regarded him with such distinction, hinting at the level of esteem he held for Wu Di. With a sense of excitement, Aunt Xinghua busied herself, retrieving the finest century-old Longjing tea, fervently boiling water and preparing tea, serving a platter of snacks to each guest. After a cup of tea, they delved into the main topic of discussion. Aunt Xinghua addressed all of Wu Yong's inquiries, tactfully allowing Wu Shixuan to save face by withholding his more egregious remarks. Wu Di merely sipped tea and enjoyed the snacks, paying little attention to their conversation. Wu Shixuan's glances of reproach and dissatisfaction were met with Wu Di's indifference. After all relevant inquiries had been made, Wu Yong quietly sipped his tea, contemplating. He turned to Aunt Xinghua, saying, "You have certainly opened my eyes. It is rare for a man to match your caliber. Leaving countless men in shame. Wu Shixuan, do you not even have an apology to offer? Do you truly believe yourself innocent?" Wu Shixuan's sulking demeanor elicited a long sigh from Wu Yong, who chose not to glance at him again. Aunt Xinghua spoke earnestly. "The intentions of the eldest elder are profound. I am well aware. His actions are akin to a sword dance aimed at the emperor. I must reluctantly express certain sentiments. Not for my sake, nor to protect Wu Shixuan, but for the sake of Wu Di and the clan leader." Aunt Xinghua continued, "I speak plainly. I can discern good from evil. Running a tea house is no easy task, requiring one to cater to all sorts of people. Setting up the table and welcoming guests, I must greet everyone with a smile, yet some harbor ulterior motives. The eldest and second elders are precisely such individuals, to whom I have remained silent in response." Wu Shixuan continued to sulk, appearing defiant. Aunt Xinghua, unable to hold her tongue, chastised him, "Do not be so obstinate. Respect your father. Without a good son, does the Wu clan care for you? Without Wu D's medical practice, would you even be able to engage in idle chatter at the tea house?" Wu Shixuan's face turned ashen. Wu Yong lifted his teacup, drinking slowly. He was acutely aware of the character of the 5 elders within the clan. They were a tight-knit group, openly mocking him while secretly plotting to usurp his position. Particularly the eldest elder, Wu Yin, who was his equal in strength and could hardly contain his impatience. Though he was the clan leader, he often felt isolated, burdened by the weight of responsibilities that left him feeling impotent. As Wu Di savored the rare aroma of tea, he sensed that clan leader Wu Yong was troubled by a lack of capable allies. He spoke mysteriously, "You possess a formidable ally. I believe the time has come to utilize them." Wu Yong, puzzled, inquired, "I have a capable ally. Do you mean to assist me? I could hardly fulfill such a role." Wu Di shook his head with a faint smile, glancing at Aunt Xinghua. "Aunt Xinghua is more than capable of lending you a helping hand." Wu Yong remained bewildered. "The more I listen, the more confused I become." Wu Di leaned closer to clan leader Wu Yong, whispering, "My venerable clan leader, are you truly unaware, or merely pretending? Aunt Xinghua is a genuine expert in the Tianyang realm. Would she not be of great assistance to you in Wujiage?" Wu Yong was taken aback, locking his gaze onto Aunt Xinghua. She had come from Zhongyuan County to marry into Wujiage, but her husband had passed away 6 months after their marriage. He had never heard of her possessing any cultivation skills. Wu Yong studied her intently but could discern nothing. He gazed questioningly at Wu Di. Aunt Xinghua had concealed her cultivation. While she was pouring tea, Wu Di discreetly unleashed a subtle force akin to the first level of Tianyang, silently and softly landing upon the teapot. This is the cotton-like force of the first level of Tianyang. Observe how Aunt Xinghua manages the teapot. Clan leader Wu Yong exclaimed, "How could the teapot withstand such pressure?" "Fear not. It is merely a cotton-like force." Wu Yong watched as Aunt Xinghua, seemingly oblivious, let out a soft gasp while lifting the pot. Glancing at Wu Di, with a flick of her wrist, she dispelled the hidden force, effortlessly lifting the teapot with grace. Wu Yong's eyes instantly brightened. Chapter 11. Reviving the dead. The old saying holds true. The fragrance of wine does not fear the depth of alleys. Huachuntang Medical Hall flourished, earning not only the recognition of the townsfolk but also gaining fame that reached Liaoyuan County. As the tide rises, Wujiage also gained notoriety far and wide. On this particular day, Qian Hucheng, now cured of his gastric ailment, came bearing a distinguished guest. The newcomer, in his 30s, of average height and dressed elegantly, had a fair complexion and bright eyes, exuding vitality as he walked with purpose. Introducing himself as Song Zhongji, he urgently requested Wu Di's presence, claiming there was a critically ill family member. "To save a life is akin to quenching a fire." Wu Di mounted his horse without delay. "Pray tell, what is the current condition of the patient?" Wu Di was eager to ascertain the patient's status. Song Zhongji replied, "To be candid, the patient is my father, bedridden for several days. His abdomen is swollen like a drum, and numerous physicians have diagnosed him with liver disease. Despite countless medications, there has been no improvement, and he has been unable to eat for 3 days. Brother Hucheng recommended you, claiming you are a disciple of a renowned master with extraordinary skills. If you can heal my father, I assure you a generous reward. Too kind, too kind. A physician's duty is to heal the world, and a healer's heart is benevolent." Wu Di sighed. "Your esteemed father has consulted several renowned physicians without improvement. It appears his condition is grave. I fear I may be powerless to help, so I ask for your understanding in advance." Upon meeting Wu Di, Song Zhongji felt despondent. The so-called doctor before him appeared to be nothing more than a child, and he regretted coming, feeling utterly disappointed. However, since he was already there, he might as well not leave empty-handed, regardless of the presence of an inept healer. Song Zhongji, possessing some composure, concealed his emotions, maintaining a fitting demeanor. As they conversed, Wu Di spoke steadily, unperturbed by honor or disgrace, neither servile nor arrogant. Song Zhongji could not help but ask, "I have heard from Brother Hucheng that your medical skills are remarkable. May I inquire who your master is? Such praise is unwarranted. A physician's skills are often limited. and there are many instances where one feels powerless in the face of illness. My master prefers not to be named. So I beg your forgiveness. Upon hearing Wu Di's words, Song Zhongji sensed an underlying message. The physician was subtly warning him to prepare for the worst, as he had long suspected that his father's illness was likely fatal. The 16-year-old youth, remarkably composed and mature beyond his years, turned out to be quite unexpected. Upon arriving at the governor's residence, Wu Di soon learned that the ailing individual was none other than Governor Song Qian, and that Song Zhongji was his eldest son. After entering the inner chamber and cleansing his hands, Wu Di approached the sickbed of Governor Song Qian, ready to take his pulse. However, the turmoil in the hall resembled the chaos of a bustling kitchen, making it impossible to concentrate, and he had no choice but to abandon his efforts. The governor's wife, concubines, children, and maids were taken aback to find that the doctor they had summoned was merely a boy with a youthful visage. Gazing at the barely breathing Song Qian, they seemed to lose all hope, engulfed in panic and despair. A woman in her 50s, adorned in luxurious garments that jingled with each movement, exuded authority. She pulled Song Zhongji aside and scolded him. "Jeer, at your age, how can you be so unreliable? Have you brought a mere child to treat your father? Are you jesting? Do you wish to drive your mother to despair? Isn't there a renowned physician hailed as a second Hua Tuo? Why haven't you hastened to summon him?" In a flurry, a crowd gathered around. One concubine in pink exclaimed, "Eldest son, do we lack funds? Bringing such a child to treat the illness is utterly absurd." Another concubine in green chimed in, "Seeking these wild mountain creatures to attend to the master, they'll have him cured even if he is not ill." Song Zhongji's younger sister, Song Qianqian, her eyes ablaze with fury, shouted, "Song Zhongji, your intentions are ill. You have disappointed me gravely. With our father gone, do you truly think you can ascend to the governor's throne? Dream on, silence." Song Zhongji forcefully waved his sleeve, the imposing presence of his cultivation resonating through the room with a loud crack. Instantly silencing the commotion, he stepped forward and addressed his mother. "Mother, I have summoned all the esteemed physicians within Liaoyuan County, yet none dared to come due to Father's wrath. The physician you mentioned is in Yunnan County, tens of thousands of miles away, requiring months for a round trip. Can my father endure such a wait? Distant waters cannot quench a near thirst. Although this young gentleman may be inexperienced, he is already recognized as a physician. Without having treated father, how can one judge his abilities? Cousin, Zhongji has done his utmost. It is not the size of the person but the weight of their skill that matters. This young gentleman cured my long-standing stomach ailment. Is there not an alternative? Allow him to examine your husband. Let us not squander precious time, for a miracle may yet unfold." At that moment, a family member outside called out, "Vice Governor Lei Ting has arrived." As the voice reached the room, Lei Ting, a portly man with an imposing presence, swaggered in. His aura, indicative of a peak cultivation level, was unmistakable, and his piercing gaze fixated on the ailing Song Qian. With a mocking grin, he boomed, "Life and death are in fate's hands, and wealth is determined by the heavens. It appears he is beyond saving. Old Song, the sooner you depart, the sooner you ascend to the heavens. Whether you accept it or not, you are doomed." Lei Ting spoke with blatant disrespect, entering without waiting for an announcement and barging into the inner chamber. Referring to Song Qian as Old Song revealed the strained relationship between them. Turning his gaze to Song Qian's beautiful young concubines, he bellowed, "Is there anyone willing to accompany me?" "Ha ha ha." Seeing no response, he scoffed, "Second-hand goods, still trying to put on airs before me. I have no interest in trash. Even if I were to visit a brothel, I would not entertain such lowly company." It was clear to everyone that he was impatient, deliberately provoking Song Qian. With Song Qian in such a weakened state, he posed no threat. The onlookers were at a loss, turning to Song Zhongji, who had become the pillar of support for the household. With a grave expression, Song Zhongji spoke, "Vice Governor Lei, you are a man of the court. Do you not understand the principles of respect and hierarchy? Is it customary for a subordinate to address a superior by their surname? While my father lives, he remains the sovereign of Liaoyuan County. And it is not your place to issue commands. As a guest, one must act with decorum. If you intend to cause trouble, I shall show you the door." Your sharp tongue is impressive. Let me see how capable you truly are. Lei Ting retorted, shaking his sleeve, unleashing the immense pressure of his peak cultivation. The women in the room gasped, kneeling in fear, while Song Zhongji trembled under the oppressive force, barely managing to stand, unable to articulate a word. Do you think you can inherit your father's position? Dream on. If you dare to defy me, what can you do? I am in a good mood today. Watching the Song family self-destruct entertains me. Otherwise, I could annihilate your family in an instant. At that moment, only Wu Di remained composed beneath the immense pressure, standing calmly aside. He could hardly believe the state of affairs. Was this truly how the court operated? A man lies gravely ill, and yet the atmosphere was rife with hostility and threats. Lei Ting approached Wu Di, scrutinizing him with a disdainful gaze. Who are you? A physician, Wu Di replied. You have quite the audacity to defy my orders and come here to treat Song Qian. Do you truly believe a mere boy can administer treatment? Ha ha ha. The worsening of Song Qian's condition must surely be your doing. With a dismissive wave, Lei Ting attempted to strike Wu Di, aiming to reduce him to a mere pulp. However, when his hand met Wu Di's shoulder, it felt as though it had struck iron, causing excruciating pain to reverberate through his arm. He was taken aback. Wu Di stated calmly, In my practice, I treat all patients equally. Regardless of age or status, I only concern myself with the patient's condition, not entangling myself in disputes or vendettas. Examining Wu Di closely, Lei Ting was astonished that this seemingly innocent youth had managed to thwart him. He had intended to create a spectacle at the Song residence today, sending Song Qian to his demise, yet it appeared his plans would not unfold as he had hoped. While he seemed brutish, he possessed an astute mind. A true expert could discern capability at a glance. This 15 or 16-year-old youth was not someone he could provoke. Resigned, he waved his hand and departed, taking his entourage with him. After Wu Di completed his pulse-taking, the hall remained chaotic, with voices clamoring. He stood and announced, Madam, eldest young master, I have finished the diagnosis. Song Zhongji eagerly inquired, What is the condition? Wu Di pondered briefly before responding. The governor has likely suffered from liver disease for over 3 years. His abdomen and chest are filled with fluid. Song Qianqian, filled with arrogance, dismissed Wu Di's words. Stop with the useless talk and tell us if he can be treated. Ignoring her, Wu Di continued, Time is of the essence. He has 1 to 2 days left. His words struck like thunder, plunging the room into chaos, with cries echoing. Song Qianqian shouted, If you cannot treat him, what right do you have to act so important? Do you think the Song residence is easy to deceive? Get out. Wu Di turned to Song Zhongji, maintaining his composure. Young Master Song, I am here to treat the illness, not to be dismissed. Qianqian, can you be quiet? There is but one head of this household, and it is not your place to issue commands, he added firmly. Chen Huqing stepped forward. Young Master Wu, is it truly hopeless? Is there no solution? Wu Di replied, Not entirely. Perhaps there is a glimmer of hope. However, do you truly believe in me? My words have yet to be fully spoken, yet the young lady has already ordered me to leave. I shall give you 15 minutes to consider. I make no promises nor guarantees. I will await your final decision. With that, Wu Di exited the hall. Song Qianqian scoffed, Believe in you. You are but a child. Traditional medicine relies on years of experience. How can you expect us to trust you? Another concubine chimed in. A child who is likely still playing in the mud has come to treat our master. This is a joke? Song Qian's wife felt overwhelmed, as each voice held a grain of truth. She could only leave the decision to her son. Wu Di's message was clear. The situation was dire. With only a day or two remaining, desperate times call for desperate measures. He would attempt his treatment, fully aware that he alone would bear the consequences. Song Qian's eyes flickered, though he could not speak. It was evident he was still conscious and aware. Amid the uncertainty, Song Zhongji spoke decisively, Young Master Wu, you may proceed with the treatment. We trust you completely. He noted his father's eyelids fluttering. Understanding this was also his father's silent agreement. With a glimmer of hope remaining, there was no reason to give up. Will it be medicine or acupuncture? You are skilled in alchemy, are you not? Prepare a few elixirs for my brother-in-law. Chen Huqing expressed concern for Song Qian's fate. Wu Di instructed succinctly, Quickly fetch a head of purple-skinned garlic and a wine cup. After peeling the purple-skinned garlic, Wu Di sliced it thinly, taking a small porcelain bottle to sprinkle a bit of gray powder over the garlic slices. He then rolled up Song Qian's left sleeve, finding a suitable spot on his upper arm to affix the garlic, covering it with the wine cup and securing it with a bandage. With the task complete, Wu Di stood and exhaled slowly. Is that all? Song Qian questioned, visibly dissatisfied. Wu Di glanced at her and was momentarily taken aback. Her face bore an uncanny resemblance to his fourth senior sister. Observing her coldly, he thought they were strikingly similar. What are you staring at? Never seen a beauty before. Song Qian shot back, glaring at Wu Di with disdain, convinced he was being lecherous. Had they not been in the midst of treating her father, she would have slapped him across the face. Wu Di averted his gaze, stating, "Prepare 2 spittoons. In an hour, the governor's left arm will ooze yellow fluid. Once both spittoons are full, his abdomen will feel significantly better. And we can proceed with other treatments." The gathered crowd remained skeptical, doubting his words. Song Zongqi and Chen Huqing ushered Wu Di into the living room, where the three engaged in a conversation over tea. After a long and laborious day, Wu Di found himself both parched and famished, having set out that morning on an empty stomach. As he sipped his tea and nibbled on pastries, his hunger was indeed palpable. Chen Huqing inquired, "Wu Di, my young friend, tell me honestly, does the governor have any hope? Can a mere garlic slice cure ailments?" Lu Yiping retorted, "Let us wait for the results." "Words are futile," Song Zongqi observed Wu Di, harboring doubts in his heart, yet feeling powerless. Thunder had issued a stern warning to the medical community of Liaoyuan County. Any who dared to stand out would face dire consequences, in the face of life and death. If a renowned physician were to intervene, Wu Di would not be his choice. Once his father departed this world, the Song family would face insurmountable troubles, for in the struggle for power, he lacked any substantial achievements that could earn him respect. More critically, none of his allies could withstand Thunder's looming ambition for the governor's seat. Wu Di comprehended Song Zongqi's plight and emotional turmoil, besieged by troubles on all sides, even before his father had passed. Thunder was already making threats. Observing Song Zongqi's woeful demeanor, he had initially intended to confide in him. If, within the hour, yellow fluid flowed from Lord Song Qian's left arm, they could rest easy, for it would signify that Lord Song Qian was largely unharmed. However, Wu Di refrained from speaking, for in the absence of trust, there was little difference between silence and speech. He poured himself another cup, draining an entire pot of tea. As the hour drew to a close, Wu Di prepared to rise and check on the situation when a hurried maid rushed into the living room. "Young master, the master's left arm has begun to ooze yellow fluid." The group hastily made their way to Song Qian's chamber, witnessing the steady drip of yellow fluid into a sputum bowl. "My lord, do not worry. Everything will be fine," Wu Di softly assured Song Qian. "I know you are still conscious. The yellow fluid originates from the chest cavity. The more that flows, the more relief you will feel. Rest assured and sleep well. Upon awakening, all will be well." Song Zongqi noticed his father's eyelids not only fluttering but doing so with vigor. In response, Song Qian's eyelids conveyed an affirmative message. "Quickly inform the matriarch. Father is out of danger." Chapter 12. Acknowledging Ancestry. Song Zongqi asked once more for confirmation. "Wu Di, my young sir, my father is truly out of danger." Chen Huqing, incredulous, exclaimed, "A mere garlic slice on his arm. And now yellow fluid is dripping. It can't be that simple, can it?" Wu Di nodded. "Indeed, there is no cause for concern." The following morning, 2 bowls brimmed with yellow fluid, and the swelling of Song Qian's abdomen, akin to that of a pregnant woman, had vanished, along with the accompanying pain. He managed to sit up and consume a bowl of millet porridge, his spirits markedly lifted. Nothing is more astonishing than the truth. Who could still underestimate Wu Di? He had concocted 15 liver-protecting pills for Song Qian, one to be taken daily, promising complete recovery within half a month. Song Zongqi grasped Wu Di's hand, insisting on a brotherly bond. Chen Huqing wished to join in as well. Wu Di politely declined. "I appreciate your kindness, but I must adhere to my master's teachings. Disciples are forbidden from forming such bonds outside the sect." "I hope you understand." Wu Di had to invoke his sect. Such an oath of brotherhood signified a commitment to life and death, not to be taken lightly. Their acquaintance was merely superficial, lacking a profound understanding, making it inappropriate. Furthermore, Wu Di had long distanced himself from the intrigues of the affluent. During the feast, Song Zongqi inquired, "Wu Di, with such remarkable skills, how did you acquire them?" Wu Di replied, "I am but a humble practitioner. My greatest fortune lies in having encountered an exceptionally talented master." On the day I arrived at the residence, Song Gongzi mentioned a miraculous physician revered as Hua Tuo. "Oh, is that so? Do you know who this person is?" Chen Haqing and Song Zongqi shook their heads. "This individual is my second senior sister, Ximing." Chen Haqing's jaw dropped in disbelief. If there is a second sister, there must be a senior brother. "Indeed, there is, but according to sect rules, I cannot reveal his name. Otherwise, it may appear boastful." Chen Haqing, being a merchant, was not well versed in martial arts. Song Zongqi, now a student of the Martial Academy in Liaoyuan County, possessed considerable knowledge of the martial arts realm. "Wu Di, my young brother, I assume your master must be an extraordinary figure." Wu Di replied, "A disciple should not speak of their master. It is not appropriate." Ultimately, he clarified that his master had long since withdrawn from the world. Chen Haqing pondered, what does it mean to withdraw from the world? To abstain from worldly disputes? Is there truly such a thing as ascending to immortality? If I had not witnessed Wu Di's remarkable medical skills and trustworthy nature with my own eyes, I would find it hard to believe. Upon reflection, both Ximing, the legendary Hua Tuo, and the Wu Di before me share the same esteemed master, which is hardly surprising. Song Qianqian, who had remained silent, had just entered the martial academy alongside Song Zongqi, having only recently crossed the threshold of the divine realm. She had never regarded Wu Di favorably, perceiving him as a pretentious braggart. Suddenly, with a disdainful expression, she asked, "Wu Di, what is your cultivation level?" Wu Di waved his hand dismissively. "It is insignificant, merely some rudimentary skills for health and fitness." Song Zongqi interjected, "I understand. Each has their specialty. Wu Di has devoted his efforts to medicine. Hence he cannot be proficient in all areas." Wu Di refrained from arguing, as he could discern Song Qianqian's malicious provocation. Addressing her, he said, "Miss Song, do you know why I am looking at you? That is your concern. Do I owe you an explanation?" Song Qianqian replied coldly, her words laced with contempt, seeking to embarrass Wu Di. "What man is into lustful? Yet, your incessant staring at women is relentless. You are the most lascivious man I have ever encountered, bar none." Wu Di countered, "You misunderstand, I misunderstand. Staring at a woman's face endlessly, and your explanation is merely 2 words, misunderstanding. Do you believe anyone will take you seriously? How could I possibly be a lecherous rogue?" Wu Di set down his cup, stating, "I look at you because you bear an uncanny resemblance to someone, not just somewhat alike, but strikingly similar, almost identical. I find it curious and utterly baffling. Whether you believe it or not, that is the true reason I look at you." Song Qianqian sneered, openly expressing her disdain for Wu Di. "No lecher would ever admit to being scum. You look and then concoct some implausible rationale, making me think even less of you. Don't assume that because you've shown some improvement in my father's condition, you are remarkable. I harbor not a shred of goodwill toward you. Not a single word you utter do I believe." Without allowing Wu Di to respond, she smashed her cup on the ground and stormed off, exhibiting the petulance of a spoiled young lady, sparing no consideration for his feelings. Wu Di felt a wave of embarrassment, yet he maintained his composure, guiltless. Although Song Qianqian felt triumphant, believing herself a universally adored beauty, she evoked not the slightest stir in Wu Di's heart. Chen Haqing cast an unhappy glance at Song Zongqi, questioning whether the governor's household treated guests in such a manner. How could they humiliate the savior of the governor so? He sighed and shook his head. Song Zongqi, somewhat awkwardly, remarked, let us drink, let us drink. Song Qianqian has been spoiled by my parents, so do not take her to heart." Wu Di replied earnestly, "Song Gongzi, you are free to disbelieve me. It matters not whether anyone believes me, for I speak the truth. Among my acquaintances, there is indeed someone who resembles Song Qianqian to a T. This person is no figment of imagination, if necessary. I can arrange for you to meet her to verify the truth of my words. Song Zongqi, intrigued, responded, could you elaborate further? Wu Di replied, is it not specific enough to say she resembles Song Qianqian exactly? The only differences lie in attire and temperament. Allow me to speak candidly. This person possesses far more refinement than Song Qianqian. At the very least, she understands the importance of respecting others and does not have an inflated sense of self-worth. It was evident that Wu Di was displeased. Reflecting on his presence at the governor's residence, he was not there to ingratiate himself or seek favors. He had come to treat Song Qian, and lacking the respect he deserved while being insulted by Song Qianqian as a lecher was truly disheartening. As Song Zongqi poured more wine, he expressed his regrets. This girl is simply thoughtless. Please, Wu Di, do not stoop to her level. If the person you mentioned truly mirrors Song Qianqian, it reminds me of a lost sister of mine. She and Song Qianqian are twins. Chen Haqing, taken aback, inquired, you have a sister, a twin of Song Qianqian? What is the story behind this? How was I unaware? Song Zongqi resumed his seat, his expression grave. 14 years ago, when my father assumed office in Liaoyuan County, he was ambushed by masked assailants during the journey, and in the ensuing chaos, he lost my sister, Song Yinyan Wu Di, my young brother. The person you described who so closely resembles Song Qianqian could very well be my other sister. Where is this person? Can she be found? Wu Di assured, she can certainly be found. This person is my fourth senior sister, now named Yuan Yulu. She was an orphan taken in by my master, and her parentage remains unknown. I can bring my senior sister here for everyone to see if she resembles Song Qianqian, thereby proving my innocence. After all, I am a physician. How could I maintain my integrity while bearing the label of a lecher? Song Zongqi was immensely excited. I apologize for putting you in such a predicament, Wu Di. Where is she? One glance will suffice. Wu Di replied. One glance will suffice. Song Gongzi, does Song Yinyan possess any distinctive features? Song Zhongji nodded slightly, recalling what his mother had mentioned about his younger sister, Song Yinyan, who had a small red birthmark behind her right earlobe, no larger than a grain of millet at the time. Wu Di nodded in agreement. I will promptly reach out to my senior sister to see if she has a red birthmark behind her right earlobe. If so, it must be the Song Yinyan of yore. I shall certainly bring her here for your family reunion. At the same time, I hope Song Qianqian will offer me an apology. In the woods outside the city, Wu Di encountered his senior sister. Yuan Yulu, junior brother, you have broken through to the great perfection of the Tianyang realm and entered the Golden Core realm. Truly, you have ascended a ladder of progress day by day, Yuan Yulu exclaimed. Wu Di smiled modestly. The first level of the Golden Core realm is hardly worth mentioning. You are but 16 years old and have achieved the Golden Core realm, while countless practitioners toil for decades without ever reaching its threshold. I have practiced for nearly 5 years longer than you and have merely reached the latter stages of the Tianyang realm. Master speaks highly of your unique constitution and prodigious talent. A genius seldom seen in centuries. How remarkable indeed. How is Master? Yuan Yulu inquired. Master is wandering the world and has yet to return, she replied. Senior sister, allow me to take a good look at you. Wu Di drew Yuan Yulu closer, gently touching her right earlobe, scrutinizing it for the red birthmark. Yuan Yulu swatted his hand away, her cheeks flushed. You mischievous young lad, have you learned to be so forward? How improper! You have only been down the mountain a few days and already dare to touch your senior sister's ear. Senior sister, just let me have a glance at your right earlobe. I promise it will only be for a moment. What is there to see on an earlobe? Yuan Yulu asked, puzzled. A matter of utmost secrecy. Wu Di insisted. Upon closer inspection, he noticed a blood-red birthmark behind Yuan Yulu's right earlobe, the size of a grain of sorghum. His heart raced, and he embraced his senior sister tightly. You naughty boy, let go at once. Your senior sister can hardly breathe. Yuan Yulu protested, yet she did not push him away. Finally releasing her, Wu Di circled around Yuan Yulu, speaking mysteriously. Senior sister, let me tell you a story. I do not wish to hear it. Begone. Yuan Yulu retorted, her face still flushed. Are you certain? Do not regret it? Wu Di teased. Yuan Yulu's demeanor softened. What story? You have changed quite a bit in just a few days. How have you learned to be so glib? Speak, and let me see how a dog can spit ivory. Senior sister, this year marks the beginning of the Jiazi year, does it not? Is this such a simple question that requires asking? Yuan Yulu replied. Let the story commence from the 14th year of the Jiayin year. Wu Di did not directly reveal Yuan Yulu's origins, but instead approached it from another angle, allowing her to learn more about her past in the spring of the Jiayin year. Amidst a backdrop of blooming peach blossoms, a certain governor Song, along with his family, journeyed to assume office in a certain county. Among his family were his devoted wife, Peng Peiqi, his son Song Zhongji, and his twin daughters, Song Yinyan and Song Qianqian. The family was blissfully harmonious and joyous. One day, not far from Yuanji town, rain suddenly began to fall. The sound of galloping hooves echoed as a band of masked assailants, armed with sharp blades, charged towards the Song family. Yuan Yulu's fists clenched, and she instantly tensed. The governor Song Qian led his guards into battle against the masked killers. He urged his wife and their 10-year-old son to flee to Yuanji town. Though Song Qian was at the 7th level of the Divine Abode realm and matched the leader of the assailants, the two fought fiercely without a clear victor. As Song Qian fought, he retreated, ultimately disappearing into Yuanji town, with his eldest daughter, Song Yinyan, missing. As Yuan Yulu listened, she began to realize that Wu Di's narrative seemed intricately connected to her own origins. The rain-soaked Yuanji town. Was this not the very origin of her name? Junior brother, what exactly are you trying to tell me? Yuan Yulu inquired, her hand instinctively touching her right earlobe. What lies behind my right earlobe? Please tell me. Do not leave me in suspense, Wu Di declared. Senior sister, I have found your family. At that moment, time seemed to stand still for Yuan Yulu. After a long pause, she awakened from her daze, murmuring, Junior brother, you aren't jesting with your senior sister, are you? Is what you say true? Absolutely true. How could I possibly deceive my senior sister? Wu Di recounted the events that had transpired from the beginning. Yuan Yulu, coming to her senses, exclaimed, Is it true that my father is safe? What of my mother, brother, and sister? Are they all well? All is well, Wu Di assured her. Yuan Yulu's eyes brimmed with tears of joy. Are they truly all safe? Indeed, Wu Di observed as Yuan Yulu expressed overwhelming elation. Contemplating the bonds of family, father and daughter, mother and daughter, siblings, all connected at heart. Blood ties run deep. Even before they met, concern had already begun to take root. Yuan Yulu's expression turned fierce. The masked assassins who attempted to slay my family remain at large. It is an unforgivable crime that has left me without a home. Within the governor's residence, Song Qianqian exclaimed, Brother, is it true? Do I have a sister who looks just like me? Are we twins? Have you told our parents? Song Zhongji shook his head. No, we cannot risk it. What if she is an imposter? The truth is hard to discern, and we are not just any family. Our parents may not withstand such a shock. Song Qianqian insisted, Wu Di's senior sister must be far more capable than he is. With such a sister, brother, you gain a powerful ally. Indeed, I am in dire need of a capable helper, he replied. You have seen how arrogant and overbearing the Lei family has become. Through years of investigation, we have learned that the mastermind behind the massacre of our family was none other than Lei Ting. Yet we have no means to seek justice. The Martial Academy of Liaoyuan County is under his control, and he hoards the cultivation resources, while his son, Lei Haoyu, conspires against me, constantly oppressing me. The resources I receive for cultivation are even less than those of ordinary students. Making it difficult for me to breathe, I know that scoundrel named Wu Yu is the worst. He belongs to the Wu family and is Lei Haoyu's scheming advisor. They have sullied countless female students, preying on young maidens to cultivate their sinister arts. They have long harbored malicious intentions, seeking to seize control of the Liaoyuan County garrison and render our father powerless. Song Zhongji's expression darkened. Our father is aging and growing frilier by the day, losing power and influence. Lei Ting's grip tightens. As the son of the governor's residence, my position becomes increasingly precarious. Wu Di entered the hall. Alone behind him, and Song Zhongji could no longer contain himself. Where is she? Did you find her? Or is it that there is no red birthmark behind her ear? Wu Di called out lightly. Senior sister, please come in. A woman appeared at the doorway. Wu Di, with a playful spirit, found the unfolding drama more interesting and intentionally delayed Yuan Yulu's entrance. As Song Zhongji looked up earnestly, he beheld a graceful and striking young woman, with delicate features and an aura of heroism. Clad in a clean, azure robe, she was a living embodiment of Song Qianqian, yet devoid of any trace of cosmetics, which accentuated her valor and spirit. Who could this person be if not his long-lost sister? Without even glancing at her earlobe, he knew at once that this was none other than his missing sister. He strode forward, eyes brimming with tears, and embraced Yuan Yulu tightly. "Sister, my dear sister, how I have longed for you." After examining Yuan Yulu's right earlobe, Song Qianqian confirmed that indeed there was a natural blood-red birthmark the size of a grain of sorghum. Who could have imagined that after 14 years of separation, they would reunite once more? "Sister, we are not dreaming, are we?" Song Zhongji was ecstatic, pulling Song Qianqian with his left hand and Song Yinyan with his right, leading them into the inner hall to meet their parents. Chapter 13. Fractures. When Song Zhongji learned that Song Yinyan had attained the mid-stage of the Tianyang realm, the weight of pressure exerted by Lei Ting upon the Song family was suddenly lifted. The law of the jungle dictates that strength is the true path to survival. "Yinyan, I am 10 years your senior, yet my cultivation only reaches the mid-stage of the divine abode realm. In comparison to you, I am like the heavens to the earth. Our father grows frail with age, and his retreat from power leaves us vulnerable to Lei Ting's machinations. The greatest threat to our family stems from the disloyal governor Lei Ting, who wields military power. He was the mastermind behind the massacre of our family in Yuanji town, yet we lack the evidence to seek justice. Now that you have returned, it is time for him to pay his debt." Song Yinyan replied, "Elder brother, I shall follow your lead." Song Qianqian, brimming with excitement, grasped Song Yinyan's hand and said, "Sister, the Lei family has always looked down upon us. Their son, Lei Haoyu, constantly bullies me and my brother at the martial academy, often harassing me, leaving us gasping for air. The Lei family holds all the power, and the female students at the academy have suffered greatly under his predation, yet we dare not voice our anger. With your current cultivation, you could easily become an elder at the martial academy, and there, you could walk with confidence, for who would dare belittle us? The dean of our martial academy has only just stepped into the threshold of the nascent soul realm." Wu Di, seated nearby, remained silent, a sense of unease creeping over him. Is the purpose of cultivation merely to stride with arrogance through the martial academy, to ensure no one dares to look down upon them? This tone of bravado was not to Wu Di's liking. There are always stronger individuals. The Tianyang realm is truly not all that impressive, and he felt Song Qianqian was rather frivolous. Song Yinyan poured tea for Wu Di, gazing at him earnestly. "Junior brother, I thank you for healing my father and reuniting me with my family. When I descended the mountain, Master hinted that I might reunite with my kin. I did not take it to heart. And yet here we are, senior sister. I possess but a few coins, and you are well aware of that. As long as your younger sister, Song Qianqian, does not misconstrue my character and consider me a lecher, I am content. Before my senior sister, I am but a mere shadow. I am not worthy of any favors. Whatever you require, please simply command me. Why, I consider you a lecher. Who told you to stare at me?" Song Qianqian's temper flared again, brazenly unreasonable. "Wu Di, you must know your place. You are merely a small physician hired by the Song family. Do my siblings need your input in our conversation? I'm aware that in front of my sister, it's best to be nothing at all. With my father's illness, my sister is present, so you can take a break." Song Yinyan gazed at Song Qianqian in astonishment. "Younger sister, how could you treat Wu Di this way? With our father's recovery, our family is reunited, and he has played an indispensable role in that. Sister, a weasel doesn't visit a chicken for good reasons. I know exactly what this vile creature is thinking. These past few days, under the guise of treating my father, his eyes have never left me. I have endured him for far too long." Wu Di, oblivious to the depths of palace intrigue, has now grasped the cold indifference that pervades the official realm. While one uses you, they simultaneously disregard your humanity. Enough is enough. Well, since we've reached this point in our conversation, I find no further need to speak. Out of respect for my senior sister, I will consider this my voluntary consultation. I shall not set foot in the Song residence again. Farewell." Song Zhongji rose, blocking Wu Di's path. "Wu Di, Song Qianqian's remarks were merely jest, albeit somewhat harsh. There's no need to take them to heart. If you want to heed my words, at least consider your senior sister's feelings, and do not be angry. Rest assured, the consultation fee will not be a penny less. Here, take this 100 taels of silver as a token. Song Qianqian retorted coldly. Does the illustrious residence of the county governor require your comings and goings? Take your consultation fee and leave at once. Without a backward glance, Wu Di ignored the 100 taels proffered by Song Zhongji and exited the parlor. Chen Haqing hurried after him. Little brother Wu Di, come have a drink with me. Ivy Long wished to share a drink and have a good chat, Brother Chen. Perhaps another time. I've been away for several days, and there is a small clinic at home. I cannot keep those seeking treatment waiting. Chen Haqing clapped Wu Di on the shoulder. Brother, I see you are genuinely upset today. Song Qianqian's behavior was indeed excessive. It's unreasonable and unjust. The Song siblings have behaved poorly, and I can hardly bear to witness it. To offer a mere 100 taels for the life of my father is disgraceful. Regardless, I must accompany you for a few drinks to ease your spirits. Seeing her junior brother Wu Di leave in displeasure, Song Yinyan felt disheartened. She had not anticipated that her long-absent sister would have become so willful as to drive Wu Di from the Song residence, leaving her utterly humiliated. Nor did she expect her brother's lukewarm attitude towards Wu Di. Now that their father had recovered and the family was reunited, offering only 100 taels as gratitude seemed woefully inadequate. Although she had returned to the Song family, she felt a profound estrangement from the entire household. Song Zhongji remarked, Yinyan, as Wu Di's senior sister, it is entirely reasonable for him to refuse the consultation fee. Sister, do not let an outsider disrupt our joyful reunion. I am unaware of what transpired between Wu Di and my sister. But my sister should not treat Wu Di as someone to command at will. How could she utter such words as get lost? I am his senior sister. If my junior brother cannot find respect in my home, what face do I have left? How can I face my master? Song Yinyan chastised her sister Song Qianqian. You all misunderstand Wu Di. He is not someone without dignity. When he was born, a celestial phenomenon occurred, and his courtyard was enveloped in auspicious clouds. Out of jealousy, his kin sealed his intellect, and my master took him to the mountain. My master has 5 disciples, and he favored Wu Di the most. Among us 5, only he possesses extraordinary talent and the highest comprehension. My master claims he is a rare find, with boundless potential, yet Qianqian dismisses him as worthless. Song Zhongji acknowledged. Qianqian indeed spoke excessively. But let us not dwell on the past. A mere physician is still a servant, regardless of his skills. The past is behind us. There's no need to linger on it. Blood is thicker than water. No matter how good an outsider may be, they cannot compare to our kin. Brother, he is a polymath, not merely a physician. Although we share the same master, only he has received my master's true teachings. I have only practiced the Tai Su sword technique and do not comprehend the medical arts. What will happen to our father's subsequent treatment now that you have driven him away? Have you considered that? Song Zhongji replied. As his senior sister, would he dare to watch our father's illness unfold without intervening? Even if he is a cultivator, in your presence, he remains merely a junior brother. Song Yinyan grew anxious. Brother, you are mistaken. He truly is gifted, beyond my comparison. While I may have trained longer, my realm does not surpass his. He has already reached the Yuaning stage at the age of 16. Have you ever encountered such a prodigy? I am merely in the late stage of Tianyang Point. One cannot judge a person's worth by their background or attire. Without him, our father would likely have perished, and we would not even have the chance to recognize one another. Why must we regard him as a servant? He merely looked at Qianqian a few extra times because she reminded him of me. Why must he be labeled a lecher? In the martial world, the sons and daughters of governors are nothing much. Yet a young Yuaning cultivator is not to be underestimated. Song Zhongji felt a bit awkward. Upon hearing the term Yuaning, Song Qianqian's proud demeanor as the governor's daughter diminished, and she stuck out her tongue. All right, let us go to the tavern. I in a private room on the 2nd floor. Chen Haqing and Wu Di clinked glasses, sharing drinks and conversation. Little brother, you are someone I greatly admire. You possess skills that rely neither on heaven nor earth, healing the world with your knowledge. traveling far and wide without fear of hunger and conquering the world with bare hands. Brother Chen, to speak frankly, my ambition lies in the path of cultivation. Running a clinic is merely temporary. I seek to earn some silver to improve my family's living conditions and repay my parents for their nurturing. I won't linger at home for long. I plan to travel extensively, traversing mountains and rivers. Youth is a treasure. If only I could turn back the clock 20 years, I would carry your medicine box, carefree, accompanying you on your journeys. Chen Huqing produced a 2,000 tael silver note and placed it before Wu Di. Little brother, do not refuse this. Do not concern yourself with the amount. I am a merchant and have no shortage of funds. You and I are not the same. You are just starting out, and this silver note is merely a token of my support for your clinic. Chen Huqing was indeed a merchant, yet he lacked the cunning and insincerity often associated with them. When he spoke, he did so boldly, embodying a certain gallantry of the Jianghu. Originally, Chen Huqing believed Wu Di had treated Song Qianqian's father without receiving any compensation. He felt it was a loss. His offer to pay for the Song family's treatment stemmed from genuine goodwill, yet he refrained from mentioning the Song family, making it impossible for Wu Di to decline. Wu Di smiled. Brother Chen, what am I capable of other than treating illnesses? Our acquaintance is not limited to a single meeting. Please do not let money tarnish our relationship. I will not demand payment from you. If you offer it, I will refuse, as you well know my temperament. Chen Huqing insisted repeatedly that Wu Di should not suffer a loss for treating Song Qianqian's father. When Wu Di rose to leave, Chen Huqing reluctantly tucked the silver note back into his pocket. He had previously had no dealings with Song Zhongji and Song Qianqian, but following this encounter, he felt a twinge of disappointment in the Song family. Their treatment of Wu Di was truly ungracious. Chen Huqing's alcohol tolerance was average. Whether due to age, mood, or physical condition, after a few cups, he began to feel drowsy, eventually resting his head on the table. In the adjacent room, the son of Governor Fu, Lei Ting, and the grandson of Wu Yinjia, the elder of the Wu family, were indulging in lavish entertainment. A beautiful young courtesan was seated on one of their laps. The woman in red, perched on Lei Ting's lap, cupped his face with her hands, her tongue exploring his mouth as their tongues danced and entwined. The woman in green mimicked her, sitting on Wu Yinjia's lap, her tongue slipping into his mouth as well. After a passionate exchange, they began to eat and drink. Lei Ting pushed the woman in red towards Wu Yinjia, beckoning the woman in green to take her place on his lap. Feeding him morsels with her chopsticks, Wu Yinjia then broached the subject at hand. Young master, my grandfather wishes to become the clan leader and seeks your further support. With one hand caressing the woman in green's chest and the other waving dismissively, Lei Ting replied, what a trivial matter, of course I support it. But this young master must approve. Thank you, young master. Wu Yinjia is grateful for your protection. Did the TI provided last time prove effective? Has that old fellow improved? Wu Yinjia brightened up, beaming with glee. Indeed, it was effective. Unbeknownst to him, that old fool has already fallen into our trap. His health is deteriorating day by day, unnoticed. It's akin to a silent killer. More civilized than brute force and utterly seamless. Lei Ting burst into laughter. To deal with an opponent, one must employ wisdom, outsmarting them without resorting to violence. The most refined strategy is to outwit. This is merely a trial run. Unbeknownst to him, your grandfather will become the center of attention, and in due time, power will come naturally. My grandfather wishes for you to attend. He wishes to host you properly and express his gratitude. Additionally, he seeks to leverage your influence to intimidate his rivals, laying the groundwork for his future leadership. That is no issue. Inform your grandfather that if he wishes to impress, he must create some spectacle. Select 10 elite disciples from the Martial Academy and summon 10 assassins from the city defense camp. Let your grandfather prepare ample food and drink, ensuring everyone is satisfied. Especially those pure, unadulterated village girls. Have a few of those ready for me. Lei Ting leered with an inappropriate smile, looking eagerly forward as he squeezed the woman in green, prompting a gasp from her. Wu Yinjia understood. Rest assured. Young master, I will ensure they meet your tastes with authentic rural flavors, pure and untainted by the city. Lei Haoyu concealed the lasciviousness on his face and earnestly inquired, there is another crucial matter. How is the selection of candidates for the Martial Arts Academy and the City Defense Battalion progressing? Wu Yu reassured him, rest assured, young master, the candidates have been finalized. Each one is reliable. They are all our people and have sworn allegiance. The Song family holds no sway or influence over these individuals. Their words carry no weight. He paused slightly before continuing. Young master, there are two pieces of news that may not be to your liking. You might not be pleased to hear them, Dado. Please go on. According to reports from our informants within the Song family, Song Qian's health has improved significantly. He is recovering and is now able to eat and move about. Lei Haoyu was taken aback by this revelation, his heart racing with urgency. Impossible! Just days ago, my father witnessed Song Qian barely clinging to life, emaciated to the bone, with a belly swollen like that of a pregnant woman. He would hardly last another 10 days. How could he be said to be recovering? He demanded. We must clarify this matter at once. I want to know the truth. Wu Yu responded. Perhaps he has found a skilled physician. With confidence, Lei Haoyu shook his head, asserting, the doctors in Liaoyuan County have all received orders prohibiting them from treating Song Qian. Whoever dares to attend to him will face the annihilation of their entire family. Damn it, investigate this immediately. We must uncover the truth. What is the other piece of unwelcome news? Wu Yu replied, Song Qian's long-lost eldest daughter has returned. Lei Haoyu burst into laughter. That's splendid. The more women from the Song family, the better. I intend to toy with each of them. Young master, this daughter is a cultivator. That may not be so entertaining. This revelation took Lei Haoyu by surprise. A cultivator? What level is she? It is said she is at the mid-stage of the Tianyang realm. The mention of the mid-stage of the Tianyang realm caused Lei Haoyu's demeanor to shift dramatically. His arrogance dissipated, replaced by concern. This level is akin to that of an elder in the Martial Arts Academy. His father, Lei Ting, is only at the 9th level of the Divine Mansion realm, while he himself is in the mid-stage of the Divine Mansion realm. Certainly, they could be suppressed by her. Wu Di, overhearing the conversation between Lei Haoyu and Wu Yu, was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the Grand Elder Wu Yin would seek to usurp the position of clan leader and had already begun to act, manipulating matters by tampering with the tea given to Wu Yong. Should County Guard Lei Ting involve himself in the affairs of the Wu clan, the Wu family would face a catastrophe. Wu Di promptly settled his accounts, saw Chen Huching home, and took up residence in a modest inn. If Lei Haoyu seeks a battle of wits, he would gladly oblige. Lei Ting is Lei Haoyu's pillar of support. While Lei Haoyu serves as Wu Yu's backing, by employing a few tactics against Lei Ting, he could potentially create problems for this formidable ally and see how they would fare without him. Chapter 14. Prelude to Change in 2 days. The eldest son of County Guard Lei Ting from Liaoyuan County, Lei Haoyu, would be gracing the home of Grand Elder Wu Yin. The excitement of Grand Elder Wu Yin knew no bounds. And this news swiftly spread throughout the Wu clan. Leading a contingent of 10 elite disciples from the Martial Arts Academy and 10 elite soldiers from the City Defense Battalion, Lei Haoyu's visit to the Wu clan, while ostensibly a private affair, carried immense significance due to his distinguished status. Grand Elder Wu Yin took great care to ensure that this event was well publicized, aiming for every household to recognize the exceptional qualities, connections, and capabilities of his grandson, Wu Yu. The bond between Lei Haoyu and Wu Yu was akin to that of brothers, and Lei Haoyu's arrival was a monumental honor. Wu Yin sought to elevate the welcoming of this esteemed guest into a grand affair for the entire clan. Unbeknownst to him, clan leader Wu Yong had recently been feeling fatigued and unwell, resting at home. The interactions between Lei Haoyu and the Wu family were purely personal and thus warranted no involvement from him. Wu Yin, buoyed by the prospect, invited the clan's elders and prominent figures for a preparatory meeting to welcome Lei Haoyu and his entourage, excluding Wu Yong. Although framed as a personal endeavor, it effectively represented the entire clan. Wu Cheng, the clan's financial steward, voiced his discontent with Grand Elder Wu Yin's approach. He argued that personal interactions should remain distinct from clan affairs. The invitation extended to Lei Haoyu and his friends was a personal matter, not an official clan invitation, and thus leveraging the entire clan's resources for such was inappropriate. Several other stewards echoed Wu Cheng's sentiments, unanimously agreeing that Lei Haoyu's acceptance of Wu Yu's invitation was purely a personal affair. Regardless of his status, Wu Yin's expression darkened, his hawkish gaze sweeping over Wu Cheng and his supporters with icy disdain. The second elder interjected, countering Wu Cheng. This is not merely a family affair. It is a matter of great significance for the entire clan. Who is Lei Haoyu? He is the eldest son of the influential county guard Lei Ting. One stomp of his foot, or a mere word, could shake the very foundations of our humble Wu clan. Wu Cheng stood his ground. The sons of county guard Song Zhongji and the county head's cousin Chen Hucheng have visited Wu family gatherings before, engaging with the clan leader and Wu Di. Yet, their visits were purely personal, without utilizing any public clan resources. It is only right that the costs of Lei Haoyu's visit be borne by Grand Elder Wu Yin's family. The second elder barked back. You are being unreasonable. I shall speak a few words, the third elder interjected, vehemently opposing Wu Cheng's stance. Anyone of importance must not be overlooked. And who is Lei Haoyu? He is someone we cannot afford to miss. The Wu clan has never had the opportunity to connect with someone of such stature. It is not a matter of desire. We simply cannot reach such heights. If it were not for Wu Yu's connections, we would never have had the chance to engage with a figure like Lei Haoyu. Unlike Wu Yong and Wu Di, Wu Yin was eager to introduce connections to the clan. The Wu family could no longer afford to remain ensconced in the confines of their small circle. They must expand their horizons, reaching out to the entire county and beyond. The second elder concurred. What the third elder states is true. Some individuals fear our association with the influential, thus claiming them as their sole acquaintances. Yet, if Grand Elder Wu Yin introduces these esteemed figures to the clan, they become friends to all, creating a distinction we must recognize. We must ensure that Lei Haoyu receives an impeccable welcome. We cannot shy away from expenditures. Wu Cheng retorted, expenditures? Does our clan even have the means? With our limited population, combining the old, weak, sick, and injured, we are but a few tens of thousands in total. How can we possibly reach out to the wider world? Wu Yin unleashed the might of his divine mansion realm presence, the overwhelming pressure permeating every corner, particularly affecting those who opposed him, making it difficult for them to rise. Wu Cheng, whether we have funds or not is not your concern as a mere steward. If you continue to defy the elder and speak out of turn, do not blame me for casting you out. Since my words fall on deaf ears, I shall take my leave. The clan's finances cannot support such expenditures. Under the weight of Wu Yin's authority, Wu Cheng struggled to rise, blood trickling from his lips as he exited the hall. Soon after, several clan members supported one another in leaving the venue. Is anyone else departing? Wu Yin bellowed, dismissing the dissenters with contempt. He relished the opportunity to discern who among them was untrustworthy. Wu Yong's downfall was imminent. Ascending to the position of clan leader was simply a matter of time. Wu Yin stroked his goatee thoughtfully. This visit from young Master Lei shall be personally overseen by myself and the esteemed elders my sons. Wu Han and Wu Xian will be responsible for the reception. Our hospitality must be marked by warmth and grandiosity, with unique features and flawless execution. The standards must be unprecedented, and our sole mission is to ensure that young Master Lei is thoroughly satisfied. Not just moderately pleased, Wu Han and Wu Xian dutifully took note of every word from their father, ready to execute his instructions to the letter. They drafted a detailed plan, distributing it for refinement. With streets adorned with sand and clean water poured along the paths, they prepared a residence decorated for the new year, bright and tidy, with fresh bedding and vibrant lanterns. They selected 10 young maidens from among the 16-year-old girls of the clan, ensuring they possessed beauty, poise, and stature. 500 drummers and gongs were arranged, while the entire clan donned their finest garments to line the streets in welcome. Firecrackers stretched from the entrance of the gathering to the doorstep of the lodging. Upon Lei Haoyu's arrival, the air would be filled with the sound of crackling fireworks, the booming of drums, and the chorus of cheers. 50 individuals were dispatched to the mountains for hunting, while 20 were sent to the river to fish. Lei Haoyu would first meet with the elders, greeting individuals from various ranks within the clan. Gifts for young Master Lei included 4 wild ginseng roots, 2 tiger skins, 2 leopard skins, 10 black fox pelts, 10 snow fox pelts, and 5 pairs of Sika deer antlers. Wu Yin nodded in satisfaction and added, "Furthermore, we must invite the finest singers to perform. The repertoire should be enchanting, such is the current trend among nobles. Let us indulge in a bit of extravagance. As the spring breeze caresses the peach blossoms, let the beauties dance beneath the trees." The Wu clan aspired to evolve. They must not squander their youthful potential. No one anticipated that the silver-haired Grand Elder Wu Yin would boldly declare his intent to revel. After decades of repression, a mischievous laughter erupted from the old man, revealing a side previously unseen by the clan. The second elder, too, was invigorated. 10 maidens? I fear that may be insufficient. Young Master Wu Yu has other friends joining us, and young Master Lei will undoubtedly bring a few guards along. We should add 10 more to ensure no oversight in our hospitality. Wu Yin nodded in agreement. They promptly increased the selection of young maidens by 10. Wu Han and Wu Xian immediately commenced their preparations. One ordinary clan member, whose daughter Wu Yu was not selected as a maiden, decided to bring 2 bottles of century-old wine, passed down from his grandfather, to bribe Wu Yin. The daughter's failure to be selected felt akin to a profound personal loss. Meanwhile, Wu Di was not idle. He produced a second-tier invisibility talisman and appeared within the residence of the county magistrate. Lei Ting, having engaged in a vigorous dalliance with his 2 concubines, was drenched in sweat, both fatigued and parched. He seized a teacup from the table and drained it in one gulp, blissfully unaware that Wu Di had infused the tea with a potency-reducing powder. Wu Di did not intend to take Lei Ting's life, but rather aimed to render him powerless. Without roots, a great tree cannot flourish. Should Lei Ting be incapacitated, how could the Lei family maintain their arrogance? He would not permit the Grand Elder Wu Yin to stir trouble, nor would he allow internal strife within the Wu clan to upset the balance. Not long after consuming the tea, Lei Ting sensed something amiss. His body was expelling gas uncontrollably, the air growing foul. Causing his concubines to cover their noses, the profound spiritual energy residing within his dantian began to dissipate gradually, igniting a sense of urgency within him. He hastily summoned several physicians to his estate. After each physician took their turn to diagnose him, they convened to discuss his condition, voices overlapping in a cacophony of speculation. The elder physician, Lu Lingjie, stroked his goatee in silence, his mind already enlightened. It seemed that Lei Ting had fallen prey to the insidious effects of the potency-reducing powder, a ruthless and domineering substance said to have no cure, relentlessly draining one's abilities. He understood the gravity of the situation but dared not voice his thoughts. Lei Ting, surrounded by physicians yet finding them utterly helpless, erupted in fury. A bunch of useless fools. You bicker amongst yourselves when the matter at hand is urgent. How can you call yourselves learned men if you cannot resolve such a trivial issue? Hearing his words, the physicians quaked in fear, trembling in their boots. At that moment, Lei Haoyu, oblivious to the calamity befalling his father, was en route to the Wu family gathering as per their prior arrangements. Accompanied by a retinue of over 20 riders, he galloped along the official road, leading the way with his rotund figure. Several students from the martial academy flanked him, while a squad of city guards formed a disciplined escort behind. Firecrackers heralded his arrival, the sound of drums and gongs ringing out, creating a festive uproar. Such a raucous scene was beyond Lei Haoyu's expectations, a level of honor he had never before experienced. The Wu family regarded him as a savior, elevating him to the heights of admiration. At the entrance of the Wu residence, Wu Yin stood alongside 4 elders and several clan officials, having awaited their arrival with great anticipation. Upon entering the hall, Lei Haoyu was respectfully ushered to the seat of honor. With a clasped fist, Wu Yin proclaimed, "Young Master Lei and esteemed friends of Wu Yu, your presence graces our humble abode. Illuminating our clan with your esteemed visit, we are deeply honored, and my kin and I extend a warm welcome. Elder, though I have just arrived and barely scratched the surface, I am profoundly impressed by the orderly governance of the Wu clan under your stewardship. I hold you in high esteem." Wu Yin basked in Lei Haoyu's praise, gratefully accepting it. "Please, don't flatter me. After taking your seat, I noticed the core figures among the Wu clan's officials present, and I believe this is a perfect opportunity for young Master Lei to address us." Seizing the moment, Wu Yu encouraged, "We welcome your words, young Master Lei." With enthusiasm, Lei Haoyu did not hesitate to speak. Raising his voice, "Everyone, in light of today's gathering, I wish to express a few thoughts. Wu Yu and I share a bond akin to brothers. His affairs are my own, and his family is my family. I have spoken to my father regarding the Wu clan, and he has conveyed that my stance mirrors his own." A wave of cheers erupted. and those from Wu Yin's faction felt an extraordinary sense of pride. Having secured a formidable ally, Wu Yin's heart swelled with joy, silently commending Wu Yu for his keen judgment. Lei Haoyu's declaration bound the Lei and Wu families together, clearly announcing to all that his enemies were those of the Lei family as well. Wu Yin quickly rose to express his gratitude. "Thank you, young master, and thank you, Lord County Magistrate Lei, for your concern and affection toward our Wu clan. I shall never forget this kindness and will be eternally grateful." The removal of the title County Magistrate before Lei's name signified his unwavering allegiance. Moved by these sentiments, Lei Haoyu recognized the necessity of such loyalty from the Lei father and son. "Grand Elder, I stand united with Wu Di. Should the clan face any difficulties, do not hesitate to speak. We shall never stand idly by. Wu Yin, Wu Han, Wu Xian, Wu Yu, and Wu Chong were taken aback, rising in unison to bow in thanks. The perceptive second elder, standing nearby, remarked, "Heroes emerge in youth. Young Master Lei is indeed a person of great ambition, seeing all that transpires. All clan matters have been under the Grand Elder's guidance, yet he lacks the title of clan leader. The current leader has been neglecting clan affairs due to illness, leaving us with little hope." Lei Haoyu replied, "Let those capable take charge. If one cannot fulfill their duties in their position, what purpose do they serve? Elders and officials present, why not step forward and advocate for justice? Encourage him to resign or be dismissed." The second elder expressed gratitude for Lei Haoyu's insight. "We are bound by our relationships. The Grand Elder is benevolent and righteous, unwilling to disrupt the status quo." Lei Haoyu countered, "To hesitate is to leave behind future troubles. The leniency of a woman often leads to disaster. Grand Elder, for the benefit of the entire clan, we must not linger in small mercies." The second and third elders were filled with excitement. This was precisely the outcome Wu Yin required, even surpassing his expectations. Lei Haoyu's public endorsement shattered the barriers of silence, articulating what had long been on their minds. Everything was unfolding far better than he had anticipated. The next step for Wu Yin was to take decisive action. The welcome banquet commenced, with Wu Yin warmly seating Wu Yu, Lei Haoyu, and their entourage at a grand table, allowing the youth to revel freely. Several elders and officials joined them at the same table. Wu Yu, with great enthusiasm, introduced each dish showcasing local specialties. Pointing to a platter of crispy fish, he inquired, "Do you know what this dish is made from?" After filling Lei Haoyu's cup, Wu Yu explained, "Young master, the main ingredient is the freshwater loach. It takes 10 people half a day to catch enough for this dish. The loach must be handled with care. After placing them in a basin, we sprinkle salt and cover them. The loaches will expel their insides upon contact with salt, after which we rinse them with spring water, remove the heads and tails, marinate with spices, and finally fry them. The loach is pure flesh, and the spring water eliminates any muddy taste, resulting in a delectable dish." Holding up a cup of wine, Wu Yu declared, "Today's wine is extraordinary. My grandfather has kept this treasured vintage for over 20 years. It is homemade, sourced from natural dew." Upon hearing this, the guests savored their food and drink with even greater delight. Lei Haoyu patted Wu Yu on the shoulder, saying, "Brother, you are a true friend. I will remember this." Wu Yu, filled with fervor, proclaimed, "Young master, you are our beacon. I shall be your loyal companion for life, willing to sacrifice everything for you. To live and die without regret, brother, I will take charge of the city guard team. Once my father ascends to the position of county magistrate, the captaincy will be yours." Fueled by the spirit of wine, these Martial Academy students, led by Wu Yu, expressed their unwavering loyalty to Lei Haoyu, vowing to follow him to the ends of the earth. Lei Haoyu, with a grin, thumped his chest, "Brothers, as long as you stand by me, I will not neglect you. We will feast and revel together. From now on, Liaoyuan County shall be our domain. Song Qin is doomed. My father will be the county magistrate, and we shall stride confidently in Liaoyuan County." Wu Yu rallied his companions, shouting, "In Liaoyuan County, we shall walk with pride." His companions echoed, "In Liaoyuan County, we shall walk with pride." Lei Haoyu quietly inquired, "Wu brother, have all the arrangements been made for the festivities? I can part with anything but one thing." Wu Yu nodded vigorously, rest assured. At that moment, Lei Haoyu was consumed by a fervent desire. After the lavish feast, the group's gaze inevitably fell upon the women. Wu Xian, filled with concern, approached Wu Yin, whispering, "Father, are they serious about the maids?" "What seriousness? It's a mutual agreement. One wishes to strike while the other is willing to take the blows," Wu Yin replied. Wu Xian cautioned. "But what if?" Wu Yin interrupted. "There is no what if. Women are but garments for men to wear. These girls would be thrilled to find such men. They would be overjoyed. They might even be secretly delighted, just as Lei Haoyu embraced and tugged at the clothing of the maid Wu Yu, who screamed in distress. A swift steed whinnied, and a soldier burst into the chamber, whispering urgently in Lei Haoyu's ear, "Young master, the lord is critically ill. Please return swiftly." Lei Haoyu felt as if struck by lightning. "What has happened?" The soldier relayed. "In the past 2 days, the lord has succumbed to a strange illness, expelling gas non-stop. Today, he has not paused for a moment. His dantian is empty, and in just 2 days, he has lost all his martial prowess." Appearing gaunt, "What does that mean?" The soldier struggled to explain. Lei Haoyu insisted, "Speak clearly. No more beating around the bush." The soldier replied, "It's south the place for waste elimination." "Stop, that's revolting. How could this happen?" Lei Haoyu trembled in shock. "Tell me, what is the reason?" The soldier replied, "Young master, I know nothing. It is urgent. You must return at once." Chapter 15. The 5 elders challenge. Wu Yong's complexion was ashen and pallid, exuding an air of exhaustion, and in just a few days, he had transformed into a shadow of his former self. The 5 elders gathered solemnly around his sickbed, their aged faces devoid of warmth or expression. None willing to utter a word, and no matter, Wu Kai and Wu Shun had gone to Liaoyuan County to seek Wu Di. Once he returned with some medicine, all would be well. Wu Yong, believing the elders were concerned for his well-being, sought to reassure them. Yet, the 5 elders stood in silence, still uncommunicative. "Is there something you wish to discuss?" Wu Yong finally discerned an underlying tension. The 4th elder spoke, "There is no need to rush. A day or 2 matters little." The 5th elder added, "The officials do not concern themselves with the sick. Let us proceed with caution." The 1st elder, Wu Yin, glared fiercely with his hawk-like eyes at the 4th and 5th elders. They merely blinked, rendered speechless. The 2nd elder cleared his throat several times, finally stating, "The truth must come to light eventually. Why prolong the matter? Wu Yong, we 5 believe you are unfit to continue as clan leader. Given your current state, how can you manage clan affairs? It is best you resign now." "Resign early," was the unanimous sentiment of the 5 elders. The 3rd elder chimed in, "After all these years in leadership, you have achieved nothing, lacking both capability and resolve. It is time for you to recognize your shortcomings and step down." At that moment, Wu Yong realized their true intentions. Clearly, they had conspired for some time, and his illness provided them with the perfect opportunity to act, all while he remained oblivious. Wu Yong smiled wryly. "Pray tell, what capabilities and achievements do you possess? What have you accomplished for the Wu clan over the years? Are you not aware of the clan rules? The appointment and removal of a clan leader is not for you to decide. Out of respect for your seniority, I have tolerated much, but do you think I am ignorant of your actions? After just a few days of illness, you cannot contain your impatience, coming together to pressure me into resignation. Have you ever stepped down when you were unwell?" The group flushed with embarrassment. Wu Yong's words left them at a loss. What had they accomplished over the years? They could not articulate a single achievement. Was illness a valid reason for resignation? Indeed, their justification was flimsy. The clan regulations were inscribed upon the great stone before the ancestral hall. Only the previous clan leader could appoint the next, gaining the recognition and blessings of our ancestors and a unique heritage. The elders were merely an advisory council, existing to serve the clan leader and offer counsel during significant matters, without any other authority. Upon reaching 70, one automatically retired, and most of them were nearing that age. Some had long surpassed it, yet instead of retiring, they sought to meddle in clan affairs. What were their intentions? Did they wish to commit treason? The 4th elder retorted, "I have done nothing wrong. I am a person of principles." The 5th elder added, "I have always adhered to clan regulations. Overstepping by an elder warrants punishment. I would not dare overstep." The 2nd elder, incredulous, asked, "What do you mean? What have we done?" What have you done? Are you truly unaware? Wu Yong seethed. Second elder, you are 72 and no longer a rightful elder. Where is the assistant, Xinghua? Xinghua, appointed as Wu Yong's assistant by Wu Di, stood silently beside him. She stepped forward and replied, Here, Wu Yong commanded, immediately issue a decree. The second elder, having surpassed 70, failed to retire voluntarily and has violated clan regulations. Recover his unjustly claimed salary and impose a double penalty. Wu Cheng, as the financial steward, you are to carry this out. Wu Cheng, the financial steward, affirmed, understood. The second elder opened his mouth several times, struggling to find words. He had anticipated that by ousting Wu Yong and placing Wu Yin in power, he would secure a promise of double salary. Little did he know that his scheme had backfired, and now even his current salary was at risk of being reclaimed. Wu Yong continued, The regulations state that only the clan leader has the authority to designate the next leader. Even if I were to meet with an untimely fate, the leadership would not fall to you. The only possibility is that you seek to usurp power as traitors. Yet, even if you succeeded, without access to the secret chamber and the ancestral recognition and blessings, you could never rightfully claim the position of clan leader. Our ancestors foresaw such treachery and have long established safeguards. Wu Yin chuckled coldly, stepping forward to challenge Wu Yong. Your words cannot dictate the narrative. As history teaches, the capable should hold the great positions. Do you truly believe you are capable within the Wu clan? Those who seek to usurp power and harbor ambitions are often the loudest in proclaiming their capability. A person of talent, without virtue, will be scorned by any community. I have heard that Wu Yu was dishonored by Lei Haoyu. And you were the instigator. How do you account for this injustice to our kin? What authority do you possess to impose costs on the clan for your personal dealings with Lei Haoyu? Do you think that just because I am unwell, you can act with impunity? Just because you are currently deemed capable of the Wu clan does not grant you the right to act unlawfully. Restrain your arrogance and ambition, or you may find yourself facing dire consequences. Despite his illness and confinement to bed, Wu Yong's words resonated with authority. Wu Yin sneered again. Your time is nearly up. The Wu clan is due for a change in leadership. Do you think you can survive this? Look at your current condition, clinging to life. Continue dreaming your grand dreams. With arms crossed behind his back, he adopted an air of supremacy, declaring, Let me make this clear. Lord Lei Ting, the county magistrate, is deeply concerned about the Wu clan. He believes that the leadership should be held by the capable. And that capable individual is me. Whether you resign or not is of no consequence. Fortune is on my side, for your illness is a blessing in disguise. Do you not realize your condition is grave? Have you not lost all hope? Grave and hopeless? You are not a physician. How would you know? Regardless of your perception, you will not recover. Do you not understand? Wu Yong's heart sank as he began to comprehend. You have conspired against me, willing to harm your own kin. Even if I had, do you possess any evidence? Wu Yin displayed a brazen demeanor. With your intellect, you are merely a pawn, sold by others for their gain. Your incompetence is laughable. How could you ever lead the clan? Wu Yin's disdainful laughter echoed. The one with the strongest fist holds the power. Are you familiar with the tale of the deer and the horse? I declare the Wu clan's legacy exists, and where I say it does not, it does not. I assert that the Council of Elders has the authority to depose the clan leader, and where I say it does not, it does not. The blessings of our ancestors mean nothing. Do the living rely on the dead for blessings? Wu Yong replied, A dream is but a dream. Whatever its nature, upon waking, it is all for naught. I take it upon myself, in the capacity of clan leader, to assure you that you lack the ability to undermine the foundation of our clan. The great Zhou dynasty has long mandated that no official may interfere in clan affairs, let alone the son of a county magistrate. The heavens observe our deeds. The law of cause and effect prevails. Those who act with madness and malice have never met a good end. For reasons unknown, Wu Yong's words struck a chord within Wu Yin, causing his heart to tremble. He gritted his teeth, his hawk-like eyes turning a shade of green. Leaning closer to Wu Yong, he revealed a menacing sneer. Wu Yong, let me make this clear. You are about to meet your demise. You will not survive until tomorrow. Even divine intervention cannot save you, much less Wu Di. At the outset, Had you willingly ceded the position of clan leader to me, I might have considered sparing your life. Now, even if you were to hand over the leadership, it is too late. You have crossed me and brought me displeasure. Thus, you must die. The position of clan leader is rightfully mine. Will you relinquish it? What enmity or grudge could lead the first elder to wish for the death of the clan leader? A voice rang out before its owner arrived. It was Wu Di, who had just returned. To please the first elder, the clan leader may live. To displease the first elder, he must die. By what means does the first elder wield control over the life and death of the clan leader? With the backing of the formidable Lord Lei Ting, you feel invincible? An outsider like Lei Haoyu can dictate the fate of the Wu clan. It seems the first elder is all too willing to betray our clan for power. Wu Yin was taken aback, having failed to sense Wu Di's approached. Wu Di continued, "It seems the first elder is frightened. Perhaps you have committed too many transgressions that invoke the wrath of heaven and the people." Wu Yin snapped, "You dare speak so boldly in front of the elders. What right do you, a mere junior, have to voice your opinions? Stop pretending to be dignified." You bellowed in front of the clan leader without regard for decorum. "Have you forgotten what it means to follow the rules? I shall teach you, you impudent child, some respect." Wu Yin raised his hand, unleashing his formidable power against Wu Di. Wu Yong interjected, "Xinghua, show him out." Xinghua raised her hand, and the overwhelming force of Wu Yin's presence dissipated, as if an immense, irresistible power had expelled the 5 elders from the room. They stood in stunned silence, unable to comprehend Xinghua's capabilities. Wu Yin's prowess was rendered insignificant. Wu Yin pointed accusingly at Xinghua. "You have some audacity, daring to expel an elder." Xinghua replied, "I am following the clan leader's orders. Is there a problem with that?" Wu Yin retorted, "How dare you insult me, the first elder? What I say is true. You are what I say you are. You initiated an attack in the presence of the clan leader, causing a disturbance that hindered his treatment. Can you explain your intentions?" Wu Yin replied, "Who are you to question me?" Wu Di approached the bed, examining Wu Yong's pulse and scrutinizing his complexion, his expression grave. "The former clan leader has been poisoned, and the elders are not innocent." Xinghua pointed at the 5 elders before her and demanded, "Which of you is responsible for this?" The 4th elder repeatedly insisted, "It could not possibly be me. I have always been timid, afraid to even harm a chicken." The 5th elder turned pale, exclaiming, "It cannot be me either. The clan leader, Wu Yong, is my own brother." Xinghua retorted, "Even if he is your brother, is it not outrageous for you to incite trouble? Your brother has been poisoned, and you join in the uproar. What kind of brother are you?" The 2nd and 3rd elders clung to each other, trembling in fear. Wu Yin bellowed, "Xinghua, you are an outsider, meddling in affairs that do not concern you. This will bring you no benefit. Withdraw at once. Withdraw." Xinghua replied defiantly, "I have been married into the Wu family since I was 18. Am I merely an outsider now that my husband is gone? Are your wives, daughters-in-law, and granddaughters all outsiders as well?" Wu Yin shot back, "Do not make a scene." With a pointed finger, Xinghua retorted, "You just said the clan leader would not survive until tomorrow, and no one but you could save him." "You are the one who poisoned him," Wu Yin countered. "One can eat without care, but one should not speak recklessly. We are here merely to visit the clan leader. Is forcing the clan leader to abdicate merely a visit?" Xinghua raised her voice, "I spit on you. You vile old man, you lascivious rogue. You have never done a good deed in your life. You have knocked on my door repeatedly at night, begging on your knees to see my body. Wu Shixuan is just a tea guest, yet you slander us as immoral, while you yourself indulge in multiple wives and flirtation. You old scoundrel, how dare you poison the clan leader? You are talking nonsense. A good man does not quarrel with a woman." Wu Yin's cold sweat began to form as those present understood the truth. Wu Yin was shaken and intimidated. He had thought himself unrivaled within the Wu clan. Yet he did not anticipate Xinghua's formidable strength, which overwhelmed him. He dared not act, for he had no argument to counter her. The 5 elders stumbled away in disarray. Wu Di had just completed the detoxification process on the clan leader. Wu Yong, securing his heart pulse and driving the poison to the tips of his fingers. Once the fingertips were pricked, the black blood flowed out. Wu Yong's complexion and spirit improved significantly. Wu Di then retrieved a pill, which Wu Yong consumed. After an hour, the poison in Wu Yong had been entirely dispelled. He was as good as new, albeit somewhat weakened. Wu Di cautioned, "Old clan leader, the primary reason for your poisoning lies in your lack of vigilance. The elder has long had his eyes set on your position. It was only a matter of time before he struck. Though you know the source of the poison?" Wu Yong shook his head. "The problem lies with the tea leaves Wu Ying gifted you." Wu Yong suddenly awakened from his stupor. A few days prior, Wu Ying had visited and, before leaving, presented Wu Yong with a fragrant packet of tea leaves. Wu Ying had claimed, "These were a gift from the county magistrate Lei Tang to Wu Yue, who sent them to me. I dared not keep them all for myself, so I brought some to honor the clan leader." Wu Yong had not realized it was a deadly trap. Without Wu Di, his life would have been forfeit. The more he contemplated, the more he felt a chill of dread. Wu Yong sighed deeply. To know a person's face but not their heart is perilous. Wu Ying's malice is beyond my expectation. For the position of clan leader, he disregards familial bonds. This is something I could never have anticipated. Xinghua declared, "Wu Yin's open act of poisoning the clan leader must not go unpunished." Wu Yong replied, "Of course not, but the difficulty lies in his refusal to admit guilt. The other 4 elders are merely his subordinates. It will be challenging to reach a conclusion based solely on your and my testimony. I am no match for Wu Ying in winning hearts." Wu Di pondered for a long time, certain that it was indeed Wu Ying who had sealed away his intelligence years ago. Wu Di and Wu Yu were of the same generation. How could Wu Ying allow Wu Di to surpass Wu Yu? With profound significance, Wu Di remarked, "Even if the clan leader wishes to let this matter rest, Wu Ying will not relent." Wu Yong nodded in agreement. "I fear it may escalate into a violent clash. Wu Yin's skills are on par with mine, and his sons, Wu Han and Wu Xian, are in their prime, possessing cultivation at the 3rd level of Divine Palace. His grandson, Wu Yu, is closely allied with Lei Haoyu. These are the cards Wu Ying holds, empowering his arrogance." Wu Di discerned that while Wu Yong was a man of good character, he lacked strategic insight and decisiveness. The situation's current development was partly due to Wu Yong's weakness. A tree may desire calm, but the wind does not cease. When it is time to act, one cannot hesitate. Matters must be resolved by one's own hand. Xinghua urged, "Clan leader, Wu Ying will not back down. Unless we eliminate the Wu Ying faction, the Wu clan will never find peace. Their attempts are indeed laughable. As long as you speak, I can eradicate them in a heartbeat. I too know that Wu Ying will not relent. I wish to step outside for a moment and contemplate our next move." Wu Yong looked towards Wu Di, clearly seeking his counsel. Wu Di shook his head. "That is unwise. Although the poison has been dispelled, your body has suffered greatly from the ordeal. You must rest in bed for a few days and refuse any visitors." Chapter 16. Midnight Arson. Upon returning to the clinic, Wu Di promptly donned his night attire and retrieved 2 previously prepared invisibility talismans. This was the 2nd time he would use them. And concerned about unforeseen circumstances, he stood before the mirror, reciting the invisibility incantation, watching his figure suddenly vanish. Now reassured, he dashed towards the primary suspect, Wu Yin's residence. Wu Ying, back home, was restless and summoned his son Wu Han and daughter Wu Xian to recount the events that had just transpired at the clan leader Wu Yong's house. Upon hearing this, his eldest son, Wu Han, clicked his tongue in disbelief. "I never imagined Xinghua was so cunning. Even my father is no match for her. What cultivation does she possess? She has become a formidable obstacle for us, aiding Wu Yong right under our noses." His younger brother, Wu Xian, dismissed it, saying, "Do we have any evidence of our poisoning? Did they catch us in the act? Even if they did, what could they do? Without witnesses, we could easily turn the tables and accuse them of framing us in the end. It would be impossible to discern the truth." Wu Ying nodded. "Wu Yong is not a concern. However, I sense 2 individuals pose a significant threat. One is the tea house proprietress, Xinghua, whose cultivation is at least in the mid-stage of Heavenly Yang. None of us can contend with her. The other is Wu Di. His abilities should not be underestimated. It is my fault for being too lenient in the past. I merely sealed away his intelligence instead of eliminating him, allowing him to achieve success in medicine and becoming a future threat." Wu Han reassured father, there is no need for worry. He is just a 16-year-old child. How much harm can he truly inflict? We operate in the shadows while they are in the light. One by one, we will deal with them, and neither will escape. Wu Yin found his son's words somewhat comforting, yet he muttered to himself, a powerful opponent is not to be feared. What is terrifying is underestimating them. Caution is the mother of safety. We must remain on high alert at all times. Wu Yin pondered whether this boy truly could dispel the poison within Wu Yong. He could not articulate why, but an instinct told him that Wu Di posed a genuine threat. Wu Han suggested, if you are not at ease, I could deal with him. Wu Xin added, let us first resolve Wu Yong. If Wu Di truly has cured him, that old man must not be allowed to live to see tomorrow. Unbeknownst to the three, at that moment, another figure lay concealed in the living room, boldly seated not far from them. This person was Wu Di. From Wu Yin's words, he confirmed that the one who had sealed his intelligence and poisoned Wu Yong was indeed the first elder, Wu Yin. Regrettably, he was the only one privy to this information. Instead of erupting in anger, he remained calm as still water, deciding to toy with Wu Yin. To simply strike him down would be too merciful. He would ensure that Wu Yin experienced a fate worse than death. Ultimately, the Wu Yin family decided to take action that night, employing their long-prepared schemes to incinerate Wu Yong. Wu Di informed Wu Yong of the Wu Yin family's plans for the night. Wu Di was quite serious. If Wu Yin's family committed arson and were caught in the act, their scheme would be thwarted. It was crucial to find trustworthy individuals within the clan, as having more people on guard would be beneficial. If Wu Yin attempted to set fire, those present would serve as witnesses. Wu Yong's son, Wu Xuan, and Wu Di's brother, Wu Kai, volunteered to take charge of finding allies. Wu Di believed that the clan elders were foolish, incapable of discerning right from wrong. They would side with whoever offered them benefits. The Wu clan could not thrive without a thorough rectification and cleansing of its internal toxins. Wu Xuan and Wu Kai were eager to prove themselves and contribute to ridding the Wu clan of its threats. Wu Yong paced the room, analyzing, if they intend to burn me alive, it must be when I am unable to escape. The best way to ignite a rapid blaze is to douse the front and back of the house with oil. The method to prevent my escape would be to use a narcotic mist. Wu Di and Wu Xuan would guard the back courtyard, while Xinghua and Wu Kai would oversee the front. The clan's affairs officer, Wu Qing, accompanied clan leader Wu Yong in the meeting hall, awaiting news. Wu Di instructed everyone that capturing the arsonists alive was of utmost importance. It was the key to success or failure. As darkness deepened, at the tail end of the hour of the dog, both groups took their positions, well hidden. At the midnight hour, the night sky lay tranquil, countless stars twinkling, the Milky Way arching across the heavens, and the Big Dipper appearing even more mysterious. A vast net composed of over 20 individuals lay in wait, ready to ensnare the arsonists. Wu Di closed his eyes, hiding in the shadows, using his spiritual sense to perceive everything around him. The cunning old fox Wu Yin would not suddenly change his plans. Having agreed to act tonight, he would not back out. Wu Di felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that their efforts might be in vain. As the information had come from him, the clan leader Wu Yong was correct. This was no longer merely a personal vendetta, but a struggle between good and evil within the clan. Sufficient evidence must be gathered for all to see. To ensure belief and serve as a warning to the entire clan, there was no need for haste. Patience was essential. Upon reflection, it was indeed unwise to apprehend someone while the truth remained hidden from all. Not only will this lead to misunderstandings, but it will also bring about trouble. What Master referred to as the process of trial and growth is precisely such an experience, isn't it? Wu Di's consciousness sensed the target. Two men dressed in black were approaching, carrying oil barrels. As the figures drew closer, it became apparent to everyone present. These two individuals were behaving suspiciously, glancing around furtively, their faces obscured by black veils. Suddenly, they quickened their pace, scaled the wall into the backyard, and slipped behind the bedroom of clan leader Wu Yong. The black-clad men lifted the lids of the oil barrels and began to douse the house with oil. Preparing to ignite it, Wu Di felt it was time to act. He leapt the distance of several zhang, landing silently beside the black-clad men as if he were made of cotton, without their awareness. He struck with lightning speed, using 2 fingers to incapacitate both men, rendering them motionless like puppets. The others quickly followed suit, stunned by the swiftness of his actions. In truth, given Wu Di's current cultivation at the first level of the nascent soul stage, dealing with these two was a trivial matter. Even against an average practitioner at the 9th level of the celestial yang stage, Wu Di possessed the strength to subdue them effortlessly. As the true disciple of the Grand Master Tai Su, his abilities were genuine and without exaggeration. Wu Shun and the others rushed forward, swiftly binding the two black-clad men, securing their arms tightly and silencing them completely, from the moment they struck to the capture of the assailants. Merely a few breaths had passed, executed with precision and efficiency. Meanwhile, 3 more figures clad in black entered the front courtyard, faces concealed beneath dark veils. 2 were pouring oil, while one used a bamboo tube to poke through the window paper. Sending a fragrant mist into the room, Wu Kai shouted, "We have been waiting for you for a long time. Where do you think you're going?" Wu Kai, clearly inexperienced, was still 10 zhang away from the black-clad men and began shouting before receiving the signal from Xinghua. Believing he had improved under Wu Di's guidance, he felt it was the perfect moment to showcase his skills. The 3 black-clad figures immediately leapt over the courtyard wall in a panic. As Wu Kai just ascended the wall, he was kicked back into the courtyard by one of the assailants, landing on the ground, unable to move. Xinghua lost the best opportunity. By the time she reached outside the wall, the black-clad men had already vanished without a trace. The group escorted the 2 captured men to the main hall, where, upon removing their black veils, they discovered one to be the clan's mute and old bachelor, Wu Er. The other was a fierce-looking individual with a half-foot-long scar across his face, unfamiliar to anyone present, certainly not from the Wu clan. Mute Wu Er, whose parents were absent, had no wife or children, was of low intelligence, and had an insatiable thirst for alcohol, uttering incomprehensible sounds that rendered communication impossible. The 3 fleeing figures, based on their silhouettes and skills, were undoubtedly Wu Xian, Wu Han, and Wu Chong. Unexpectedly, no one anticipated that Wu Han and Wu Xian would involve their junior, Wu Chong, in such a dangerous act. Wu Di felt a pang of regret. Had he been in the front courtyard, the situation would not have unfolded this way. If they could capture even one of Wu Han, Wu Xian, or Wu Chong, it would provide irrefutable evidence. The interrogation commenced. The scar-faced man kept his eyes tightly shut and remained silent. Despite Wu Shun and Wu Kai employing various rough methods, they were ineffective. This fellow displayed a demeanor akin to a dead pig not fearing boiling water. As dawn began to break, Wu Yong, his face grave and contemplative, remarked, "I truly did not expect this. Initially, I was somewhat skeptical. Wu Di, you are remarkable. How did you obtain such precise information?" At first, Wu Yong had doubted Wu Di's intelligence. The conversations between Wu Yin and his son were unknown to outsiders. Despite Wu Di's detailed account, Wu Yong still found it hard to believe. He certainly would not have guessed that Wu Di possessed the ability to become invisible. Wu Yong was compelled to confront the reality that the adversary had made repeated attempts on his life. And now he had been cornered with no avenue for retreat. Wu Yong instructed the clan affairs officer, Wu Chong, quickly investigate the origins of the scar-faced man. A scar on the face makes it easier to trace. Wu Kai lamented, "This fellow is too difficult to handle. He remains utterly silent. It is my fault for not maintaining my composure. Had I captured one of Wu Yin's kin, we would not have reached this dead end." Wu Shun added, "This scar-faced man, silent as he is, could he also be a mute?" Clan leader Wu Yong, in a state of agitation, began pacing back and forth, deeply troubled. "I shall confront him." Wu Di approached the scar-faced man and suddenly slapped his forehead, causing the man to open his eyes immediately. Without uttering a word, Wu Di unleashed his formidable consciousness, gazing into the scar-faced man's eyes, gradually exerting control over his spirit. He wished to test whether the soul-capturing technique could compel the scar-faced man to speak the truth. The scar-faced man's spirit was ensnared by Wu Di's consciousness, his alertness and defensive instinct subdued, allowing his awareness to enter a natural state. Wu Di gestured for Wu Chong, the affairs officer, to prepare for documentation. "What is your name?" Wu Di inquired. "I am Wang Shaoqi," the man replied. "Where do you reside?" "Wang Jiabao." "Who instructed you to set fire to clan leader Wu Yong's home?" "Wu Han." Those in the room were taken aback. They were aware that the eldest elder, Wu Yin, harbored ambitions to usurp clan leader Wu Yong, but they never expected him to resort to arson to that extent. Such a revelation was shocking. The 20 or so members of the Wu family present heard the exchange clearly. "What did Wu Yin say to you?" Wu Di pressed. "He looked at me and said nothing." "What did Wu Han say?" "Wu Han said there would be no mistakes. If the fire was successful, I would receive 100 taels of silver, no less. Just go ahead and do your part." The county magistrate, Lei Ting, is his family's strong backing. Young Master Lei has stated that the Wu family is synonymous with the Lei family, and vice versa. "How do you know Wu Han? Did he promise you 100 taels as a reward?" "In the Yipin Xiang Tavern, he offered me 100 taels beforehand, and promised another 100 upon completion." Wu Di instructed Wang Shaoqi to write down his name and affix his handprint. Wang Shaoqi complied without hesitation. After a while, as Wu Di withdrew his consciousness, Wang Shaoqi's spirit returned to normal. He felt a heaviness in his head, a sense of drowsiness, as if he had just awakened from a dream in which he had divulged all about the arson. Suddenly, Wu Di spoke. "Wang Shaoqi." Startled, Wang Shaoqi exclaimed, "How do you know my name?" Wu Di replied, "You just mentioned it yourself. Have you forgotten so soon? We already know everything we need to know. We want you to repeat it and think carefully about any omissions." The testimony induced under the control of consciousness is still distinct from the confessions made in reality. Wu Di clearly sought to obtain a truthful confession from Wang Shaoqi. "Young master, I am timid. Please do not frighten me," Wang Shaoqi said, his eyes darting anxiously, fearing that he had inadvertently revealed everything. "The arson was not instigated by anyone. It was solely my doing." "Do you harbor a grudge against our clan leader? Know any hatred? No, then why did you set fire? Were you simply bored? Arson is a grave crime, punishable by death. Are you truly willing to take the fall for someone else? If you die, your family will be gone. Your wife and children will belong to others." At the mention of the death penalty, Wang Shaoqi began to fear and became more compliant. Wu Di held up Wang Shaoqi's interrogation record. "This is your testimony, complete with your signature and handprint. You just finished speaking and now wish to recant? Let me tell you, everyone present heard everything clearly in Liao Yuan County. No one can save you. The only one who can save you is yourself. Only by being honest and truthful will you find a way out." Wang Shaoqi remained silent, recalling Wu Han's words that Deputy Magistrate Lei Ting was his family's strong backing, and that if anything happened, someone would cover for him, leaving him unafraid. Wu Di scoffed. "You are still dreaming. Deputy Magistrate Lei Ting has lost all his cultivation, is unable to fulfill his duties, and has returned home. If he cannot protect himself, how can he protect others? If he could shield Wu Han, would he need to resort to arson against the clan leader?" Wang Shaoqi could not help but find Wu Di's words reasonable. Unable to dismiss them, Wu Di presented Wang Shaoqi with the testimony. "Take a good look at what you just said and the red handprint you pressed, if you wish to recant. I will oblige you and send you straight to the court. Once there, with your signed testimony, any attempt to recant will result in severe punishment. I will not be so accommodating." Wang Shaoqi felt dazed. How could the events of the dream become reality? He was unaware of how Wu Di had obtained his testimony, nor did he recall when he had confessed or pressed his mark. He felt a sense of uncertainty, wondering whether he should shoulder the blame for others, knowing that it would only lead to his own misfortune. Thus, he resolved to speak freely. It turned out that Wang Shaoqi had met Wu Han a year prior at the Yipin Xiang Tavern, where they hit it off over drinks. Wu Han had covered the tab, leading to their friendship. A couple of days ago, Wu Han approached him, seeking assistance in exacting revenge on a rival by setting a fire. He promised 200 taels of silver, with 100 paid up front and the rest upon completion. Wang Shaoqi readily agreed, thinking it a profitable venture. However, he had not anticipated being captured immediately after taking action. Wang Shaoqi meticulously wrote down the details of the incident, signed and sealed it, and presented it to Wu Yong. Wu Cheng's investigation confirmed Wang Shaoqi's identity. Indeed, he resided in Wangjiabao. Wu Yong instructed the affairs officer, Wu Cheng. "First, confine these two in the punishment hall, ensuring strict surveillance. No1 is to approach them without my explicit order." Wu Di understood Wu Yin's ruthlessness. Keeping the witnesses in the punishment hall was not safe. Yet, the witnesses must remain secure, which meant he had to follow up. Wu Di took action. establishing a barrier around Wang Shaoqi and Mute Wu Er, impenetrable by anyone below the celestial Yang stage. Chapter 17. Clan Punishment and Execution. Wu Han, Wu Xian, and Wu Chang returned home in a daze, exchanging glances laden with astonishment. How had Wu Yong prepared so thoroughly? Had it not been for Wu Kai's furious shout, the three of them might have been caught in a trap, with dire consequences. Wu Yin, upon hearing this, was taken aback. How could this be? How could that old rascal Wu Yong have been so well prepared in advance? It was supposed to be flawless and impeccable. Wu Chang remarked, "Grandfather, we owe our escape to that foolish Wu Kai." As soon as we jumped into the courtyard, he shouted, and we immediately jumped out. We were almost caught. Wu Xian interjected. Wang Shaoqi and the Mute Wu Er have both been captured. We need to think of a way to handle this. Silence fell as the four of them caught their breath. Wu Yin said, "Do not panic. The Mute Wu Er is not a significant threat. He cannot speak or write, so he poses no immediate danger. The real issue lies with Wang Shaoqi, which is somewhat troublesome. Father, I am the only one familiar with him. The second brother and Wu Chang have never met him, and he has only had a fleeting encounter with you. If Wang Shaoqi gets involved, it will only implicate me, and I will bear the brunt of the consequences alone." Wu Yin remained silent, weighing the pros and cons. Finally, narrowing his eagle-like eyes, he declared, "You need not expose yourself. Leave immediately and hide for a few days. Firmly claim that you went to Liao Yuan County's Martial Academy to visit Wu Yu and were not at home when the incident occurred. As for Wang Shaoqi, it would be best to eliminate him. A dead man tells no tales. I will go see if there is an opportunity to act now." Wu Yin, at the pinnacle of the Divine Palace realm, was on par with Wu Yong, while Wu Han and Wu Xian were only in the mid-stages of the same realm. As the Grand Elder, Wu Yin felt that, given his adaptability, he had a greater chance of success and more opportunities to maneuver. Stealthily, Wu Yin arrived at the punishment hall and peered down through the skylight. There, he saw the Mute Wu Er and Wang Shaoqi nestled together, appearing to be in a half-sleep. Outside the hall, disciples were on guard. Wu Yin felt a surge of joy and took out a shadow needle, decisively aiming it at Wang Shaoqi's head. He watched as Wang Shaoqi's head tilted, clearly struck. This concealed weapon was as small as a needle used in women's embroidery, laced with deadly poison, and would ensure instant death upon penetration. Wu Yin sighed in relief and departed with a sense of ease. The Wu clan's assembly was held at the martial arts arena. The news of the arson at the clan leader's residence and the capture of the arsonist had spread far and wide, drawing a large crowd. As the clock struck the hour of Qin, the sound of drums echoed, signaling the highest level of clan assembly. Each drum was accompanied by a clan banner fluttering, underscoring the solemnity of the gathering. Clan leader Wu Yong announced, "The Wu clan assembly is now in session. The first order of business is for Wu Chang to report on the arson incident that occurred at the clan leader's home last night." The venue fell silent. Nearly 10,000 people exchanged glances, awaiting Wu Chang's announcement. The Wu clan had never before experienced such an assassination event, especially not one targeting the clan leader. Thus, it was impossible to treat it lightly. Wu Yin maintained a calm demeanor, seemingly unfazed. The other elders exchanged glances among themselves. Wu Chang raised his voice to read the announcement. Last night, at the hour of Z, a group of arsonists invaded the clan leader's home. 3 men were at the front and 2 at the back, pouring oil and using a sleeping potion when they were discovered. The 3 at the front fled, while the 2 at the back were captured alive. Among the captured were our clan's Mute Wu Er and Wang Shaoqi of Wang Family Fortress. Upon interrogation, Wang Shaoqi confessed that the mastermind was Wu Han. An uproar erupted in the assembly. Wu Yin leaped from his seat, shouting, "This is outrageous, a baseless accusation." Wu Xian chimed in, "Old rascal Wu Yong, you slander us. We are sworn enemies." Wu Chang, even more audacious, declared, "Old man Wu Yong, wouldn't it be a delight if you were burned to death last night?" Wu Yong waved his sleeve, commanding silence. No one is allowed to disrupt the assembly. Whether this is a frame-up or not, we shall let the public decide. Wu Chang, read the announcement and let us deliberate afterward. Anyone who dares to cause a scene will face the clan's rules without mercy. 20 burly enforcers brandished black iron clubs and shouted in unison. Wu Yin's face turned ashen with indignation. Wu Xian scoffed, clearly dissatisfied. Wu Chang continued to read. Wang Xiaoqi received a silver note of 100 taels from Wu Han, with an additional 100 taels to be paid upon the completion of the task. No torture was used during the interrogation. 36 clan members were present as witnesses. He recited the names of the 36 clan members. Wu Yong stood up. Now, the floor is open for discussion. Elders, please speak first. The elders noticed that today, clan leader Wu Yong was different from usual, his gaze sharp, decisive, and methodical. No longer the passive leader who let them dictate the proceedings. They all became more restrained, wary of speaking recklessly. Wu Yin, do you have anything to say? You are slandering me. Wu Han was not even at home. He went to Liao Yuan County's Martial Academy to visit Wu Yu. How could he have committed arson at the clan leader's house last night? Wu Yong replied, Is there any evidence? Wu Yin retorted, Am I not enough evidence? Wu Yong, with an air of confidence, commanded, Bring them forth. Immediately, 5 young clan members stepped forward. Wu Yong asked, Do you have anything to say? Enforcer Wu Yi stated, Just at dawn today, we saw Wu Han hastily leaving Wu family gathering. We witnessed it with our own eyes and are willing to testify. The others echoed, We are willing to testify. Wu Yong turned to Wu Yin, What do you have to say now? Caught off guard by the sudden turn of events, Wu Yin was acutely aware that Wu Han had been monitored the moment he left the gathering. Wu Yong pressed, Did you not say that Wu Han left Wu family gathering yesterday? Wu Yin sneered coldly, Wu Yong, to fabricate charges, one need not be at a loss for words. You claim to have a witness? Wang Xiaoqi, then let us summon him for cross-examination. Wu Yong asked, Are you certain? Of course. How could one rely solely on your word? Wu Yong barked, Wu Yin, Do you know your crime? Wu Yin replied, Old rascal, what crime have I committed? Wang Xiaoqi testified that when Wu Han assigned him the arson task, you were right beside him. Not reporting this makes you an accomplice, and conspiring against the clan leader is a grave offense. Wu Yin's eyes widened with fury. Bring Wang Xiaoqi out. I will confront him. If Wang Xiaoqi does not come forward, it is all a fabrication, and you are slandering me under his name. Wu Yin's rage boiled over, blood rushing to his eyes. Bring Wang Xiaoqi, Wu Yong ordered. Enforcer Wu Cheng approached Wu Yong, whispering something, then turned to glance at Wu Yin. Wu Yin understood. He had already eliminated Wang Xiaoqi with the Shadow Needle. Where could Wu Yong bring Wang Xiaoqi from? Thus, he scoffed, Stop being so verbose. Hurry and bring Wang Xiaoqi to confront me and restore my family's honor. He refused to let go of Wang Xiaoqi's case. At that moment, Wu Di stepped forward, Clan leader, may I speak? Of course. Wu Di approached Grand Elder Wu Yin. Grand Elder, I have heard you are a man of action. Since 5 of us saw Wu Han leave Wu family gathering at dawn, why conceal the truth if he was involved in the arson? Bah, you insignificant wretch, how dare you speak to me? Whether Wu Han participated or not is none of your business, Wu Yin retorted. Still domineering, though? It seems the Grand Elder admits that Wu Han was involved in the arson. Wu Di stepped forward. I knew you were a man of action. So why not take responsibility for the poison you administered to the clan leader? Sealing my spiritual awareness and leaving me in a daze? Wu Yin sneered. What are you to dare speak so freely before me? Are you seeking death? I merely wish to see if the Grand Elder is truly a man of action. You know, I know, heaven knows, and earth knows, you are responsible for these incidents. You fear the clan members discovering the truth and seeing your true colors, which would jeopardize your standing, let alone your position as clan leader. Wu Yin, with years of experience, knew how to act in his best interest. He clung to Wu Yong. You little brat, I will settle this account with you later. Right now, I need to reason with Wu Yong. It does not concern you. Wu Yong. You claim there are witnesses implicating Wu Han as the arsonist, yet why have they not appeared? Wu Yong stared at Wu Yin. Silent. Wu Yin raised his voice. Everyone sees that old rascal Wu Yong cannot produce any witnesses. All his accusations are mere fabrications against my father and me. Wu Yong shouted, Will you not confess? You used the Shadow Needle to assassinate Wang Xiaoqi. Yet you still have the audacity to ask for witnesses. Old rascal, all accusations are fabricated by you. Which of your eyes saw me use the Shadow Needle? Wang Xiaoqi is in your hands. Whether he lives or dies is your concern, and it cannot be pinned on me. How could I, Wu Yin, allow you to frame me? Wu Yong retorted. Those who do evil will meet their demise. Do you really think Wang Xiaoqi is dead? Wu Yin was taken aback. How could Wang Shaoqi still be alive? How could it be possible after his own attempt? What trick was Wu Yong playing now? Wu Yong enunciated clearly, "You want witnesses? Then let the witnesses recount the events themselves." With a wave of his hand, Wang Shaoqi was brought forth by two enforcers. It turned out that Wang Shaoqi and Wu Er had been protected by a barrier. Wu Yin's pinnacle of the Divine Palace realm was unable to penetrate the barrier set by Wu Di, who was at the peak of the Tianyang realm. When the shadow needle struck the barrier, it made a faint sound, and Wang Shaoqi deliberately moved his head to evade the overconfident Wu Yin. Wu Yin's attempt to silence him had only incited Wang Shaoqi's rage. He cast aside his guilt about implicating Wu Han and, before the thousands of Wu clan members, recounted the truth once more. Upon witnessing that Wang Shaoqi was indeed alive, Wu Yin was immediately overwhelmed with despair. He bellowed at Wang Shaoqi, "How much did that old scoundrel Wu Yong pay you? Why do you spout nonsense and bring ruin upon my family?" No one anticipated Wu Yin's sudden attack as he struck Wang Shaoqi on the head, instantly reducing the one at the first level of the divine realm to a bloody pulp, and he perished in an instant. The enraged clan leader, Wu Yong, demanded, "Elders, are you merely here to spectate? Do something and apprehend the criminal." The elders exchanged glances, unsure of how to proceed. Wu Xian and his son Wu Chang leaped to stand behind Wu Yin. Wu Yin declared, "Old scoundrel Wu Yong, I have long harbored disdain for you. Everything is the doing of this old man. What can you do about it? Come, let us settle this once and for all." Wu Yin was the first to launch a lethal assault on Wu Yong, employing the crushing technique of the stone-slapping hand. The force was tremendous, with a fierce wind howling as it surged towards Wu Yong's face. Upon witnessing this, Wu Yong did not dare to underestimate the attack. He swiftly evaded, and the two engaged in battle. Wu Yong, already weakened by the poison, found himself at a disadvantage after 50 exchanges. His son, Wu Shun, was anxious and restless, but with his martial prowess at the 6th stage, he could not intervene. Wu Di shouted at the elders, "Is this how you conduct yourselves as elders? You live in luxury while ignoring the chaos within the clan, merely watching from the sidelines." With a leap, Wu Di stood before Wu Yin, asserting, "You dare to rebel and defy the clan leader. Surrender at once." Seeing this, Wu Chang swung his fist in an attempt to stop Wu Di. Believing him to be merely a lowly doctor, no match for him, the clash of their fists echoed with the sound of cracking bones as Wu Chang's right arm was shattered into a bloody mess. Following that, a kick shattered Wu Chang's dantian, sending him flying over 10 feet, where he cried out and lost consciousness. Upon witnessing this, Wu Xian's eyes turned bloodshot with fury, and he charged at Wu Di. Exclaiming, "Bastard, you will pay for this!" Wu Di turned to face the oncoming Wu Xian and did not dodge. Instead, he kicked at Wu Xian's dantian. A pitiful scream escaped Wu Xian as he was knocked down beside Wu Chang. His dantian utterly destroyed, he fell heavily to the ground, bloodied and unconscious. In the blink of an eye, both Wu Xian and his son lay incapacitated, leaving the onlookers in shock. Wu Xian, a formidable presence within the clan, had no rivals beneath the elders. How could a mere doctor like Wu Di possess such capability? With just a punch and 2 kicks, he had felled both Wu Xian and his son, ruining their dantians and severing their paths to cultivation. Even the clan elders lacked such prowess. Xinghua felt no surprise. She had long known of Wu Di's exceptional abilities, as he had no rival within the clan. Hearing the familiar cries of despair from behind him, Wu Yin was taken aback and turned to see his beloved son Wu Xian and grandson Wu Chang in a pitiful state, rendering him disinterested in the fight. Seizing the opportunity, Wu Yong unleashed all his strength and struck Wu Yin in the back. Wu Yin let out a muffled groan, spewing several mouthfuls of blood before collapsing to the ground. His eagle-like eyes vacant. "Bind them," Wu Yong barked, panting heavily. Wu Yin and the Wu Xian duo were apprehended. Wu Yong waved his hand, silencing the crowd, and proclaimed, 16 years ago, when Wu Di was born, auspicious omens appeared. Wu Yin harbored malicious intent, sealing the infant Wu Di's intelligence to prevent other children from surpassing his own. He resorted to poison, arson, and now, murder of witnesses. His heinous deeds are too numerous to recount. He must face severe punishment according to clan law. Wu Yu's parents rushed to Wu Yin, weeping, "Wu Yin, return our daughter." Wu was only 16, cast into the river after being humiliated by Lei Haoyu. Wu Yin scoffed, "When you presented gifts to me, you willingly allowed Wu Yu to serve as a maid to Lei Haoyu." What is a maid? It is to serve, which certainly includes the body. Wu Yu's fate is of no concern to me. The second elder, drenched in cold sweat, trembled and quickly distanced himself, stating, "Wu Yin is guilty of heinous crimes and deserves death." The third elder chimed in, "Wu Yin, in his quest to win over Lei Haoyu and usurp the clan leader's position, allowed the young women of our clan to be abused. It is truly a horrific sight." The assembly erupted in anger, denouncing the two as accomplices of Wu Yin, declaring them no better. The fourth elder remarked, "I will turn against you." The second elder and Wu Yin are cut from the same cloth. The fifth elder lamented, "I am no better than a beast, having been bribed by Wu Yin to turn against my own brother. Brother, forgive me." The opportunistic behavior of the fourth and fifth elders left the crowd in disbelief. Had Wu Xian and Wu Cheng not been subdued today, and had Wu Yin not been captured, the Wu clan would have been in a far different situation. Justice cannot exist without strength. The clan's affairs steward, Wu Cheng, announced, according to clan law, first, Wu Yin and his family are to be expelled from the clan registry. Second, the mastermind Wu Yin is to be executed as a warning to future generations. The Ironwood punishment staff fell mercilessly, again and again, reducing the unworthy descendant Wu Yin to a bloody pulp, becoming the first soul lost under the clan's punishment in hundreds of years. Chapter 18. Linglong Town. The Wu clan settled into tranquility. The elders were re-elected, and clan affairs were reorganized, ushering in a new era. Wu Di declined any appointments within the clan. He was still too young, and his journey had only just begun. He preferred leisure and the art of effortless cultivation, making it clear that remaining within the clan was not an option. The landscape of Liaoyuan County underwent a dramatic transformation. Deputy County Magistrate Lei Ting lost all his martial prowess, weakened and ill, unable to maintain his position, and was forced into seclusion. With the tree falling, the monkeys scattered. His son Lei Haoyu's status within the martial academy plummeted from heights to depths. His former entourage dispersed like birds and beasts. A group led by Wu Yu turned their backs on him to ally with Song Zhongji. Anyone who encountered Lei Haoyu kicked him as a gesture of complete severance from the Lei family. With the crisis averted, Song Zhongji replaced Lei Haoyu and took control of the Martial Academy's influence. Song Yinyan was appointed as an elder at the Martial Academy, while her sister Song Qianqian began to strut about in the academy. The Song family believed that heaven had opened its eyes, punishing their rival Lei Ting. They were unaware that it was Wu Di who had altered the dynamics between the Song and Lei families. Wu Di's relationship with the Song siblings became shrouded in shadow. Since leaving the Song residence, he had not seen anyone from the Song family again. The Central Plains Martial Academy's elite arena competition, held every 3 years, boasts a history of over 400 years. It serves as a platform for martial exchanges, skill refinement, and elite selection, ranking the martial academies across the 9 domains. The Central Plains County, as the second largest county in the 9 domains, stands at the heart of the northern 4 counties of the Great Zhou dynasty, rich in talent and resources, thriving in prosperity. The Central Plains County's elite arena competition has always been a grand event in the 9 domains, drawing together the youth of remarkable talents and a tide of spectators. Each county's martial academy sends representatives, making it an opportunity for the students to showcase their abilities, as well as a mark of each county's strength. Highly regarded by all, Wu Di felt a stirring in his heart and decided to venture to Central Plains County for some experience. He wished to witness the talents of the youth in the 9 domains and discern if there was a place for him among them. Carrying 500 taels of silver notes and some loose coins, he set off alone for Central Plains County. Wu Di chose not to travel with companions or ride horses. Instead, he walked alone, familiarizing himself with the local customs and mingling with people from all walks of life. Having spent over a decade at the Taishu Temple, he needed to understand society and the martial world. To integrate himself within it, on one particular day, he arrived at a small town. Having missed lunchtime, he strolled into a restaurant. Casually selecting a spot, he ordered 2 bowls of rice, a braised carp, and a pot of aged wine. At the opposite table sat 2 individuals, a master and a servant. The master, of similar age to Wu Di, donned white silk garments, his hair wrapped in a white silk cloth, his features handsome and refined. Holding a folding fan, embodying the archetype of a scholar, Wu Di was reminded of by Yiren. They shared a similar stature yet had distinct appearances. The servant, dressed in the attire of a scholar's assistant, was neat and sprightly, though his clothing appeared rather ordinary. The duo ordered a feast of 4 dishes and a soup, 3 meat and 1 vegetable, accompanied by a pot of fine wine. After finishing their meal, the servant settled the bill, and they leisurely departed, leaving behind a money pouch on the table. Wu Di noticed this, but by then, the two had already vanished. While he waited for a bit, seeing no sign of their return, he summoned the restaurant owner to explain the situation and entrusted the pouch to the owner for safekeeping. Upon exiting the restaurant, he unexpectedly encountered the master and servant returning, clearly in search of their lost pouch. Wu Di took the initiative to bow slightly, saying, "Gentlemen, the pouch you left behind is with the restaurant owner. You may retrieve it from him." The scholar responded courteously. "Thank you, kind sir, for your consideration." The servant rushed back, saying, "Young master, the shopkeeper claims he never saw our pouch and suggested that this guest may have taken it." Wu Di, upon hearing this, was infuriated and laughed derisively. What a shameless shopkeeper! With determined strides, Wu Di approached the restaurant owner, sternly declaring, "Return this gentleman's pouch at once." The owner, feigning innocence, replied, "What pouch? I have no idea what you're talking about." The owner blinked in disbelief, acting as if nothing had occurred. "Running a business relies on reputation and credibility. I personally handed the pouch to you and informed you that it belonged to these gentlemen. Not only do you refuse to return it, but you also attempt to frame me. How utterly dishonorable!" The owner, with a face full of bluster and spittle flying from his mouth, countered, "When did I hide a customer's pouch? Do you have any witnesses? Look at your miserable expression. It's clear you can't afford to eat or drink. I suspect you are the thief, trying to shift blame." Wu Di chuckled. "You claim I took it? Come, search me. The truth will reveal itself." The owner retorted, "Who knows where you might be hiding it? As if it would still be on your person. I want he fall for your trick." Wu Di could not help but feel infuriated. "Let me state this one last time. If we bring this matter up now, it will be settled. If you refuse to take responsibility, do not come to regret it. Bah, you 3-handed scoundrel, how dare you threaten me? I am not one to be intimidated. Fetch the town officials, for he has slandered my reputation. Throw this ill-fated creature into the dungeon." A young man clad in white stepped forward and said, "Enough, enough. It is hardly worth the fuss. If anyone is to blame, it is we who should lament our own carelessness." Wu Di and the tavern keeper were at an impasse, leaving the onlookers utterly perplexed. Such matters are difficult for even a just official to resolve. The tavern owner exclaimed, "The guest who lost the silver has already said to let it go. Why are you inciting a ruckus?" "For the sake of my honor." Wu Di, feeling helpless, resorted to extraordinary measures. He produced a transparency talisman, crushed it in his mouth, and swallowed it. Moments later, he activated a perception that could penetrate walls and wood. Beginning his search, he soon discovered that the money pouch was hidden in the drawer to the right of the account table. And he declared loudly, "Everyone, listen to me. I have uncovered the location of the money pouch." The tavern fell silent in an instant. Wu Di continued, "Owner, I shall grant you one final chance for repentance. Return the pouch to these 2 gentlemen, and we shall consider this matter resolved." The tavern keeper, growing bolder, retorted, "Bah, you 3-handed fool. I, a respectable proprietor, am far more trustworthy than a mere vagrant like you. Ask everyone here. Who do they believe?" Wu Di replied, "Do not say I did not offer you a chance. Will you dare to open the drawer to the right of the account table?" The tavern keeper, momentarily taken aback, stammered, "Why should I open the drawer, and why should I heed your words, you 3-handed scoundrel? It is impossible. If you have not committed any wrongdoing, you should not fear any scrutiny. Since you claim not to have taken it, merely open the drawer for all to see. Why do you hesitate?" Wu Di then produced 500 taels of silver notes, raising them above his head. "If you open the drawer and the pouch is not inside, these silver notes shall be yours. If you refuse to open it, then it is clear you have something to hide, and the pouch belongs to you. The choice is yours. All eyes in the room were fixed on the tavern keeper. The wager of 500 taels hanging in the balance. Yet, the tavern owner obstinately refused. The crowd quickly grasped the situation. The money pouch was undoubtedly within the drawer. Wu Di gazed into the tavern keeper's eyes. Using his perception to seize control of his thoughts, opened the drawer and retrieved the money pouch. The tavern keeper, now compliant, opened the drawer and extracted the pouch. Wu Di instructed, "Return the pouch to its rightful owner." The young scholar eagerly accepted the pouch, exclaiming, "Yes, this is indeed the pouch." Wu Di sighed, reflecting on the greed that prompts one to wrongfully accuse others. The human heart is treacherous. Had he not possessed a few tricks up his sleeve, he might have been unjustly sullied today. On the hillside road leading to the Central Plains Prefecture, two individuals in white were spotted ahead. It turned out they were the master and servant of the tavern who had lost the money pouch. At that moment, they were blocked by two burly men. One, a stout fellow with a full beard, bellowed, "Do not move. Choose between your life and your money." The other, a gaunt man with a pockmarked face, brandished a 5-ringed blade, roaring menacingly, which was quite terrifying. Just then, Wu Di arrived, and the white-clad duo immediately sought refuge behind him. Wu Di stepped forward and addressed the two roadblocks. "Gentlemen, with such robust physiques, why resort to robbery? Surely there are better pursuits for your talents." The bearded man retorted, "Get lost. If it weren't for your pitiful appearance, I'd have dealt with you too." The pockmarked man added, "You best scram." "Do you wish to meet your end?" Wu Di replied, "I have no desire to meddle in your affairs, but since fate has brought me here, allow me to demonstrate. If you can match my strength, I shall leave you be." The pockmarked man scoffed, "What nonsense! Don't waste my time with your tricks." Wu Di remained silent, taking a light step forward, causing a pit over a foot deep to form beneath him. Given the rocky terrain, such a depth required immense force. The stout and pockmarked men were visibly stunned, their tongues nearly dragging on the ground. Is that not sufficient? Wu Di advanced to a boulder the size of a grinding stone, placed his palm upon it, and with a series of cracking sounds, the massive stone shattered into a pile of rubble. Wu Di stood aside, declaring, "Now it is your turn. Let's see how you measure up." The bearded man pleaded, "Grandfather, we shall not rob any longer." The pockmarked man stammered, "Grandfather, we surrender. Spare us our lives." The two fled in a panic. The young scholar in white approached Wu Di, bowing respectfully, "Thank you, kind sir, for your timely assistance. We are truly fated to meet. Twice now we have encountered each other, and both times you have rendered aid. May I inquire your name?" Wu Di, who harbored a fondness for scholars, quickly returned the courtesy, "You flatter me. I am Wu Di." The young scholar clapped his hands in approval. "A splendid name. It suits you well. I am Cheng Shi, and this is my attendant, Cheng Xiaoyu. Are you traveling to the Central Plains Prefecture, Wu Xiong?" Wu Di affirmed, "Indeed." Cheng Shi, his face brimming with joy, proposed, "Shall we travel together? We are also headed to the Central Plains Prefecture." Wu Di hesitated to refuse. Though he preferred solitary travel. "Wu Xiong, we have but a few more miles to reach Linglong Ancient Town. Have you ever been there?" Cheng Shi spoke animatedly, fanning his folding fan, discussing history and current events without pause. Wu Di shook his head. "I have not." Cheng Shi, with enthusiasm, began to enlighten him. Linglong Ancient Town is renowned across the 9 domains. It serves as the gateway to Central Plains Prefecture and boasts 4 major attractions. First, the Yihong Courtyard, which is abundant in beauty and allure, with an array of stunning women, rumored to include treasures from beyond the 9 domains. Wealthy and powerful men from all over come here seeking pleasure. Second, the town is famous for its exquisite jewelry and accessories, unmatched in variety, style, and craftsmanship. The finest ornaments in the 9 domains are produced here. Third, it acts as an information hub, where one can acquire news from across the 9 domains. Fourth, it is a gambling haven, attracting gamblers from all corners, where one can win or lose fortunes in an instant, turning a pauper into a millionaire or vice versa. Listening to Cheng Shi's introduction, Wu Di felt his horizons broaden, realizing how little he truly knew. Though Linglong Ancient Town may sound like a small place, it is far from that. It surpasses even the bustling Liaoyuan Prefecture. And Wu Jiaji is but a mere shadow in comparison. One cannot comprehend the vastness of the world without stepping outside. The differences between places are staggering. Chang Shi inquired, Wu Xiong, are you attending the arena competition starting next month? Or merely spectating? Wu Di replied, I am out to explore, hoping to gain some insight. Not to embarrass you, but I am merely the son of a farmer, devoid of experience or knowledge. Everything is fresh and new to me. As they conversed and walked, their rapport deepened, and before long, they entered Linglong ancient town. Cheng Xiaoyu pointed to the distance. Look, the spire of Linglong Tower. Raising his gaze, Wu Di beheld the tower shrouded in a veil of mystery, evoking a sense of familiarity within him. Chang Shi elaborated, the Linglong Tower is a sight of wonder. It is the guardian of Linglong Town, reputed to possess the power to subdue demons and quell evil spirits. Originally a celestial treasure, it holds unparalleled might, capable of subjugating all manner of demons and malevolent beings. In times of need, even celestial beings could be bound by its power. It was bestowed upon Li Jing, the king of the tower, by the Taoist priest of Yuanjue Cave on Lingzhou Mountain, once used to defend the heavens and suppress evil. However, the circumstances of its loss remain a mystery, known to none. Wu Di realized, so the Linglong Tower is the namesake of Linglong ancient town. Cheng Shi snapped his folding fan shut and lightly tapped it. Indeed, many people visit Linglong Tower to offer prayers, especially scholars who seek enlightenment. It is said to awaken one's intellect and bestow a heart of clarity. As Wu Di paused, he suddenly felt a burst of colorful light from the tower pierce his brow. Too swift for him to react, leading him to doubt his senses. Soon after, his mind experienced an unprecedented clarity, accompanied by an indescribable change within his body, requiring him to adapt. The burst of color transformed into a warm, energy-filled orb, the size of a pigeon egg, settling into his dantian. Chang Shi noticed Wu Di's sudden distraction. Wu Xiong, what is the matter? Wu Di took some time to regain his composure and replied, I was lost in thought upon hearing about Linglong Tower. It feels truly enchanting. As Cheng Shi had described, Linglong ancient town was bustling with life, resembling another world altogether. The sights were fresh and overwhelming, with well-dressed individuals adorned in silk and satin lining the streets. Shops flanked either side, glimmering with jewels. The courtesans outside Yihong courtyard beckoned passers-by, each more enchanting than the last, while the calls of gamblers echoed melodiously from within. Outside one Yihong courtyard, several stunning maidens stood, and Cheng Shi chuckled, Wu Xiong, are you tempted to indulge in some merriment? Wu Di blushed deeply, feeling embarrassed, and shook his head repeatedly. Wu Xiong, this is a haven for men. There is no shame in it. The first visit may feel awkward, but the second will be familiar. Wu Di, flustered, lacked even the courage to steal a glance. Cheng Shi and Cheng Xiaoyu laughed heartily at his expense. In front of a jewelry shop, Cheng Shi inquired, Wu Xiong, would you like to purchase a piece of jewelry for your beloved? Wu Di, embarrassed, replied, I have no beloved to speak of. Cheng Shi remarked, every man must eventually have one. It is only a matter of time, right? Cheng Shi then led Wu Di into a clothing store, where the proprietor warmly welcomed them, offering tea. Wu Di, parched, reached for a cup, but Cheng Shi sniffed and remarked, Shopkeeper, this tea has certainly been watered down 5 or 6 times. Do you think we cannot afford clothing? Young master must hail from a noble family. I can tell just by your scent. It was but a series of minor errors, causing a flurry of confusion. The shopkeeper promptly nodded and bowed, swiftly replacing the teapot with a fine brew, hurriedly refilling the cups of Cheng Shi and Wu Di, all the while wearing a cheerful smile. Cheng Shi remarked, please bring forth a few sets of your most popular garments for this esteemed gentleman. The shopkeeper, elated, retrieved several outfits, presenting them to Wu Di for his appraisal. Wu Di quickly declined, saying, Cheng brother, I am but a humble farmer. As long as the clothes are clean, that suffices. Fine garments would only make me feel out of place. A mere few outfits hold little significance. If others can wear them, so can we. Wu brother, our meeting is a fortuitous one. Let us not be burdened by trivialities. Whether the attire is simple or of finer quality matters not. A tranquil heart is what we should cherish. Wu Di hesitated to say more, reaching for the silver notes to settle the bill, but the nimble Cheng Xiao and Cheng Xiaoyu had already jumped in first. The three took residence in the Linglong Guild Hall, which was, in fact, the headquarters of the GU Information Trading Center INGU. Every county has its own branch of the Linglong Guild Hall. After dinner, the hall was resplendent under the illumination of grand candles, filled with guests in both large and small private rooms. Cheng Shi and Wu Di sat in a central private booth, sipping tea and nibbling on dried fruits. This was the prime time for trading various intelligence and information. Cheng Shi pointed to a woman clad in an elegant black gown, possessing an extraordinary demeanor and striking beauty, her enchanting eyes exuding allure, and said, "That woman is the third master of the Linglong Guild Hall. Sun Shangxiang, the leader of the Linglong Town Branch. She is at the core of all intelligence, known behind her back as Sun Wuyang. Do not let her petite stature deceive you. She wields significant influence in the later stages of the Tianyang realm. Even the county magistrates of the Central Plains grant her due respect." As they spoke, Sun Shangxiang approached, her melodious voice arriving before her presence. "Young Master Cheng, I apologize for the delay. Which young master do we have here?" As she spoke, she replenished Wu Di's tea. Clearly, Sun Shangxiang shared a familiarity with Cheng Shi that was beyond the ordinary. Wu Di quickly stood. "I am unworthy. I am merely Wu Di, a humble farmer by trade." Sun Shangxiang's eyes sparkled. "There is no shame in farming. It is a noble way to earn a living. My ancestors were farmers as well. I have a fondness for men who do not flaunt wealth or vanity. Only those from the lower echelons of society understand the beauty of shared hardship." Cheng Shi interjected, "Might you grace us with your presence for a brief moment?" "Dear sister, speak freely. Dear brother, I am all ears," she replied. "Do you have any news regarding the upcoming ranking tournament next month? Please share with my two brothers." Sun Shangxiang's voice lowered. "The disciple of the Western Saint, Shun Jianpain, the Southern Saint's disciple, Sima Yuru, and the Eastern Saint's disciple, the Master of Disguise, Jiang Weiniang. I hear there are two formidable individuals arriving from the north. The first four positions may be beyond our reach." Wu Di's heart sank. Who were these individuals from the north? Was he counted among them? Sun Shangxiang, with a mysterious glance towards Wu Di, remarked, "Who has ever seen the true form of Jiang Weiniang? The Eastern Saint's disciple? Like a dragon that appears and vanishes, she is an exceptionally stunning beauty, a great fortune to be in her company." Cheng Shi countered, "Sister, she cannot be as remarkable as you claim. Far beyond that, is it not, Wu Di?" "Oh, indeed." Wu Di had never seen her and could only echo an agreement. Sun Shangxiang's words seemed laden with meaning, leaving Wu Di perplexed. Cheng Shi noted, "Each disciple of the four saints harbors their own secrets. In this moment, I am most eager to hear the secrets of my brother Wu Di," Sun Shangxiang said with a playful smile, her charm radiating even more. She handed a jade token shaped like a delicate green tower to Wu Di. "As a token of our first meeting, I gift you this for remembrance." Cheng Shi observed, "This is the Linglong Guild Hall's VIP card, granting a 50% discount. There are only 10 in existence. Sister, you are quite generous." At that moment, a guest called out, "Sister, we await your fragrant tea. Look, I have only just arrived here, and they are already summoning me. I must take my leave," she said, bestowing a kiss on both Cheng Shi and Wu Di's cheeks. Wu Di's face flushed crimson. It was his first kiss from a woman. Still a pure young lad. How delightful! Cheng Shi laughed nonchalantly. "Wu brother, not everyone receives such affection from sister Sun. Some would offer 1,000 taels of silver and still be turned away." Chapter 19. A sudden departure. Wu Di departed without a word, leaving behind a letter. Cheng Shi perused the note. "Cheng brother, our journey together has been immensely enriching, though I have troubled you greatly. I am grateful for our encounter, for your kindness, and for the garments you bestowed. I wish to wander the countryside alone for a while. Please take care and do not worry about me." Along with the letter lay 500 taels of silver notes. Cheng Xiao and Cheng Xiaoyu pouted in discontent. "He leaves without a word. How inconsiderate! He fails to appreciate the lady's goodwill." As soon as the words left her lips, she stuck out her tongue and quickly corrected herself. "He fails to appreciate the young master's goodwill." Cheng Shi did not dwell on Cheng Xiaoyu's words, but instead fell into deep thought. He opened the window and inhaled the fresh air. From what he knew of Wu Di, he was no frivolous scion. nor was he one to be lured by the allure of the brothel or the glimmer of gold. He was not one to engage in flowery rhetoric, nor was he a sycophant reliant on others. He possessed a complete sense of self and dignity. Perhaps it was their shared economic struggles and hardships that made them suitable companions. A single sweet potato shared during hunger was his true character. Gazing at the silver notes, Cheng Shi realized that this may very well be all Wu Di had. His few sets of new clothes had cost him dearly. He wondered how dire Wu Di's situation might be and how he would manage his future living expenses. Would he have to endure a repeat of the events in Shangguan Town? Jiang Weining felt a pang of guilt. She had unwittingly put Wu Di in a bind twice, especially when, in Shangguan Town, she had conspired with Tang Jiugong to extort 3,000 taels from him in order to redeem Bai Yiren. Had she pushed him too far with her continuous trials? Cheng Shi was, in fact, Bai Yiren, the prize jewel of the Central Plains County Magistrate, Jiang Binghui, and the junior disciple of the Eastern Saint, as well as the little sister of Sun Shangxiang, Jiang Weining. Cheng Xiao and Cheng Xiaoyu's true identity was that of her personal maid, Qiu Hong. Otherwise, how could the precious jade token of the Linglong Guildhall have been so easily gifted to Wu Di? Through their journey together, Jiang Weining increasingly recognized Wu Di's character, mannerisms, and virtues, feeling that he might truly be her destined partner. For Jiang Weining, gold and jewels were but trinkets. What she valued was the character that money could not buy. Jiang Weining felt grateful for meeting Wu Di, thanks to a person she had only encountered once, whose identity and name remained unknown to her. This person was a peculiar middle-aged man she had stumbled upon during the temple fair in the Central Plains at the beginning of the year. Renowned for her unparalleled skills in disguise, Jiang Weining often roamed about, disguised as various young masters, with Qiu Hong by her side, without anyone ever seeing through her ruse. Not even her father, Jiang Binghui, or her mother, Lu Junyi, could discern her true identity, leading to many noble ladies pursuing her and resulting in numerous amusing incidents. Jiang Weining's art of disguise was not merely superficial makeup. It involved the manipulation of her vital energy and intent to alter her facial features, transforming her into another self. Even more bewildering was that, upon altering her appearance, her intrinsic aura and temperament would also change, making it impossible for even her own family to recognize her. This was the fundamental reason why Wu Di, who had attained the Yuaning realm, had not discovered that he was interacting with the same person as Bai Yiren and Cheng Shi during their prolonged acquaintance. Yet, the individual she had encountered at the fair recognized Jiang Weining at first glance. At the time, Jiang Weining and Qiu Hong were merrily wandering the temple fair when a middle-aged man wearing sunglasses unexpectedly appeared before them. Wherever they turned, he seemed to follow. Evading his presence was futile. Jiang Weining decided to stop hiding. What kind of person was Jiang Weining? A cherished disciple of the Eastern Saint, at the pinnacle of the Tianyang realm, her every eyelash was imbued with astuteness. Although she could not discern the origins or cultivation of the middle-aged man before her, she was certain he was no ordinary individual. Despite her guardedness, she maintained a demeanor of respect. Jiang Weining politely inquired, "Elder, do you have any guidance for me? Miss, would you permit me to treat you to a cup of tea?" Jiang Weining was taken aback. This was the first time someone had publicly unmasked her disguise since her debut. She scrutinized the middle-aged man before her. He had an average build, neither too fat nor too thin, clad in a gray robe, donning a gray eight-sided hat, and wearing gray cloth shoes. His complexion was slightly flushed, his features harmonious, and the eyes behind the sunglasses sparkled with life, indicating he was certainly not blind. Jiang Weining promptly instructed Qiu Hong, "Fetch 50 taels of silver to treat this gentleman to tea." The middle-aged man spoke with a depth of meaning. "I am not here to beg for silver. I whimsically wish to share tea and chat with you. If our conversation flows well, it may benefit you. If not, it will not cause harm. In any case, you will not lose out. Please, sir." The middle-aged man radiated vigor and gravity, clearly indicating that this was not merely a casual tea session. Jiang Weining, with grace, gestured for him to enter. In the tea house's elegant private room, they enjoyed fine tea, dried fruits, and pastries. The middle-aged man savored the fragrant tea leisurely. After half the cup, he set it down and gestured to Jiang Weining. "Fill it up." Qiu Hong hurried to refill the teapot, but Jiang Weining halted her. fully aware that this was a task meant solely for her. Jiang Weining obediently poured tea for the middle-aged man. The man, wearing sunglasses, lifted the teacup and savored the beverage sip by sip, indulging in both tea and snacks. He gestured for Jiang Weining not to be in a daze, encouraging her to join him in enjoying the tea and treats. Jiang Weining complied without hesitation, as the pot of tea neared its end. When the middle-aged man set down his cup once more, Jiang Weining proactively refilled his tea. Finally, the man, with a tone of nostalgia, remarked, "It has been 20 years since I last attended the temple fair in Zhongwen County. Time has changed everything. I did not expect to encounter you, who vanished without a trace 20 years ago. A person worthy of my words." Jiang Weining listened intently, aware that she did not exist 2 decades ago. She was merely 15 this year. The middle-aged man, having finished his tea, addressed her differently. "My dear, despite your extraordinary ability to disguise yourself, I can discern your original self at a glance. You embody auspiciousness and possess a noble heart, undoubtedly of affluent lineage. Born into an esteemed family and trained under a distinguished master. Am I correct?" Jiang Weining nodded earnestly. "Elder, you are absolutely right. At this moment, the auspicious red Luan star is stirring, and I wish to have a few words with you." With youthful exuberance, Jiang Weining exclaimed, "The red Luan star is stirring, but I do not desire it. I still wish to enjoy my freedom and revel in my carefree youth. Why would I want to tie a noose around my neck?" The middle-aged man, amused by Jiang Weining's candidness, chuckled heartily and slowed his speech. "You may indulge in folly and play, but why not try something new instead?" "What a splendid idea! Pray, enlighten me," she responded. "Venture northward to Liaoyuan County, without riding a horse or taking a carriage. Leave when you wish and return at your leisure. Embrace spontaneity. Perhaps you shall stumble upon unexpected treasures." "Really? What kind of unexpected treasures might I encounter?" "Do tell. For the sake of one person, you may reincarnate through 10 lifetimes. Have you truly forgotten this individual?" Jiang Weining shook her head. "To reincarnate for someone through 10 lifetimes is impossible. I have never harbored such a person in my heart." "Sir, such jesting is unbecoming of a young lady." The middle-aged man leisurely sipped his tea. "Close your eyes, empty your mind, and seriously contemplate whether there exists someone in your heart." Obediently, Jiang Weining closed her eyes. Delving into her memories with focused intent, the notion of someone lingered nebulously, neither entirely absent nor clearly present. A perplexing sensation crept into her heart, and her playful spirit dimmed considerably, just as she was about to speak upon reopening her eyes. The bespectacled man interjected, "The words I utter are not meant to compel your belief, but rather to ensure that one day you will recall every word I have shared." "Elder, your words elude my understanding," she replied. The man continued, "Then let us speak plainly. You possess a red mole on your right foot, heralding good fortune and great intellect, capable in both literature and martial arts. Though you may not have been born under auspicious clouds, the presence of a magpie on a branch suffices. Close your eyes, clear your mind, and seek that shadow once more." Jiang Weining shut her eyes again, searching for that elusive figure within her heart. Sensing a presence that felt both near and distant, and no matter how hard she tried to discern the face, clarity eluded her. When she finally opened her eyes, the man in sunglasses had long departed. Was there truly someone waiting for her across 10 lifetimes? Who could that individual be? Jiang Weining was left in a state of half-belief, unaware that her wandering led her to meet Wu Di in the town of Xiaoguan. Liaoyuan County Diane restaurant, she witnessed Wu Di being bullied by a group of ruffians as they overturned his bowl of rice and plate of scallion tofu. He refrained from retaliating, ultimately sitting across from her in silence, and thus they became acquainted. When Wu Di could no longer endure the mistreatment, he unleashed his hidden skills, teaching the ruffians a lesson they would not forget. In his effort to treat her to tea, he had spent all his money, still owing 5 taels of silver for the tea. His face burned with embarrassment, as if he could have slipped through a crack in the ground. Jiang Weining, feeling mischievous, secretly observed how he navigated his predicament, wondering if he might seek her out. To her surprise, when pushed to the edge, his astonishing medical skills emerged, curing ailments effortlessly, thus resolving his embarrassment. To redeem Bai Yiren, who was kidnapped, he astonishingly spent all of his first earnings of 3,000 taels of silver, gained after descending the mountain. 3,000 taels is no small sum for an ordinary person. Wu Di had set out with only 5 taels of scrap silver. The average small merchant might not earn 3,000 taels in a decade, let alone a farmer. Jiang Weining felt guilty for having put Wu Di in such a predicament. As she had yet to repay the 3,000 taels, however, she proceeded without hesitation, driven by a desire to test the depth of their connection over the course of a month and see how far Wu Di could go. 3,000 taels, like meat buns thrown to dogs, would not return. She yearned to witness Wu Di's response, whether he would express regret or resentment. Yet, he bore no grievances and remained preoccupied with thoughts of Bai Yiren. After gifting Wu Di several garments, he left behind all he owned without a word. Jiang Weining often closed her eyes, emptied her mind, and silently sought that shadow in her heart. The figure felt familiar. Imbued with a sense of warmth, Wu Di's arrival seemed to merge with the shadow within her heart. A surge of unexplainable fondness welled up within Jiang Weining. Could Wu Di be the hazy figure she had envisioned? The shadow remained too indistinct for her to discern clearly. With determination, she took steps closer, eager to see clearly. Regardless of the outcome, Wu Di was undoubtedly a rare friend. Gazing at the silver note, she nearly laughed with delight. "You rascal, where could you possibly hide? In Zhongyuan County, avoiding me is nearly impossible. Have you gone back to healing the world, seeking riches to alleviate your troubles?" Chapter 20. A Needle. 2 Lives. Zhongyuan County, pivotal among the 9 domains, stands surrounded by the 4 regions like a protective fortress. The vast, fertile lands stretch endlessly, with rivers surging forth and mountains undulating across the earth, while countless eaves and pavilions form a grand tapestry of prosperity and strength. Zhongyuan County serves as the political, economic, military, and cultural nucleus of the Central Plains. In comparison, Liaoyuan County seems but a younger sibling. Frail and unremarkable, akin to an underdeveloped radish. Only upon arriving here does one truly grasp the disparity between the great and the small, feeling dwarfed by the towering heights. Wu Di, financially constrained, urgently needed to address his basic needs for food and shelter. With his scant remaining silver, he rented a modest room in a narrow alley, hanging up the sign for Revitalizing Hall, offering free consultations for 5 days. Indeed, Bai Yiren, Cheng Shi, Jiang Weining had accurately guessed. He had returned to his old profession, healing the world with compassion and skill. In just 10 days, Wu Di had made significant progress. A fee box was placed in the room, where patients could pay as they pleased. Those with means could contribute, while those without were not obligated. Zhongyuan County, of course, was not comparable to Wuji Village, as the wealthy here far surpassed those in the latter. As long as he treated ailments effectively, no one would quibble over 10 or 8 taels of silver. Within half a month, Wu Di found himself free from worry regarding food and shelter, having accumulated a modest savings. The saying holds true: good wine fears not the deep alleys. Word spread swiftly, and despite the clinic's seclusion, the number of patients increased daily. By night, he practiced, and by day, he consulted, leading a tranquil and comfortable life. One afternoon, while Wu Di was attending to patients, the clinic's door was suddenly kicked open. A girl, around 13 or 14 years old, swaggered up to Wu Di, pointing an accusatory finger at his nose and indignantly declaring, "How dare you hang the sign for Miraculous Hands? What qualifications do you have to claim such a title?" Wu Di was taken aback. Had someone sent a child to challenge him? "Is there something wrong?" he inquired. The girl, with hands on her hips, retorted, "Of course there is. Do you think you are worthy of the Miraculous Hand sign? If you have any sense, take it down immediately. If not, I will humiliate you." It was merely a sign. Did he require her permission to display it? "I neither know you nor have I provoked you. By what right do you kick me out of my clinic? At such a tender age, your audacity is rather overbearing, is it not?" Wu Di could not help but feel a surge of anger. The child was remarkably presumptuous. Yet, he refrained from acting, patiently awaiting the arrival of the individuals accompanying the little girl. Upon witnessing the commotion, the patients in the clinic were taken aback. Patient A. "Whose child is this? Such a lack of upbringing to come here and act out," Patient B. What does it matter to you what sign hangs here? The Chinese Medicine Alliance has no authority over it. Do you think you can meddle? This is clearly an act of disruption, undoubtedly incited by a malicious party. Such wickedness at such a young age, after all, one learns from a young age. This child is certainly no good bird. Patient C. This is Central Plains County, the most reasonable place under heaven. How dare you behave so wildly? The little girl stamped her foot. Do you know who my master is? Wu Di. What relevance does your master have to me? Even they cannot dictate the name of all clinics in the world, can they? Just because your master is renowned, does it grant you the right to bully others and act with impunity? Depart quickly and do not disturb my patients. At that moment, the clinic's door was forcefully flung open once more, and a throng of individuals rushed in. What on earth is happening today? The clinic's door has been kicked open time and again. Wu Di felt quite displeased. Several burly men carried in a woman in labor, her groans of agony barely audible, bloodstains splattered across the sheet. A horrific sight. The woman had been in labor for over a day without giving birth. Her life force nearly depleted. The midwife, frightened and at a loss, had brought the woman to Wu Di's clinic. Wu Di lamented inwardly. What is happening here? There are boundaries between men and women, and I am unmarried. I am not a midwife and have no knowledge of delivering children. Bringing the woman here is akin to digging my own grave. This is merely adding chaos. Desperate and flustered, Wu Di was at a loss for what to do. Lives were at stake. A burly man knelt before Wu Di, his eyes filled with tears of despair. Doctor, please save my wife. Our family cannot do without her. The pregnant woman's mother-in-law. Let me take her place. Dear heavens, take me instead and spare my daughter-in-law. The midwife trembled, her face as pale as a sheet, paralyzed with fear. The gravity of life and death had rendered her speechless. The once tranquil clinic was thrown into disarray. The girl who had kicked the clinic pushed her way through the crowd, trying to get to the front to observe the spectacle. Patient A. Go away. What do you think you're doing here? Patient B. Small but wicked. This girl is bound to be trouble. When she grows up, no one will want her, even if she throws herself at them. Patient C. Let us apprehend her and see who is backing her. No need for severe punishment. A good scolding will suffice. Wu Di was truly enraged, loudly confronting the girl who had kicked the clinic. Do you know how to assist in childbirth? No, then why are you pushing forward? Do you have any humanity left? 2 lives are at stake here. Is this a place for your amusement? Get out. Wu Di steadied his mind, forcing himself to remain calm. He opened his consciousness, focusing on the pregnant woman, whose breath was faint and labored. With the enhancement of the Linglong Pearl, Wu Di effortlessly perceived the baby within the mother's womb. He noticed the infant's tiny hand tightly gripping the umbilical cord. And suddenly, the reason for the difficult labor became clear to him. Wu Di shouted, "Quickly cover the lower half of the pregnant woman and prepare for childbirth." The men and bystanders immediately withdrew. He took out silver needles and swiftly pierced through the pregnant woman's abdomen, inserting a needle into the baby's hand, causing it to release its grip. The child was born. The midwife received the baby, performing her routine shout, "It's a boy!" Wu Di wasted no time, using acupuncture to stop the bleeding and replenish the mother's energy. He infused a thread of true energy to protect the mother's heart pulse, ensuring her safety. With the birth of new life, the cries of the newborn filled the clinic, followed by a wave of cheers. The mother-in-law, having transitioned from tears to joy, wrapped her grandson in a red cloth, overwhelmed with happiness at seeing her grandchild. The father of the infant, with his large hands, held out a few pieces of silver. "Thank you, doctor. You are a great benefactor to our family. Benefactor, this is all we have. It is far too little to express our gratitude. Please accept it." Wu Di pushed the silver back. "Congratulations to you all. Quickly return home. Your wife is too weak. Make her some nourishing chicken soup to recuperate." As the mother and child departed, the clinic fell silent. Wu Di washed his hands with soap and water, exhaling a sigh of relief. He never expected such an event to occur today. Wu Di felt that it was the Linglong Pearl that had saved both mother and child. Without it, his consciousness would not have possessed the ability to penetrate the human body and see the baby's tiny hand gripping the umbilical cord, leaving him helpless and at a loss. His ability to penetrate the human body was growing stronger by the day, and the emergence of this extraordinary power was remarkably timely. Saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda. The lives of mother and child, Wu Di, are immeasurable in merit. Cheng Shi and Cheng Xiaoyu appeared. Wu Di was pleasantly surprised. Cheng, how is it that you both have graced us with your presence? I never expected this. Cheng Shi waved his folding fan. It has only been a few days since our parting, and Wu has already made quite a name for himself in half the city. Did you fear you would be hard to find? I did not anticipate your remarkable abilities. This is indeed astonishing. You flatter me. One could say it is merely a matter of practicing medicine to help the world. Or, to put it more bluntly, it is simply a means of making a living. Wu Di turned to the persistent girl who had kicked the clinic. I have friends visiting. Will you not kindly take your leave? Girl, no. You must take down the sign of Hua Chuntang. Without my master, no one is worthy of hanging such a sign. Wu Di smiled. How old is your master? Throughout the thousands of years of Chinese history, there have been countless renowned physicians. The sign of Hua Chuntang has existed for hundreds, even thousands of years. No matter how skilled your master is, can they govern the old brand that has existed for centuries? The girl's face flushed crimson, her mouth opening and closing several times, yet she remained speechless. I forgive you for being a child. I shall not hold it against you, if you truly wish to kick my clinic. You are not yet qualified. Do you not have a master? Let your master come. Dare to underestimate my master, and just mentioning them would frighten you. Then go ahead and name them to scare me. I am trembling already, and naturally, I shall take down the sign. You have a master. Do you understand the art of Qi Huang? What is all this talk of Qi Huang? My master is heaven. You do not understand even the basics of Qi Huang. Yet you dare to kick my clinic? Wu Di's expression darkened. If your master is heaven, then what is your master's master? Since you have a master, you should respect them, yet you do not acknowledge your ancestors or your forebears? Do you not even know who the progenitor is? Has your master not taught you to honor teachers and value the way? In the company of 3, one must have a teacher. Choose the good and follow it. And amend the bad. A scholar must be broad-minded. The road is long and heavy. Is it not a weighty matter to take benevolence as one's duty? Is your ignorance your own? Or is it a reflection of your esteemed master's ignorance? Do you think you are worthy to speak of the Qi Huang and benefit all living beings? Let me tell you, Huang Di and Qibua are the founding fathers of medicine in our land. What is your master in comparison, to dare call themselves heaven? The girl who had kicked the clinic was at a loss, unable to comprehend Wu Di's words. She pointed at Wu Di. My master is heaven. I shall not allow you to hang the sign of Hua Chuntang. Wu Di stood up, his left hand behind his back, right hand raised in front of his chest. The path of knowledge does not distinguish between seniority. Kicking my clinic is not out of the question, but you must demonstrate some real skill, not just rely on your feet and mouth. I have stated before, you are unqualified. If you wish to kick my clinic, let those behind you come forth. Senior sister, do not cause trouble. The young woman, referring to the little girl as senior sister, entered. The newcomer was composed and steady, nodding to Wu Di and Cheng Shi. Cheng Shi, seated nearby, continued sipping tea while fanning himself, remaining silent, having already grasped the situation at hand. Inwardly amused, she was curious to see who possessed the audacity to kick Wu Di's clinic. Even her own father would not dare. Wu Di. Am I the one bullying you, or have you been bullying me all along? Kicking my clinic, there are witnesses aplenty. My name is Ayuan. My junior sister is Aishio. She is a bit mischievous. Ayuan, being mischievous, does that mean you can kick others' clinics and occupy their space, rendering them unable to treat their patients? Cheng Shi could no longer bear to watch. It was chillingly outrageous. Wu Di was being harassed in his own territory, and she would not allow it. Aishio, with utmost seriousness, stated, Senior sister, I have asked him to take down the sign of Hui Chuntang. It is not a prank. No one besides my master is worthy. Wu Di. Ayuan, your accent suggests you are not a local. You hail from the Hakka of Yunnan, correct? Indeed, we come from Yunnan. Our master is renowned as the divine physician. Shiming, known throughout Yunnan. The little girl Aishio, filled with pride, declared, Did I not tell you? Within the 9 domains, is there anyone stronger than my master? Wu Di chuckled. Your master's name is indeed thunderous. I hold great respect. Acio. If you ask whether anyone within the 9 domains surpasses your master, I believe there is. Acio. Nonsense. Who do you speak of? Wu Di. Surely, it is your master's master. Acio fell silent immediately. Wu Di ceased speaking, took up a pen, and sketched a design on paper, illustrating the size of the lotus treasure ring, handing it to Ayuan. Ayuan, do you recognize this object? Ayuan accepted the drawing, scrutinizing it carefully. Has the gentleman met my master's jade before? Wu Di shook his head. Have you met my master? Wu Di shook his head again. Ayuan solemnly remarked. It seems you possess some knowledge of my master. It cannot merely be hearsay. I possess a piece of jade that is akin to that of your master. When the young lady returns to Yunnan County, please extend my warmest regards and ensure that my respect is conveyed. How shall I address you, sir? Wu Di, Ayuan. Remember, I shall certainly deliver your greetings. Sir. Wu Di, shifting the subject, inquired. Ayuan, what brings you and Acio to the Central Plains from such a great distance? To which Wu Di quickly added, It is no trouble if you cannot return, Ayuan. A representative team from the Yunnan Martial Academy has come to participate in the arena competition, and Acio and I are the accompanying healers. Excellent, excellent. I hail from Liaoyuan County, and am here merely to observe the contests, feeling quite ashamed as I lack connections and strength to offer assistance. Wu Di gathered 200 taels of silver from his money box and presented it before Ayuan. As this is our first meeting, I am truly at a loss for what to offer. I know you are not in want of silver, but this is a token of my sincerity. You may use it to purchase something of your choice. Acio was perplexed, wondering why he would bestow 200 taels of silver without any prior acquaintance. Is he not a little foolish? Ayuan persistently declined the offered. Wu Di chuckled. Once I give away my silver, I do not take it back. Rest assured, the silver is clean, and I harbor no ulterior motives. Wu Di's words left Ayuan quite bewildered. The astute Cheng Shi, observing from the side, remarked with a smile. Ayuan, there is no reason to refuse a gift freely given. He possesses a piece of precious jade akin to your master's and shows such concern for you. He cannot simply be someone who is wealthy to the point of excess. Just half a month ago, he had not even enough for breakfast. It is clear whom he must be. Ayuan, please? Young master, enlighten me further. Cheng Shi, fanning himself with his folding fan, said habitually. Would you truly like me to reveal his identity? Perhaps pondering who he is would be more intriguing. Wu Di's gaze fell upon Acio. The art of medicine is profound and vast. The world is unfathomable, and no one dares claim to be the best. Your ancestral master never claimed such, nor would your teacher, and as a novice, you have no right to look down upon the myriad heroes of the world. The practice of medicine is intended to save lives and heal ailments, not for ostentation. Chapter 21. Registration for the arena battle at the Huichun Hall Clinic. Several jugs of aged wine and 2 platters of snacks were laid out. Cheng Shi observed Wu Di and, taking a sip of the wine, remarked, You truly are a person with a story. What leads you to say that? Cheng Shi glanced over and said, You left the banknotes behind and departed. Do you know how worried I was for you? I know that 500 taels of banknotes is nearly all you possess. Meals and lodging require funds, and you are not one to steal or rob. I could never have imagined that you possessed such a remarkable skill in medicine. Opening a clinic and being a person of compassion and skill, I also did not expect that the renowned healer Shiming is your senior sister. Wu Di was deeply touched, filling Cheng Shi's cup with wine and silently grasping his slender hand. He could feel that Cheng Shi's words came from the heart. Someone genuinely cared for him, warming his soul. Could there be more stories that would astonish me, perhaps of a family with children or numerous wives? Cheng brother, what nonsense are you speaking? I am still quite young. Without a wife in sight, let alone children, I favor a one-to-one partnership, a mutual devotion of love. Let us forego the idea of concubines in this lifetime. Who knows if any maiden would take a liking to me? How could there not be? Wu brother, with your sharp brows and sparkling eyes, you are quite charming, exuding an air of gallantry that many young ladies find appealing. After 2 cups of wine, Cheng Shi, feeling emboldened, teased, Sun Shangxiang from the Linglong Guild is a prominent figure, and a kiss from her is worth a fortune. Yet, she has freely bestowed a kiss upon you, Wu brother. Not to mention, you received a dark green Linglong Jade pendant at all the Linglong Guild venues across the 9 domains. You enjoy half price for food and lodging. Wu Di refilled Qingshi's cup. What am I? Who knows me? Sun Shangxiang would not have noticed me without you. You think I am unaware? I possess no such standing. Both you and she are descendants of farmers, hence the mutual admiration. Wu Di recognized that Qingshi was jesting, retorting, "It seems today you are here to tease me. With you around, there is no chance for my glory in the presence of women. Please do not make me the subject of your amusement. Do not forget, I am your friend." A burst of clear laughter ensued. After a few cups of wine, Qingshi, adopting a more feminine demeanor, said, "Enough, enough. Let's cease this banter. I wish to hear your story." Wu Di, feeling unburdened, opened his heart. "I do indeed have a tale. As a child, I was cursed by a villain, sealing my intelligence. At that time, I was both foolish and naive." Qingshi was quite taken aback. "Really? How did that come to pass?" "Upon my birth, the skies and my surroundings were filled with a myriad of auspicious colors, and all 8 meridians of mine were open. An elder in my clan, fearing I would surpass his descendants, secretly cast a dark spell upon me when I was merely a month old, sealing my intellecto." Qingshi was thoroughly intrigued. "Please continue. During my full-month banquet, the clan leader observed my open meridians and proclaimed that I would become a formidable practitioner. Little did I know, this would bring calamity. Out of jealousy, I was cursed and rendered a simpleton. From the age of 1 to 5, one could say I was a mentally challenged child. To be frank, I was a fool, bringing immense pain and mental strain to my parents. My mother wept for me, and my father contemplated abandoning me several times. Meanwhile, I wandered through life in a daze, completely unaware even at the age of 5. Wu Di's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and he remained silent for a long while. Consuming 2 cups of wine in solitude, Qingshi remarked, "The one who sealed you was truly a scoundrel. Such cruelty to a mere infant is inexcusable." Wu Di accepted the fragrant handkerchief that Qingshi proffered. Pondering, this Qiang brother carries an aroma typically associated with women. Wu Di had always believed that the greatest difference between scholarly men and those who cultivate was precisely this. Wu Di continued, "At the age of 5, a wandering monk came to beg for alms and took me to the mountains, unsealing my curse. He became my master. From then on, my master taught me how to be a person and imparted his skills to me. I regarded him as both my teacher and my most cherished kin. It was evident that the esteem Wu Di held for his master was profound. Qingshi, moved, asked, "Have you found the one who sealed your spirit?" "I have. He is the clan's elder." "Have you avenged yourself?" "His name is Wu Yin. He poisoned the clan leader and set fire to attempt to kill him, intending to usurp his position, but ultimately, he was expelled from the clan and met his demise by execution. Good deeds are rewarded, while evil deeds are punished. The cycle of karma is indeed inescapable." Qingshi exhaled a long breath. Every individual has their own unique experiences. Your tale may be tragic, yet it may not be devoid of virtue. You understand true feelings, love and hate, and suffering more than your peers. Qingshi refilled Wu Di's cup, and they toasted, drinking deeply. "Could you speak of your master? The moment he is mentioned, you brim with respect. He must be a remarkable individual." Wu Di pondered deeply for a moment. "I find it hard to describe. My master is indifferent to fame and fortune, uncontentious and unambitious, allowing everything to follow its natural course, pursuing the ultimate truth. This is my master." Qingshi, with a newfound understanding, recognized that a worthy master begets a worthy disciple. He saw in Wu Di the same dispassionate attitude towards fame and fortune, unambitious and allowing nature to take its course. The disciple was a mere reflection of the master, and undoubtedly, Wu Di was the most favored among his master's pupils. He was as transparent as a mountain spring, pure and unblemished by any dust. Being with him was a breath of fresh air, free from pressure, leaving no room for suspicion or distrust, as the wine flowed. Chang Shi informed Wu Di that the triennial arena competition of the Central Plains Martial Academy was about to commence. Representatives from various martial academies across the 9 domains and independent cultivators had nearly all arrived. The largest Linglong Guild in Central Plains County was fully booked. He had already secured accommodations for himself and reserved a room for Wu Di as well. Chang Shi, the room fee has been prepaid for 2 months to avoid the awkwardness of your previous sudden departure. I used your own funds to cover it. With the dark green Linglong jade pendant gifted by Sun Shangxiang, you only had to spend half. You left behind 500 taels of banknotes, of which 300 remain. Cheng Xiaoyu, here are the room key and the remaining 300 taels of banknotes. They rightfully belong to you. Wu brother is a person of simplicity, preferring clarity in all matters. Wu Di understood that Chang Shi was still troubled by the last incident of his sudden departure and promptly apologized. Cheng brother, please do not feel embarrassed on my behalf. I am but a novice in the ways of the world. Rather headstrong. I hope to receive your guidance. I have few friends around me, and you can be considered my most valued confidant. Is this truly the case? Of course. Oh, and there is another dear friend. By Iran. Since our parting in Duoguan town, I have not seen him. I wonder how he fares. The disciple of the beggars' sect leader, Tong Jiagong, has taken a liking to him, but he refused her. Leading to his abduction in Duoguan town, my brother is from Central Plains County. Chang Shi laughed heartily. Was he ransomed for silver? How was this matter resolved? Wu Di. He was redeemed for 3,000 taels of silver. 3,000 taels is not much for the wealthy, but is quite significant for the impoverished. How did you manage to gather such funds? Wu Di smiled. Much like now, I relied on healing others to amass it. Chang Shi, we must find a way to locate him. 3,000 taels must be reclaimed. Wu Di waved his hand dismissively. Wealth is but an external possession. True friends are worth their weight in gold. Chang Shi thought to himself, secretly amused, I am by Iran. The abduction in Duoguan town was orchestrated by me. Without Duoguan town, there would be no present trust. Wu brother speaks wisely. True friends are indeed priceless. Good brothers should share both burdens and wealth. From now on, let us refrain from speaking of outsiders. Wu Di chuckled awkwardly. You make a valid point. I cannot fathom why, but sharing Cheng Xiong's wealth leaves me feeling uneasy. Moreover, I possess nothing of value to share with you. Cheng Shi replied, the reason I am called Cheng Shi is that I am straightforward in my dealings. At home, one relies on their parents. When out in the world, one relies on friends. Brothers should never speak of outsiders. Wealth can come and go throughout one's life. Who knows when one might find themselves destitute? If I have money and you do not spend it, how can I dare to spend when you are prosperous? Together, we should not draw such rigid lines between yours and mine, for such division makes brotherhood impossible. Wu Di responded, very well, Cheng Xiong is correct. I was in the wrong. Wu Xiong, these past few days, the Linglong Guild has been abuzz with excitement, a gathering of the youth from all corners of the world, engaging in lively discussions and revelry. It is truly a spectacle. Wu Di's face radiated with enthusiasm, his youthful spirit ablaze as he considered the gathering of elite young individuals, a thought that ignited a sense of grandeur within him. Such assemblies are rare and should be cherished. Chang Shi suddenly wore an expression of anticipation. A true man aspires to greatness. I hope Wu Shtong can achieve victory in the arena, showcasing the valor of a true warrior. Wu Di replied. Is it not wonderful to accompany Cheng Xiong to observe the contests? Nay, to squander one's skills and knowledge would be a lamentable fate, Cheng Shi countered. Wu Di dismissed the notion, saying, I possess no extraordinary skills. Observing others in combat and learning from their strengths is a commendable choice. There are always those more skilled than oneself. The world is vast, and I wish to learn from others rather than seek to showcase myself. Many are vying for a place at the Central Plains Martial Academy, known for its profound heritage, with elders possessing formidable powers from the Law Domain and Yuan Infant realms, offering ample opportunity for advancement. How can you remain indifferent to this? Wu Di nodded, because I can only harbor one master in my heart. Cheng Shi chuckled at Wu Di with a hint of cunning. Could it be that you fear losing face in the arena? Wu Di laughed dismissively. For others, losing may be a terrifying prospect, but for me, it matters not. What martial artist has never tasted defeat? If one lacks the skill, whether one competes or not, they are still a loser. In truth, the The pressure of loss can be a catalyst for growth, a means to ensure future victories. Cheng Shtong, when I was honing my skills, I faced defeat and punishment almost daily. From the initial Qi stage to the martial artist stage, the Divine Palace stage to the Tianyang stage, Wu Di paused, refraining from uttering the words Yuan infant stage. Each level required me to duel against 12 puppets. Only when I had bested them all could I progress further. Cheng Shi employed a provocative tactic. If that is the case, why not enter the arena and embrace a few losses? Transform defeat into motivation, a spur for future growth. Wu Di laughed heartily. Cheng Xiong, you are eagerly anticipating my losses. One match would not suffice. I should lose several times. Cheng Xiaoyu, who had remained silent, interjected, my young master does not wish for you to lose. Rather, he hopes you will ascend the arena and make a name for yourself. Wu Di declared, the desire to compete for glory and reputation is insufficient reason for me to ascend the stage. I will not concern myself with rankings. Wu Di spoke sincerely, for he held no regard for victories or losses, nor for personal accolades. This was the essence of Wu Di. Cheng Shi held no doubts regarding Wu Di's strength. He was a person who required a superlative before the term steadfast. What should be a matter of certainty in his words often transformed into a mere approximation. He recalled the moment when Wu Di had intimidated the bandits during a robbery. Placing a hand upon a boulder, it shattered into countless fragments, his inner strength formidable. This individual did not need to resort to violence. A mere gesture was enough to send the bandits fleeing in terror, a quality Cheng Shi deeply admired. Life is precious, and an ordinary person possesses but one life, unless one is truly heinous. How could one so easily take a life with a single strike? Cheng Xiaoyu replenished their drinks, and as they indulged, both remained quite lucid. Cheng Shi did not press Wu Di regarding his choice to fight or observe. Everything flowed according to his intentions. Cheng Shi informed Wu Di that this arena contest was unlike any before it. The victors would reap immense rewards. The top 10 participants would gain direct entry into the inner sanctum of the Central Plains Martial Academy, while those ranked below would only enter the upper academy. The top 10 competitors would also receive a specially crafted jade token, granting them access to a unique barrier where they could explore an ancient, mysterious tomb. According to the information released, this ancient tomb had been shrouded in legend for millennia, only recently confirmed. Some claimed it housed ancient heavenly texts. Others spoke of divine artifacts, life-extending ginseng, arcane talismans, medical scrolls, and even miraculous springs capable of cleansing and renewing one's essence. In summary, it was a place brimming with magnificent opportunities, each benefit astonishing. Some had offered 20,000 gold for entry into the jade token barrier. Naturally, the greater the opportunity, the more mysterious and perilous it became. Only the brave and wise could enter. Upon hearing this, Wu Di's expression shifted dramatically. Oh, such a matter exists? How intriguing! Cheng Shi feigned a nonchalant demeanor. How curious that you would be moved. 20,000 gold for the jade token would tempt anyone. Wu Di responded earnestly. Though I may be poor, I am not driven solely by greed. A gentleman knows when to act and when to refrain. I believe it is worthwhile. I am curious about the legends surrounding the tomb. Medical knowledge, ancient texts, and talismans are coveted inheritances for our kind. Should fate favor me, it would be a rare blessing. 20,000 gold. With that, Wu Gongzi would live in luxury, free from worries. Cheng Xiaoyu chimed in, adopting a teasing tone. Wu Di, sincere and earnest, replied, Cheng Xiong, I am aware you regard wealth as inconsequential, devoid of avarice. I am not one to pursue riches. Rather, I seek to explore my fortune and see if I might encounter an opportunity for self-improvement. Cheng Shi regarded Wu Di with appreciation, his cunning gaze fixed upon him. This reasoning is sound. Every martial artist yearns for self-enhancement. Wu Di's spirit soared. What an excellent opportunity for growth this is. Unlike the trivial pursuit of rankings, my master has sent me to experience the world. Seeking fortuitous encounters, at certain moments in life, transformation is necessary, often facilitated by the unseen hands of destiny. Just as one must find a bridge or a boat to cross a river, one must venture forth to encounter the means to achieve their goals. This is the essence of what my master means by undergoing trials. Cheng Shi sighed. Alas, It may be too late. Too late for what? Wu Di inquired, his anxiety palpable. Cheng Shi playfully added, why? For registration, of course. Did you think this arena contest was organized by our family, allowing you to sign up at your leisure? Ah, so that is how it is. Wu Di's concern was evident. I thought it was merely a contest for rankings. Hence my lack of interest. I did not realize the top 10 would have the chance to enter the ancient tomb. I was overly simplistic in my thinking. Wu Di rubbed his hands together anxiously, tormented by the notion that he had lost such a splendid opportunity due to his ignorance and arrogance. Cheng Shi, reveling in his own amusement, continued to sip his drink leisurely. Cheng Xiaoyu, unable to bear Wu Di's despondency, reassured him, my young master has already made arrangements for you. You need not worry. Upon hearing this, Wu Di, disregarding all else, joyfully embraced Cheng Shi, whose soft form exuded a faint fragrance. Cheng Shi was taken aback, exclaiming, Wu Xiong, you are hurting me. Please, release me. My frail body cannot withstand such strength. Wu Di immediately let go. I apologize. I was overwhelmed with joy and forgot your delicate constitution. Cheng Shi, catching his breath, replied, it's quite all right. Don't worry. Wu Di had no affiliation with the Liao Yuan Martial Academy and could only register as a wandering cultivator. The astute Jiang Weining had already arranged everything for him. The two resumed their seats, sipping their drinks and conversing. Cheng Shi lamented, alas, I am but a scholar, lacking the strength to shine in the arena. I genuinely wish you success, so as not to squander your hard-earned skills. I long to accompany you in search of our fortune. Leaving no regrets in this life, Wu Di gazed at Cheng Shi, his eyes sparkling. Rest assured, Cheng Xiong, should I secure a place in the top 10, I will take you to the ancient tomb to seek our fortunes together. Cheng Shi replied, a single jade token cannot accommodate two as long as you can enter the tomb. I shall be equally delighted. Regardless of whether fortune finds you, I will welcome you with open arms and celebrate your return. Wu Di, brimming with confidence, stated, fear not. When I say I can, I mean it. I am not jesting. I shall have my means. Cheng Shi joyfully exclaimed, your words alone suffice in this life. Having a friend like you is enough. Whether we get the chance to explore the tomb is of little consequence to me. Wu Di affirmed, trust me, I will make it happen. Can you truly achieve it? You won't stow me away in a cosmic bag? Will you? I would never do that to you. It would be as simple as carrying a handkerchief. Perhaps I should refrain from going. Why is that? If the great opportunity is meant for only one, would I not be hindering you? Cheng Shi regarded Wu Di with a piercing gaze. Foolish one, why complicate matters? Should we encounter a fruit of immortality, we can simply share it equally. We are good friends. Fortune is to be shared. Cheng Shi gazed at Wu Di, warmth flooding his heart. He felt an overwhelming urge to impulsively kiss him. Just moments before, he had been embraced by Wu Di, feeling an unfamiliar warmth coursing through him. His heart racing. However, she did not wish to reveal her feminine identity just yet. What a transparent individual she is. Anyone fortunate enough to encounter her, regardless of their role, would be considered lucky. Chapter 22. The Linglong Pavilion. The Linglong Pavilion of Zhongyuan Prefecture stands majestically, with intricately carved beams and painted rafters, its grand lofted circular structure topped with resplendent glazed tiles, exuding an ancient charm. At its center lies a vast transparent dome, serving as a marketplace reminiscent of a ghost market, where an eclectic array of goods can be found, ranging from the bizarre to the commonplace. It is also the venue for the arena competitions. The Linglong Pavilion, situated in the eastern part of Zhongyuan Prefecture, has long been a landmark of the region. Its occupancy rate is consistently high, bustling with the trade of various commodities. A month prior to the commencement of the arena competitions, it had already been fully booked, truly a scarce commodity. Let alone a room. Representatives from the 9 martial arts academies are lodged here, divided into 9 districts, with an additional area for free-spirited participants from various locales, alongside a throng of spectators, creating an overwhelming sea of humanity. This event occurs once every 3 years, drawing unprecedented attention, with the excitement surpassing even that of a temple fair. Cheng Shi's true identity is Jiang Weining, the only daughter of Jiang Binghui, the prefectural governor of Zhongyuan. known in the martial world as the Red Line Woman. Given her influence, securing the best rooms and positions was evidently no challenge for her. Wu Di arrived at his private room in the Linglong Pavilion, finding it spacious, bright, quiet, and comfortable, which greatly pleased him. He sought out Cheng Shi's room but waited a considerable time without her appearance. With both the master and servant absent, he had no choice but to temporarily abandon his search. Strolling alone into the grand hall, Wu Di was awed by the sight of the vast assembly hall, designed according to the principles of the 8 trigrams and 9 palaces, featuring numerous private boxes of varying sizes in the positions of Can, Zhan, Li, and Dui, while the other 4 directions accommodated regular seating. The central position, representing the earth, was adorned with vibrant flowers, radiating the essence of spring. Several large round tables were filled with a diverse array of important figures. Wu Di first located the section belonging to Liaoyuan Prefecture and aimed to pay a visit to his senior sister, Song Yinyan. Despite a past misunderstanding with Song Qianqian, being of the same sect with Song Yinyan implied an unbreakable connection to the Song family. The seating was not overly crowded, consisting mainly of ordinary disciples from Liaoyuan Prefecture's martial academy, none of whom Wu Di recognized. As he approached a large round table at the central earth position, he spotted the 3 siblings of the Song family. Song Yinyan and Song Qianqian remained as beautiful as ever, adorned in exquisite garments. Song Zhangqi, with a beaming countenance, donned elegant attire, exuding an air of confidence and charm. Engaging in lively conversation with Wu Yu, who stood behind him, thoroughly enjoying the exchange, Wu Di was taken aback. Never expecting to see Song Zhangqi and Wu Yu together, it was truly a reminder of the unpredictability of life. After a moment's hesitation, Wu Di decided to approach. He stood before Song Yinyan and greeted her. "Senior sister, how have you been?" "And to you, young master Song." Song Zhangqi feigned forgetfulness, momentarily pausing and lightly tapping his forehead, replying blandly, "Oh, you are Wu something from Wu family gathering, right?" He was clearly pretending not to remember Wu Di. Beside him, Wu Yu cast a disdainful glare, his hawk-like eyes brimming with malice and hatred, deliberately conversing with his master while blocking Wu Di's view, disregarding him entirely. Song Qianqian treated Wu Di as though he were invisible, not even bothering to glance in his direction. Song Yinyan nodded, gesturing to the chair beside her, inviting Wu Di to sit. After a brief pause, she inquired casually, "It has been a long time since we last met. How have you been?" Wu Di replied, "Thanks to my master, I am doing reasonably well." He could discern that Song Yinyan had undergone a transformation, not merely basking in joy and contentment, but also exhibiting an air of superiority and pride indicative of the upper echelons of society. The senior sister he once knew was no longer present. Suddenly, a young man patted Wu Di on the shoulder, exclaiming, "This is not a place for you to sit." Wu Di could not help but ask, "Why not?" The young man responded, "Because this is the realm of warriors. This is my master's seat." He retrieved a pair of chopsticks from a concealed compartment beneath the round table, pressing them into the tabletop, declaring, "See? That is precisely why." Wu Di remained silent, rising to take a pair of chopsticks himself. Without a glance, he tossed them into the air, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, as all eyes turned to him. The first chopstick fell and pierced the table with precision, while the second landed atop it, and the third followed suit in a matter of moments. 8 chopsticks formed a line, gently nudging the first chopstick aside. Perfectly replacing its position point, one chopstick after another mimicked the first's motion, asking, "May I sit?" A round of applause erupted as the crowd's attention was drawn to him. There is no fear of ignorance, but rather of being measured against someone of merit. An expert can discern the truth with a mere gesture. The chopsticks fell gracefully from the air, embedding themselves in the table, with each subsequent chopstick effortlessly taking the place of the previous one. A feat requiring not only skill but also an exquisite finesse that left the witnesses in awe, each realizing they could never replicate such a display. Laughter echoed through the hall as a young man, elegantly dressed and exuding confidence, approached. "Brother Zhangqi, my hands have become somewhat restless. Allow me to demonstrate." He took a small handful of chopsticks, around 5, and with a spirited shout, arranged them in a perfect line, all inserting themselves into the table simultaneously. Song Jiangqi promptly stood, clapping and praising. The young master of Taicang County possesses remarkable skill. This individual turned out to be Zheng Yuanying, the son of the Taicang County governor. He then looked at Wu Di and asked, "May I reclaim my seat?" Wu Di felt a surge of anger, sensing he was being mocked. He could not comprehend Song Yinyan's intentions. If this seat truly belonged to Zheng Yuanying, why would she invite him to sit there? A mere explanation could have clarified the matter, yet she chose to remain silent, rendering their bond meaningless. Wu Di seized another handful of chopsticks and, turning away without a glance, nonchalantly tossed them behind him, akin to scattering flowers, which then embedded themselves into the round table, ultimately forming a large circle. Amidst cheers and exclamations, Wu Di performed a deep bow to Zheng Yuanying of Taicang County, saying, "I was unaware that I had occupied young Master Zheng's seat. Please accept my apologies." He then turned and stormed away, his chest heaving with indignation, angered by the humiliation inflicted by the Song siblings. "Are you Wu Di's subordinate?" Someone called out, and upon turning, he was surprised to find it was Sun Shangxiang, the third master of the Linglong Pavilion. "Sister, is that you? This month has been busy here. I came to lend a helping hand. Are you settling in well?" "Very well, thank you for your concern, sister." As the third master of the Linglong Pavilion, Sun Shangxiang's mere presence was a testament to her status. And there were several unfamiliar faces among the seated guests. Today, she donned a dark green gown, her black hair elegantly styled, her captivating eyes sparkling, adorned with a lavish pearl necklace worth a fortune, her figure graceful and enchanting, captivating all around her. Everyone turned their attention to Wu Di beside Sun Shangxiang, inquiring, "Who is that? Such skill." This remark underscored the recognition Wu Di commanded. Although Zheng Yuanying's performance was commendable, Wu Di had evidently left a more profound impression. "What an honor to be seated alongside the third master of the Linglong Pavilion," someone remarked. "Look at how close they appear, sharing laughter and camaraderie." Song Jiangqi recognized that his siblings' arrogance had provoked Wu Di, and Wu Di's previous display was, in fact, a rebuttal to them. The elegance of his demonstration had exceeded his expectations. He had underestimated Wu Di, who not only excelled in medicine but also possessed formidable martial prowess. Sun Shangxiang addressed Wu Di, "Little brother, with me here at the Linglong Pavilion, you need not worry about losing face. Your dignity is my dignity." Her voice, though not loud, resonated powerfully throughout the hall, clear to all present. Song Jiangqi discerned the implications of Sun Shangxiang's words directed at him, quietly musing that Wu Di and Sun Shangxiang shared a favorable rapport. Initially, he had hoped to find an opportunity to become acquainted with Sun Shangxiang, but that prospect had now vanished. The most embarrassed was Song Yinyan, who was at a loss as to why she had treated Wu Di in such a manner. At that moment, a voice suddenly resonated throughout the hall, echoing in every corner. The esteemed governor of Zhongyuan Prefecture, Jiang Binghui, and Miss Jiang Wenying, extend their respects to the third master of the Linglong Pavilion, Sun Shangxiang, and to young Master Wu Di with a tribute of tea. Under the gazes of all, a woman in red, accompanied by 4 maidens in green, approached Sun Shangxiang and Wu Di, respectfully presenting 2 cups of fragrant tea. Wu Di, momentarily bewildered, remarked, "Sister, this is too much. I am but a humble individual, and I do not know the governor or his daughter. I cannot accept such honor without merit. There must be some mistake." The woman in red replied, "Young master, there is no mistake. My lady specifically mentioned you." Wu Di shook his head. "Perhaps someone shares my name. It must be a misunderstanding." The woman in red smiled gently. "Are you not Wu Di from Wu family gathering in Liaoyuan Prefecture?" Wu Di nodded. The woman in red continued, "Half a month ago, you opened a rejuvenation clinic in Zhongyuan Prefecture." Wu Di nodded again. "That is indeed you. My master and his daughter said you saved both mother and child during a difficult childbirth. This tea is a gesture of gratitude. The tea ceremony begins with you and the third master of the Linglong Pavilion." Sun Shangxiang smiled warmly. "Little brother, with such admiration from a beauty, you should be reveling in it. Come, let us drink. Sister, it is you who brings me good fortune. I truly do not know Miss Jiang. Where would such admiration come from?" Sun Shangxiang whispered softly into Wu Di's ear, "Brother, do you know? The spring rain is as precious as oil, nourishing all in silence. When fate arrives, it often comes quietly." Drink this extraordinary tea. Wu Di downed the cup in one gulp, astonished. As the tea coursed through him, a surge of true qi erupted within, and he could no longer suppress his cultivation level. With a crisp crack, Wu Di ascended to the second level of the nascent soul realm. Sun Shangxiang exclaimed in a low, mysterious voice, "You've broken through?" Wu Di nodded. What astonished Sun Shangxiang was that Wu Di had quietly crossed into the second level of the nascent soul realm at just 16 years of age, a feat she had never heard of before. Little did she expect that her junior sister Jiang Weining had such discernment. How had she found him? Wu Di perceived Sun Shangxiang as an enigmatic figure, always speaking in riddles, leaving him in a haze of understanding. Zhongyuan County, the second among the 9 domains, was governed by Jiang Binghui, the sworn brother of the great Zhou King, Zhou Changsheng. The foundation of Zhongyuan County was unparalleled among the various counties. His daughter was virtually of princess status. It was understandable for Sun Shangxiang to relish the privileges of the county governor and the young lady, given that the Linglong Guild contributed immensely to Zhongyuan County's economy. Yet, what could Wu Di, hailing from the obscure Wu family gathering and a mere physician of a small clinic, have done to warrant such treatment just for saving a mother and child? Was this not a blatant disregard for the other counties of the 9 domains? An air of resentment filled the hall. Wu Di was bewildered, and so were the others. Who among them did not know the governor's beloved daughter, Jiang Weining, whose beauty was beyond compare, ethereal as a celestial being? She was renowned for her mastery of disguise. No one had ever seen her true visage. Who did not know that Miss Jiang Weining was a literary genius, eloquent and knowledgeable, a prodigy of the world? Who was unaware that Jiang Weining, a disciple of the southern sage, possessed profound cultivation, traversing the 9 domains in a red dress, rumored to wield her sword like lightning, earning her the moniker the Red Line Woman? Countless young lords and heirs idolized her, many driven to madness by their unfulfilled desires, unable even to glimpse her face. How could such a noble and pure young lady pay homage to a nameless impoverished youth like Wu Di? They could not fathom it. The most astonished and displeased were the 3 siblings of the Song family. How could Wu Di possibly have any connection with Jiang Weining and, moreover, receive such treatment? The Song siblings, who looked down upon Wu Di, were baffled by the respect shown by Jiang Weining. At that moment, a commotion erupted in the hall. A woman clad in a flowing red dress, elegant and ethereal, her face veiled in red gauze, glided in like a celestial being. 8 maidens in green flanked her, creating a stunning contrast. The hall erupted in gasps of Miss Jiang Weining. The Grand Elder Xiaming of the Zhongyuan County Martial Academy stood on the platform and announced, "Everyone, please take your seats according to your names." The hall was abuzz as the leading elders from various county martial academies entered amidst applause. Sun Shangxiang of the Linglong Guild, Wu Di, the pure and graceful Sima Yuru, the cheerful Shun Jianping, a disciple of the little sage Duanyu, and many others took their seats. Grand Elder Xianming, sprightly and with a full head of black hair, donned a long robe that concealed any evidence of his cultivation. Everyone knew that he was a formidable figure at the mid-level of the law realm. He succinctly stated, "Miss Jiang Weining will speak on behalf of the county governor." Jiang Weining, her beautiful eyes sparkling, raised her wrist in greeting and slowly turned around. Her lips parted, emitting a voice as melodious as celestial music. "Weining, on behalf of my father, welcomes everyone to Zhongyuan County and wishes for a gathering of heroes in this arena competition. May all your aspirations come to fruition. To honor your presence, Weining offers everyone a cup of tea." With a graceful gesture, a golden jade teapot appeared in the air, exuding an air of antiquity and filled with the weight of time. This pot was the renowned Nahai, known throughout the 9 domains. It contained enough tea to quench the thirst of thousands, and more importantly, the tea brewed from it could enhance the cultivator's strength. Jiang Weining formed a seal with her hands and gently sent it forth. Nahai spun rapidly in mid-air. As everyone watched in awe, Jiang Weining uttered a word of invitation, and upon looking down, they found their cups filled with tea. Greetings and small talk ensued, with the men exuding grandeur and the women displaying grace. The atmosphere in the hall was joyful and celebratory. Shun Jianping, a disciple of the Western sage, presented a fiery red rose in his right hand and a snowy white rose in his left, bowing deeply to Jiang Weining and Sima Yuru respectively. Respectfully, he gently sent forth his inner energy, causing the red rose to leisurely drift towards Jiang Weining, while the white rose floated towards Sima Yuru. Whispers filled the hall, confirming the rumors were indeed true. Shen Jianping sought to claim the two most beautiful roses of the 9 domains for himself. Such boldness, such confidence, such disregard for others. What madness, what genius! Someone could not help but ask Sun Shangxiang, the leader of the Linglong Guild, third master, does Shen Jianping stand a chance? Sun Shangxiang replied, Jiang Weining and Sima Yuru are both phoenixes among women. In a contest of dragons and phoenixes, whoever is the dragon stands a chance. Boss Sun, who exactly is Wu Di? How could he receive such distinguished treatment from Miss Jiang? He appears to be utterly ordinary. Sun Shangxiang responded, Miss Jiang possesses a keen eye for talent. How could she be compared to mere commoners? The hall erupted in cheers. Jiang Weining pointed delicately, and the fiery red rose halted in midair, slowly enveloped by flames, disappearing in an instant. The hall erupted once more in applause. Sima Yuru then pointed, and the snowy white rose was enveloped in white mist, vanishing without a trace. Shen Jianping laughed heartily. Engaging with beauties is truly delightful. My heart is as steadfast as iron, and the beauties shall surely belong to me. He raised both fists, showcasing his cultivation level at the 9th level of the Heavenly Sun realm. Master Shen, please exercise caution, Jiang Weining said, and the overwhelming force exuded by Shen Jianping dissipated instantly. Master Shen, one must be mindful of their words, Sima Yuru added, releasing a subtle force. With a loud sound, Shen Jianping raised his hand to meet Sima Yuru's force, resulting in a clash that echoed through the hall. Wu Di frowned. He found Shen Jianping tiresome. The competition had yet to begin, and already he was showing off. Such a display of excessive desire for attention would make it difficult for one to go far. Jiang Weining smiled lightly and said, let us enjoy our tea. Savoring it brings its own rewards. Her words reminded everyone, and they promptly lifted their cups to drink. Wu Di raised an eyebrow, gazing at Jiang Weining, who was veiled in red gauze, feeling that her voice was eerily familiar. He could not shake the feeling that she was also observing him. As he took a sip of tea, astonishment filled the air. The tea was rich with sweetness, and upon entering his stomach, it filled his dantian with true qi, subtly stirring his cultivation. Indeed, it was exquisite tea. A single cup made the journey worthwhile. The heroes of the 9 domains marveled at the wonders of Nahai, Shen Jianping, at the 9th level of the Heavenly Sun realm, engaged in a preliminary exchange with Jiang Weining and Sima Yuru. Leaving everyone astounded, Shen Jianping clearly sought to showcase his strength, yet before Jiang Weining and Sima Yuru, he did not gain the upper hand. The two women effortlessly neutralized Shen Jianping's 2 attempts at force, revealing the disparity in their abilities. Could it be that the 9 domains were witnessing a shift in power dynamics among the younger generation? No one had yet matched Shen Jianping's prowess. Song Yinyan was the most surprised. She had thought none among them could rival her. Yet, she discovered that the Red Line woman Jiang Weining and Sima Yuru were not to be underestimated. She had overestimated herself. Wu Di observed the contest unfolding before him, appearing nonchalant, yet he understood that the competition had already commenced, and no one dared to challenge Jiang Weining's strength. Sima Yuru closely followed her, while Song Yinyan was fortunate to hold 3rd place. With Shen Jianping included, only 6 spots remained in the top 10. Chapter 23. The Red Line woman. The coldness and indifference between people, the inexplicable entanglements, surrounded Wu Di's spirit. When he saw Wu Yu become Song Zhongji's lackey, when he noticed Song Zhongji's feigned forgetfulness towards him, when he observed Song Qianqian's dismissive expression, especially the lukewarm demeanor of his fellow disciple Song Yinyan, he could not comprehend what he had done wrong. Was this what his master referred to as soul training? Was it not enough that he had selflessly healed Song Qian? Helping Song Yinyan reunite with her family was not sufficient. He was also expected to endure the relentless hammering of others like a red-hot iron block upon the anvil. He did not fear poverty and hardship. What he feared was the collapse of friendship and death. When they were both lost souls, Song Yinyan had felt as close as a sister to him. Now, as she ascended to the lofty status of a county governor's daughter, they were merely acquaintances, Wu Di sighed. Perhaps this was life. Accepting it or not, it remained a fact. Ding dong, ding dong. The sound of wind chimes rang in Wu Di's ears, a signal they had agreed upon when parting at the Taishu Temple. Each held a wind chime imbued with their thoughts. With a mere thought, they could sense each other's presence. Having just been toyed with, now they were to meet again. How absurd. Perhaps he still held some value to the Song family. Wu Di followed the sound of the wind chimes. INAT room. The two met. Wu Di greeted as always. Greetings, senior sister. Song Yinyan got straight to the point. Are you angry with me? Why would I be angry? As your senior sister, I can scold or hit you. You're overthinking it, Wu Di replied, clearly lacking sincerity in his words. Glad to hear it. The son of the county governor of Taicang, Zheng Yuanying, is a good friend of my brother and insists on being introduced to me. I wanted to see how he would react if I let you sit in his place. Wu Di replied, I understand. Zheng Yuanying shall one day become my brother-in-law. How could I possibly harbor animosity towards him? He is quite a commendable individual, possessing both wealth and influence. I am genuinely pleased for my senior sister to secure a prosperous match. Taicang County lies adjacent to ours. Should a marriage alliance be formed, it would indeed be beneficial for both counties. Song Yinyan's complexion flushed with a rosy hue, revealing her satisfaction with this prospective union. My senior sister's decision to marry down for the sake of inter-county relations shall surely become a celebrated tale. I extend my heartfelt congratulations. Wu Di harbored a sense of disdain. While it was true that the alliance benefited the Song and Zheng families, the notion of mutual advantage between the two counties was somewhat exaggerated. Alas, what is the situation between you and Jiang Binghui's beloved daughter, the governor of Zhongyuan County? In front of the multitude, she has uniquely honored you and son Shangxiang with tea. What an impressive gesture. Have you perhaps won the affection of the governor's daughter? Wu Di shook his head. If I were to claim that, would you believe me? What status and worth does she possess? With the multitude of men in the world, I hardly stand a chance. Wealthy and influential young ladies can toy with whomever they please without needing justification. Song Yinyan remained non-committal. Esteemed families place great importance on social standing, much like her own. A young lady of the governor of Zhongyuan County could not be so frivolous in her matrimonial choices. A single tea ceremony certainly does not imply anything concrete. Perhaps it was merely a capricious act of a young lady, as Song Qianqian might do. The third head of the Linglong Guild, Sun Shangxiang, is quite friendly towards you. Many harbor envy. There's something more between you two. The third head of the Linglong Guild, Sun Shangxiang, is a figure of renown in the 9 domains, a person whose kiss is worth a fortune. I am but a humble novice, unworthy of her notice. Pray, do not elevate my status. Wu Di was acutely aware that Song Yinyan was probing his background. A scholar is viewed with new eyes after 3 days. My junior possesses remarkable skills, and it is not surprising that a young lady would be enamored with him. Wu Di cut to the chase. Do you have any advice for me? Senior sister? Song Yinyan produced a banknote of 5,000 taels and handed it to Wu Di. This is from my brother. He intended to meet you to reminisce, but matters have piled up. So I am conveying his message. Thank you, much obliged, young Master Song. Wu Di did not refuse it. The governor's estate is rife with wealth. If not for this purpose, then for another. He was currently in need of funds and considered it a payment for his past treatment of Song Qian. This time, he did not hold back. Wu Di planned to establish a respectable Huachuntang clinic in Zhongyuan County, and he was in dire need of funds. He felt that with Wu Yu by Song Zhongji's side, his parents and brother remaining in Wu Jiaji were not safe, and he needed to devise a way to bring them out. Senior sister, I have a matter I wish to entrust to young Master Song and you. Wu Jiaji is under the jurisdiction of Liaoyuan County, and I hope my family can work from dawn till dusk in peace. I ask for your concern in this matter. Song Yinyan understood Wu Di's intentions clearly. He wished to keep his family out of any entanglements. This conversation had taken a rather somber turn. Would they truly reach a point of enmity? The trajectory of certain events was evidently beyond her control, especially as her brother's relationship with Wu Yu deepened, leaving her uncertain about potential harm to Wu Di's family. She knew that should such an event transpire, there would be no victors. Her master's words echoed in her ears. Do not commit acts that harm your fellow disciples. What did her master truly mean? She dared not ponder further. Song Yinyan regarded Wu Di and broached the subject. Junior brother. Those in the top 10 of the arena competition will have a significant opportunity. Many are spontaneously forming teams for mutual assistance. I require help to secure an opportunity for Liaoyuan County. Can you assist me? So, the silver was not merely a gift, but a transaction anticipated. Wu Di feigned difficulty. I am but a limping healer. Managing ailments is all I can manage. How could I possibly have the strength to reach the top 10 in the competition? Junior brother, do not be so modest. Am I not aware of your capabilities? To be honest, even if I were to place in the top 10, I could not assist you. Why Master has instructed me to undergo training, which is also a quest for opportunity, and in the face of opportunity, each must accept their fate. Wu Di had clearly anticipated Song Yinyan's intentions, cleverly invoking his master's orders to silence her. The 5,000 taels were, in fact, a commission. How astute of her to regard him as a fool, thinking he would swallow such a bait. Why should he cede his opportunity to the Song family? Song Yinyan merely cast a glance at Wu Di. She could certainly sense that he was not the same as before, and his transformation was not trivial. Upon reflection, she too was changing. Wu Di, senior sister. The attendant by young Master Song's side, Wu Yu, is quite a promising talent. He acts decisively, possesses profound cunning, and his sharp gaze is formidable. Lei Ting has long favored him. Wu Yu has been the military strategist for the Lei family, with many plans attributed to him. Had it not been for Lei Ting's prolonged illness, Wu Yu would have become the captain of the guard in Liaoyuan County. Why not enlist his aid? Wu Di's words left Song Yinyan speechless. He continued, I might as well enlighten you, senior sister. I employed a slight maneuver against Lei Ting, which dispersed his cultivation. This was due to Lei Haoyu conspiring with Wu Yu to poison the leader of the Wu clan, crossing my red line. Furthermore, Wu Yu's grandfather was the architect behind the sealing of my intelligence. I had no choice but to retaliate. Wu Yu harbors a deep-seated grudge against me, and his disdain for the Song family is palpable. It is unexpected that the Song family would be so magnanimous, and now Wu Yu has become a sycophant to the Song family. I merely caution you, be wary of the day when the Song family is bitten by a rabid dog. Wu Di recounted the misdeeds of Wu Yin and Wu Yu's family. Song Yinyan was taken aback. You dealt with Lei Ting? Or else, a brute with the might to lift 5,000 pounds with a single hand cannot simply fall ill without reason. His entire cultivation could not have vanished without a trace. You do not believe this is heaven aiding the Song family, do you? My bottom line is, if one does not offend me, I shall not offend them. When forced into a corner with no retreat, I have no option but to accede. It was at this moment that Song Yinyan comprehended the reason behind Lei Ting's loss of power. The Song family had indeed stumbled upon a tremendous windfall. Wu Di's revelations were not merely factual, they bore a warning as well. Song Zhongji's reliance on Wu Yu had never sat well with Song Yinyan from the outset. Yet, he believed this dog brought nothing but benefits to the Song family. Wu Di had seen through Song Zhongji, who was utterly ineffectual yet harbored grand ambitions. Everyone became his pawn, including Song Yinyan. Wu Di spoke with depth. In truth, dealing with Wu Yu is not particularly difficult. Should I desire it, he would not see the morrow. His grandfather has already been executed, and Wu Yin's lineage has been expelled from the Wu clan. I hope he will act wisely. After parting ways with Song Yinyan, Wu Di felt a release of pent-up grievances, and his mood lightened considerably. He had expressed what needed to be said without openly venting any dissatisfaction. However, they both understood one another. Wu Di sensed that, unbeknownst to him, he had grown more discerning. Was this growth? Wu brother, remarkable. Have you secured a beautiful date so swiftly? Chang Shi appeared before Wu Di, clad in pristine white silk, a white sash cinching his waist, and a white cloth wrapping his head, immaculate in appearance. That is my senior sister. Isn't your senior sister the renowned healer Ximeng? How could this young lady be here? Wu Di smiled wryly. Ximeng is my second senior sister. This is my fourth senior sister, Song Yinyan, the daughter of Song Qian, the governor of Liaoyuan County. Chang Shi feigned surprise. She is here as well? What a coincidence. With such a young lady by your side, you must be leaping over the Dragon Gate. The Martial Academy's representative team from Liaoyuan County has arrived, led by young Master Song Zhongji. She is a senior in the Martial Academy, the younger sister of Song Zhongji. How could she not come, Brother Cheng? Do you think I am a carp? Senior, what cultivation do you possess? Cheng Shi's eyes fixed on Wu Di's face. You never mentioned this before. Was your conversation enjoyable? Wu Di remained silent, circling Cheng Shi. Not recognizing me? Cheng Shi asked earnestly. I have searched for you several times without success. Where have you been hiding? Speak. What about your junior sister? She is beautiful and a senior in the martial academy. 10 years of childhood friendship, and nothing has happened? Wu Di replied. Zhang Yuanying, the son of the governor of Tatsong County, and Song Yinyan are about to become engaged. What could possibly happen between us? Wu Di purchased 2 pounds of cooked beef, several jugs of aged wine, and pulled Cheng Shi to his room. As Wu Di poured wine for Cheng Shi. He said, Enough about me. Let us talk about you. Cheng Shi blinked. What is there to discuss about me? Of course there is. You always carry a hint of orchid fragrance. I initially thought this was merely a difference between martial artists and scholarly men. Now I increasingly feel something is amiss. Your voice, your Adam's apple. There is something different. Cheng Shi chuckled. Are you suggesting I am a woman? There's a resemblance, and that is precisely what I wish to inquire. Cheng Shi recited. The osprey's call, on the islet in the river, a graceful lady, the gentleman's perfect match. Wu brother, do you perhaps wish for me to be a woman? Wu Di replied. It is not my wish. I merely seek to know the truth. Cheng Shi picked up a large piece of cooked beef with her chopsticks and placed it in her mouth, then raised her wine cup for a sip. If you wish for me to be male, then I shall be male. If you wish for me to be female, then I shall be female. Now, let us make a toast. You scholars are hard to argue with. Wu Di gulped down an entire jug of wine. Lowering his head, I have much to say. My thoughts are in disarray. I saved Song Qian's life, and upon our first meeting today, I did not expect Song Zhongji to give me a cold shoulder. Pretending not to know my name, I extended my greetings to my senior sister, Song Yinyan, only to find myself outmaneuvered. My adversary, Wu Yu, has suddenly become Song Zhongji's lackey. Today, I was thoroughly ignored by their sibling duo. I witnessed the distortions of human nature. Cheng Shi observed as Wu Di drained another jug of old wine. A look of sorrow etched on his face, feeling inexplicably pained within. She once again delved into the shadow that had emerged within her mind. Finding it far more tangible than before, yet still shrouded in a mist that rendered her unable to ascertain its true identity, an unsettling feeling pervaded her. Everything seemed amiss, and she never anticipated that Song Yinyan would conspire against her. Fortunately, she still had her master, as well as Yu and Bai Yiren. Wu Di took another swig from the jug, downing 3 in quick succession. After consuming 3 pots of wine, and having drunk rather heartily, Wu Di was already feeling the effects of intoxication. It was the first time Cheng Shi had witnessed him in such distress since their acquaintance. Would there come a day when they two would change? No longer remaining good brothers? The thought terrified her. What if one day, everything between them was irrevocably altered? Cheng Shi patted Wu Di's shoulder and assured him, No, I will never abandon you. Cheng brother, I encountered something peculiar. Why would the daughter of the governor of Zhongyuan County serve me tea with such reverence? We are strangers, yet the maid serving the tea insisted we were acquainted. What could possibly be the reason? It's just a cup of tea. Drink it and be done with it. It was her offering, not something you sought after, so why concern yourself with it? Do you not understand? This cup of tea is extraordinary. It has allowed me to break through. Wu Di proudly revealed his Yuaning realm. Cheng Shi was elated. Excellent, excellent. The Song siblings may overlook you, but perhaps Jiang Weiniang has taken a liking to you. How could that be possible? Why not? What makes Wu brother any less than others? Wu Di sighed. You know full well, Jiang Weiniang is the most beautiful woman across the 9 domains, with countless admirers vying for her affection. As a daughter of a noble family, she seeks a match of equal standing. I am but a nameless weed, an ordinary fellow. The truth lies in the mundane. Having you as a confidant is already more than enough. Cheng Shi declared, I regard wealth as mere refuse and power as fleeting clouds. Wu Di responded, Well said. Only with you do I feel a genuine connection. Could it be that you harbor feelings for Jiang Weiniang? We barely know each other. I've only caught a distant glimpse of her outline today. It's too early to speak of affection. Why so? Whether it's Jiang Weining or the fabled red thread woman, no matter how beautiful or exceptional, they remain too distant from me. But you, Cheng brother, are entirely different. We share our innermost thoughts without reservation, true comrades. Cheng Shi continued to sense, and suddenly the shadow within her heart became increasingly clear. Resembling the very Wu Di before her, she felt a surge of emotion and, pouring wine for Wu Di, murmured softly, "Foolish boy, did it never cross your mind that I am Jiang Weining, the true red thread woman?" Wu Di, now 3 parts inebriated, was taken aback. "Cheng brother, this jest has gone too far." Cheng Shi removed her headscarf, allowing her hair to cascade down, and upon turning her face, revealed the charming visage of a young maiden. Her phoenix-like eyes burning with intensity as they gazed at Wu Di. Wu Di rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Where was Cheng Shi? Before him stood a breathtaking beauty. Wu Di stammered. "Cheng Shi is a facade. But Jiang Weining is the truth. Bai Yiren is a disguise, and Jiang Weining is the reality. Cheng Shi is a pretense, while the red thread woman is genuine. Silly boy, how else could I approach you? Without closeness, how could I understand you and become your confidant?" Wu Di was utterly astonished. "Ah, no wonder tales in the Jianghu speak of your unparalleled skills in disguise. It turns out your transformation relies not on masks or makeup, but on the essence of spirit and intent. You possess not only cultivation but also extraordinary prowess." Wu Di was beside himself with joy, gently cradling Jiang Weining's face, gazing endlessly at her. "You are the finest gift heaven has bestowed upon me. I shall cherish you for a lifetime, nurturing you as I would my own eyes." Jiang Weining, greedily gazing at Wu Di, slowly closed her eyes. In that moment, as Wu Di held her tightly, the shadow within her heart became vivid, finally revealing its true form, perfectly aligning with Wu Di's own essence. Suddenly, Jiang Weining experienced a moment of clarity, as though recollecting certain events. Images began to appear within her mind. She rediscovered a feeling she had long awaited. Who was that man in sunglasses at the temple fair, and how did he know all of this? 10 lifetimes of love, so exhausting, so arduous. Who could articulate its depth and intensity? Hot tears rolled down from her phoenix-like eyes. "Hold me tight." Jiang Weining accepted Wu Di's embrace. They remained entwined for an indeterminate time, clinging to each other as if they were inseparable. That Wu Di, filled with excitement, declared, "After the arena competition, I plan to establish myself in Zhouyuan County." "Willing to leave Liaoyuan County behind?" "Of course." "Why?" "Because Zhouyuan County has you." The red thread woman. "Bring your father, mother, and brother over too. This place is safer than Wu family village." "You are so thoughtful." "Thank you," Wu Di, feeling anxious, said. "As for our matters, the approval of my future in-laws might prove challenging. Do not worry. I will handle it." Wu Di added, "One must earn a living. I wish to open a medical clinic in Zhouyuan County." "What do you think?" "A splendid idea. I wonder if 5,000 taels of silver will suffice to open a clinic here." "You already have 5,000 taels? You little tycoon, how did you come by that?" Wu Di recounted the circumstances of the silver notes. "Leave the search for a clinic to me. If funds fall short, I will find a way. However, henceforth, my people will receive free treatment." Wu Di interjected. "That is a lot to ask. I expect to be provided for in clothing and sustenance for a lifetime. Not only for you, but your descendants shall be cared for as well." Jiang Weining blushed. "You are such a rogue." Chapter 24. The Arena Competition. 1. The opening ceremony of the arena was set for the Hour of the Snake. Hundreds of protective dragon banners fluttered solemnly in the wind. Guarding the vast circular arena, 66 imposing drums stood ready, manned by drummers, their presence awe-inspiring and powerful. Jiang Bingquan, the governor of Zhouyuan County, donned a pristine official robe of the great Zhou dynasty, adorned with a silver-threaded cap decorated with 7 pearls, and stood upon a high platform in a resplendent crimson robe. Wu Di could not sense Jiang Bingquan's cultivation level, nor detect even a hint of true energy. He appeared to be an ordinary middle-aged man, with a gentle demeanor and a face as fair as jade. Jiang Bingquan, the sworn brother of the Zhou Emperor, had unparalleled achievements, having refused the title of king 3 times despite the emperor's insistence. He penned, "There cannot be 2 suns in the sky, nor 2 kings on the earth." and vowed never to accept such titles. Supporting the Zhou Emperor in battles and pacifying the realm, he was the emperor's most trusted advisor. How could he be merely an ordinary individual? Wu Di, with his cultivation at the second level of Yuan Ying, was unable to perceive any spiritual aura from him. His simplicity and authenticity revealed a return to the essence of being. Showcasing a depth of cultivation that was profound and unfathomable, Jiang Bingquan proclaimed in a booming voice, "The arena competition is officially open." Firecrackers erupted, and the resounding drumbeats echoed across the heavens and earth. In the afternoon, the competition commenced. The Grand Elder Xianming, Second Elder Yuan Shan, and Third Elder Liao Jide sat prominently at the main table, flanked by the leaders of various martial academies, including Song Zhongji from Liaoyuan County and Zhang Yuanying from Taicang County. The judges took their positions at the designated seats within the arena. The list of the top 300 competitors from the previous arena competition was prominently displayed in bold black characters on red paper. The top 10 from the last competition had already entered the Martial Academy of Zhongyuan County, becoming inner disciples. The current list of 300 competitors would be generated in order. The so-called top 10 were essentially the 11th to 20th from the previous competition. Those without rankings or with lower ranks could challenge any contender from the list. The victor would replace the defeated in the rankings, while the latter would be pushed back. Those outside the top 300 would not be ranked. Wu Di did not belong to any martial academy and had no ranking among the scattered cultivators. In fact, he had no rank whatsoever. Similarly, Song Yinyan also lacked a ranking to enter the top 10. One must challenge the individuals within that echelon and take their place. With tens of thousands of challengers, no one could predict who the dark horses might be or how many existed. The previous top 300 competitors were equally unaware of who might usurp their positions. Due to the allure of becoming inner disciples within the martial academy and the temptation of vying for great opportunities, the top 10 spots were coveted, and the intensity of challenges was palpable. Wu Di, Zhang Weiniang, Qiu Hong, and Sun Shangxiang, the third leader of the Linglong Guild, all occupied seats reserved for scattered cultivators. Zhang Weiniang, still disguised as Bai Yiren, and Qiu Hong, disguised as Bai Xiaoyu, were present. Wu Di's gaze drifted toward the competitor ranked third, Shun Jianping. Why consider him a target? Bai Yiren inquired with a playful smile. Why not challenge the illustrious Zhang Weiniang? I would love to see the two of you engage in a spectacular battle. What would be the point of clashing with Miss Jiang? I have already drunk her tea. It would be rather uncouth to then spar with her. Besides, I doubt I possess the capability to win against her. Wu Di deliberately spoke loud enough for those around him to hear. Then why not challenge Sima Yuru? Are you perhaps reluctant to go against a pretty face? Bai Yiren teased, pinching Wu Di's thigh playfully. There are countless heroes across the 9 domains. How could I possibly be worthy of challenging Sima Yu? I feel I lack the qualifications. Bai Yiren leaned closer to Wu Di, whispering softly, "You sly fellow, I always thought you were merely a simpleton. After being embraced and kissed by you, I see your true nature. This is called having a broader perspective. You know, there's such a thing as a boyfriend who speaks like this." She giggled, her voice light and playful. Wu Di and Bai Yiren continued their playful banter. Lost in their own world. Wu Di mused, if I am not mistaken, Song Yinyan's target for challenge will certainly be Sima Yuru. Bai Yiren pondered, why wouldn't she directly challenge Zhang Weiniang? Wouldn't that create a more impressive spectacle? The reputation and shadow of the East Saint disciples carry considerable weight. Upon hearing of the Red Line woman wielding a magnificent neon blade across the 9 domains, it is uncertain who shall emerge victorious in the clash of titans. Once they engage, the defeated must seek new challengers, while a victory over the Song family could offend the host, the Jiang family. The Song family is primarily concerned with securing a place among the top 10, rather than merely ranking. If predictions hold true, none would dare challenge Zhang Weiniang, the Red Line woman. Bai Yiren dismissively remarked, one can never be sure. Perhaps Zhang Weiniang is merely a decorative pillow, adorned in the trappings of a county lord's daughter to intimidate. Yet of little substance, who knows, challenging her might be quite the bargain. A nearby wandering cultivator interjected, that is hardly possible. Miss Zhang's reputation as the foremost is well-earned and devoid of embellishment. Wu Di responded. This gentleman speaks wisely. My friend here is simply envious of Miss Zhang's beauty, unable to bear the sight of her radiance. Thus he disparages her. A few words to vent his frustration. Perhaps, is it a fault for Miss Jiang to be so lovely? Bai Yiren retorted, you are nothing but a lecher. Cheng Xiaoyu, stifling laughter, watched the exchange. Wu Di, newly emerged from the martial world and rather uninformed, recognized the need to familiarize himself with the intricacies of this realm. Though he believed he possessed the capability to infiltrate the top 10, he remained cautious. In his estimation, Zhang Weining, Sima Yuru, and Song Yinyan all boasted extraordinary skills, not to mention the formidable Shan Jianpain. This upcoming tournament was an excellent opportunity for him to meet the elite of the martial world. Bai Yiren earnestly inquired, what is your self-assessment? Wu Di shook his head. The 9 domains are but a blank canvas to me. Filled with uncertainties and little knowledge, I wish to challenge Shan Jianpain to gauge my abilities. Bai Yiren cautioned, Shan Jianpain is a troublesome adversary, someone most would avoid at all cost. He is at the 9th level of the Tianyang realm. Perhaps consider a softer target instead. I would hate to witness you emerge battered and bruised. Can you not enhance your friend's reputation by claiming you left him bloodied? Bai Yiren chuckled, showing no concern for Wu Di's plight. Why have you set your sights on Shan Jianpain? This fellow is arrogant and disrespectful toward Miss Jiang, and I have long found him displeasing, Wu Di replied. Sun Shangxiang commented, a mere cup of tea has swayed you. Yet you claim no interest in Jiang Weining. Your words betray your heart. Wu Di countered, sister, I am merely returning a favor for your hospitality with that delightful tea. You indulged far more than I did. A few compliments suffice to repay the debt. Bai Yiren, abandoning her usual politeness, teased, you are becoming increasingly brazen, resembling a cad who prioritizes beauty over camaraderie. Wu Di assured, Bai, do not misinterpret. You shall always hold the highest place in my heart. For you, I would brave mountains of blades and seas of fire, confronting demons and monsters alike. Is that satisfactory? Sun Shangxiang scoffed, such flattery, who could endure it? Bai Yiren remarked, sister, he is merely trying to deceive. The words of a man are often laced with falsehoods. Sun Shangxiang gestured to Bai Yiren, whispering, truth be told, with such flirtation, hasn't that veil between you two already been torn asunder? Bai Yiren protested. Sister, how could you say such a thing? It is utterly unkind. I shall ignore you. You possess keen insight, akin to the Monkey King from the furnace of Lao Jun. What is there you cannot discern? The bond between Bai Yiren and Wu Di had grown intimate, the formalities of address abandoned. Bai Yiren became more willful, exuding a charming femininity, her demeanor lively and cheerful, laughter never leaving her face. Concealing matters from Sun Shangxiang proved to be a challenge. The playful banter ceased as the disciple of the little saint, Tong Taizhan, ascended the stage to issue a challenge to the disciple of the Western saint, Shan Jianpain. Ranking 13th on the leaderboard, Tong Taizhan clearly sought to make a name for himself. Tong Taizhan, tall and robust, resembled a black iron tower, drawing a wave of applause as he approached. Shan Jianpain, already renowned as the 9th level of the Tianyang realm, was particularly well known as a favored disciple of the Western saint, notorious for his ruthless nature, and few dared to confront him. Sun Shangxiang asked, brother, whom do you favor in this match? I am unfamiliar with either. I will observe once they engage, Wu Di replied. What of your perspective, sister? Though Tong Taizhan is no slouch, he is also at the 9th level of the Tianyang realm. Yet there remains a disparity when compared to Shan Jianpain. Bai Yiren noted, sister, Tong Taizhan has practiced horizontal training. He appears formidable. They may indeed be evenly matched as the two fighters exchange pleasantries. They soon commenced their bout. Tong Taizhan employed the Taishu Tiangang fist, a style created by Wu Di's master, featuring 360 techniques. This fist technique is renowned for its infinite profundity and elusive nature. However, as soon as Tong Taizhan threw a punch, Wu Di discerned a flaw. While the power was overwhelming, the variations were lacking, prompting a soft sigh from him. Bai Yiren quickly inquired, what troubles you? Wu Di explained, Tong Taizhan employs the Taishu Tiangang fist, yet has not mastered even 50% of its potential. His grasp of the technique is too rudimentary, rendering his movements rigid and unvaried. As Tong Taizhan truly a disciple of the little saint? Duanyu? Sun Shangxiang affirmed, he is undoubtedly a disciple, though whether of the inner circle remains uncertain. After over 80 exchanges, Tong Taizhan found himself at a disadvantage. Having executed merely over 100 techniques of the Taishu Tiangang fist, Wu Di realized that the senior brother had yet to fully refine the last 80 techniques in his early training. Despite Tong Tieshan's limited display, he had managed to contend with Shun Jianping for such an extended period, demonstrating the undeniable power of the Taishu Tiangang fist. Observing Shun Jianping, he moved with ease, dodging and weaving with agility, his mind sharp and strategic, always taking the initiative. Shun Jianping launched a palm strike toward Tong Tieshan's chest, who met it head dash on its the moment their palms collided. Tong Taizhan suddenly noticed a glint of metal within Shun Jianping's palm, but it was too late to withdraw. A pained cry escaped his lips as his hand was pierced by a lethal object. Blood gushing forth, in shock, Tong Taizhan found himself at the mercy of Shun Jianping's sinister laughter as he delivered a powerful kick, sending Tong Taizhan sprawling 10 zhang away, crashing towards the stone ground below. Shun Jianping bellowed, "Who else dares to challenge me?" Just as Tong Tieshan's head was about to collide with the hard earth, a shadow shot forth from the spectators' area, moving with unparalleled speed. The figure, like a wisp of smoke, caught Tong Taizhan and gently lowered him. At this moment, Tong Tieshan's right palm bore a darkened wound, and he had succumbed to unconsciousness, evidently poisoned. This shadow Wu Jiang Weining naturally perceived that Shun Jianping was about to unleash his ultimate skill. As expected, in a bid to reverse the unfavorable situation, Shun Jianping suddenly unleashed a thunderous roar akin to that of a lion directed at Wu Di. The earth trembled in response to this deafening bellow, leaving many onlookers momentarily deafened. Wu Di, however, made a remarkable discovery. The lotus treasure ring on his hand absorbed the sound waves directed at him with remarkable efficiency, rendering the lion's roar utterly ineffective. In the blink of an eye, as the human mind experienced a brief moment of pause, Shun Jianping deftly flicked his wrist, launching 2 poison-tipped needles the size of flies aimed at Wu Di's throat. This was his trump card, poisonous needles that sealed one's fate upon contact, a technique he had never employed since its inception. Today, it was a desperate move, forced upon him by Wu Di's relentless pressure. Following the lion's roar, few could hope to escape such a lethal assault. As the situation rapidly escalated, Bai Yiren suddenly stood up, his heart racing in his throat. Shun Jianping's tactics were insidious. Who could remain composed in the wake of such a sudden roar? A surprise attack under these circumstances would be nearly impossible to thwart. Sun Shangxiang grasped Bai Yiren's hand firmly, saying, "Sit down. You think Wu Di is so easily dealt with? Do not forget his current realm. He has been biding his time. If he merely wished to win, he could have done so long ago. He has just emerged, seeking to gauge his abilities." It was then that Jiang Weining managed to steady her racing heart. From the stage, Wu Di's cold voice rang out, "Back to you." The 2 poison needles were flicked back with composure, abruptly reversing course to charge towards Shun Jianping himself. Shun Jianping hastily dodged. Perplexed as to why Wu Di had not succumbed to the momentary paralysis typically induced by the lion's roar, Wu Di then raised his hand, declaring, "Heavenly Gang Fist." A wall of fists, composed entirely of his own strikes, surged towards Shun Jianping like a tempest. Shun Jianping leaped several feet into the air, but was just a moment too slow. His torso was struck with 2 powerful blows, causing blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth. The atmosphere was electric, with the advantage clearly in Wu Di's favor. Shun Jianping realized he had encountered a formidable opponent. Who was this boy who had seemingly appeared out of nowhere? He could not afford to lose at any cost. Unfazed, Wu Di continued to unleash the Taishu Heavenly Gang Fist, creating wave after wave of fist walls that encircled Shun Jianping, leaving him bewildered and utterly deprived of the opportunity to retaliate. Sun Shangxiang remarked, "Though it is the same Taishu Heavenly Gang Fist, the difference is striking. No wonder Wu Di claims that Tong Taizhan only managed to master 5 levels of it. Wu Di executed the 50th style of the Taishu Heavenly Gang Fist. Shun Jianping endured another 2 devastating punches, letting out a wail as 2 of his ribs shattered. Blood sprayed from his mouth as he collapsed onto the stage, unable to rise. With great difficulty, he uttered 3 words, "I concede. I concede." He feared that Wu Di, in a fit of rage, might seek to finish him off completely. The antidote. Sun Jianpain reluctantly produced the antidote. Wu Di swiftly approached Tong Taizhan. Placing the antidote into his mouth, anxiously inquired, "Master Uncle, is brother in any danger?" Wu Di reassured, "Do not worry, he will be fine." Wu Di had now claimed the third position on the leaderboard. Chapter 25. The Arena Tournament 2. Almost everyone present had never witnessed Wu Di engage in a genuine confrontation. Jiang Weining, Qiu Hong, and Sun Shangxiang could only sense that Wu Di was formidable, but nothing beyond that. Song Zhongji, Song Qianqian, and Wu Yu had dismissed Wu Di entirely, viewing him as merely a 16-year-old child who could scarcely grasp the complexities of the world, let alone the intricacies of combat. Song Yinyan had also regarded Wu Di as nothing more than a young man. However, Wu Di's stunning victory over Sun Jianpain in the arena left everyone astonished, transforming their perceptions of him. For the first time, Wu Di entered the public in Jiang Weining's mind. Wu Di grew increasingly larger than life. She had anticipated that he would defeat Sun Jianpain, but never expected such a clean and decisive victory. Song Zhongji felt he had underestimated Wu Di, losing an important piece in the process. Song Yinyan saw a different side of Wu Di. Previously, she had only perceived him as a mere boy. Oblivious to his true potential, Taishu Zhenren had once proclaimed Wu Di to be a rare genius, but Song Yinyan had paid little heed to such words, ignorant of what true genius entailed. A boy in his teens, she thought, could hardly be a genius while still relying on her for protection. She had spent 12 years at Taishu Temple, mastering the Taishu Lotus Sword's 222 styles, and had never considered that her junior might surpass her. She was even unaware of Wu Di's capabilities. When Wu Di emerged, the heavens had shown signs, but she had merely brushed it off as trivial, never contemplating its significance. Taishu Zhenren was a figure of profound wisdom, and now she began to grasp why he held Wu Di in such high regard. Anyone ranked on the leaderboard knew they could not afford to be late or absent. One could never know when a challenger might appear unexpectedly. If one was not present, it would be seen as forfeiting the match, resulting in a demotion. Days passed, and the competition for rankings continued fiercely. Yuan, who had not yet secured a rank, accepted Master Uncle Wu Di's guidance and challenged the individual ranked 141, ultimately succeeding in claiming that position for herself. Meanwhile, Wu Di persistently advised and encouraged Tong Taizhan, saying, "You have the strength to break into the top 10. Had you chosen to challenge the 8th or 9th position, you might have succeeded. Sun Jianpain is a cunning and treacherous adversary. One learns from experience. Rest well and recover. There will be more opportunities." "All right, I will heed Master Uncle's advice." Tong Taizhan was recovering well. He had heard from Yuan that Sun Jianpain's poison was unlike any other, capable of claiming a life within minutes. He had been completely oblivious. Had it not been for Master Uncle's intervention, he would have been in dire peril. He never anticipated encountering his Master Uncle in this tournament, a figure even younger than himself by 4 years. "When will your senior sister make her appearance? I am eager for a match. It has been too long since I've had a good fight." Bai Yiren, having witnessed Wu Di's extraordinary talents, naturally thought of Song Yinyan. As a disciple of the same master, she too must be remarkable. Wu Di replied, "I understand your desire to face a worthy opponent. However, you may be disappointed. She is preoccupied with those around her, seeking both power and a commendable rank to bolster the reputation of the Liao Yuan Martial Academy. Sima Yuru is likely her best target for challenge." Sun Shangxiang, the third head of the Linglong Guild, wholeheartedly concurred with Wu Di's assessment. Song Zhongji is a cunning and arrogant individual, believing his sister to be unmatched. He is content to secure a top 10 position without the need for confrontation, as long as he can defeat Sima Yuru. Bai Yiren, Jiang Weining inquired with concern, "What do you know about Song Yinyan? How do you assess her abilities? What might be the outcome of a challenge against Sima Yuru? I have never witnessed a genuine duel, so I cannot compare. Furthermore, I know little of Sima Yuru, making it impossible to assess." Sun Shangxiang smiled faintly. "Speak frankly. How does Song Yinyan compare to you?" Wu Di recognized that this was the crux of Sun Shangxiang and Jiang Weining's concerns. After a moment of hesitation, he offered a different perspective. "I do not know why, but Master has only taught her a single set of defensive lotus sword techniques, 222 styles in total. Bai Yiren, Jiang Weining, glanced at her senior sister Sun Shangxiang, puzzled. Why is that? Sun Shangxiang seemed to understand everything. Who is Bei Shengli Chunning? He is a great sage who has transcended worldly concerns. Possessing knowledge that spans the heavens and earth, he foresaw calamity from the moment Wu Di was born, bringing him to the mountain at the age of 5. As soon as Song Yinyan descended, she knew it was time to reunite with her family. Before descending, she was cautioned not to engage in actions that would harm the sect, and was only taught a set of protective sword techniques. Do you not see the intent behind this? Jiang Weining, awakening to the realization, nodded slowly. Senior sister, it seems Master and Bei Sheng share a profound connection. Sun Shangxiang replied, Master and Bei Sheng are both disciples of the same teacher. And even to this day, their bond remains strong. Bei Sheng is our revered elder. Why did they not come together? Wu Di pondered, completely unaware that Dong Shengmu Yalan was his own master, and that Sun Shangxiang and Jiang Weining shared a deep connection with him as fellow disciples of the same grandmaster. Sun Shangxiang remarked, We cannot discern the matters of our elders clearly. Gazing at the transformed Bai Yiren, her youthful beauty was undeniable. Wu Di jested, Why not inquire with your master? You would have your answer in an instant. With your intelligence, why do you not ask your master? Bai Yiren, Jiang Weining, whispered, her demeanor decidedly feminine, playfully pinching Wu Di's thigh with fervor. Could you not be a bit gentler? That truly hurts, Wu Di grimaced, feigning great pain. Bai Yiren, Jiang Weining, seemed to have developed a penchant for this playful torment. Her tactics were formidable, and he knew better than to provoke her further. Shout out in pain, and I shall only squeeze harder. The challenge matches continued unabated. Sun Shangxiang cautioned Wu Di, You must be prepared for challenges. Shin Jianping's connections run deep. Do you know who Shi Sheng is? Wu Di shook his head. He is a rather troublesome figure in the 9 domains, known for his brutality and vindictiveness, with a notoriously foul reputation. Individuals of Shun Jianping's ilk are unlikely to be accepted by anyone other than Shi Sheng Wangu Yang. He has an even more despicable brother, Shan Jiansan, Wu Di remarked. If the younger brother is struck, the elder brother will seek revenge. Should both disciples be defeated, wouldn't it be time for the master to intervene? Sun Shangxiang replied, That is unlikely. After all, Wang Guyang's status is well known, and the reputation of Bei Sheng is not to be trifled with. Wu Di shook his head. My master does not interfere in worldly affairs. He has taught me that one must bear the consequences of one's actions. If others do not provoke me, I shall not provoke them. Yet, if they seek to harm me, I will not be easily subdued. For several days, Wu Di sensed an ominous threat, acutely aware of a pair of sinister eyes fixed upon him. Someone challenged Wu Di's topic. Causing the atmosphere to grow tense, a Yuan remarked, Whenever a certain threat looms, an unusual feeling arises. Tong Taizhan questioned, Will Shan Jiansan challenge his master? Bai Yiren, Jiang Weining, was particularly concerned and asked earnestly, Is there a sense of an unknown presence? Wu Di reassured everyone, Do not worry. When water comes, earth will cover it. When soldiers arrive, generals will block them. Warriors face challenges from all directions daily, and thus must compel themselves to grow stronger. Tong Taizhan replied, Master, what about my grandmaster? My master hasn't seen him in decades and is nearly forgotten, let alone us younger generations. A Yuan added, My master often speaks of the grandmaster. Wu Di explained, Your grandmaster cherishes tranquility. Having traversed through the ages, nothing escapes his keen perception. The intentions of the eldest senior brother and the second sister are naturally clear. The elder values fate and the natural way. As long as his disciples uphold righteousness and do not act recklessly, all is well, my master says. When the time comes to meet, one will naturally meet. Whether seen or unseen, it all hinges on fate. The group was taken aback. A Yuan exclaimed, The Grandmaster has truly ascended. Tong Taizhan added, Master, surely the Grandmaster must be the foremost of saints, revered across the 9 domains. Wu Di gazed into the distance and murmured, To my master, there are no saints, no revered figures in the 9 domains, only the Tao, only nature. Sun Shangxiang remarked, truly deserving of the title Northern Sage. Wu Di shook his head, stating, There is no Northern Sage. What I know is I have an ordinary, compassionate master, A solitary elder, he advises his disciples to act according to the heavenly way and to be their true selves. Bai Yirun, Jiang Wanning, reflected. In truth, when one considers it deeply, allowing everything to unfold naturally is quite pleasant. A life of ease. Wu Di smiled at Bai Yirun, Jiang Wanning, saying, when my master encountered you, as a closed-door disciple, my position became irrelevant. Your keen insight makes you yet another who understands the great Dao at that moment. Someone on the arena shouted at Wu Di, come to the stage and spar with me. The challenger approached. Wu Di rose and walked slowly towards the arena, taking measured steps rather than rushing onto the stage, eventually standing before the challenger. The challenger appeared older than Wu Di, with a sharp face and bright, beady eyes that sparkled ominously, an unsettling grin reminiscent of Shan Jianping, unmistakably his brother Shan Jiansan come to seek retribution. Do you know who I am? Why should I know you? You will know, whether you wish to or not. Shan Jianping is my younger brother, and I am Shan Jiansan. I have come to deliver a beating, if you know what is good for you. Allow me to kick you a few times, and I will spare your life. If you are foolish, I shall ensure you are left with naught but bones. Wu Di, clad in black shorts and a long black robe, stood tall and proclaimed, my brother has been defeated. Now the elder brother steps forth. He may conquer others, but why should others not conquer him? Using hidden weapons and deadly poison, I have shown mercy by not ruining him. This is a contest. The arena has its own rules, and challenges are meant to be fair and just. If you come to challenge me, I respect you. If you come to reclaim face for your defeated brother, I have little faith in you, and you may well be courting disaster. Shan Jiansan gritted his teeth. I have come precisely to reclaim face, to fight you. What can you do about it? Wu Di turned to the judges' table and bowed. Esteemed seniors, does this man possess the qualifications to compete? The chief judge, Xian Ming, nodded. Shan Jiansan is 30 years old. Just within the age limit. 30 is an age of maturity. Challenging a 16-year-old youth is clearly bullying. Shan Jiansan was indeed no mere blusterer. His skills were evidently superior to Shan Jianping's. His formidable presence suggested he had reached the first level of the Yuaning realm. Gasps filled the audience as the Yuaning realm made its appearance. For the 20-year-old martial arts students, the Yuaning realm was akin to the heavens. None dared to compete. Shan Jianping was ruthless, and Shan Jiansan was even more so. Wu Di was naturally exceedingly cautious. This was the first genuine challenge he had faced since descending the mountain. Although Wu Di was a bona fide second-level Yuaning, he had scarcely engaged in real combat, particularly against a formidable opponent like Shan Jian. He was uncertain of his own capabilities. Wu Di concealed his realm, making it difficult for others to discern his cultivation level, which seemed to hover around the Tianyang realm, and no one held high hopes for him. Upon hearing that Shan Jianping's brother had come to reclaim face, the crowd fell silent. This impending battle promised to be the true highlight of the arena competition. Bai Yirun, Jiang Wanning, wore a grave expression, the light-hearted banter replaced by a heavy seriousness. She understood this was a formidable contest, and if Wu Di were to lose, his life could be in jeopardy. It was evident that Shan Jiansan was even more vicious than his brother. Anxiety gripped the onlookers. Sun Shangxiang furrowed her brow. With a 14-year age gap, she too was deeply concerned. Tong Taizhan felt even more uneasy. The age difference of 14 years represented a significant disparity in cultivation, nearly a generational gap. A Yuan and A Xiu were so tense that their palms grew sweaty. Wu Di's dual mastery of medicine and martial arts posed a considerable disadvantage compared to a dedicated martial artist. It appeared that the young master was bound to lose, and their primary concern was ensuring he did not come to harm. Song Zhongji felt remarkably at ease, even harboring a hint of smugness. Wu Di was destined to lose, and at that moment, his defeat seemed preferable. Song Yin also held little hope for Wu Di. Although their relationship had grown distant, witnessing his potential downfall, even facing life-threatening danger, weighed heavily on her heart. She suddenly pondered. Had her master not imparted much knowledge to her, besides her innate talent? Was he perhaps aware of something else? For instance, that her connection to the sect was waning. The most elated of all was Wu Yu, whose heart was sweeter than honey. The revenge for his grandfather Wu Yin's great grievance was being served without him lifting a finger. The Wu family must perish. Shan Jian-san and Wu Di clashed. Shan Jian-san, from the outset, employed a devastating technique. His right hand suddenly expanded to the size of half the arena, bearing down upon Wu Di with tremendous force. The crowd held their breath. What manner of technique was this? It was far beyond what Shen Jianping could conjure, leaving everyone in suspense as to how Wu Di would respond. Wu Di displayed no sign of panic. He met the attack with an upward palm, and in an instant, his fingers transformed into an enormous axe, striking down with a resounding thud. Shan Jian-san staggered back several steps, exhaling a cloud of white mist. While Wu Di remained firmly planted, gasps erupted from the crowd. Sun Shangxiang, the third head of the Linglong Guild, was taken aback, unable to fathom how Wu Di had perfectly countered Shan Jian-san's formidable palm strike. Shan Jian-san had achieved great perfection in the Tianyang realm for many years and had only recently advanced to the first level of the Yuaning realm, with age and extensive practical experience on his side. Although Wu Di had recently broken through in her presence, becoming a Yuaning, he still appeared an inexperienced youth, raising concerns in the face of such a formidable adversary. Bai Yiren, Jiang Wanning, felt her heart racing. She worried Wu Di would falter, never expecting him to successfully deflect the palm strike. Shan Jian-san had indeed proven exceptional. His opening move was his signature technique, the Great Palm Seal, a technique notorious in arena competitions. Shan Jian-san had anticipated a swift victory but was taken aback by Wu Di's counter. He could not help but concede internally that Shan Jianping's defeat was not unwarranted. Wu Di was not as feeble as he had imagined. Tong Taizhan was stupefied, realizing his master possessed such capabilities. He truly was a disciple of the Grand Master, having received the genuine teachings. A Yuan and A Xiu breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed Shan Jian-san would not easily triumph over their master. Shan Jian-san, despite his overwhelming aura, found himself at a disadvantage against Wu Di, whose solid cultivation in the second level of Yuaning was undeniable. After merely 30 exchanges, Shan Jian-san sensed his impending defeat. The earthly fiend Black Tiger Fist was no match for Wu Di. Wu Di regarded Shan Jian-san as a whetstone, taking his time rather than rushing for victory. Suddenly, Shan Jian-san leaped out of the ring, summoning his most ferocious technique. Tossing something the size of a ring into the air, with a commanding shout, he invoked a massive golden iron cage to descend rapidly upon Wu Di. This technique differed from his earlier palm strike. This time, he employed the death row prison, a magical artifact. Once ensnared by the iron cage, it would constrict, trapping the individual without mercy, leaving them at the mercy of their captor. No one beneath the realm of law could escape such a fate. Wu Di watched as the death cage descended. Realizing it was too swift to evade, he was ensnared within the iron cage. Shan Jian-san's face twisted into a sinister smirk as he cackled, "Wu Di, are you stunned? I thought I had met a worthy opponent. Turns out you are merely this. Today, even if you are a celestial being, I shall see you perish here." The battlefield is in a state of constant flux. Bai Yiren, Jiang Wanning, clings tightly to the arm of her senior sister, Sun Shangxiang. Despite the chaos, Sun Shangxiang remains composed, observing keenly and articulating her thoughts with clarity. Although the iron prison cage is indeed a magical artifact, Shan Jian-san's cultivation is insufficient to wield it effectively, significantly diminishing its power. Wu Di must possess some hidden strategy. Waiting for the opportune moment to unleash it, as Shan Jian-san approaches the death cage, it begins to constrict, shrinking ominously until it threatens to crush him. He throws his head back and laughs maniacally at the spectacle. Despite Wu Di's protective aura, he feels the overwhelming pressure emanating from the magical artifact, which causes his bones to creak under the strain, his body being compressed into a mere pancake in the midst of this desperate crisis. A surge of primordial energy erupts from the Linglong Pearl within his dantian, filling Wu Di with an immense, boundless strength. Unable to contain himself, he lets out a thunderous cry. "Open!" Instantly, a radiant glow envelopes him, and with a resounding boom, the iron prison cage is shattered into countless pieces. Shan Jian-san, caught off guard, is sent sprawling several yards away, crashing to the ground. The iron prison cage is forged from adamantine, and to have shattered it required an extraordinary force. The outcome is clear. In this arena, Victory is determined the moment one participant is thrown off the stage. Shunjian-san, a formidable expert of the first stage of the nascent Soul Realm and 14 years Wu Di senior, lies incredulously on the ground. Wu Di proclaims, Shunjian-san, if you refuse to accept defeat, I shall gladly accompany you in battle until the end. As Shunjian-san rises from the ground, he mutters to himself, how could this be? This is a magical artifact. Even within the realm of the law, it can imprison others. What is your true level of cultivation? Wu Di smiles faintly and replies, I am merely a poor farmer from a remote village. Do not speak to me of cultivation. Unbeknownst to Wu Di, the awakening of the Linglong Pearl's intelligence at the brink of life and death bestowed upon him this miraculous power that saved his life. Sun Shangxiang, recovering from her astonishment, realizes the profound truth behind the saying that a true master does not reveal their strength. She comprehends the meaning of a great teacher nurturing an exceptional disciple, understanding that one knows their student better than anyone else. Since the master entrusted their disciple with the journey of honing their skills, it is clear that the disciple has already reached a remarkable level. There is no reason for them to worry excessively. By Erin, Jiang Weining, filled with tension, excitement, and exhilaration, murmurs, I never expected this. Not in 100 or even 1,000 lifetimes. He has never flaunted his abilities. Tong Taizhan exclaims, I am utterly convinced by my master. Bowing down in admiration, Ashio adds, Senior brother, my master's medical skills are equally remarkable. I witnessed him save both mother and child with a single needle. Wu Yu's face turns a shade of disappointment. Chapter 26, The Arena Competition, 3. Finally, Song Yinyan makes her appearance. Her brother, Song Zhongji, and sister, Song Qianqian, both hold high hopes for her. The Liaoyuan County Martial Academy's representative team also places their trust in her. Song Yinyan has become the ace of the Liaoyuan County Martial Academy, an unmatched presence. Wu Di's dazzling performances in his battles against Shun Jianpain and Shunjian-san have left an indelible mark. Naturally, Song Yinyan is regarded as even more capable, extraordinary, and worthy of anticipation. Having witnessed Wu Di's 2 arena matches, Song Yinyan feels a whirlwind of emotions. She never anticipated that the boy from her past would possess such strength and an array of skills to protect himself and defeat his opponents. Aside from her mastery of the Tai Su Lotus Sword technique, she realizes she knows far too little. Wu Di has fully inherited his master's teachings. Compared to Wu Di, her only advantage lies in the passage of time. Although she currently stands at the pinnacle of the 9th level of the Tianyang realm, when matched against Wu Di, her chances of victory seem bleak, as she remains unaware that Wu Di has already entered the 2nd level of the greater nascent soul realm. Yin, your brother understands your strength. Wu Di has astonished everyone, making a remarkable debut. What you will deliver will be an unprecedented shock. On the leaderboard, no one stands a chance against you. With you, I am confident. And Liaoyuan County takes pride in you. Jiang Weining, as the host, recognizes there is no need to compare lengths with her. Defeating Sima Yuru would serve as the best proof. Song Qianqian exclaims, Sister, you are the best. You can defeat anyone in the 9 domains. Among the young heroes of the 9 domains, you are unparalleled. Song Yinyan remains silent. The praises of her brother and sister do not serve as motivation, but rather as an enormous pressure. Deep down, she understands that defeating anyone in the 9 domains is beyond her capabilities, especially against Wu Di and Shunjian-san. Victory seems impossible. Yinyan, I wish you success in your challenge. Zheng Yuanying, the son of the governor of Taicang County, stands closely beside Song Yinyan, filled with pride for having such an enviable beauty by his side. As Song Yinyan ascends to the stage, she calls out to challenge Sima Yuru, dressed in white. Sima Yuru stands across from Song Yinyan, clad in blue. The two appear on the stage like celestial beings descended from the heavens, prompting immediate silence and waves of awe from the audience below. Both young and radiant, they possess tall, well-proportioned figures, flawless beauty, and an invigorating aura of youth that dances in the breeze. The beauty is simply breathtaking, causing a stir in the crowd below. By Erin, Jiang Weining, remarks, Wu brother, as you predicted, Song Yinyan has directly challenged Sima Yuru. Wu Di sighs. I never anticipated that today Song Yinyan would become a puppet in the hands of others. By Erin, Jiang Weining, inquires. Wu brother, is Song Yinyan your opponent? Wu Di humbly waves his hand. I am no match for her. My senior sister far surpasses me. By Irin, Jiang Weining cannot believe her ears. Is there such humility in you? You know that excessive modesty can be seen as hypocrisy. Sun Shangxiang interjects. The Northern Sage Master has long understood the will of heaven and sees everything with clarity. Wu Di speaks pragmatically. Senior Sister Song Yinyan's Tai Su 220 Styles of Lotus Sword was created by our master. After over a decade of diligent practice, it is hard to claim it is unmatched in the world. Few can rival it, Yuan adds. Master's primary martial technique is indeed this sword technique, which consists of 200 styles. The final 20 styles were continuously refined by your master's ancestor after your master descended the mountain. The jade disc I provided to you in Taizhan is the technique disc passed down from your master's ancestor to your master. Both Sima Yuru and Song Yinyan are swordswomen, their blades flashing as they engage in combat. Each displays their own unique style, their sword techniques exquisite, like meteors streaking across the sky, mesmerizing the onlookers. It is evident that both combatants possess profound expertise in swordsmanship. They are no ordinary opponents. Their duel is undoubtedly the most thrilling and high-level sword battle in the 9 domains. Sima Yuru's swordplay is agile, embodying the unity of man and sword, while Song Yinyan's technique is orthodox, fueled by substantial inner strength, resulting in a temporary stalemate. These two heroines engage in a fierce contest unlike any sword battle I have ever witnessed. By Irin, Jiang Weining, also a swordswoman, is seldom impressed, yet she is deeply captivated by the duel between Song Yinyan and Sima Yuru, exclaiming, "What a splendid sword! What a splendid sword!" It is indeed a match of equals, with their techniques being utterly exquisite. Such a rare sight. After over 300 exchanges, neither side shows signs of yielding. This is no mere challenge. It is a dance of swords. Sun Shangxiang cannot help but voice her admiration. A Yuan laments, compared to Sister Song, I feel utterly humiliated. The gap is far too great. After a prolonged struggle, both Song Yinyan and Sima Yuru begin to feel the pressure. Song Yinyan secretly sighs, realizing that she had underestimated Sima Yuru. Defeating her is not as easy as she had presumed. Likewise, Sima Yuru is astonished, having never encountered such a formidable opponent since her debut. Where did this Song Yinyan come from? And how did she suddenly emerge with such superb swordsmanship that proves difficult to counter? Although she is a disciple of the Southern Sage, she finds herself at a disadvantage. By Irin, Jiang Weining observes, Sima Yuru and Song Yinyan are evenly matched. Victory for either side seems improbable. It appears that we must now look to their techniques beyond swordsmanship. She notes that her senior sister seems wary of Sima Yuru employing other tactics, as her sword strikes are rapid and relentless, denying her opponent any opportunity. Could this be her Achilles' heel? Wu Di remains silent, compelled to admire Jiang Weining's perceptiveness. She has astutely discerned the flaw. This is one aspect of his master that Wu Di cannot comprehend. By Irin, Jiang Weining inquires, is your master biased? Wu Di shakes his head, certainly not. My master has his own reasons. Your master has taught you so many skills. Isn't that biased? How could it be? My master's intentions are beyond the comprehension of us younger generations. Wu Di reflects deeply. What kind of person is my master? He perceives the essence of heaven and earth, adheres to the natural order, and reveres nature. What rightfully belongs to you will be yours without fail, while what does not belong to you will not come to you at all. He has long transcended the constraints of the mundane world. By Irin, Jiang Weining smiles, I see now. I was merely jesting. For someone like your master, the concepts of winning and losing have long been cast aside. What remains is the essence of the Tao. He upholds the natural order that must exist, such as not allowing anyone to disrupt humanity's normal order or artificially seal one's intelligence. Yes, you and my master share a certain affinity. Though you have yet to meet him, you seem to grasp his Zen-like essence. Suddenly, Sima Yuru leaps from outside the ring, her sword dancing with a flourish, instantly extending its aura. The sword in her hand transforms into one exceeding 4 yards in length. Dozens of sword shadows simultaneously cleaving towards Song Yinyan. In response, Song Yinyan's sword energy surges forth, her blade meeting the onslaught. She unleashes the Tai Su Lotus Sword, executing a rapid sequence of 20 styles. The torrential sword rain cascades forth, relentless and unstoppable, flooding towards Sima Yuru's elongated sword energy. Aware of her weaknesses, Song Yinyin knows she must prevent Sima Yuru from employing any other techniques. Sima Yuru, witnessing this, must proceed with caution, fully aware that she must be meticulous and avoid impulsiveness. Such a master undoubtedly possesses many other techniques. Shan Jiansan intended to take the initiative in his encounter with Wu Di, hastily employing his arcane arts, only to suffer a significant setback. She relinquished the thought of easily wielding her mystical abilities. Perhaps this individual's sorcery was even more formidable. It would be prudent to adopt a cautious approach, refraining from reckless advances and instead countering as the situation unfolds. The two engaged in close combat once more, locked in a fierce struggle, neither able to gain the upper hand. Song Zhongji began to feel a sense of unease. On the field, Song Yinyin had no discernible advantage, which was quite alarming. Song Qianqian had assumed that Song Yinyin would prevail swiftly, yet to her astonishment, they had fought for hundreds of rounds without a clear victor. After over 500 exchanges, spanning an entire morning, they remained evenly matched. Both were drenched in sweat, panting heavily. The referee elder of the tournament conferred, realizing that if they continued, they would both exhaust themselves and collapse on the stage. The chief referee, Xian Ming, made an exception and declared the two would share the second place. Song Yinyin and Sima Yuru withdrew. Both, utterly drained, appeared despondent and conflicted. Bai Yirun, Jiang Wanning remarked, if Sima Yuru had known that Song Yinyin was a disciple of the Grandmaster Tai Su, she would not be so troubled. Sun Shangxiang added, it is human nature. When one has long been without a rival, encountering an impasse leaves one feeling unsatisfied. A tie is indeed a rarity, and the elders are reluctant to see such promising talent exhausted, fearing unforeseen accidents. Taishan, how are your preparations coming along? Wu Di inquired. All set. It's time for you to make your move. Brother Bai, any suggestions on which rank to challenge? Bai Yirun, Jiang Wanning replied. Current rankings are not of utmost importance. What matters is entering the top 10. I suspect Shan Jiansan will make another move. This young man is quite ambitious and will surely challenge for the 5th rank, and he will likely succeed. This would push the 5th down to 6th. The top 6 will be largely determined. Challenging for the 10th position is futile. If any of the 7th, 8th, or 9th ranks are defeated, it could lead to elimination from the top 10. The best course is to challenge for the 7th, 8th, or 9th ranks, ensuring a solid chance of victory without risking elimination. Taishan, what do you think? All right, let us challenge for the 8th rank. As anticipated. At that moment, Shan Jiansan ascended the stage once more, indeed initiating a challenge for the 6th rank. Given his prowess, challenging for the 6th was certainly within his capability. After only a few exchanges, he succeeded in his challenge, claiming the 6th position. Unexpectedly, Wu Yu also took the stage. Launching a challenge for the 8th ranked, Wu Di found this entirely unsurprising. Song Zhongji undoubtedly valued this opportunity to enter the top 10, and although he could not participate himself, Song Yinyin's success would be akin to his own. As the fortune seized would ultimately benefit him, he yearned for any chance to enhance his own abilities. Song Yinyin was among the strongest of the 10, and with assistance, her chances of victory were significantly bolstered. In order to ensure Wu Yu's entry into the top 10, Song Zhongji purchased a skill enhancement pill for 20,000 taels of silver, reputed to augment one's abilities by 2 levels in a short span of time. This clearly illustrated his determination to succeed. Although Wu Yu was severely injured upon taking the stage, she managed to successfully challenge for the 8th rank at the last moment, thanks to the skill enhancement pill. Tong Taishan then took to the stage to challenge the 9th rank on the leaderboard. He had been brimming with energy, having learned much from his previous failure against Shan Jianping. As his master Wu Di had rightly said, without failure, there can be no growth. One setback had transformed his fighting style. He felt he had gained considerable insight and confidence in just a few days. His techniques became more varied and agile, and his strength evidently increased, allowing him to defeat his opponent and finally secure a spot in the top 10. After half a month of fierce competition, the tournament concluded. The top 10 would embark on the quest for the ancient tomb in 2 days. Among the top 10, some celebrated while others busied themselves with preparations for entering the boundary. Wu Di was preparing food. Waning, please make me a list of your favorite foods. Jiang Waning replied. Isn't that a bit excessive? Wu Di countered. In 2 days, we begin our journey into the ancient tomb's boundary. If we don't prepare the food, what will we eat then? Jiang Waning blushed, her youthful innocence evident at 15. I'm just afraid there won't be enough for you. Jiang Waning excitedly listed her favorite foods, dried fruits, candy treats, her beloved 5-spice beef, and donkey meat, as well as sweet and savory pastries and large flatbreads. Gazing at the mountain of items, she wore a worried expression. Isn't this a bit too much? Wu Di remained unconcerned. Just buy what you wish. I'll manage the rest. In the blink of an eye, as Jiang Waning turned around, the items had vanished. Where is everything we just bought? How could it all disappear? Could it have been stored in the spatial ring? Wu Di remarked, clever. Upon returning to Wu Di's residence, Jiang Waning tilted her head and exclaimed, Where's the stuff? Hurry and bring it out. We need to organize it properly. Close your eyes. I'll take you to a fun place. Jiang Waning complied, closing her eyes, and with a flick of his sleeve, Wu Di transported her into the space of the Lianhua Jade Ring. Jiang Waning opened her eyes, curiously surveying her surroundings. Where is this? This is another world. In this place, it is just you and me. We can laugh and speak freely, without anyone to disturb us. Really? Have we stored everything we bought here? Wu Di nodded, guiding Jiang Waning through several rooms. I've long wanted to bring you to the ancient tomb, and it's precisely because of this ace up my sleeve. Oh, how marvelous. This is an independent space. It's significantly larger than my storage bag. Is it safe here? Absolutely safe. This is a technique of my master. Bestowed upon each disciple. My master said that as one's cultivation level rises, this space will expand exponentially. Let us step outside and take a look. Wu Di led Jiang Waning to the area beside the hot spring. Oh, there's a bathing area as well. This is simply enchanting, a true paradise on earth. You should take a bath first. After so many days of chaos, it will be quite refreshing. Jiang Waning eagerly began to undress but paused. Glancing at Wu Di. Oh, I understand. I'll leave. I'm not accustomed to having someone nearby while I bathe. I'll go into the room and call for you when I'm done. Jiang Waning warned. No peeking. Wu Di mischievously winked. Rest assured. I won't steal a glance, he muttered softly. A good meal is worth the wait. I'm more concerned about when I might have something to see. You rascal, you scoundrel, you won't peek, but you plan to watch to your heart's content, right? A few glances might give you a pockmark or two. After Wu Di departed, Jiang Waning slipped into the water. The warm spring water enveloped her, smooth and rich in vital energy, instantly invigorating her entire being, causing her meridians to tingle with excitement. Clearly, this spring was a haven for cultivators. To have such a wondrous realm within a jade ring was beyond imagination. Feeling utterly relaxed, Jiang Waning entered the study inside. This is wonderful. Why didn't you bring me here sooner? We weren't close before. Would you have come if I had invited you? Besides, not everyone can enter here. You are the first my family is unaware of this secret. You understand the implications of that. To bring you here is to entrust my life to you. Jiang Waning nodded. Fully aware that such secrets were not easily shared, Wu Di continued. We are about to enter a perilous realm, fraught with unpredictability. I will now grant you a skill for self-defense. Remember, it must never be used to harm others. Nor should it be shown to anyone. Jiang Waning, intrigued, asked, What skill is it? I will gift you the ability to become invisible, but it will only be effective for 1 month. Jiang Waning beamed. That's wonderful. Thank you so much. Your trust means a lot to me. Come, let us embrace. True sincerity begets true sincerity. Extend your foot to me. Jiang Waning playfully responded. You're not planning anything mischievous. Are you? I am a gentleman of integrity. Surely you don't doubt my character. Wu Di took a vermilion jade brush, grasping Jiang Waning's delicate, fragrant foot, chanting incantations, inscribing an invisibility talisman on her soles. Your feet are so soft and slender. They emit a faint fragrance. Oh, how cheesy. Are we done? Can I become invisible now? Wu Di instructed Jiang Waning in the art of the invisibility spell. Stand before the mirror, Recite the first 5 words, and you will become invisible. Upon uttering the 5-word incantation, Jiang Wanning instantly vanished. I'm truly invisible. I'm gone, Wu Di replied. Recite the last 5 words of the incantation to reappear. As Jiang Wanning chanted the final 5 words, her form re-emerged. She stepped forward, wrapping her arms around Wu Di's neck, filled with excitement. Chapter 27. The Sheepskin Map. The Central Plains Prefecture holds significant sway among the 9 domain prefectures. And the status of Elder Xianming, the Grand Elder of the Martial Academy's Law Domain, is naturally exalted. The formidable figures of the Law Domain and Source Infant Realm, numbering over 100, gathered under the leadership of Elder Xianming to preside over the boundary opening ceremony. Just as the ceremony was about to commence, several white clouds appeared in the sky, heralding the swift arrival of a group. People from the Great Zhou Luodu Dragon City were coming. The Luodu of the Great Zhou, the seat of the Zhou dynasty, is also known as Dragon City. The Martial Academy of Luodu Dragon City holds a prestigious position, truly the vanguard, and never participates in the competitions of other prefectures. The sudden arrival of this group left no room for speculation. Upon hearing that the Central Plains Prefecture had discovered an important ancient tomb, the esteemed Yunan of the Luodu Martial Academy hurriedly brought over 20 core disciples. Upon seeing Elder Xianming from the Central Plains Martial Academy, he immediately led the group to offer their greetings. After exchanging pleasantries, he swiftly integrated the core disciples of the Luodu Martial Academy into the team searching for the ancient tomb's opportunity. Everyone understood that the competition for this ancient tomb's fortune would undoubtedly be fierce. The 11 individuals who secured opportunities in the ancient tomb exploration through the arena competition, when faced with the inner disciples of various martial academies and the core disciples of the Luodu Martial Academy, were likely to be mere sparring partners, grateful merely to enter and return safely. The host, the great Elder Xianming from the Central Plains, respectfully bowed deeply to the esteemed Yunni. We are honored by your presence. Esteemed one, the barrier is now open, welcoming you to take the lead. Yunni, serving as the vice president of the Luodu Longqing Martial Academy, donned a robe of deep purple, appeared to be in his 50s. With a peachwood hairpin adorning his topknot, exuding an air of coldness, his piercing gaze formidable, he held a Buddhist dust whisk, presenting an image that was not easily approachable. Great Elder Xianming, there is no need for such formalities. Guests should not overshadow the host. It is best for all procedures to be handled by the Great Elder, Yunni remarked, his focus primarily on the core disciples he brought, pondering how many opportunities from the ancient tomb they might acquire, rather than seeking glory for himself. After a moment of mutual deference, Elder Xianming stood mid-air, his voice echoing with a solemn resonance. This exploration of the ancient tomb is unprecedented in scale. The top 10 from this arena competition, along with the top 50 disciples from various martial academies, especially the elite core disciples from Luodu Longqing Martial Academy, are gathered here and will surely yield remarkable results. I wish everyone the best of luck. The barrier encompasses a 1,000,000-mile radius, with opportunities abounding everywhere. Whether you can seize them, and what you may obtain, relies entirely on your own fortunes. The sheepskin maps in your possession will assist you in locating your targets. Starting from the moment the barrier opens, you will have 8 months. After 8 months, we shall await your triumphant return here. Within the barrier, both opportunities and dangers coexist. Those who fail to emerge by the end shall bear the consequences. The barrier spans 1,000,000 miles. Only the power of a sage can breach it. Due to a tie for second place, there are actually 11 individuals in the top 10. Jiang Weining, Song Yinyan, Sima Yuru, Wu Di, Shun Jianping, Shun Jiansan, Wu Yu, Yu Shang, Tong Taizhan, Li Pingyan, and Indajin. Mixed in with the larger group, they were quickly engulfed. After Elder Xianming concluded his speech, he formed hand seals, and with a sweep of his long sleeves, the sky distorted, revealing a sudden rift. Everyone looked up in astonishment. Seizing the moment, Wu Di subtly transported Jiang Weining into the lotus flower treasure ring without anyone noticing. The other elders waved their sleeves, and the crowd of seekers for ancient tomb opportunities was cast into the air, entering the rift like leaves caught in a storm, unable to regain control. Time passed unmeasured as they floated, until they finally landed in disparate locations, arriving in another world, each unaware of where they had ended up. Jiang Weining emerged from the lotus flower treasure ring, finding herself with Wu Di in a forest. Before them stretched a vast plain filled with trees, rivers, verdant grass, and unfamiliar plants, with distant mountains undulating against the blue sky. The trees concealed them so effectively that even the elders monitoring the situation beyond the barrier were oblivious to their presence within the woods. "Where are we? Is it just the two of us?" Jiang Weining inquired. Wu Di replied, "If we delay even a moment longer, we may lose track of where we are and how much effort it will take to reunite." We managed to outsmart them this time. To avoid getting separated, they had meticulously planned beforehand. At a moment when no one was paying attention during the opening of the barrier, Wu Di had used his mental prowess to send Jiang Weining into the lotus flower treasure ring. Their plan had succeeded. Jiang Weining mused, "I wonder where the others have scattered to die in this million-mile radius. When will we cross paths again? Thankfully, your cleverness brought me into the lotus flower treasure ring just in time. And luckily, we prepared plenty of food. Everything is manageable." The two of them unfurled the sheepskin scroll, studying it earnestly. Where do we begin our search for the ancient tomb? This posed quite the challenge. Jiang Weining nestled closely against Wu Di, expressing her concern. There are too many people. Competing with the inner disciples, particularly those elite ones from Luodu Longcheng, feels hopeless. Wu Di reassured her, regardless of the odds. What is meant for us cannot be taken away by others. What belongs to them is unattainable for us as well. We must maintain a calm disposition. Jiang Weining found wisdom in Wu Di's words. Her spirits lifting, yes, a calm heart that I relish the boundless expanse, just you and me. This moment feels wonderful. Let us decipher the sheepskin map first. It's best not to act aimlessly without a target. Agreed. You take the lead. I'll gather some dry branches and fetch some water. We can boil water for tea and enjoy it while we study the map. How delightful, Wu Di replied. Remember, call me if anything arises. He collected some dead wood and approached the riverbank, where the water was crystal clear. Filling the sheepskin water bag, he returned to the forest, set up a stone stove, and retrieved a small iron kettle from the lotus flower treasure ring to begin boiling water. The two of them leisurely sipped tea, sitting on a moisture-resistant tarp. Jiang Weining, embracing her feminine charm, reclined against Wu Di's thigh, playfully requesting, "I want to eat candied fruit. Feed me." Wu Di skewered pieces of candied fruit with a bamboo stick, placing them one by one into Jiang Weining's mouth. After a few bites, she whimsically commanded, "I want scallion pancakes and spicy beef." "All right, let us have spicy beef and scallion pancakes." The two enamored teenagers, aged 15 and 16, found themselves amidst a million-mile barrier, surrounded by tranquility and solitude. Free from the scrutiny of the world, their emotions flowed unrestrained. At this moment, Jiang Weining cast aside her concerns for appearances. One leg crossed while the other stretched out, her long skirt draping gracefully, revealing her delicate, bare feet, as her bosom rose and fell enticingly. While indulging in food, she continued to direct Wu Di, "My left shoulder itches. Help me with that before moving down a bit." With command after command, Wu Di became flustered. "What do you think happiness is, Wu Di?" Wu Di replied, "You go first. Let us see if we resonate. It is not about how much gold, silver, or jewels one possesses, nor about the lavishness of our meals and clothing, but rather that two hearts genuinely love and cherish one another. What does it matter if it's plain fare? Just like now, I feel this is happiness." Wu Di agreed. "My sentiments align with yours. True love is when two people cherish each other wholeheartedly. Promise me you won't love any other woman." Jiang Weining insisted. Wu Di chuckled. "That's a bit challenging." Jiang Weining's frustration grew. "Why? Is that beyond your capability?" With a mischievous glint in his eyes, Wu Di replied, "My mother is a woman. I can't not love her." Jiang Weining sighed in relief. "You big fool. I didn't mean your mother in any woman. What about if I have a daughter? Surely I cannot neglect to love her." Jiang Weining playfully pinched Wu Di. "Rascal, she doesn't count." "Oh, that's a must. No problem. I will also love only you, but I can't exclude my father," Jiang Weining confessed, her emotions swelling as she placed Wu Di's hand against her cheek. Her face flushed and warm, enveloped in joy. That moment, Wu Di experienced an overwhelming urge and impulse inherent to men. He could not help but gently kiss Jiang Weining's forehead, cheeks, earlobes, long hair, and neck. In that instant, in their world, it was just the two of them. Jiang Weining felt Wu Di's passion intensify, his breathing quickening, the kisses becoming fervent, overwhelming, something an inexperienced woman could hardly bear. The restlessness of youth is universal, and the power of hormones is well known. It often drowns reason. Jiang Weining's desire surged, akin to dry wood ignited by a fierce flame. How could it not burn? She found herself at a loss, torn between reluctance to refuse and the feeling that the moment was not right. Yet, it was clear that he was not merely seeking. She too had needs and desires. Suddenly, Jiang Weining noticed Wu Di hesitating, biting his lip in restraint, his face redder than hers. Gently laying her down, he said, "I'm sorry. It's my fault. I know you are not ready yet. We both dislike frivolity. Let us save our utmost joy and happiness for a future day." Jiang Weining nodded, wrapping her arms around Wu Di's neck. "I want it too, but I feel a sense of unease. Perhaps we are still too young. What we truly need is growth." Wu Di kissed her forehead. "It's wonderful to have you. We always think alike. As we move forward, our threats will increase. We must grow stronger. If we inadvertently fall into complacency, forsaking our ambition, one day our suffering may surpass the joy we feel now by tenfold. The tempest of thunder and lightning is fleeting, just as the downpour threatens." The skies cleared. Wu Di leisurely sipped tea, intently studying the sheepskin map, envisioning mountains, rivers, and hills in his mind, capturing snippets of information. Jiang Weining, equally engrossed in the sheepskin map, was overwhelmed by an indescribable feeling. Evoking a sense of familiarity yet remaining hazy, she gently tapped her forehead, pondering. Typically, ancient tombs must adhere to principles of feng shui and layout, particularly those of significant power. It's unlikely any location could serve as a burial site. Wu Di nodded. Tombs must align with dragon veins, direction, wind paths, and water systems. Feng shui is crucial. Without wind and water, how can it work? Though millennia have passed, altering the landscape, the main features will still assist us in avoiding detours. Without focus and direction, it truly becomes akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. As they enjoyed their tea, discussing and examining the sheepskin map, their thoughts grew clearer. They located a small river marked on the map, using it as a reference point to sketch out several potential routes, marking them in order. They decided to begin with the first route. After finishing their tea, they commenced their journey. Wu Di and Jiang Weining concealed themselves, stepping into the void to ascend and survey the vast landscape, their vision unimpeded, making it easier to observe the terrain. The two activated their invisibility talismans, striving to remain undetected. Although they had yet to encounter anyone within the current boundary, exercising caution was prudent. In a treacherous world, the habit of vigilance must be cultivated through the accumulation of daily experiences. As night approached, Jiang Weining entered the Lotus Treasure Ring first, while Wu Di traversed the woods for a while before leaping onto a large tree. He then also entered the space of the Lotus Treasure Ring, endeavoring to suppress their presence as much as possible. The Lotus Treasure Ring had been enchanted with an invisibility spell by Wu Di's master, Li Chunning. To ordinary eyes, Jiang Weining, Wu Di, and the Lotus Treasure Ring were non-existent. Jiang Weining exclaimed with delight, "Your master is truly benevolent, having prepared such a splendid sanctuary for his disciple." Thinking of everything so thoroughly. At that moment, Song Yin Yin was undoubtedly also residing within her own Lotus Ring space. Wu Di replied, "I am unaware of what the Lotus Rings of my senior brothers and sisters are like. They must be somewhat different. The Lotus Ring bestowed upon me by my master was crafted before I descended the mountain, long after that of my elder brother and second sister. It's quite remarkable. It seems my master anticipated the challenges I would face during my trials and prepared means for me to cope with them in advance. For instance, when I confronted Shen Jianping, his lion's roar was so sudden that without the Lotus Ring to absorb its sonic waves, I could have been momentarily stunned, a lapse that could have cost me my life. Defeating the Shen brothers, especially Shen Jiansan, is no small feat. After all, he is at the Yuanying level. It is not my prowess, but rather your influence that enabled this. Oh, you recall the journey to Linglong Town? When I became lost in thought while walking? I remember. Upon noticing your distraction, I called out to you several times. As I gazed upon the Linglong Tower, I felt a surge of multicolored light enter my brow, enveloping me in warmth and comfort, which eventually transformed into a pearl that settled in my dantian. Jiang Wanning gasped in surprise. That pearl must be the Linglong Pearl, rare treasure that enhances wisdom and intelligence. Indeed, you have become noticeably more astute. Not only have I become more intelligent, but I have also developed an extraordinary memory for reading. I initially believed the pearl merely increased wisdom, but I was unprepared for the moment when I found myself trapped in a death row cage. The pearl suddenly bestowed upon me a primal power that enabled me to shatter the cage. Jiang Wanning was elated. This is your great fortune. The pearl may possess sentience, not only enhancing your intellect but also providing you with primal strength in times of crisis. We must keep this matter to ourselves, lest we attract the covetous gaze of ill-intentioned individuals. Wu Di nodded repeatedly, understanding the gravity of the situation. The two conversed for a considerable time, and Wu Di, concerned for Jiang Wanying's fatigue, said, "Waning, if you are tired, you should rest in bed. The blanket has been prepared especially for you. I shall practice in the study, and we shall not disturb one another." "I am not the least bit sleepy. You may continue your practice," she replied. "I will peruse the parchment map for a while." Jiang Wanning then produced the parchment map once more, examining it intently. The room was illuminated by a luminous pearl, yet its glow was far less intense than sunlight. As Jiang Wanning felt the warmth of Wu Di's embrace, her mind began to conjure vivid images. And with her eyes gently closed, she focused intently on the scenes in her mind, though they remained somewhat indistinct. As she concentrated, her perception began to blur, and the images in her mind began to align with the parchment map. Her consciousness soared, and the parchment map expanded before her. No longer did she see mere paper, but rather the living expanse of land, mountains, and rivers, all shockingly familiar. Had she been here before? No, yet everything felt so known. Her consciousness soared through the space, revealing all beneath her gaze. Suddenly, she realized that it was not the images in her mind that were unclear, but rather her perspective that was misaligned. Once she adjusted to a certain distance, the images became crystal clear. Jiang Wanning discerned the location of a grand tomb, an extraordinary Bagua tomb formation, with the main tomb situated at its center, surrounded by the supporting trigrams of Zhan, Li, Dui, and Kansas. The tomb's majesty was beyond imagination. If it were not for a formidable power, who could have conceived such a grand design? No wonder the core disciples of the Wu Academy in Luodu Longsheng were drawn here. Before such an extraordinary opportunity, anyone would be tempted. Jiang Wanning meticulously surveyed the land of the boundary, not marking it on the parchment map, but instead traversing it with her thoughts. Sketching the core location of the tomb and the surrounding protective formations, in a radius of millions of miles, without serendipity and without means, one would be hard-pressed to find this dragon's lair. Even in a year or 8 months. Is this considered luck? I have comprehended the parchment map so swiftly. Chapter 28. Nine-Eyed Celestial Pearl. Wu Di meditated on the great Saint Tai Chi technique. Though he had entered the Yuanying realm, he was acutely aware that he was merely at the foundational level of the second stage. At 16 years of age, reaching Yuanying was commendable, but in the 9 domains, a second stage Yuanying was hardly remarkable. The journey ahead is long and arduous. Apart from diligence, there are no shortcuts. Wu Di perceived that the primary distinction between the Yuanying and Tianyang realms lay in the transformation of the dantian. The dantian of a Yuanying cultivator was significantly larger than that of a Tianyang cultivator, akin to the difference between a brook and a river. Particularly, the true qi within the dantian had become far more substantial than before. He began to realize that the elevation of one's cultivation might very well be the process of continually solidifying the true qi within the dantian. The more true qi one possessed, the greater the potential for unleashed power. Suddenly inspired, he earnestly focused his consciousness inwardly upon his dantian. The Yuanying within his dantian still measured about 2 inches, eyes closed, expressionless, with the pearl formed from the multicolored light resting between its lips, rhythmically inhaling and exhaling. This pearl, the size of a quail egg, gleamed golden and radiated a layer of iridescent light, enveloped by true qi. Its nature was indiscernible. No matter how he looked, he could not fathom the source of its primal power. As Wu Di prepared to withdraw his probing thoughts, he suddenly noticed that the true qi in his dantian, once colorless, now shimmered with a faint golden hue. The skin tone of his yuanying, slightly more than 2 inches in size, had lost its pure whiteness, now resembling the color of the true qi. Wu Di was momentarily perplexed, yet he understood that golden true qi was a privilege reserved for powerful masters. It symbolized strength. A critically ill patient could be saved with just a hint of golden true qi. His master's true qi was golden, akin to gold, while his own was merely faintly tinged with yellow. Golden true qi could not arise without cause. His master's golden qi was a product of profound cultivation, while his own lightly golden true qi was likely connected to the Linglong Pearl. Wu Di believed that with further observation, he would certainly uncover the truth of the matter. As dawn broke, sounds emerged from outside, growing ever closer. The lotus ring, a true treasure, allowed even the faintest noise outside to be heard distinctly within. Jiang Wanning approached, evidently having heard the commotion outside in the morning light. She spotted several figures whose attire did not resemble that of the Central Plains. One individual cradled a snow-white long-haired dog, less than a foot long, speaking to himself, "This must be the place. Why is there no one in sight? It is indeed here." The long-haired dog sniffed the air, confirming with a few barks. Shortly thereafter, another person arrived, their voice anxious, asking, "Is this the place? Why is there no one here? If we cannot find the divine Dr. Wu Di, the queen may not endure much longer. She has been in labor for a day and a night." The steward, "We arrived at the Central Plains. The divine doctor just entered the boundary. It was the snow-white spirit dog that guided us here. It is unmistakably around this large tree. We have followed the scent here. Yet there are no people in sight. It is indeed strange." Wu Di listened to the conversation, sensing its relevance to him. After eavesdropping for a while, he and Jiang Wanning gathered that in the foreign realm of the Vanyin Kingdom, a Prince Shiyan's wife was in dire straits during childbirth. Hearing of a divine doctor in the Central Plains who could save 2 lives with a single needle, they dispatched the steward Zhumu Zhu to seek his aid. Accompanied by a keen-nosed spirit dog that had led them to this very spot. If they failed to summon the divine doctor, the queen might perish, and these individuals and their families could face the fate of accompanying her in death. Wu Di pondered, "What should we do?" Jiang Wanning replied, "To save a life is to construct a 7-story pagoda. Naturally, saving a life is paramount. We cannot ignore so many lives. The problem is that the queen is in labor, not suffering from another ailment. Do you have confidence in this? The royal household is vast, and if we fail, the consequences would be dire. We cannot bear the weight of such responsibility." Wu Di was confident. Based on his previous experience observing with his consciousness, he could discern the condition of the fetus within the mother's womb. His ability had advanced significantly since then. Most cases of difficult labor stemmed from improper positioning of the fetus, causing obstruction during delivery. If he could observe the reason for the difficulty, he would possess the means to adjust the fetus's position with true qi, allowing for a smooth birth. The critical question was whether the queen was still alive after such a lengthy ordeal. Time was of the essence. There could be no delay. Wu Di and Jiang Wanning revealed themselves. Steward Zhumu Zhu and his entourage fell to their knees in gratitude, viewing Wu Di as a rare deity. The divine doctor, who had been elusive, was now before their eyes. If he wished to be seen, he could be seen. If he did not, he would remain hidden. They believed wholeheartedly in the legend of the needle that could save 2 lives. "Divine Doctor, we have already spoken with your domain's Grand Elder Xianming. To save lives is to extinguish flames, and you are permitted to enter and exit the boundary. We are entirely responsible for the transportation. We possess an airship that can traverse 100,000 miles a day, swiftly reaching the kingdom of Fanyin. Esteemed healer, please board the airship at once." Without further ado, given the urgency of the situation, Wu Di, Jiang Wanning, and their companions ascended aboard the vessel. The airship, measuring several zhang in length, had the capacity to carry 100 individuals and was adorned with the personal talisman of Xianming. The Grand Elder of Zhongyuan County. It soared into the sky, exiting the barrier with the speed of a shooting star. After traversing vast distances over countless mountains and rivers, They arrived at the royal palace of King Shuryan in the kingdom of Fanine within the span of a mere incense stick's burning time. Upon landing, they wasted no time with pleasantries, hastily making their way to the chamber of the expectant queen. Wu Di's ability of X-ray vision had significantly advanced since his previous endeavors, rendering him a far more adept practitioner than before. Dressed in medical attire, Wu Di and Jiang Weiniang approached the queen's birthing BET that moment. The queen lay unconscious, her blood nearly depleted, covered by a thin silk blanket, her face as pale as parchment. Devoid of vitality, with only a faint breath stirring in her chest, life hanging by a thread. Outside in the corridor, King Shuryan paced restlessly, consumed by anxiety, his mind in disarray, utterly distraught. The palace was enveloped in an unsettling silence, a terrifying stillness prevailing. Despite the chief steward having summoned the healer, the king felt it was too late. Despair had taken hold of King Shuryan, who believed the queen was beyond salvation, let alone the child within her womb. Wu Di, undeterred, promptly began to apply pressure points to halt the bleeding, while instructing Jiang Weiniang to channel vital energy to sustain the queen's life. His consciousness expanded, akin to gazing into a mirror. Revealing the clarity of the situation, he quickly discerned the cause of the complications. The fetus was positioned transversely. Due to the customs forbidding physical contact between genders, he could only adjust the position of the fetus through the silk blanket. Using his hands to gently manipulate the baby's orientation with vital energy, ultimately employing silver needles to prompt the delivery. Stepping aside, Wu Di commanded the midwife, "The fetal position has been corrected. Commence the delivery at once." The midwife swiftly initiated the birthing process, and after great effort, the infant was finally born. A clear wail echoing throughout the palace, a maid soon announced the arrival of the little prince. Coincidentally, at that moment, a five-colored auspicious cloud floated above the royal residence. Though the queen had received timely vital energy to sustain her, her blood had run dry, and her life force was gradually waning. King Shuryan, disregarding all propriety and decorum, strode to the queen's bedside, touching her cold hands and feet, his voice heavy with sorrow. Grasping Wu Di's hand, he implored, "Little healer, please save my queen." In that moment, he knelt before Wu Di. Wu Di and Jiang Weiniang, taken aback, immediately assisted King Shuryan to his feet. Jiang Weiniang's eyes glistened with tears of anguish. As Wu Di regarded the golden robe of the king, he was suddenly reminded of his own golden blood, and with his right hand, he began to channel energy towards the queen. He recalled the precious nature of his golden vital energy, uncertain if his faint golden essence could preserve the queen's life. After a brief interval, the queen's face began to show signs of vitality, the pallor of death gradually receding. Her breath grew more robust, and a gentle pulse emerged at her wrist. The onlookers at the bedside expressed their joy. Moments later, a hint of color returned to the queen's face, and she slowly regained consciousness, her phoenix eyes fluttering open, pulled back from the brink of death. What had once been a palace shrouded in fear and despair transformed into a scene of joy and peace. The fluctuation between life and death, occurring in mere moments, was truly astonishing. Such is the essence of life. Wu Di, having expended tremendous energy, appeared pale, and withdrew from the bedside, taking a seat in a nearby phoenix chair. He finally recognized the worth of his blood and acknowledged the extraordinary nature of the Linglong Pearl, discovering the source of primordial power. The royal household was replete with precious medicinal herbs, and Wu Di crafted 30 rejuvenation solid pills for the queen. 2 days later, the queen was out of danger, and both mother and child were safe. Wu Di and Jiang Weiniang graciously declined the fervent hospitality of King Shuryan and the queen, opting to return to the boundary to partake in the exploration of the ancient tomb. King Shuryan and the queen offered an abundance of gold, silver, and jewels, all of which Wu Di and Jiang Weiniang respectfully refused. Wu Di stated, "Your Highness and the queen, we are grateful for your kindness. As healers, our compassion and skill is our reward. Please, let us forego any gifts. If there is to be a reward, let it be bestowed upon your chief steward and loyal servants, as well as that astute snow mastiff, for it was their loyalty that granted us the time necessary to ensure the safety and well-being of both the queen and the little prince. Had we arrived just half a cup of tea later, the oil would have dried, and both the queen and the prince would have truly been lost. With profound bows, Wu Di and Jiang Weining expressed their gratitude to King Shiyan. Deeply moved, King Shiyan and the queen admired Wu Di and Jiang Weining's humility and integrity. Without hesitation, King Shiyan removed the nine-eyed heavenly pearl bracelet he had worn since childhood and placed it upon Wu Di's wrist. The queen, in turn, clasped Jiang Weining's hand and adorned her wrist with her own nine-eyed heavenly pearl bracelet. The nine-eyed heavenly pearl was extraordinarily precious, said to originate from the celestial realm and imbued with mysterious powers. Various legends surrounded it, one of which spoke of the Queen Mother of the West possessing a sacred tree of wisdom that blossomed once every billion years, bearing fruit only once every 10,000 years. The fruit was said to enhance wisdom and beauty. When the seeds of the wisdom fruit fell to the mortal realm, they transformed into heavenly pearls. Only those seeds consumed by the Queen Mother of the West bore 9 circular marks, signifying the highest value of the nine-eyed heavenly pearl. Thus, each pearl was worth a fortune, yet the rarity of such treasures rendered them nearly unattainable. No nine-eyed heavenly pearls had ever been discovered outside the kingdom of Fanyin. Only the royal family and esteemed monks possessed them, with few having ever laid eyes upon them. Wu Di and Jiang Weining could only decline the offer, but King Shiyan insisted, "What could possibly compare to the life of my beloved? To me, the queen and the prince are the most precious. I have not lost my beloved queen. I have instead been granted the only son bestowed upon me by heaven. The auspicious clouds above the palace signify great fortune. The nine-eyed heavenly pearls in our possession are mere ornaments. In your hands, they may serve a greater purpose. Accept them as a memento. This is a token of goodwill from the queen and me. And you must accept it." The queen lamented, "Without you, I would have long since departed this world. What use is a mountain of gold? Now that our family of 3 is together, it is the greatest blessing. A mere bracelet is nothing in comparison. Please do not refuse this token of our gratitude." Unable to resist their heartfelt insistence, Wu Di and Jiang Weining ultimately accepted the gifts. They had only heard of the great value of the nine-eyed heavenly pearl, primarily due to its rarity, without fully comprehending its significance. King Shiyan briefly mentioned its importance to cultivators, yet he did not elaborate further. The chief steward, Zhuomuzhu, gazed enviously at the nine-eyed heavenly pearl bracelets adorning Wu Di and Jiang Weining's wrists. Zhuomuzhu was responsible for transporting Wu Di and Jiang Weining back via the airship on their return journey. Just as the airship departed from the kingdom of Fanyin, Wu Di sensed a hint of danger in the air. He pulled Jiang Weining into the cabin, signaling her to activate the invisibility talisman, cloaking herself beside him. Suddenly, sounds of a struggle erupted outside the airship. When Wu Di emerged, he witnessed Zhuomuzhu leading his subordinates in a fierce battle against 4 cloaked assailants. The airship continued its flight, the controls still in Zhuomuzhu's hands. "Young Master Wu, be cautious. We are beset by robbers," Zhuomuzhu warned. Wu Di observed the masked assailants. Raising his right hand, he declared, "Halt! Allow me to speak a few words. I believe we are strangers to one another, with no grudges or riches at stake. Why resort to violence?" One middle-aged masked man stepped forward, emanating the aura of the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage. Stating bluntly, "I have taken a liking to the bracelets you wear. Hand them over, and all will be well." Wu Di pondered for a moment before responding, "They are merely decorative bracelets. Do they warrant such a brazen display of force?" The middle-aged man laughed derisively. "Merely decorative? It seems you are quite naive. Do you comprehend the significance of a nine-eyed heavenly pearl to a cultivator?" "What significance?" Wu Di inquired. "I want to divulge that." "Spare me your chatter. No one can save you now. You face 2 choices: surrender the bracelets or meet your demise." The middle-aged man reached out, seizing one of Zhuomuzhu's subordinates, and with a swift motion, blood mist erupted, extinguishing a life in an instant. The formidable presence of the 3rd level of the nascent soul stage was undeniable. Wu Di, undaunted, replied, "It is unfortunate you have arrived too late." "What do you mean, child?" The middle-aged man's demeanor shifted to one of alarm. Wu Di, dismissively, stated, "I do not regard the nine-eyed heavenly pearls as anything special, far inferior to gold and silver. I am merely a physician. And I know that the pearls can be ground into medicine. I have already crushed the bracelets for medicinal use. What? You crushed them for medicinal use? You shall pay for this, Wu Di retorted. To each their purpose. What is wrong with using them to heal and save lives? What else could nine-eyed heavenly pearls be good for? The nine-eyed heavenly pearl is a sacred object that requires blood to recognize its master. Each one harbors divine power and extraordinary abilities. No, the pearls can only be refined. They cannot be crushed. You dare deceive me and seek death. Wait, I have a witness. Wu Di interjected, blocking the masked man who was about to strike. Chief Steward Zhuamuju can attest that it was he who took the pearls to help me grind them. The masked man turned to Zhuamuju, who, in a panic, pointed at Wu Di, exclaiming, he lies. He never gave me any pearls. Trust me, General Kuan-Nan, I would never deceive you. Wu Di realized that the appearance of the masked assailants was no coincidence. Aside from Zhuamuju, no one else was aware of the bracelet bestowed upon him by King Shiyin and the Queen. Just as the airship had exited the kingdom of Fanyin, the masked figures had emerged. The middle-aged masked man, at the third level of the nascent soul realm, found himself confronted by individuals on the airship who were merely at the divine palace realm. It seemed improbable that he would engage in a full-scale confrontation over a mere gesture from them. He harbored suspicions regarding the integrity of the individual known as Zhuamuzu. Wu Di followed up with resolve. Oh? Zhuamuzu, why did you inform me that the nine-eyed celestial pearl is merely a decorative item, a symbol of status, devoid of any other purpose? If it cannot be crushed for medicinal use, then the vial of nine-eyed celestial pearl powder you provided must surely be counterfeit. Where, then, is the genuine nine-eyed celestial pearl? Wu Di brandished a porcelain vial high above, vehemently questioning Zhuamuzu. The performance had reached a point where disbelief was no longer an option. General Kuan-Nan tightened his grip around Zhuamuzu's neck, growling menacingly, "Speak. Where is the celestial bead bracelet?" Wu Di was acutely aware that whether General Kuan-Nan believed him or not, he would not escape unscathed. In the face of life and death, one cannot afford to be passive. Seizing the upper hand, Wu Di deftly opened the small porcelain vial, discreetly dispersing the colorless, odorless powder. Moments later, General Yun-Nan collapsed. Reeling under the effects aboard the airship, Wu Di's ambush had succeeded, transforming peril into safety. Channeling the true energy from his dantian into his right palm, he struck while General Kuan-Nan was incapacitated. The general understood all too well. His body was rendered immobile, unable to retaliate or evade. Wu Di's palm descended with a resounding thud onto the general's head. To his astonishment, the force was overwhelming. Reducing both General Kuan-Nan and Zhuamuzu to mere pulp, Wu Di gazed at his hand, feeling the resurgence of primal power. Chapter 29. Dragon Saliva Wood. Within the barrier, Wu Di accepted the sheepskin map handed to him by Jiang Weining. Attentively absorbing her insights and perspectives, Jiang Weining had long since mastered the intricacies of the Grand Tomb. The entire edifice was a remarkably complete Bagua formation, with the main tomb at its center composed of Wu Ji soil. Surrounded by the trigrams Zhen, Li, Dui, and Can, which she elaborated upon in detail, Wu Di listened in astonishment, skeptical that mere perusal of the sheepskin map could yield such comprehensive understanding. Jiang Weining had always been reliable. Her views must be underpinned by solid evidence. "Do you doubt me?" she inquired. "Of course not. How could I not believe what you say? I merely wish to understand your basis. It's rather enigmatic and cannot be succinctly articulated." She began. "Recently, I have been plagued by indistinct visions in my mind. These images re-emerge while studying the sheepskin map. Closing my eyes and using my spiritual awareness to probe, the images remained elusive. However, upon suspending my awareness in the air and adjusting the focal distance, the images became clear, aligning with the sheepskin map. As my awareness floated through space, I discerned each image distinctly. They coalesced into a grand tomb structured like a Bagua formation. Though it is said to be protected by the Bagua, the trigrams Qian, Kuan, Jin, and Sun are conspicuously absent. While my awareness soared, I felt an uncanny familiarity with this land within the barrier. I cannot explain why. Wu Di, do you believe my nebulous rationale? Why should I doubt? Let us embark on our quest guided by your intuition. Wu Di and the Red Line Lady, Jiang Weining, concealed themselves while riding their swords. Hastening their pace and avoiding undue attention, Wu Di inscribed mutual recognition symbols within the invisibility runes, allowing communication between him and Jiang Weining to remain unaffected by their concealment. The Red Line Lady, draped in flowing red garments, possessed an oval face, skin as pale as cream, deep-set eyes, elegantly arched brows, and exquisite features. Her hair danced in motion, radiating vitality and unparalleled beauty. A mere glance filled Wu Di with an overwhelming sense of enchantment. Noticing Wu Di's bashful demeanor, Jiang Weining breezily remarked, "We have long been drawn to each other, having made our singular choice. There is no need for restraint. Look as you wish, speak your mind. I am not a predator, merely a playful tormentor." Wu Di's face flushed again. "Feel free to torment me, just don't inflict too much pain." "Ah, but I must inflict some pain to ensure you learn your lessons well. As long as you're willing, you may even bite. I have no objections, silly boy. When a woman pinches a man, it signifies affection. I like you. I shall pinch you in return," Jiang Weining replied with a smile. "Men have no need to pinch women. Then what should be done? You are a man. Ponder it yourself." In matters of emotional expression, Wu Di lacked Jiang Weining's forthrightness and candor. Initially, he wore a mask of shyness, grappling with the articulation of his genuine feelings. Countless impassioned words lingered on the tip of his tongue, yet remained unspoken. Time transformed Wu Di. The proximity of their recent encounters dissolved his initial awkwardness. Fostering an unspoken intimacy that blurred the lines between them, he grew bolder, daring to embrace and kiss Jiang Weining. Rather than inciting anger, their bond deepened. As they soared together on their swords, the quest to locate the ancient tomb became paramount. Forming the crux of their conversation, Wu Di mused, "I wonder how the others are faring, particularly the core disciples of the Martial Institute in Longqing. I have yet to encounter anyone," Jiang Weining replied. "In a vast expanse of 100,000 square kilometers, it is only natural to struggle to find others when thousands disperse. Seeking without a target is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Your ability to ascertain the target's location is truly remarkable. If we can locate the outer Bagua formations, dismantling them one by one will facilitate our entry. Once the Bagua formation surrounding the main tomb composed of Wuji soil is breached, we can access the central tomb. Though it is termed an 8 formation, it should encompass 8 formations in total. However, if the main formations comprise only Li, Dui, Can, and Zhen, it may indicate a structural concealment," Jiang Weining queried. "On the sheepskin map, how do the outer 8 formations interact with the central Wuji soil tomb, given their vastness of about 1,000 square miles?" "That is an astute question. If all 8 formations are intact, their interaction must rely on resonance. However, such intricate formations could easily falter over a millennium. If it is indeed a concealment formation, it need not be so complex. Each formation could guard a single object, with 4 formations yielding 4 objects. Once the 4 items are gathered, we may unlock the tomb. If you sense only Zhen, Li, Dui, and Can, the likelihood of it being a concealment formation is substantial." Jiang Weining nodded in agreement, recognizing the soundness of his reasoning. The Master of the Void possessed unique insights into formations, and as his disciple, Wu Di was certainly not uninformed. 5 days later, after thorough exploration and repeated compass confirmations, the two discovered the location of the outer Baguazhen Palace. Their journey thus far had yielded no encounters, and no signs of others having passed through. This area was characterized by expansive hills, cloaked in towering conifers, curiously devoid of any other tree species. Wu Di ascended a height, employing his spiritual awareness to scrutinize the surroundings meticulously, dedicating an entire afternoon to observation. He sensed that beneath the hills lay nothing of significance. The so-called Grand Formation might merely be the primordial forest before him. The conifers represented the wood element of the east, with Zhen residing in the east, and the arrangement of these trees appeared intentionally orchestrated. The formation's lethal mechanism hinged on the transformation of these 2 types of trees. Yet, an insistent feeling hinted at something more concealed within the formation. That evening, Wu Di and Jiang Weining chose to rest in a cave 100 miles away from the ancient forest. Feeling it prudent to maintain their distance from the mysterious grove, Jiang Weining procured fresh clothing for Wu Di, urging him to change. Women often placed greater emphasis on cleanliness than men, and Wu Di began to relish this newfound attention. Jiang Weining washed her garments downstream of a hot spring within the lotus ring. This genuine young lady had always been accustomed to being served and had never washed clothes herself. Yet, at this moment, she found joy in the act, willingly desiring to ensure Wu Di looked immaculate, forbidding him from assisting her. In this desolate barrier, the joy of Wu Di's companionship was irreplaceable, a delight that friends and family could not provide. The love between a man and a woman is indeed wondrous and beautiful, an enigma that defies explanation. As Wu Di watched Jiang Weining wash her clothes, his mind was consumed by thoughts of the ancient trees. "How goes your observation?" he inquired. Wu Di nodded. "That primordial conifer forest harbors significant secrets. It must indeed be the Zhan Palace of the Bagua Formation. This is a formation reliant on the transformations of coniferous trees. Yet, I sense there is something else hidden within. I cannot quite pinpoint what it is," Jiang Weining replied. "I share that sentiment. The forest exudes an unusual aura. We must exercise utmost caution." At dawn, during the hour of the rabbit, the moment of entry into the formation approached. "You will scout the perimeter while I enter first," Wu Di declared, deducing that breakfast on the morrow, coinciding with sunrise, would be the opportune moment to infiltrate the formation. A night of silence passed, and as dawn broke, Wu Di and Jiang Weining found themselves at the entrance of the grand formation. Before them, the coniferous grove was shrouded in swirling white mist. An air of mystery enveloping the scene, Wu Di brandished the Qian Kuan dragon-slaying sword, cautioning Jiang Weining, "From this moment forth, you shall await my signal from outside. You must heed my words. Do not act impulsively." Though Jiang Weining was apprehensive for Wu Di's safety, she had no choice but to acquiesce to his directive, nodding in agreement. "Exercise utmost caution. It is better to retreat than to take unnecessary risks. Do not forget, you are responsible for me. Do not leave me behind." With a leap, Wu Di plunged into the formation, enveloped by the mist. As he entered, the morning fog thickened immediately, rendering visibility non-existent. The once static trees transformed into dynamic entities, encircling him with precise movements, rendering any advance or retreat impossible. Wu Di activated his spiritual awareness, piercing through the dense fog, and discerned a towering pine tree rising into the heavens, so massive that 20 men could not encircle its trunk. Surrounded by an uncountable number of cypress trees, each one stood like a steadfast sentinel, rendering progress impossible. Waves of fragrant wood wafted from a towering pine, leading him to suspect that this majestic tree was the very heart of the formation. Wu Di murmured to himself, "Indeed, the outside world is but a stark contrast to this place." He gathered his strength and maneuvered among the trees, inching closer to the colossal pine. As he neared, two figures emerged from the thicket of cypress, a man and a woman, both exuding formidable spiritual energy and presence, their eyes sparkling with intensity. They could easily be mistaken for individuals in their 30s or 50s. Yet it was evident that they belonged to a far older age, likely exceeding a millennium. The man spoke in a chilling tone, "Youngster, do you truly think you can breach my formation? Do you regard us as inconsequential?" Wu Di clasped his hands in greeting, replying, "I humbly pay my respects. I imagine you two have lingered here for quite some time, perhaps even losing track of how long it has been." The man remarked, "You possess some discernment, yet I advise you to turn back. This is no place for a mere child." Upon extending his spiritual perception, Wu Di realized that these two were formidable spiritual entities. Not of this world, and certainly a troublesome encounter lay ahead. Wu Di inquired, "Having traversed the harshness of summer and winter, I presume your journey has not been without its challenges. May I have the honor of sharing a few words with you?" The woman replied, "Having dwelled in solitude for so long, with only the pines and mountains as companions, I find it intriguing to hear what you have to say. Pray, what wisdom do you wish to impart?" The man scoffed, "What can a mere child possibly articulate? Merely mimicking the words of others, hoping we might show mercy and allow you to take the dragon's agarwood." Wu Di understood then that the alluring fragrance emanated from the dragon's agarwood, a rare treasure of the world, capable of unlocking divine insights, enhancing wisdom, and providing substantial aid in trials and tribulations. surpassing any elixir. The aroma invigorated him, his vital energy surging like a tide, truly living up to its reputation. You too, having cultivated to this point, must surely comprehend the essence of the Tao and the nature of existence, Wu Di continued. The woman paused, regarding Wu Di with renewed seriousness. The man coldly mocked. A child, and yet you claim to understand the Tao. Do not feign profundity. The woman, intrigued, urged, since we have time, let us hear what he has to say. It could be entertaining. Among your kin, there are countless others. Yet only you two have attained this state. Have you ever contemplated why? Wu Di queried. The woman admitted, not in detail. To enlighten it is because an unseen hand has grasped you, separating you from your kin and granting you the rare opportunity that has led to your present state. Wu Di articulated. The two listened intently, with the woman slowly nodding in acknowledgement. And what, pray tell, is this hand? Wu Di replied. It is fate and destiny. Your kin have not become like you, for they lack your fortune and have not encountered unexpected opportunities. The man and woman fell silent, while the woman appeared to ponder deeply, still attentive, though you understand why we have met here. Why it is I and not another, in the endless expanse of time. Why is it only I? This is the interplay of fate and connection. From the moment you began your guardianship, it was already destined that we would encounter one another at this precise time and place. The man aloud, you may continue. I grant you this opportunity. I am well aware of your thoughts. The woman gazed at the man, seemingly grasping something profound, her interest piqued. Understanding comes in degrees. The adept is the one who excels. Li Sunpan, at 17, was a lover of ancient texts, mastering the 6 arts and the classics, unbound by time. Learning from the old, I admired his ability to walk the ancient path, imparting knowledge as a gift. One should not judge by age alone, Wu Di declared. Your guardianship cannot last forever. Our arrival signifies your conclusion. After all these years, for whom have you been guarding? It is for us, the woman confirmed. We are entrusted with a mission. Indeed, we await someone, Wu Di proclaimed. Today marks the moment of your awakening. We are those who have come to awaken you. The Tao knows no end, only further and greater horizons. Your ultimate goal should be the greater fruit of the Tao, not languishing here year after year in idleness. The man and woman fell into contemplative silence. The man conceded, you speak with some wisdom. I can tell you that we have been entrusted to guard this place for a long time. The time has come for the dragon's agarwood to be harvested, and our shift is drawing near. However, the one we await is not you. The woman added, we are waiting for a beautiful maiden. Wu Di's eyes brightened. Perhaps by divine inspiration, he immediately thought of Jiang Weining and called out to her in silent thought. Wu Di announced, Elders, this person has arrived. Might she be the maiden you seek? Jiang Weining appeared, adorned in a red gown meticulously crafted from celestial silk by her master, descending like a fairy. The guardians were astonished. Their eyes fixed on Jiang Weining without a blink. The woman unfurled a scroll, her excitement palpable as she exclaimed, It is she. She is the one we have awaited. The man stepped forward, scrutinizing Jiang Weining closely. Then glancing at the scroll in the woman's hand, exclaiming, It is indeed this maiden. Year after year, we have awaited her for 10 lifetimes, a millennium. 10 lifetimes? Jiang Weining recalled the middle-aged man who had first mentioned 10 lifetimes. And she understood the gravity of the situation. Wu Di urged, Weining, quickly greet the elders. Sensing no malice from the guardians and reassured by Wu Di's safety, Jiang Weining approached and bowed respectfully, Greetings, esteemed elders. The woman remarked, What a beautiful fairy. We have been entrusted with a mission, guarding this place until the dragon's agarwood matured, and now you have arrived. Jiang Weining replied in surprise, You awaited me? The middle-aged woman reiterated. Indeed, my dear, we have been waiting for you for 10 lifetimes. The man took the woman's hand and approached the towering pine. Bowing deeply in an instant, the giant pine radiated a brilliant light, enveloping the two figures. Their eyes sparkled with joy, clearly having received an indescribable boon. The change in their presence was palpable. The woman declared, We have received our destined opportunity. Thank you for your arrival. We have found a better home. Our meeting is fate, and entrusted with a sacred duty, we wish to bestow upon you a small boon. The man extended his finger toward Wu Di, while the woman did the same for Jiang Weining. Infusing pure spiritual energy into their foreheads, it became clear that these two were spiritual entities resembling weasels. The weasel's consciousness is among the most potent, having taken 5 centuries to attain human form. Yet from the onset of their cultivation, they wielded influence over the consciousness of ordinary beings, often toying with them mercilessly. They bestowed upon Wu Di and Jiang Weining a layer of their own spiritual prowess. Instantly, Wu Di and Jiang Weining felt their spiritual capabilities ascend to an unprecedented height, one that would take an ordinary cultivator an entire lifetime to achieve. The man stated, "The path ahead is long. May our gift of consciousness assist you." The woman added, "Though we are not human, the consciousness we impart is purified. It will not only amplify your spiritual awareness tenfold, but also grant you the ability to communicate with and control certain spiritual entities." Wu Di and Jiang Weining bowed deeply in gratitude. The man introduced himself, "I am Huang Tianyu. I hope we may meet again." The woman added, "I am Huang Yingying. May fortune favor you." The two transformed into ethereal light and ascended into the sky. Wu Di carefully retrieved the dragon's agarwood. The so-called dragon's agarwood resembled a pine cone, with each seed having metamorphosed into a different form, exuding a captivating aroma that felt otherworldly upon inhalation. Jiang Weining held it in her hands, the fragrance intoxicating, causing her vital energy to surge dramatically, akin to tidal waves crashing upon the shore, relentlessly battering the gates of the nascent soul realm. With a resounding crash, the gates of the nascent soul crumbled, and a 2-inch nascent soul emerged from her dantian. She gazed at Wu Di in astonishment. I have entered the nascent soul realm." Wu Di, equally elated, realized he too had ascended, reaching the 3rd level of the nascent soul realm. The dragon's agarwood is immensely beneficial during breakthroughs. With it, we shall face no bottlenecks in our cultivation. This sacred object is priceless. Should the outside world learn of it, it would incite a frenzy of bloodshed and chaos. Jiang Weining understood the gravity of the situation. "We must keep this secret, ensuring it does not leak." She produced a piece of red silk to wrap the agarwood, placed it in a specialized treasure box, and sealed it, rendering the fragrance non-existent. Safely tucked away in her lotus blossom ring. It was undoubtedly the most secure location. Wu Di reflected, "This is an opportunity we could scarcely have imagined. Having secured it, we have emerged as significant winners within this realm. Such a treasure has only been heard of in tales, and is rarely found. With this boon, our cultivation shall shine brightly ahead." Jiang Weining grasped Wu Di's hand, and they pressed their faces against the sacred tree in gratitude. Jiang Weining expressed her heartfelt thanks. "We shall not disappoint the favor of heaven. We sincerely thank the divine tree for its generous gift." As her words echoed, an object fell from the top of the towering pine. Jiang Weining caught it. Discovering it to be a palm-sized pentagonal jade disc, a realization dawned upon her. Could this be the key to unlocking the Grand Tomb? Wu Di nodded in affirmation. Chapter 30. A stay of execution. Wu Di and Jiang Weining journeyed south for over 500 miles. Ultimately discovering a concealed cave within the mountains, a safety warning barrier has been established within 100 meters of the cave entrance. The two individuals, while enjoying their meal and resting, engage in discussions regarding their next course of action. Given the extraordinary value of the dragon's breathwood and the 9-eyed heavenly bead bracelet, it is hardly surprising that Wu Di and Jiang Weining are exercising utmost caution. Upon obtaining these treasures, Jiang Weining, who is usually vivacious, suddenly adopts a demeanor of maturity and composure. The distance from the Zhan Palace to the Li Palace appears to be approximately 800 miles on the sheepskin map, and accurately locating the Li Palace will require considerable effort. Wu Di believes a pause is in order, as both need to assimilate the benefits they have garnered. Strengthening oneself through all possible means is paramount. There are always stronger individuals out there, and behind talented people, there are often others of equal or greater ability. It is uncertain what fierce struggles lie ahead. Possessing strength brings confidence. Among peers, being 15 or 16 years old and in the nascent soul realm is indeed remarkable. Yet the martial domain is not limited to one's contemporaries. Opponents can come from any age or realm. The unknowns are plentiful, and lacking sufficient capability poses constant danger while navigating the martial world. Akin to walking on thin ice. One cannot rely on perpetual fortune. Unforeseen storms may arise at any moment. Jiang Waning, burdened with her thoughts, is consoled by Wu Di. What are you pondering? Don't seek out your own unhappiness. My mind is rife with questions. Who commissioned Huang Yingying and her husband to wait for me over the millennia? Who possesses such skill to have depicted my current visage 1,000 years ago? Foreseeing my arrival and leaving behind immense benefits, what connection do I share with this individual from a millennium past? Wu Di muses, I too am intrigued. A millennium signifies 10 lifetimes. Who were you back then? Where were you during this time? Is it truly possible for one to reincarnate? Jiang Waning nods, indeed, I yearn to know. If it proves too perplexing, let it be. When the time comes, the truth will reveal itself. I have a premonition that the benefits left for you by this person are far from limited to these. Initially, I thought that the core disciples from the Luodu Longqing Martial Academy were involved in the quest for the ancient tomb, rendering our chances slim. However, it now seems otherwise. What is rightfully yours cannot be seized by others. Let us not dwell on it. My head aches. You are correct. If it's beyond comprehension, let it be. The truth will eventually surface. Wu Di and Jiang Waning commenced their cultivation, having just broken through a realm necessitating stabilization, refinement, and adaptation. The spiritual cultivation bestowed by Huang Yingying and her spouse also requires digestion. Wu Di settled into meditation, embarking on the practice of the great sage Tai Chi technique, which he had already advanced to the 5th layer. Jiang Waning recalls that merely inhaling the aura of the dragon's breath wood in front of the ancient pine had led to her breakthrough. The pure and potent energy of the dragon's breath wood is so overwhelming, akin to the tide of the sea, swiftly filling her dantian. The surging energy flows effortlessly through her meridians, pushing open the gates to the nascent soul realm. She has come to understand the essence of rare treasures. It is well known that for practitioners, advancing even a single stage requires immense effort. Each stage represents a bottleneck, not to mention ascending realms. Jiang Waning suddenly realizes the formation of Dragon's Breath would take a millennium, safeguarded by the Misty Great Array and 2 mystical yellow weasels with a millennium of cultivation, making its miraculous efficacy less surprising. Wu Di opens his spiritual awareness, expanding his perception space by more than 5 times. His capacity for awareness now reaches beyond 10,000 meters. His auditory, visual, and perceptual abilities have ascended to a remarkable level. The yellow weasel is inherently endowed with formidable spiritual awareness, capable of controlling the awareness of certain individuals from the onset of its cultivation. The mystical beings require 500 years of training to assume human form, and the yellow weasels guarding the dragon's breath would have trained for a millennium, indicating the terrifying strength of their awareness. A mere tenth of Huang Yingying and her spouse's spiritual awareness equates to a century of time. How many possess such profound spiritual cultivation? Having benefited from Jiang Wanying's fortune, Wu Di reflects on her previous life, which was evidently far from ordinary. After a night of cultivation, both are pleasantly surprised. Wu Di remarks, life is unpredictable. Those 2 yellow weasels with millennia of cultivation, merely a flick of their awareness could bring about our demise 1,000 times over. You have bestowed upon me immense fortune. Jiang Waning laughs. What is this talk of you and I? It's rather sentimental. We ought not to differentiate ourselves now. There is no clarity in such distinctions. The 2 share a joyous and comforting laugh. They attentively unfold the sheepskin map, meticulously examining the position of the Li Palace within the Bagua array. Wu Di retrieves the compass, recalibrating their direction before setting off. Along the way, Jiang Waning and Wu Di remain concealed, gliding through the air on their swords. They encounter a few disciples from the Martial Academy, none of whom they recognize. Upon entering the targeted mountainous region, they retrace their steps over 2 days, ultimately identifying a specific mountain range. The terrain is lush with trees, thriving grass, blooming mountain flowers, and the occasional appearance of wild pheasants, presenting a scene of tranquility. Jiang Waning, momentarily embracing her youthful spirit, extends her awareness towards a wild pheasant 100 feet away, beckoning it. Under her powerful spiritual control, the pheasant approaches step by step. She excitedly caresses its beautiful feathers, ultimately lifting the pheasant into her arms, exclaiming, "Wu Di, this wild pheasant is so adorable." Wu Di scans the surroundings, searching for any signs of the Li Palace's existence. At this moment, Jiang Wanning, cradling the wild pheasant, appears particularly enchanting. Every movement she makes exudes a unique charm, her youthful essence radiating a captivating allure from the hillside, leaving Wu Di in awe of her beauty. The wolves, insects, and leopards within the dense forest seem to be allies. He wonders if they could communicate with higher intelligence beasts. Jiang Wanning confidently asserts, "Absolutely. While I cannot guarantee control, at the very least, communication is possible." Wu Di and Jiang Wanning exchange greetings as he makes his way up the mountain. At the summit, there is a vast expanse of bare rock, devoid of any vegetation. Wu Di wanders for a considerable time without any discoveries. After an entire morning, he senses nothing but a sloping hill adorned with vibrant camellia blossoms. He gazes absent-mindedly at the mountain slope ablaze with blooming flowers. Suddenly, Jiang Wanning hears the sounds of a battle from below. A familiar male voice piques her curiosity, having not seen anyone for days. Down the hill, Shan Jiansan and Song Yin observe the fight. While Shan Jianping tends to a fire, roasting a wild rabbit, Wu Yu is engaged in a skirmish with Tong Taizhan. Tong Taizhan, disheveled and bloodied, can only defend himself from the relentless pursuit. Panting and in a dire situation, Shan Jiansan advises Wu Yu, "Don't rush to take his life. This boy possesses formidable strength, comparable to both you and Jianping. He is a natural sharpening stone. It would be prudent to let Jianping take over. His sword requires honing, and he needs to see blood." Wu Yu nods ominously in agreement, wielding his ghostly blade with a ghostly finesse. Ensnaring Tong Taizhan, "Halt!" Jiang Wanning, clad in a flowing red dress of heavenly silkworm silk, suddenly appears on the mountain ridge, her voice ringing with authority. With a long sword slung across her back, the flowing red silk billows majestically in the wind. The precious blade, a magnificent sword measuring 6 feet long, slices through gold and jade with ease, as sharp as a frost-laden breeze, instilling fear with a mere glance. This sword is the treasured artifact of the eastern sacred town, while another smaller sword lies in the hands of Sun Shangxiang. How did the Shun brothers and Song Yin become entangled in this affair? Song Yin observes Tong Taizhan, battered and bruised. In just a few days, these two factions have converged. The unpredictability of the world weighs heavily on Jiang Wanning's heart. Wu Yu steps back, exiting the fray. "Miss Jiang, what a pleasure to meet you. It must be destiny." Shan Jianping stands from the fire, offering a fist salute as he approaches Jiang Wanning. Her expression is as calm as water. "Shun brothers, esteemed disciples of the Western Sacred, Elder Song Yin from the Liaoyuan County Martial Academy. Isn't it rather cowardly to overwhelm the few with the many? Especially you, Song Yin. Do not forget that you and Tong Taizhan are fellow disciples. He must still address you as Master Ant. What punishment is warranted for participating in the slaughter of your fellow disciples?" Song Yin, her face flushed, finds herself at a loss for words. Shan Jianping bursts into laughter. "It's merely a sparring match. Merely a sparring match. If I wish to crush this boy, I alone could manage it. Within 5 moves, he would cease to exist. Since when has the young hero become so formidable? May I request a few rounds of sparring? Come, let us engage." Shan Jiansan approaches, casting lingering glances at Jiang Wanning. She is truly a natural beauty, enough to captivate any man at first glance, and he is no exception. She is extraordinarily pleasing to the eye, instilling comfort deep within. "What do you wish to say?" Jiang Wanning inquires. "Miss Jiang, I, Shan Jiansan, seldom admire anyone, but you are an exception that I wish to share a few heartfelt words with you. The great opportunities within the ancient tomb are not meant for just anyone to seize. Especially with the inclusion of core disciples from the Luodu Longqing Martial Academy, the competition will undoubtedly be fierce and life-threatening. If we were to join forces and form a team, the outcome would be vastly different. I wonder if Miss Jiang would be interested in teaming up? Who do you propose we include? I am all ears." Encouraged, Shan Jiansan's eyes gleam with excitement. "Our 2 brothers, Elder Song Yin from the Liaoyuan County Martial Academy. And will you if you join us? Our combined strength will allow us to at least share in the spoils of the ancient tomb. Isn't it better to have more people? Why eliminate Tong Taizhan instead of bringing him into the fold? Shun Jianping replies, Tong Taizhan is simply unworthy. Why is that? It is merely a matter of fate. Who can blame him for being Wu Di's nephew? He is destined to vanish. Tong Taizhan stands behind Jiang Wanning, gasping for breath, utterly exhausted, having reached the end of his tether. Had Jiang Wanning arrived a moment later, he would have faced true peril. Tong Taizhan entered the barrier, isolated for days, completely unaware of the ancient tomb's location or where to go. The sheepskin map holds no significance for him. Compelled to follow the crowd, I never anticipated encountering Wu Yu and the two brothers of the Shun family, ultimately leading to this perilous chase. Jiang Weining exclaimed, as far as I know, Elder Song Yinyan of the Martial Academy of Liaoyuan County is Wu Di's senior sister. Why do you not eliminate her? It is utterly uninspiring to target someone of the same lineage. If it were me, if I sought vengeance, what could be more satisfying than subduing Elder Song Yinyan? At this moment, Song Yinyan's face flushed crimson. Her almond-shaped eyes widened in disbelief as she glared at Jiang Weining. Clearly, Jiang Weining regarded her with disdain, mercilessly striking her verbally. Witnessing her fellow disciple being besieged by Shun Jianping and Wu Yu, she stood idly by, a mere spectator. To insult her would be a mild reproach. Shun Jianping hurriedly interjected, Miss Jiang, please do not misunderstand. Elder Song Yinyan and Wu Di are not allies. They share the same master but tread different paths. Jiang Weining burst into laughter, different paths indeed. Today, Elder Song Yinyan has provided me with quite the lesson. She bowed respectfully towards the north, addressing, I wonder what the northern sage feels. Is this your disciple? I find her unworthy. Fortunately, your wisdom has only granted her a modicum of protective skill. Lest her abilities grow and threaten your disciples, perhaps even yourself. Shun Jiansan remained silent, his mind in turmoil, each word from Jiang Weining striking deeply at his soul. He did not perceive anything amiss. What manner of man could win her favor? Truly, he would be fortunate. He understood that his brother, Shun Jianping, stood no chance. Jiang Weining chastised the two Shun brothers, as the saying goes, fish seek fish, shrimp seek shrimp. Turtles seek tortoises. You convene together yet covet the ancient tomb's great fortunes. It is but a daydream. The notion of teaming up is commendable, but allying with those who betray their masters and ancestors is out of the question. Tong Taizhan, let us depart. Our paths do not align. Shun Jiansan cautioned, let us not speak too hastily. We are to remain in the barrier for 8 months. Should you reconsider, my team will always welcome you. Miss Jiang, you may leave, but those behind you must stay, Jiang Weining retorted. Oh, do you truly believe your quartet possesses such prowess? If so, let me remain as well, Miss Jiang. I have afforded you ample courtesy. I hope you can recognize it. Shun Jiansan stepped forward. I shall not hold this against you. Tong Taizhan is mine today. Jiang Weining extended her right hand, calling out, Sword, come. A beam of cold light shot forth, and the great neon red flew into her grasp. Who dares? Song Yinyan leaped forth, Jiang Weining. I have tolerated you for far too long. Do you truly believe I fear you? Jiang Weining scoffed, you? An elder of the Martial Academy of Liaoyuan County? Absurd. Aren't you the one who betrays your master and ancestors? You have committed the act, yet fear the aftermath. Look at you, so enraged your face has contorted. Stand back. Do not compel me to cleanse the portal on behalf of my master. Upon hearing Jiang Weining refer to the northern sage's master, Song Yinyan was struck by confusion. Gritting her teeth, she brandished her fallen iron azure blade, charging at Jiang Weining. Jiang Weining, having already witnessed the lotus flower's 222 forms and having advanced to the nascent soul stage, remained undaunted, resolved to make Song Yinyan regret her actions. Confident in her solid foundation and mastery of the lotus sword technique, reaching the pinnacle of her celestial realm, Song Yinyan believed no peer could surpass her. How could Jiang Weining intimidate her? The moment they clashed, however, Song Yinyan sensed something was amiss. Jiang Weining, deservedly the top of the rankings, was on a different level than Sima Yuru. Her swordplay was astonishing. Her cultivation above her own. Song Yinyan found herself merely defending, unable to retaliate. Had Jiang Weining not been toying with her, she would have already faced defeat. Wu Yu, observing the battle, leaped forward to assist Jiang Weining. Shun Jianpain, uncertain of what to do, asked, "Brother, what should we do?" Shin Jiansen replied, "What can we do? One word. Watch." With wounds covering him, Tong Taizhan roared, "20 years hence, I shall still be a valiant man." He attempted to intercept Wu Yu but was swiftly knocked to the ground by Shun Jianpain. Enraged, Jiang Weining saw Wu Yu enter the fray, and within 2 exchanges, he was struck by the great neon red's blade light. A line of blood shot forth, and with a cry, Wu Yu's right arm was severed. Song Yinyan, momentarily stunned, watched as her fallen iron azure blade was kicked from her grasp by Jiang Weining. The cold, unforgiving great neon red was now poised at her throat, her expression ashen. "Spare her life." A figure materialized beside Jiang Weining, gripping her wrist. The newcomer was none other than Wu Di, who had arrived at the scene unnoticed. "I knew you would act this way. Should she not perish?" In truth, Jiang Weining had no intent to kill. Otherwise, the head would have already fallen. "Allow my master to decide her fate." Wu Di moved to assist Tong Taizhan. "Master uncle." Tong Taizhan exclaimed joyfully, relieved to find his master uncle present. Wu Yu glared coldly with hawk-like eyes, teeth grinding, inwardly cursing, "Not enemies, yet here we meet again." Wu Di addressed the Shan brothers, "I trust you have been well. Should a conflict arise, will it yield benefits?" Shin Jianpain was at a loss, glancing at his brother Shan Jianzhen. "It is your decision whether to fight or disperse." Wu Di continued, "Wu Yu, I shall grant you a temporary reprieve. I have a few words for you. Those who act unjustly will meet their demise. Do not forget your grandfather's fate. Should you commit evil again, I will kill you." Wu Yu retorted, "I too have words for you. A true gentleman does not leave debts unpaid. One day, we shall settle our scores. I will repay my grandfather's grievances 100-fold. Wu Di's voice thundered, "You dare call yourself a gentleman? What is your grandfather?" He sealed the minds of our kin, merely an infant of a month. To usurp power as clan leader, poisoning, arson, and murder, he met his end deservedly. Should you wish to follow in his footsteps, none shall stop you. Speak another word, and I shall sever your other arm. Our next meeting shall be your last." Wu Yu's face turned purple, silenced by Wu Di's formidable presence. Shin Jianpain and Shun Jiansan awaited their elder brother's decision. Shun Jiansan cast a wary glance at Wu Di, his brow furrowing. Truth be told, seeing Wu Di so composed unsettled him. He sensed Wu Di had grown stronger since their last encounter. Engaging would yield no advantage. Shin Jiansan chuckled, "Wu brother, with such beauty beside you, enjoy your time. I shan't intrude." The 4 departed hastily. At this moment, Tong Taizhan could no longer bear it and slumped to the ground. Chapter 31. Rebirth in Nirvana. Wu Di, Jiang Weining, and Tong Taizhan spent a restful night in hastily constructed makeshift shelters among the trees. For breakfast, each nibbled on a dry, hard flatbread. "I will fetch some water. Taizhan, gather some kindling. We shall brew tea, for this flatbread is too dry." Wu Di called out, "I will accompany you. I need to wash my face." "It is filthy." Jiang Weining followed closely behind Wu Di, aware of his intent to speak loudly, sensing that someone was watching them from the shadows. Turning a corner of the cliff, Wu Di and Jiang Weining vanished without a trace. The two, from different angles, activated their senses to seek out the suspicious figure lurking in the shadows. 3,000 feet away, among the grass, Wu Di pinpointed the target. A pair of watchful, predatory eyes. These malicious eyes belonged to none other than Wu Yu. He lay motionless in the grass, adorned with a grass crown, his disguise remarkably convincing. Yet his keen eyes and the aura radiating from him betrayed his presence. It seemed he willingly played the role of a dog for his masters. Shin Jianpain and Shun Jiansan, along with Song Yinyan, could not be far off. Jiang Weining approached Wu Yu, her voice icy. "Wu Yu, look at me." Startled, Wu Yu heard the voice but saw no one, causing him to jump. The moment he glanced up, he felt a surge of consciousness invade his mind, rendering his spirit under control, his defenses crumbling, his awareness slipping away. All mechanisms of defense shut down. Everything spiraled out of his control. Under Jiang Weining's command, Wu Yu obediently stood and stepped out of the grass. Where are Shinjian Pain and Shunjian San? She inquired. I in the valley on the opposite side. Wu Yu replied. What are your intentions? Jiang Weining pressed. To ascertain your next course of action and seek an opportunity to strike, he answered. Where is Song Yinyan? They are all together, Wu Yu revealed. What is the nature of your relationship with Shinjian Pain and Shunjian San? A collaborative partnership, sharing fortunes equally, he responded. Wu Di exchanged glances with Jiang Weining, contemplating how to handle Wu Yu. After a moment's thought, he approached Wu Yu, his movements swift as lightning, sealing several major acupoints on Wu Yu's body, particularly around his head. Instantly, Wu Yu's spirit was dulled. Wu Di refrained from delivering a fatal blow, unwilling to grant Wu Yu the mercy of a swift death. Letting him perish by a sword stroke would be too lenient. Wu Yin had sealed him years ago. Now, sealing Wu Yu would allow him to experience the taste of folly. However, Wu Di exercised restraint, ensuring the seal would lift after 3 months. Even if Song Yinyan attempted to intervene, a practitioner of the celestial realm would find it impossible to break the seal of someone in the nascent soul stage. Let him seek out the Shen brothers, Wu Di commanded. I knew you wouldn't be able to bring yourself to act. It would be too lenient on this scoundrel. Just thinking of how his grandfather once targeted you as a mere infant fills me with rage to kill him, Jiang Weining admonished Wu Yu. Return to Shunjian Pain. Who are you? How am I to leave? Wu Yu protested. Enough chatter. Get lost. Wu Di and Jiang Weining trailed behind, neither too far nor too close. Upon seeing Wu Yu return in a daze, Shunjian Ping was taken aback and exclaimed, Brother, what has happened to this scoundrel? Shunjian San tugged at Wu Yu's ear, slapped him twice, and delivered a few kicks to his backside. Wu Yu merely chuckled foolishly, showing no reaction. Observing this, Song Yinyan remarked, Wu Yu's intelligence has been sealed by Wu Di. Allow me to lift the seal. She promptly pressed several acupoints, yet there was no response. Sighing, she declared, Wu Di has broken through. Shunjian San, feeling a bit uneasy, asked, Are you certain that Wu Di has entered the Yuaning realm? Song Yinyan affirmed. The seal of the Yuaning realm cannot be broken by one in the Tianyang realm. Then what are we scheming for? This place is no longer safe. Let us depart. As Wu Di watched Shunjian Ping and the others walk away, he sighed with relief and said to Jiang Weining, At last, these troublesome spirits have been sent off. Let us return to our important matters, Jiang Weining replied. Now that they know you have broken through, they may think twice before causing trouble. In critical moments, strength is indeed useful. The world is unpredictable. Song Yinyan has changed dramatically, and the Song family lacks integrity. Truly, one cannot safeguard their heart, nor their inch of wood. Wu Di remained silent. Jiang Weining, sensing his discomfort, understood that Wu Yu was of his kin, and Song Yinyan was of his sect. They should have united to explore ancient tombs and seek opportunities, yet they had now become adversaries to be wary of. Jiang Weining reached out to take Wu Di's arm. Wu Di turned to gaze at Jiang Weining, adorned in fiery red garments, and suddenly, his dimmed eyes sparkled with brilliance. Jiang Weining sensed something amiss. What is it? Is there something wrong with my attire? Wu Di replied with delight. It seems we have found a lead regarding the Li Palace within the Bagua array. What does that mean? What does it have to do with my dress? Li represents fire, associated with the south. Do you not see the connection? Wu Di and the others arrived at the southern slope of the mountain, where a vast expanse of fiery red camellias bloomed. After manipulating a compass several times, he confidently declared, This is the Li Palace we seek. Jiang Weining, overwhelmed with excitement, revealed her feminine nature and hugged Wu Di tightly, planting a fervent kiss on him. Is this truly the place? Why are there only fiery red camellias? I see nothing else. Tong Taishan quickly turned to avoid witnessing the scene. Just then, a gust of southern wind blew. Carrying the fragrance of the flowers, Wu Di shouted, Quick, hold your breath. With Jiang Weining tucked under his left arm and Tong Taishan under his right, he leapt into the heart of the fragrant camellias. Jiang Weining was fine, but Tong Taishan flailed about, lost in a daze, enraptured by the illusion. Jiang Weining felt a bit dizzy. What is happening? Wu Di, somewhat alarmed, replied, The floral fragrance induces hallucinations. If we all succumb, it would be disastrous. How formidable! He quickly administered an antidote pill to both Tong Taishan and Jiang Weining, before swallowing one himself. After a brief moment, Tong Taishan regained his senses. The trio shifted from the northern side to the southernmost edge of the camellias, standing in a strategic position to evade the hallucinatory threat. Wu Di led the way, with Jiang Waning and Tong Taishan following closely as they ventured into the thicket of camellias. Upon stepping into the floral maze, everything before them transformed. The mountains of camellias vanished without a trace. An eerie silence enveloped the vast wilderness, and in the distance, a courtyard appeared. A voice, frail and elderly, echoed in the air. Loneliness and desolation, only Du Kong remains. In a drunken stupor, 1,000 years I wait at last. I have awaited your arrival. I shall not trouble you with my hand. That would be overly oppressive. You are too weak to even be worth a fingertip. You may enter through the front door and exit through the back, even if you break the array. Jiang Waning spoke boldly. Dear elder, I extend my greetings. May I have the honor of meeting you? Meet? What is there to meet? Enough of your prattle. Speak one more word, and I shall cast you all back. The elderly woman's tone turned harsh. Wu Di dared not utter another word. The wind rustled Jiang Wanying's red dress and long hair. The old woman's voice faded, leaving behind an eerie silence. The trio approached the courtyard door and gently pushed it open, revealing a shadow wall that obscured all within. The surrounding stillness was oddly mysterious, almost suffocating. Tong Taishan, ever bold, strode forward, but was swiftly pulled back by the sharp-eyed Jiang Waning. At that moment, a scene slowly emerged on the white shadow wall. A pale blue sky, and a red-crowned crane descending. A figure stepped down from the crane, and in an instant, both crane and person emerged from the shadow wall. The newcomer was clad in a flowing white robe, with long, dark hair cascading down like a waterfall, adorned with a cowhorn bun and sparkling eyes. Age was indiscernible, and with a smile, he greeted the astonished trio. Guests from afar, how delightful. Please, come in. Wu Di and the others hurriedly returned the greeting and followed the newcomer into the main hall. The middle-aged man, in stark contrast to the recently menacing elder, exuded warmth. The hall was simply adorned with bare walls, and with a wave of his hand, a table and 4 stools appeared. The long-robed man sat first, gesturing for Wu Di and the others to join him. He laughed heartily. In your eyes, entering an array must seem like a bloody battle. Yet, who would have imagined such a scene? In truth, an array is formless and formless, everywhere an array, yet nowhere an array. There is no need to be overly concerned. Wu Di and Jiang Waning understood the implications, while Tong Taishan appeared rather bewildered. The long-robed man pointed, and before each appeared a jade-white wine cup. Another gesture, and the cups brimmed with wine, filling the air with a rich aroma. Dear friends, the array has opened. There are a total of 5 courtyards. First, you must conquer the trial of the wine. If your capacity exceeds mine, you may enter the second courtyard. I shall drink 3 cups, and you 3 shall each drink 1. The one who falters is defeated. Tong Taishan's eyes lit up with excitement. Oblivious to the stakes, excellent. I excel in drinking. I've never met my match, sir. Please. He tilted his head back and downed a cup, exclaiming, what fine wine. The long-robed man, after Wu Di and Jiang Waning each finished a cup, swiftly downed 3 cups himself. The peculiar wine cups, once emptied, refilled automatically. This exquisite wine was rare. Wu Di had never tasted such a delightful brew before. It slid down his throat like silk, filling him with vigor and exhilaration. Yet, Wu Di felt a growing unease. He knew the long-robed man was no ordinary individual. Even a 1-3 matchup would not bode well for them. Defeat seemed inevitable. Wu Di pondered the rarity of such fine wine. It must be precious, and this manner of consumption seemed wasteful. He was puzzled. Was there truly a way to break the array through mere drinking? This felt entirely disconnected from the purpose of breaking an array. He wished to inquire but dared not to speak. Time passed, and the wine flowed continuously from noon until the lamps were lit, the wager still ongoing. Wu Di worried for Jiang Waning. Fearing she would be the first to falter, as it turned out, he himself was on the verge of collapse, feeling the world spin around him. Wu Di clasped his fists. Sir, may I utilize my true energy to counteract the effects of the wine? The long-robed man chuckled. No problem, no problem. Wu Di infused his true energy to dispel the effects of the wine and immediately felt much better. He signaled Jiang Wanning and Tong Taishan with his eyes, indicating that they could also use their true energy to resist the intoxication. Since the long-robed man had said it was permissible, it wouldn't be considered cheating. As dawn approached, the long-robed man suddenly stood. Smiling, "Dear friends, the sun rises at the hour of the rabbit. We shall end the drinking here. After 100 years, we have emptied 10 vats of fine brew. It is not that I am stingy. This is just right. Proceed to the second courtyard." This outcome was entirely unexpected for the three of them. Could it truly be that they had won without knowing how? Wu Di was taken aback, realizing he had unknowingly reached the 5th level of the Yuaning realm, an astonishing leap of 3 stages. Just as he was about to communicate with Jiang Wanning through thought, she preemptively conveyed that she too had inexplicably advanced 3 levels. They pushed open the door to the second courtyard. Before them stood a white shadow wall, and the trio gazed at it, hesitating to enter. Would it be similar to the first shadow wall, where a crane and a person would emerge? Indeed, the wall displayed a blue sky and white clouds, and a figure in green garments gracefully descended from a red-crowned crane. In an instant, she stepped down from the shadow wall. The newcomer was ethereal in beauty, with skin like jade, dressed in flowing green, her eyes sparkling like mountain springs. Her hair danced in rhythm with her movements. She appeared to be of similar age to Jiang Wanning, though her true age was indeterminate, akin to the long-robed man, who seemed around 40, yet his fine wine had aged for a century. The green-clad woman spoke softly, "Follow me." The trio trailed closely behind her. Upon entering the central hall, a wave of heat enveloped them, and Wu Di looked down in shock. Within the hall lay a pool of fiery red lava, bubbling and frothing, sending bubbles to the surface. Even before approaching, they were drenched in sweat. The green-clad woman warned, "This trial is not easily passed. Here, it is not as simple as drinking wine. Below lies scalding lava. Should you jump in, you may lose your life in an instant. If anyone is afraid, step back. If all are afraid, we shall return together. You have 10 breaths to contemplate." Jiang Wanning and Tong Taishan looked to Wu Di, their pillar of strength. At that moment, the effects of the wine had long since faded. Wu Di found himself increasingly bewildered. Was this truly how challenges were presented? First, they were bewildered by fine wine, and now they faced a bubbling pool of lava, akin to molten iron. If a mortal were to leap in, they would surely perish in an instant. What was this madness? The green-clad woman, though lovely and seemingly gentle, appeared to take a morbid pleasure in witnessing living beings meet their demise. He cast his gaze towards the woman in green, not expecting her to be looking back at him, her expression inscrutable, revealing nothing. The woman in green spoke, "There are still 3 breaths left. If it truly requires the lives of several of us, why go through such complexities? What is the purpose of this magma pool?" Without hesitation, Wu Di leaped forth, exclaiming, "I shall go first." With a splash, Jiang Wanning and Tong Taishan followed suit, plunging into the magma pool. The magma erupted violently, the air igniting with explosive sounds, a terrifying spectacle that felt suffocating. Once all 3 had jumped in, the magma abruptly transformed into searing hot liquid. It turned out that the magma pool they perceived was an illusion. It was, in fact, a scalding liquid rather than genuine magma. The intoxicating heat reacted violently with the alcohol in their systems, the intensity of the reaction overwhelming, transformative, and cataclysmic within them. The alcohol surged forth like guardians facing adversaries, their struggle shrouded in chaos. Without the alcohol's resistance, they would have perished long ago. Every muscle, every blood vessel, every meridian, every bone was being melted away. The agony was excruciating, as if their bodies had been reduced to pulp, their bones ground to dust. "Ah!" Tong Taishan cried out, tormented to the brink of despair. Jiang Wanning bit her lip fiercely, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Wu Di remained silent. For his W in his heart, he rejoiced. For he had acquired a formidable new skill in battle. His spiritual awareness had grown immensely, a feat undoubtedly attributed to the century-long cultivation bestowed upon him by the venerable elder, Huang Yi. Wu Di emerged from his dwelling, brimming with enthusiasm, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at a massive tree 100 paces away. He activated his spiritual perception, and with a crack, the tree was severed in two. He sensed that his spiritual awareness could strike continuously 5 times. At that moment, Jiang Weiniang also stepped out of the cave, and comprehending the scene before her, she grasped everything. The man she deeply loved had advanced in his cultivation, surpassing her own progress, and she felt a surge of joy for him. This period of seclusion lasted a full 20 days. According to the markings on the sheepskin map, the trio made their way towards the Dui Palace of the Bagua Array. Originally, the plan required 6 days of travel, yet they arrived at the designated valley in just 1 day. Upon landing, they diligently searched the 50-mile radius of the valley. After 2 days of searching with no discoveries, Wu Di suggested that Jiang Weiniang rest inside the Lotus Treasure Ring while he and Tong Taizhan sought a cave to spend the night. As they walked, they noticed a cave entrance, faintly visible on the mountainside, concealed amidst overgrown weeds, which they had overlooked several times. Tong Taizhan remarked, "Master Uncle, let me take a look and tidy it up. We can rest there." Wu Di scrutinized the 2 massive stones beside the cave entrance and stopped Tong Taizhan, saying, "Take a closer look at those stones beside the entrance. What do they resemble?" Tong Taizhan, normally rather careless, only then took heed. "Ah, Master Uncle, the more I look, the more they resemble 2 stone tigers. In fact, they are exactly that." Jiang Weiniang, hearing their discussion within the Lotus Treasure Ring, was driven by curiosity to communicate with Wu Di through her thoughts, expressing her desire to exit. The Lotus Treasure Ring, having been bound to her by blood, responded solely to her mental commands. Upon her emergence, she carefully examined the 2 stone tigers and cautioned Wu Di. These stone tigers might be tiger fossils, true tigers in reincarnation. If the conditions are met, they may awaken. Could this be related to the Dui Palace of the Bagua Array? Wu Di nodded. The Dui Palace, located in the west and associated with the Golden White Tiger constellation, makes sense in relation to the Dui Palace. He took out his compass and performed a series of calculations, ultimately confirming their suspicions. Tong Taizhan, invigorated by the revelation, suggested, "Shall we go in and take a look?" Wu Di replied, "Stay calm. There's no rush. Let's approach carefully and observe closely first." From 3 paces away, the trio confirmed without a doubt that they were indeed stone tigers, each part indistinguishable from a real tiger. The cave entrance was large enough for a person to pass through, as the last rays of the setting sun faded and night began to envelop them. They had no choice but to halt their actions. The following morning, Jiang Weiniang and Wu Di arrived at the cave entrance, and the stone tigers remained unchanged. The moment they stepped into the cave, the 2 stone tigers awakened from their petrified state, letting out 2 thunderous roars that echoed through the forest and pounced toward the 2 with ferocity. Jiang Weiniang and Wu Di had already activated their spiritual awareness, swiftly gaining control over the tiger's intellect and initiating a mental dialogue. The tigers immediately lost their fierce demeanor, crouching at their feet and nodding submissively in goodwill. Tong Taizhan was astonished. They had subdued 2 silver-white tigers with just a few glances. What sorcery was this? Jiang Weiniang asked, "Are you truly willing to submit to me, to remain by my side and obey my commands?" The white tiger nodded vigorously. Jiang Weiniang then mounted the tiger's back, and the white tiger, in accordance with her intentions, soared through the clouds, moving with incredible speed. Both white tigers were successfully tamed. Jiang Weiniang declared, "You have been here for a millennium, undoubtedly gaining sentience. Transform now." The 2 white tigers stood upright, their front legs raised, and in an instant, they transformed into a middle-aged man and woman. The couple, who were husband and wife, both possessed early-stage yuan in cultivation and the ability to communicate with humans. They knelt before their new master, the woman speaking, "Master, over 1,000 years ago, a great being named Sama subdued us, and while arranging the formation, he told us, if, after a millennium, a girl in a red dress and a young man in a gray robe possess the ability to control our spirits, they shall be our masters, and our duty to guard will be fulfilled. Thus, we willingly submit to any command from you." Sama? Jiang Weiniang understood the significance of Sama. Sama was a deity revered among the Dong ethnic group in the southern regions of Huaxia. A being of boundless power, it would not be surprising if this ancient Bagua Array tomb had been set up by Sama. What connection did she have with this mighty deity? Why had she received such care from him time and again? Wu Di and Jiang Weiniang agreed that the white tiger following Wu Di would be named Dehu, and the one accompanying Jiang Weiniang would be called Hui Hu. The two white tigers were ecstatic to have names. Dehu and Hui Hu informed their masters that this cave was the Dui Palace formation within the Bagua Array. This formation held the key to the ancient tomb's stone door. In addition to guarding the cave entrance, there were 5 copper figures inside. 4 of these copper figures possessed early-stage Yuaning abilities, while one leader had mid-stage Yuaning prowess. Though they lacked spiritual awareness, they were enchanted by Sama. Upon seeing someone enter the stone chamber, they would automatically attack. Given their copper bodies, their resilience and offensive capabilities were extraordinarily formidable, bordering on terrifying. Dehu and Hui Hu were no match for the copper figures. The next array, the Kan Palace, also housed a key to the ancient tomb. Without obtaining these 2 keys, entry into the tomb was impossible. Wu Di gasped in horror at the thought. Copper bodies, copper bones, were impervious to harm. However, being struck by them would result in broken bones or torn ligaments, so the key to the ancient tomb lay here, while the other was in the Kan Palace. This meant that without the keys, no one could enter the tomb. At present, it seemed that no one had successfully entered the ancient tomb yet. Jiang Weiniang pondered, what purpose do the 2 5-star jade pieces we hold serve? Wu Di replied, it's likely that the core area of the ancient tomb requires another activation. It cannot be so easily opened just once. Jiang Weiniang nodded, remarking, I wondered why these individuals were so quiet and compliant. It turns out they were waiting for an easy meal at the ancient tomb. If no one enters, as soon as someone finds the keys to the tomb, with their strength, they could not be stopped. Jiang Weiniang then asked, Dehu, Hui Hu, think carefully, do these copper figures have any weaknesses? How can we subdue them? Wu Di chuckled. I've dealt with puppets almost daily at the Tai Su Temple. Do not worry. They will not pose a challenge for me, Hui Hu added. The powerful being Sama who arranged this formation mentioned that once the key is taken, these copper figures will self-destruct. Wu Di and Jiang Weiniang conferred on how to proceed. Tong Tai's Han volunteered, saying, Master Uncle, allow me to handle this. Wu Di responded, no need to quarrel. You and Dehu will guard the cave entrance. Weiniang and Hui Hu will accompany me to the stone chamber. Entering the cave, they walked 100 paces without encountering anything. It was a cylindrical deep cave, and upon reaching its end, they found nothing. Hui Hu pointed at a spot on the cave wall, saying, Master, the hidden latch to open the stone door is here. Wu Di instructed, Hui Hu, open the stone door. Hui Hu felt around the wall for a while before pressing on a protrusion. The stone door creaked open. Wu Di stealthily approached the door and peered inside. He looked up to see a starry night sky, the vast expanse of the firmament, a crescent moon, and shooting stars that illuminated the stone chamber with abundant moonlight. Wu Di silently praised the grand artistry. How had such a realistic sky been crafted? Inside the stone chamber stood 5 warriors clad in armor, wielding long spears, their eyes wide open. The armor and spears of the warriors had lost their luster to the ravages of time. All 5 warriors were fixated on the direction of the stone door. Wu Di held his breath and crept quietly to a position beyond their line of sight, observing the reactions of the 5 copper figures. Fortunately, the 5 copper figures exhibited no unusual behavior. It seemed that his invisibility was effective. Outside the stone door, Jiang Weiniang was tense, her palms sweating as she watched Wu Di's every move, prepared to assist at a moment's notice. At that moment, Wu Di searched for the key to the ancient tomb, pondering where it might be concealed. The key should not be excessively large. Apart from the 5 copper figures, there were no other visible items in the stone chamber. Where could the key be hidden? Suddenly, Wu Di had a flash of inspiration. Could there be another secret chamber? Perhaps the 5 copper figures were merely the second line of defense. After some contemplation, he deemed it entirely plausible. He opened his spiritual awareness, meticulously searching the stone wall inch by inch. Jiang Weiniang, noticing Wu Di's intense focus on the wall, quickly moved aside to whisper to Hui Hu. Hui Hu, is there possibly another secret chamber? Master, I only know of this one. Hui Hu replied, Wu Di finally located a stone door and noticed something suspicious about the mechanism to open it. As he leapt forward, the leader of the copper figures suddenly turned towards him. Sensing impending danger, Wu Di swiftly drew the Zhanlong Qian Kuan sword, channeling all his strength into a strike aimed at the copper leader's neck. The Zhanlong Qian Kuan sword, a treasured possession of the Tai Su real person, was as sharp as a knife through butter. Coupled with Wu Di's 5th-level Yuan in cultivation, he unleashed his full power. And the sword struck the leader's neck with precision, resulting in a sharp crack as the copper head was severed from its body, which then collapsed to the ground. The remaining 4 copper figures brandished their long spears, but unable to locate a target, they could only flail wildly. Seeing this, Jiang Weiniang acted without hesitation, drawing the treasured blade, Dan I Hong, and with a swift motion, she severed the head of one of the copper figures. Buying time for Wu Di and diverting the attention of the remaining copper figures, Hui Hu rushed in and opened the final stone door, revealing a wooden box atop a stone table. Wu Di approached and opened it, discovering a gleaming 5-star meteorite, larger than the jade pieces he held. Chapter 33. A Battle of Fate. The guardian of the Qin Palace was originally a Taoist priest, who fell victim to the treacherous machinations of the Lord of the Serpent. The Qin Palace was subsequently seized. The Lord of the Serpent sought the key to the ancient tomb, yet the Taoist, to his dying breath, refused to divulge its whereabouts. The Lord of the Serpent entrusted the management of the Qin Palace to his disciples, the Serpent Taoist and Serpent Fairy. The key to the ancient tomb remained elusive. And for many years, the Serpent Taoist and his sister, the Serpent Fairy, scoured every corner of the Qin Palace to no avail. Wu Di and Jiang Weiniang felt a headache coming on after Hui Hu's introduction. The fact that the Serpent Taoist and Serpent Fairy had failed to locate the key over the years indicated the immense difficulty of the task. The crucial point was that the Qin Palace was under the tyrannical control of the Serpent Taoist and Serpent Fairy, making it impossible for outsiders to approach. Without access to the other key, the prospect of opening the ancient tomb was utterly hopeless. Jiang Weiniang remarked, "From the very beginning, I sensed something amiss. Why haven't the elders of the martial academies come to unlock such an important ancient tomb themselves? Why leave it to us, a group of inexperienced youths with insufficient skills? This tomb is evidently impossible to open." De Hu interjected, "Masters, the Serpent Taoist and Serpent Fairy are ruthless and cunning, full of devious schemes. Their attempts to unlock the ancient tomb will surely stir up trouble." Wu Di urged, "De Hu, Hui Hu, think carefully. Might there be a way to find the other key? The powerful Sage Ma possesses vast abilities. If she anticipated that the guardian of the Qin Palace would encounter misfortune, she ought to have left a contingency plan." Jiang Weiniang found this reasoning compelling as she looked at De Hu and Hui Hu. After a moment of contemplation, De Hu shook his head. Hui Hu followed suit with a similar gesture. Wu Di reassured them, "Let us not rush. Perhaps at some point, a seemingly trivial detail will suddenly come to mind. An inconspicuous phrase, a minor incident, or a small object may hold the key to unraveling this mystery." Hui Hu cautioned, "Masters, the Serpent Clan wields immense power. No one dares to provoke them in ancient times. The ambitious Serpent Queen declared war against Nuwa, leading to a fierce battle that lasted 10 days and nights. Ultimately, Nuwa summoned the sacred seal of the great Emperor Taihao, sealing the Serpent Queen for 8,000 years. Her grandfather, the Serpent Saint, sought vengeance against the great Emperor Taihao, resulting in countless casualties. In the end, the great Emperor Taihao and Nuwa combined their strengths to suppress the Serpent Saint, sealing him for 16,000 years, a century ago. The Serpent Queen's seal expired, and she returned to her secret realm. With her lingering influence, no one dares to challenge the Serpent Clan, making them increasingly arrogant. Jiang Weiniang exclaimed, "I always thought it was merely a legend. It turns out to be true." Wu Di expressed gratitude for their warnings. Indeed, the Serpent Clan boasts a long and profound legacy that few can rival. Not everyone can dare to challenge them. The waters run deep. We must tread carefully to avoid unnecessary peril, Jiang Weiniang added. This key is not easily obtained. We shall not force the issue, allowing events to unfold naturally. We must not labor in vain, only to end up serving others' ends, Wu Di cautioned, like the mantis stalking the cicada. The yellow oriole waits in the shadows. Who knows how many are lying in wait? The Serpent Clan is undoubtedly the most dangerous of all. We must remain low-key and observe before making any moves. The Bagua formation at the Dui Palace had long been coveted by the Serpent Taoist, but had yet to be found. Recently, however, a piece of faith stone at the entrance suddenly fractured, signaling the breach of the Dui Palace. The Serpent Taoist and Serpent Fairy were taken aback, unaware of who had done this, as another key had been taken. The Serpent Taoist inquired, "Sister, what did Master say?" The Serpent Fairy replied, "What else could he say? He scolded us fiercely, calling us useless gluttons for failing to find even a single key after all these years. He instructed us to search again, and if we still could not find it, we should jump into a dung pit to die." The Serpent Taoist hung his head dejectedly. The Serpent Fairy continued, "Master commanded us to locate the individual who possesses that key, retrieve it, and silence them." The Serpent Taoist lamented, "These tasks are indeed difficult." Meanwhile, Wu Di and Jiang Wanning had already stealthily entered the Can Palace, having consumed 100 poison pill and bypassed the 3 layers of serpent venom traps set by the Serpent Taoist. Wu Di, at the 5th level of the Yuaning realm, and Jiang Wanning, at the 4th level, suppressed all their auras, even their breaths, rendering them undetectable to any cultivator at the Tianyang realm. The Serpent Taoist and Serpent Fairy rummaged through the cave once more, yet still found nothing. The Serpent Taoist sighed, "Just these 2 stone rooms, 2 beds, 1 stone table, a few stone stools, and the walls are as clean as can be. It's all too clear. We searched 1,000 times, and each time yielded the same result." The Serpent Fairy pondered, what could possibly be hidden within the ancient tomb? With the Queen's prowess, she could open it with a mere breath. The Serpent Taoist retorted, "The Queen wouldn't be interested in the tomb's contents. It is Master, the Lord of the Serpent, who desires something from within, something that could aid him in advancing further." "What could be so mysterious?" the Serpent Taoist whispered, fearful of being overheard. "The sacred lotus seed." "Ah, I see. Might it be of benefit to us?" The Serpent Taoist scoffed, "Don't be naive. Do you think it's as easy as gathering pine nuts? To obtain even a single seed could come at an unimaginable cost." The Serpent Fairy had an idea. "Brother, let us smash the stone table and stools to see if anything is concealed within." With no other options, the Serpent Taoist carried the stone table and stools outside the cave and began to smash them with his fists. Wu Di and Jiang Wanning, each searching in their respective rooms, found the 4 walls bare, with no clues to be found. They opened their spiritual senses, scanning diligently. Wu Di sensed a hidden compartment beneath the Serpent Taoist's bed. Something peculiar lay within. He reached down, feeling something soft, and upon a glance, felt disgusted to discover a few pairs of women's colorful undergarments. It was evident whose they were, and he hadn't expected the Serpent Taoist to have such inclinations. Finding nothing else, Wu Di and Jiang Wanning reluctantly departed. Wu Di remarked, "There's nothing suspicious indoors. No wonder the Serpent Taoist and Serpent Fairy have found nothing over the years." Jiang Wanning pondered. "But where is the key?" Perplexed, they returned to their temporary base, where Tong Tais Han, De Hu, and Hui Hu immediately gathered around, their expressions revealing that their search had yielded no results. Tong Tais Han and the others relayed their findings to Wu Di and Jiang Wanning. Tong Tais Han reported, "Master, the ancient tomb has been located, within a radius of over 20 square kilometers, approximately 300 miles from here. The entrance to the tomb has been cleared, but the entire structure is protected by powerful formations, making it inaccessible. Many have tried various methods, yet none have succeeded. Everyone is now gathered around the tomb, forming several teams. Some have even begun treating the site as a place for cultivation." Hui Hu shared what he had learned. "Master, there are approximately 4,000 people attempting to explore the ancient tomb, forming a core group. This core includes the Serpent Taoist and Serpent Fairy, as well as key disciples from the Wu Academy of Long City, Shangguan Yunfei, Guanyong, the Shen brothers, Shen Jiansan and Shen Jianping, Beisheng disciple Song Yin, and Liao Yuanjun disciple Wu Yu, alongside South Sheng disciple Sima Yuru. These individuals serve as the backbone for the 4,000 tomb explorers, frequently convening to exchange information and strategize their next moves." Wu Di and Jiang Wanning listened attentively. Jiang Wanning noted, "Their organizational skills are impressive. They formed a core in just over 3 months. Wu Di mused, the Serpent Taoist and Serpent Fairy, along with the Shun brothers, form a core. This lot is not to be underestimated. Following them will only make us pawns, leaving us with nothing but scraps. No matter how much we struggle, we 1T obtain the key to unlock the Grand Tomb. It's all in vain. Has Wu Kai also infiltrated? Has the seal been broken? Tong Taizhan replied. It is said that the Serpent Fairy and Song Yin Yin combine their powers to unravel it. Wu Di nodded. There are indeed numerous methods. When I sealed Wu Yu, I employed only 2 layers of force. 2 late-stage Tianyang cultivators combining their strength could easily break the seal. Tong Taizhan continued. Once Wu Yu's seal was broken, he immediately began to curse Master, inciting everyone to surround him, painting Master as the most despicable individual in the world. He claimed that the key to unlocking the ancient tomb was in Master S possession, urging everyone to join forces to seize it and kill him. Jiang Wanying's ire flared. He only endured a few days of sealing and already resorts to insults. He doesn't consider the feelings of a child sealed for 5 years. It seems he is beyond redemption. Wu Di reflected. In the Wu lineage, only Wu Yu remains. His grandfather is the true villain. That's why I showed restraint. Killing someone, especially Wu Yu, is easy. Let us observe for now, Tong Taizhan added. The Serpent Fairy was not swayed by Wu Yu. She doesn't trust him at all. She rebuked him on the spot, saying, We are here to unlock the ancient tomb, not to settle personal grievances. I've just released your seal. Don't make me your tool for revenge. I regret unsealing you now. Wu Yu was left humiliated by the Serpent Fairy's scolding. Jiang Waning commended. Well done. Gathering so much information so quickly is commendable. Wu Di concluded. Since we are here, we shall make the best of it. From now on, this will be our sanctuary for cultivation. Let us all train diligently. Jiang Waning wholeheartedly agreed with Wu Di's proposal. Entering the barrier, they recognized that they had already acquired ample opportunities. Each was a significant boon. Whether the ancient tomb could be opened was secondary. What mattered was satisfaction. The pursuit lies within human effort, while success rests with the heavens. Some things are destined to be yours, and no one can take them away. For those that are not, contention is futile. The leaders held meeting after meeting, yet no substantive issues were resolved. Some began to grow impatient, questioning the efficacy of the leaders' conferences. Nevertheless, the meetings continued unabated. Shangguan Yunfei, a prominent disciple of the esteemed Vice President Yunyi at the Wu Yuan of Luodu Longqing, is known for his steadfastness and impartiality in his dealings, devoid of personal bias. His words are always concise and command the utmost attention from those around him. In stark contrast, his junior, Guanyong, is characterized by his emotional nature and a penchant for immediate gain, often rambling on endlessly. Both Shangguan Yunfei and Guanyong hail from the Wu Yuan of Luodu Longqing, naturally holding significant positions in the leadership meetings. Seated opposite Shan Jian San, the enigmatic Moshe Xiangu leisurely sips her tea, her demeanor utterly nonchalant as she states, The ancient tomb requires 2 keys for its opening. One is in the hands of my senior brother, while the other has found its master. Only when these 2 keys are united can the tomb be unlocked. The revelation electrifies the assembly. Guanyong boldly declares, What are we waiting for? Let us hasten to open the tomb and seek our fortunes within. With a cold smile, Moshe Xiangu retorts, Would any of you here be foolish enough to willingly present your keys, allowing thousands to flood in and seize the opportunities within? I now ask you all, if you held the key to the ancient tomb, what would you do? The room falls into a hushed silence. Guanyong inquires, What does the Xiangu mean? I seek to understand your thoughts, she replies. Should those who have endured great hardships to obtain the key serve everyone else for free? Should they simply relinquish their keys without question? Who will answer this? Guanyong recognizes that Moshe Xiangu is drawing them into a circle of debate and punctures the veil of ambiguity. If you have something to say, Xiangu, then say it plainly. Are you suggesting that the key holder should possess privileges? That there is no such thing as a free lunch, and one should not expect a profit without effort? Moshe Xiangu chuckles, her smile alluring. Do not misunderstand, young Guan and esteemed guests. The key in my senior brother's possession can indeed be offered freely. However, what of the other key holder? What obligation do they have to offer it freely? Especially if they owe no debt to the rest of you. How can we compel the key holder to present their key? Without it, the ancient tomb remains sealed, and regardless of the bountiful opportunities within, we shall only be left to gaze upon them helplessly. While Shangguan Yunfei personally holds reservations regarding the Moshe clan, he cannot help but concede the validity of her words. The Xiangu speaks with reason. Who among us would open the tomb, allowing over 4,000 individuals to enter and seize the opportunities, only to leave themselves with nothing? It would be an exercise in futility. The attendees, astute individuals, all contemplate their own potential gains, neglecting the question of whether the one who opens the tomb could also benefit from it. Moshe Xiangu looks at Shangguan Yunfei, raising her thumb in approval. What you say is indeed crucial. Unless the interests of the keyholder are secured, there exists no possibility of unlocking the tomb. Sima Yuru concurs earnestly. We must not solely consider our own interests. The keyholder's interests must also be safeguarded to encourage them to present the key. Moshe Xiangu adds, thus, we must ensure the keyholder's satisfaction. It is possible that the keyholder is among us. Instantly, the crowd exchanges glances, realizing the potential truth in her words. Moshe Xiangu continues, whoever possesses the key may approach me. Shangguan Yunfei, Shun Jiansan, or Sima Yuru. We are open to negotiation under any terms. We operate under the principle of mutual benefit and will ensure the other party's satisfaction. We hope for the keyholder to reveal themselves. And the sooner, the better, for time is of the essence. Moreover, anyone who provides information regarding the key's whereabouts shall be duly rewarded. Currently, Moshe Xiangu's task is to locate the keyholder post-haste. Thus she lays out a series of enticing conditions to draw them out. If the individual reveals themselves or their identity is discovered, matters will become manageable. Time passes swiftly, and a month slips by unnoticed, marking the halfway point of the 8 months. Wu Di and Jiang Weining remain engrossed in their secluded cultivation, entirely forgetting the matter of the ancient tomb's opening. Growing restless, Moshe Xiangu, after sifting through the ranks of over 4,000 individuals, finds no useful clues. Wu Yu approaches Moshe Xiangu and Shangguan Yunfei, stating, I know who holds the key, but we must first negotiate the terms of exchange. Speak. Moshe Xiangu urges. Wu Yu replies, upon acquiring the key, I desire a life in exchange. That is my sole condition. Moshe Xiangu acknowledges, I am aware of the individual you refer to. Shangguan Yunfei furrows his brow. Are you asking us to commit murder? Moshe Xiangu interjects, he has a brother from the same clan, who was rendered a fool by Wu Yu's grandfather at a mere month old. Wu Yu's grandfather sought to usurp the chieftaincy, employing poison and arson, ultimately meeting his demise by execution. The individual Wu Yu wishes to eliminate is that brother. Named Wu Di, Shangguan Yunfei snickers disdainfully. You would make us your unwitting accomplices, using us as pawns. Why do you not act yourself? Depart immediately, lest you provoke my ire. Moshe Xiangu observes Wu Yu's retreating figure and remarks to Shangguan Yunfei. It seems we have narrowed our search down to only Wu Di, Jiang Weining, and Tong Taizhan. These three have eluded our scrutiny thus far. Let us pay them a visit. We may yet uncover something valuable. Moshe Xiangu and Shangguan Yunfei arrive at the dwelling of Wu Di and Jiang Weining, who have been waiting beneath a tree. Holding a Buddhist dust whisk, Moshe Xiangu bows gracefully. Wu Di, esteemed young master, and Jiang Weining, valiant maiden, your transcendent presence is indeed a sight to behold. Though we have not met before, I have long heard of your illustrious names. It is a pleasure to finally make your acquaintance. Both Wu Di and Jiang Weining return the gesture. Wu Di steps forward. This ethereal figure is none other than Moshe Xiangu, and you must be Shangguan Yunfei, the esteemed disciple of the great Yunni. Your reputations precede you. Please enlighten us with your wisdom. With no tables or chairs, they settle on the ground. A mat woven from grass serves as their seating. Jiang Weining, clad in a flowing red dress, possesses a porcelain complexion, her long hair elegantly styled, cascading in lustrous black strands. Her eyes, dark and clear, exude wisdom and grace, akin to a celestial being descended to earth. Wu Di, tall and poised, dons a gray robe. His countenance resolute and sincere. Both exude an aura of tranquility, betraying no visible cultivation, yet radiating an extraordinary, otherworldly presence unlike that of ordinary folk. Moshe Xiangu is suddenly enveloped in an inexplicable feeling. One she struggles to articulate in essence. These two individuals stand apart from the rest. There is no comparison between them and the throng of over 4,000. Moshe Xiangu states, having not seen you both until now, I wish to inquire about your perspectives on the opportunities within the ancient tomb. Jiang Weining gestures gracefully, her demeanor warm. Wu Di shares a common lineage with the Taoist teachings of the Xiangu. He holds reverence for the Great Path. Allow him to speak. Wu Di responds modestly, I am but a humble Taoist apprentice, hardly deserving of the Xiangu's esteem. We care not for fame or fortune, nor do we relish in conflict. We embrace whatever fate may offer us, and eschew contention over what is not meant for us. Chapter 34. I, too, wish to know as they watch the retreating figures of Moshe Xiangu and Shangguan Yunfei. Jiang Weining and Wu Di stand side by side for a considerable time. Jiang Weining remarks, their visit was but a pretense. Their true intention was to probe our circumstances. It seems we can no longer enjoy tranquility. Wu Di muses, Shangguan Yunfei appears benevolent and should pose no threat. However, Moshe Xiangu is another matter entirely. She is indeed a shrewd and tumultuous figure. She has likely deduced that we possess the key, and there is a high possibility she may resort to forceful means to obtain it. Are you suggesting that the Moshe Taoist may take action? Wu Di replies, our auras are discreet, barely detectable. Ultimately, only those at the initial stages of the Tianyang realm may discern us. Moshe Xiangu seems to have accepted this. The arrogant Moshe Taoist and the Xiangu likely do not regard us as significant threats, and either may very well confront us brazenly. Following them, figures such as the chief disciple of Moshe Dajuan may soon reveal themselves. Jiang Weining inquires, what level of cultivation does Moshe Dajuan possess? Do we stand a chance against him? Moshe Dajuan's cultivation should be comparable to that of Elder Xianming. If his level were excessively high, he would not be so invested in the ancient tomb. There may indeed be something of great significance within. Otherwise, he would not exert such effort. Let us return to the stone cave of the Kangong Array and see if we might encounter fortune there. The other key may very well be hidden outside the cave. If the holy lotus seed exists, it could be a treasure of immense value. Even a half seed could greatly assist one in their ascension. Jiang Weining grasps Wu Di's intent. Should they acquire the second key and unexpectedly unlock the ancient tomb, their adversaries would be caught off guard, thwarting Moshe Dajuan's plans. Wu Di chuckles. It must be a whole seed, not a half. Given Moshe Xiangu's impatience, the likelihood is high. Wu Di and Jiang Weining, having briefed Tong Taizhan and Dehu Huihu, stealthily approach the stone cave of Kangong, observing the surroundings with utmost care. The cave is nestled amid a steep mountain wall, adorned by a waterfall cascading from a mountain spring, veiling the entrance of the cave. The continuous moisture nourishes the trees flanking the cave. At first glance, there appears to be nothing particularly remarkable. If the key were outside, it would not be far from the entrance. Wu Di scans the area surrounding the cave meticulously, leaving no stone unturned. In particular, he focuses on a grove of ancient pines, each towering and majestic. Activating his spiritual perception, he inspects each tree with diligence. Jiang Weining ponders, considering where a powerful being might conceal the key to ensure its safety while being accessible to future seekers. Her gaze shifts to the grove of red pines. After a prolonged examination, Wu Di finds no discernible clues or anything of particular interest. As he turned to change his position, a gentle breeze carried a wave of dampness. Stirring something within him, he suddenly recalled a remark made by Huihu during breakfast. Sama seems to have mentioned something about the interplay of metal and wood energies, but I did not quite grasp it. Wu Di once again cast his gaze towards the red pine forest, and in an instant, clarity dawned upon him. Among the multitude of red pines stood a solitary tree, reminiscent of a chicken amidst a flock of cranes, notably shorter than its counterparts. The celestial iron, a gift from the heavens, bore a rich essence of metal, hinting at the vitality it could impart to the cascading waterfall. However, if it were to take residence within the wooden body, the wood's vitality would inevitably be suppressed, leading to its gradual decline, year after year, resulting in the tree's stunted growth compared to the other red pines. When Wu Di directed his attention to Jiang Weining, he received a singular word from her true energy. Tree, united in thought, they soared towards the ancient pine, and Wu Di's consciousness finally discerned the location of the celestial iron. He extended his hand to gently caress a subtle protrusion at the apex of the trunk, peeling back the bark to reveal a 5-star celestial iron quietly embedded within the red pine's body. This 5-star celestial iron had remained in silent repose within the trunk for a millennium. The Fuxing Daoist and Fuxing Fairy, disciples of the Fuxing Duke, witnessed a decline in the Fuxing clan after the sealing of the Fuxing Queen and the Fuxing Sage. With the advent of the Eastern, Southern, Northern, and Western saints, the Fuxing clan became cautious and reticent. For millennia, the human realm and the beast realm coexisted in tranquility, untouched by one another. Yet, a century ago, upon the Fuxing Queen's return from her sealed confinement, the clan found newfound confidence. Their innate ferocity resurfaced, and ambitions to encroach upon the human domain began to stir. After 8 millennia of confinement, the Fuxing Queen's once untamed spirit had undergone some transformation. Her once fierce demeanor had dulled. However, her regard for the lower beings was as indifferent as ever, leaving no room for governance or restraint. Many within the Fuxing clan harbored ulterior motives, feeling powerless against the 9 heavens. Yet dismissive of the 9 domains. With the Fuxing Queen's presence, they felt emboldened, leading to frequent skirmishes with the 9 domains. The 3 realms had long been established, each with its domain, coexisting under the auspices of the celestial laws. Humans emulate the earth emulates the heavens emulate the Tao, and the Tao emulates nature. As the ancient tomb reached its annual conclusion, aligning with the celestial order, it should have returned to the human realm. The ambitious Fuxing Duke, despite being in the mid-stage of the law domain, was acutely aware of his slim chances of attaining sainthood and thus coveted human opportunities, believing the sacred lotus seeds within the ancient tomb to be the only path to elevation. Rumors had circulated about the presence of these seeds in the tomb, compelling him to leave his disciples, the Fuxing Daoist and Fuxing Fairy, stationed at the Qin Palace's stone cave. The Fuxing Fairy was convinced that the key to the Dui Palace was in Wu Di's possession. Eager to gain her master's favor, she resolved to seize it herself. Unbeknownst to her, the other key hidden within the Qin Palace had just been acquired by Wu Di and Jiang Weining. Without consulting the Fuxing Daoist, she donned a disguise, veiling her face, and ventured alone to Wu Di and his companion's dwelling. After Wu Di and Jiang Weining retrieved the final key from the ancient red pine, they returned to their temporary residence. In the span of a TS brew, the Fuxing Fairy arrived for a visit. She entered Jiang Weining's temporary cave with an icy smile, showing no regard for Jiang Weining. "You must be the renowned Jiang Weining, the Red Thread Maiden. I have come to borrow something from you. I wonder if you would oblige." "What is it that you wish to borrow, Fuxing Fairy? Whatever Weining possesses shall be yours without hesitation." "Why the need for disguise? Covering your face with a black veil does not erase your identity as the Fuxing Fairy," Jiang Weining replied, taken aback by the boldness of the fairy's approach. The Fuxing Fairy felt a twinge of embarrassment, not anticipating such directness. Despite her disguise, she was recognized immediately, her ruse laid bare. "I wish to borrow the key to the ancient tomb," the Fuxing Fairy asserted. Jiang Weining, unperturbed, chuckled. "Why not borrow both keys? Aren't there supposed to be 2 keys to open the tomb? Fairy, you jest too much. Do you think such keys are easily possessed by just anyone? That would be akin to asking a nun for a child. Do not quibble. If you have it, you have it. I have consumed more salt than you have rice. The key in your possession brings calamity. Not fortune, Fairy. If I say you have it, do you?" Jiang Weining retorted, her demeanor lighthearted. "Our meeting today was meant to be pleasant, and I had hoped to draw closer to you, yet you appear as a stranger now. We have always kept our distance, fearing trouble, yet here it is. Fairy, why do you trust Wu Yu's words over ours? I trust no one. I only recognize substance. Will you lend it or not? Spare me the pleasantries. Lend? If I have it, you may take it freely. Is that not straightforward?" Jiang Weining responded. "You are correct. That item is beyond our reach, and we understand that. Thus, we do not possess it." The Fuxing Fairy's expression darkened, her sleeve swaying as a spiritual dust appeared in her right hand. "Then do not blame me for being ruthless. Are you certain you wish to strike? Did you not come here with Shangguan Yunfei, proclaiming us to be friends? Oh, how frightened I am." With her dust in hand, the Fuxing Fairy launched an attack on Jiang Weining. In response, Jiang Weining summoned the Great Rainbow, sending a streak of icy light towards the dust. The Fuxing Fairy's dust rod, forged from celestial iron, was capable of extending and retracting, while its head was made from the renowned celestial silk. It appeared soft but transformed into razor-sharp blades once infused with true energy. Having not engaged in real combat for quite some time, Jiang Weining suppressed her own cultivation to match the Fuxing Fairy's level, using her as a sharpening stone. After her transformation, her cultivation had significantly increased, and her true energy's purity was beyond ordinary reach. With grace and agility akin to a swallow, the Great Rainbow glimmered with cold light. Executing the Eastern Saint's Jade Maiden Sword technique with exquisite precision, as they clashed, the Fuxing Fairy was taken aback, realizing she had underestimated Jiang Weining, who held the upper hand. The two exchanged blows, and the Fuxing Fairy found herself increasingly at a disadvantage, her celestial silk dust rendered ineffective against the Great Rainbow, leaving her with a mere Odi in distress. The Fuxing Fairy resorted to her expertise in poison, a hallmark of her serpentine spirit. With a flick of her hand, a plume of black gas erupted from her palm, aimed directly at Jiang Weining's face. However, Jiang Weining had anticipated this, and her veiled red silk acted as a barrier, blocking the poisonous gas. The toxic mist slid off the red veil like mercury, cascading to the ground. It turned out that this veil was not merely for concealment, but also served as protection against toxins. Yet the Fuxing Fairy was undeterred. With another flick, she unleashed 6 deadly poison needles. These needles were akin to those launched by Shun Jianpain, albeit the Fuxing Fairy fired 6 at once. 2 aimed high, 2 at mid-level, and 2 low, each trajectory more cunning and harder to evade than Shun Jianpain's. Jiang Weining remained unfazed, once again deploying her veiled red silk, intercepting the 6 poison needles as they fell. This veil, meticulously woven from celestial silk and imbued with a powerful defensive intent from a sage, rendered her impervious to sharp blades and toxic gas. Clad in her red attire, she was similarly fortified. To harm her with blades or hidden weapons was no easy feat. The Fuxing Fairy, witnessing her own disadvantage, lost her composure, realizing her confidence had been misplaced. The celestial silk dust could not withstand the Great Rainbow's onslaught, and she found herself in a precarious position, panting and sweating profusely. Are you tired from the fight? Would you like to take a break? If you plan to leave, I would be quite reluctant to let you go. Fuxing Fairy, do stay, Jiang Weining teased. The Fuxing clan excels in evasion and mistransformation. You shall not restrain me, not in your wildest dreams. Witty banter serves no purpose. The Great Rainbow's specialty is slicing through mist forms. Do not say I did not warn you. At that moment, the Great Rainbow hovered ominously above the Fuxing Fairy's head. Fear gripped the Fuxing Fairy, for she realized Jiang Weining was not merely attempting to intimidate her. She did not wish to be cleaved in two, not yet having lived enough. Unable to fight back or escape, she found herself in a dire predicament. Regret washed over her, for she had foolishly walked into this confrontation, underestimating her opponent. In a moment of distraction, the Fuxing Fairy's dust was knocked from her grasp by the Great Rainbow's force. In a flash, the chilling blade of the Great Rainbow was poised against the Fuxing Fairy's neck. With no choice left, the Fuxing Fairy remained still, captured alive. Jiang Weining sheathed the Great Rainbow and approached the Fuxing Fairy with a smile, swiftly sealing several major acupoints on her body. Wu Di, having been present all along, made his entrance with a playful tone. Welcome, Fairy, to our humble abode. I apologize for the simplicity of our conditions. What do you intend to do with me? A gentleman may be slain, but not humiliated. I am a favored disciple of the Fuxing Duke. Consider the consequences of incurring the wrath of the Fuxing clan. Did we say we would kill you? A person of your intelligence should think carefully. Even if we were to slay you here, who would know? Only the heavens, the earth, you, and I would be aware. Would the disappearance of a flamboyant disciple concern the Fuxing Duke? He would likely assume you ran off with some young man. Do not speak foolishly. I am not someone to be trifled with. The Fuxing Fairy retorted. Wu Di chuckled. Perhaps you should inquire with your senior brother, the Fuxing Taoist. The Fuxing fairy's expression shifted to one of anxiety. What do you mean? Let us not dwell on trivial matters. My point is for you to recognize reality. If you were to vanish, it would go unnoticed, without a trace. Shall we test this theory? As she pondered, fear crept in. In such a vast barrier, it was indeed peculiar if no one took notice. Who would bother to investigate the cause? You two may not be friends, but at the very least, we are not enemies. I confess that I have been swayed by Wu Yu, believing that the key to unlocking the ancient tomb lies in your hands. My intention was merely to frighten you a little. If there is no key, so be it. I never intended any harm, Jiang Weiniang. That is the proper way to speak. We hold great respect for the immortal lady and have no desire to harm you. I simply wish for you to keep me company for a few days. Usually, I cannot even manage to keep you around. Tong Taizhan seized the immortal lady of the snake and placed her into a storage pouch, delivering her to a hidden cave, where he left her under the watchful eye of De Hu Huihu. The intentions of Wu Di and Jiang Weiniang were quite straightforward. They could not afford to provoke the Snake Clan. A person cannot be killed, nor can they be allowed to cause trouble. Once the ancient tomb is opened and everything is concluded, she will be released. Wu Di looked at Jiang Weiniang. Truly impressive. Your skills are remarkable. This is the second time I have witnessed your prowess, and yet you stand aside, merely watching the scenery, without a care for my safety. Wu Di, if I were to intervene, would it not overshadow your glory? How could I dare? Under such fierce anger, I would surely be left crippled. Jiang Weiniang blushed. Go away, you are getting worse, Wu Di. I never expected the immortal lady of the snake to attend the meeting alone. She truly believes that you and I are but soft persimmons that can be easily squeezed, Jiang Weiniang. With the immortal lady of the snake missing, the Taoist of the snake will undoubtedly search far and wide. Too preoccupied to cause further chaos, allowing us to focus on opening the ancient tomb. Wu Di. The Taoist of the snake cares deeply for the immortal lady. Her disappearance will drive him to madness. Using the immortal lady's absence to entangle the Taoist of the snake is a clever move. Upon hearing that the ancient tomb was to be opened, Tong Taizhan was filled with excitement. Master Uncle, what exactly lies within the ancient tomb? Over 4,000 people have awaited its opening within the barrier for 8 months. Wu Di, I too wish to know. Chapter 35. Whose holy lotus seed? Before the ancient tomb, an atmosphere of dread and bloodshed prevailed, with nearly 100 individuals recently injured, sprawled on the ground, calling out for their parents. Today, at the break of dawn, Wu Di and Jiang Weiniang abruptly opened the ancient tomb, provoking jealousy in some. Among those standing at the forefront, who prided themselves on their formidable strength, their eyes gleamed red like a monkey's rear, madly launching a lethal attack on Wu Di, attempting to seize the key to the ancient tomb. Hoping to usurp Wu Di's authority to unlock it, in a moment of desperation, Wu Di resorted to a display of sheer force, sending over 20 individuals flying with a single punch, and after delivering more than 10 punches, he managed to quell the chaos. Wu Di roared. Who else dares to court death? The key to the ancient tomb is in my possession. Those who wish to seize it may come forth. In the face of such power, many ambitious individuals retreated, subdued. A solemn silence enveloped the gathering of over 4,000 people who stood before the ancient tomb. Human greed swelled, sanity twisted into madness, as each individual yearned to monopolize everything. The opening of the ancient tomb was delayed by at least half an hour. The key to unlocking the ancient tomb consisted of 2 ancient jade discs, originating from the Zhen Palace and the Li Palace. Wu Di's fists safeguarded these 2 discs, preserving his authority and right to open the tomb. The now cowed crowd stood quietly before the ancient tomb, their eager eyes fixed on Wu Di and Jiang Weiniang. None could discern the cultivation levels of Wu Di and Jiang Weiniang. At times, they appeared as if in the Tianyang realm, while at other moments, they seemed devoid of any aura. This ambiguity may have contributed to the unrest, as some believed the pair to be soft persimmons to be easily manipulated. When Wu Di felled a group with a single punch, fear spread among them. Such power could not belong to someone of the Tianyang realm. The inability to perceive their true strength did not equate to a lack of it, and no one dared to provoke them further. Order must exist. Without strength, there can be no order. The typically unruly Shun brothers. The often sinister Wu Yu. and the once arrogant Song Yinyan stood at the back, heads bowed in submission. Jiang Weining and Wu Di harbored no intentions of monopolizing the ancient tomb or enjoying the great fortune alone. Having experienced much, they had cultivated an attitude of acceptance towards gains and losses. They had already acquired plenty and felt content in the face of great opportunity. They awaited fate's design. Wu Di turned to Jiang Weining. Please? Say a few words, Jiang Weining addressed the assembly. Though we hold the key to the ancient tomb, we are willing to share the opportunities it presents with all of you. Everything relies on fate. Whoever deserves it shall take it, rather than resorting to forceful seizure. Jiang Weining's words served as a potent tonic, reigniting the spark of hope in everyone's eyes. Wu Di placed the 2 jade discs into the recesses of the 2 stone doors of the ancient tomb, causing the discs to glow red. The stone doors emitted a low humming sound, and slowly, the thick, impenetrable iron doors began to open. A misty vapor, unseen for a millennium, wafted forth. As the fog dissipated, everyone cautiously stepped inside. The passage was straight, and as they walked, they encountered a network of narrow paths, each marked by tall stone tablets inscribed with names. Gazing upon the stone tablets, the crowd was struck with astonishment. Each tablet bore the names of 100 individuals who had entered the barrier, totaling over 400 tablets for more than 4,000 people. How could the engraver of a millennium ago have known the names of these individuals? The sight of the numerous tablets filled them with wonder, leaving them bewildered. Wu Di and Jiang Weining exchanged glances, realizing that their decision to share the fortunes of the ancient tomb truly seemed to be a matter of fate. A cosmic connection guided them to make the right choice. Beneath the tablets lay an inscription explaining that each woman should place her right hand upon the tablet bearing her name, while each man should place his left hand upon the tablet inscribed with his own name. One by one, they stood beneath their respective names, extending their hands. Upon placing their hands on their names, the tablets emitted a blinding radiance, and each person vanished in an instant. Wu Di and Jiang Weining, after being enveloped in a dazzling light, opened their eyes to find themselves in a stone chamber, where each wall was adorned with a mural. They gazed upwards at the first mural, becoming dizzy as they unwittingly slipped into a dreamlike state. Before them lay a picturesque landscape, filled with coconut and banana trees, and an array of flowers and plants whose names eluded them. Beneath their feet was a stone path or cobbled road, surrounded by bamboo houses, with beautiful women clad in red and green, adorned with silver all around. Under the bright blue sky, a sudden tempest arose, and a swirling tornado hurled a figure into the air. After the storm passed, a handsome young scholar appeared, clothed in a flowing white robe, with a white silk ribbon binding his tousled hair. Jiang Weining immediately recognized that this young man bore a striking resemblance to Wu Di. Yet, resemblance alone did not suffice. Wu Di felt a stirring within, sensing an inexplicable connection to this scholar. Surrounded by a throng of beautiful maidens, the scholar had become a spectacle of admiration. A squad of young female soldiers, clad in official garb and armed with knives, stared intently at the young scholar, courteously inviting him to a residence. A woman in a red official robe waved away the surrounding crowd, her gaze fixed upon him, nodding in approval. The female official inquired, "Where do you hail from?" "I come from the 9 domains of Huaxia." "No, I come from the Central Plains." "Not that either. I come from a distant land and my name is Pengyulan. A tornado swept me here." "What is this place?" Pengyulan's demeanor turned tense, unsure of what to say. The red-clad female official showed little interest in Pengyulan's introduction, stating, "We are in the nation of Nan'an, where there are no men. You are the first male guest we have ever welcomed. I am the chieftain here. My name is Muxitalian." Fortunately, both parties could communicate, albeit with some difficulty. According to Muxitalian, this land was a nation formed by a coalition of tribes, spanning 200,000 square kilometers, with a population exceeding 82 million. There were over 300 minor chieftains, each governing populations ranging from 10 to 50,000. The great chieftain Wang Muminglam was their supreme leader, commanding all the Nan'an tribe. The Grand Master Muming Haoyue served as the national advisor of the Nan'an nation and was the maternal grandmother of great chieftain Wang Muminglam. The Nan'an tribe had no men. Young women relied on the consumption of pregnancy fruits to conceive, producing only daughters, which explained the absence of men in their society. Muxitaliang informed Peng Yulan that aside from the Nanan tribe, they were unaware of any other humans, as their ancestors had never held such memories. They regarded Peng Yulan's arrival as a divine gift, believing him to be a noble guest from the heavens. As Peng Yulan was considered a divine gift, only the great chieftain Wang Muminglam could claim him, and she lacked the authority to do so. She had already notified the chieftain, and someone would soon come to escort him to the palace. Peng Yulan understood that he was destined to become the concubine of the great chieftain, a fate he could not accept. His mind was in turmoil. How had a tornado swept him here? Could this be a dream? He pinched his finger, feeling pain, confirming that it was not an illusion. Wu Di found himself within this dream, yet retained a faint awareness, not entirely lost to slumber, judging by the attire. He discerned that this era was far removed from his own, Jiang Weiniang. Observing the unfamiliar environment and artifacts, particularly the ancient, weathered bronze mirrors, sensed that she had entered a tribe at least 1,000 years in the past. The dreamlike scenes continued to unfold in the minds of Wu Di and Jiang Weiniang. Peng Yulan was escorted to the palace of the great chieftain Wang Muminglam. The great chieftain was strikingly beautiful. Exuding an aura of authority, Wu Di felt an uncanny resemblance between the great chieftain Wang Muminglam and the woman he held dear, Jiang Weiniang, save for their adornments. Jiang Weiniang felt a strange sensation. She was certainly not the great chieftain Wang Muminglam, yet she could not shake the feeling of an inexplicable bond with her. That evening, a grand welcoming ceremony was held in honor of Peng Yulan, featuring an unprecedented celebration of song and dance. Peng Yulan was arranged to sit beside the great Tusi king, sharing the same table as they received the homage of various Tusi officials. Dozens of beautiful women showcased their grace, dancing gracefully to the accompaniment of music, their movements breathtakingly enchanting. Each time the palace maids poured wine, they knelt in reverence, their bodies bowing, while a plethora of exquisite delicacies adorned the table. The great Tusi king personally poured wine and arranged dishes for Peng Yulan several times, his smile radiant, his demeanor elegant and composed, exuding a mature charm. The rustle of his garments wafted a gentle fragrance. Intoxicating and uplifting, Peng Yulan could not help but lament his own shortcomings, secretly cursing himself for his lack of ambition and resolve. After the banquet, Muxitaliang led 8 palace maids to escort Peng Yulan to a bathing chamber, where a steaming tub awaited, adorned with fragrant petals of various hues floating atop the water's surface. "Please bathe, noble guest. The maids shall attend to you," Muxitaliang stated, waiting outside. Unaccustomed to such treatment, Peng Yulan dismissed the maids, emerging from the bath on his own, only to be taken to a grand and opulent annex. The Tusi palace was aglow with red candles, radiating brightness. Muxitaliang respectfully addressed Peng Yulan. "The great Tusi king is exceedingly pleased with you and hopes that the esteemed guest will remain in Nanan Kingdom forever." Joining hearts with the great Tusi king for a harmonious century, the great Tusi wishes to share the Nanan Kingdom with you, enjoying wealth and prosperity together. Peng Yulan hastily replied, "Esteemed Muxitaliang, I am grateful for the great Tusi king's generous hospitality. My home lies in the central plains of Huaxia, where my beloved wife awaits. Go stay here would be a betrayal. A mark of a fickle and shameless man. It would also be a desecration to the great Tusi king. Thus I cannot accept such goodwill." Muxitaliang, unfazed by Wu Di's words, continued her discourse. "Here, you could wield power akin to that of the great Tusi king, free to do as you please. All women would be at your command." Peng Yulan shook his head. "You are a guest sent by the heavens. The great Tusi king cares not for your past. Our great Tusi king is remarkably open-minded, permitting you to have numerous women alongside the great Tusi king, provided you desire, including myself, without limit. The great Tusi king hopes you will help the Nanan people produce more and better offspring. Are these conditions not sufficient? You have seen, our Nanan women are plentiful, each eager to heed your command." Upon hearing this, Peng Yulan felt a sense of dread. The great Tusi king viewed him as mere livestock, and no argument would suffice. Panic set in as he pondered his predicament. "Muxitaliang, please decline on my behalf. This cannot proceed." "What does cannot mean?" Muxitaliang demanded. "It means it is impossible." "What does impossible mean?" She pressed. "It means it cannot be done." Muxitaliang's anger flared, her face reflecting fury. What would it take for you to comply? Are you refusing the toast and opting for punishment? Are you even a man? What is wrong with love between men and women? I ask you one last time, do you agree or not? Peng Yulin shook his head once more. Seize him. Muxitaliang's expression turned deadly. Since you refuse, what purpose do you serve? Bind him and throw him into the death prison. He will be executed at dawn. For fierce female guards entered, swiftly binding Peng Yulin without a word and dragging him into the dark, damp confines of the great Tusi's harem's death cell, where the flickering oil lamp cast dim light. In an instant, Peng Yulin's once exalted status had plummeted to that of a condemned prisoner. The next day, he was brought to the execution ground, where 3 shots of a soul-chasing cannon would determine his fate. After the 3rd shot rang out, Muxitaliang asked Peng Yulin one last time, "Will you agree to stay in Nanning Kingdom and accompany our great Tusi king?" Peng Yulin remained silent. Muxitaliang exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind? Staying here would mean pleasure and delight, with throngs of servants, endless delicacies, and fine wines. Why would you refuse? Is it worth dying so foolishly?" Peng Yulin replied, "At this point, further words are futile. You will never understand that affection is priceless." Muxitaliang reluctantly gestured, and the first shot of the soul-chasing cannon echoed, followed by the second. Peng Yulin closed his eyes, resigning to his fate, just as the 3rd shot was about to be ignited. The great Tusi king Muminglam arrived in person, shedding the imposing garb of the Tusi king for a delicate white gown, standing alluringly before Peng Yulin. "Not regard me as merely the great Tusi king. I wish to speak as a woman. Muxitaliang has conveyed my intentions. I seek a husband who loves me. I wish to understand your reasons for refusal. Am I not beautiful? You are indeed beautiful. Are my conditions not generous enough? They are not. Please, enlighten me. I am already married. I vowed to love my wife eternally, through thick and thin, regardless of any celestial beings I may encounter. It is as simple as that." The great Tusi king Muminglam fell silent, lost in thought. Peng Yulin continued, "If you truly love your man, would you accept him loving every woman he encounters? Can such a man be worthy of love? We would deem such a man garbage." Peng Yulin spoke earnestly to the great Tusi. "You possess more power and wealth than my wife, and you may be tenfold more beautiful, yet I cannot betray her. I cannot overcome this moral hurdle, and this is my reason for declining your offer." Muminglam's furrowed brow gradually relaxed, her eyes glistening with understanding. She realized that it was not that she was unlovable or undeserving of affection. It was simply that Peng Yulin was already devoted to another. Despite her superiority in many aspects, she understood that one could not covet what was not theirs and forsake promises for material wealth. He was a man who held his vows and commitments sacred. With a long sigh, Muminglam, her eyes shimmering with unshed tears, approached the scholar Peng Yulin, embracing him tightly. "Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. I truly cannot bear to let you go, but I have decided to release you to end this life. We are fated to part, yet I hope we may meet again in another life, or perhaps in many lifetimes to come. I shall wait for you, until the day we cross paths." The quiet national master Dasima Mumingayu suddenly interjected, saying nonsensically, "1,000 years later, we may rekindle today's fate. My king, do you not fear the distance?" Muminglam replied, "If it takes 1,000 years, so be it. I seek a man who loves truly, even if only once." Time seemed to stretch endlessly until Jiang Weining and Wu Di opened their eyes. Emerging from the mural, they gazed intently at the 4 sequential paintings depicting Peng Yulin's experiences. Neither spoke. Wu Di pondered, "Is Peng Yulin the embodiment of my past self from so long ago?" Jiang Weining mused, "Is the great Tusi king Muminglam my past life connection?" Wu Di felt a strange mix of familiarity and estrangement towards Peng Yulin, while Jiang Weining felt an intimate connection with the great Tusi king Muminglam. The great Tusi king Muminglam was Jiang Weining's past life connection, while the number of lifetimes Wu Di shared with Peng Yulin felt too distant to comprehend. In that moment, they both felt a profound sense of belonging, realizing that what they had experienced was neither a dream nor an illusion, but a significant chapter of life. This experience had taught them how to love and cherish one another in their current lives. After 10 lifetimes of longing, 1,000 years of suffering, they had traversed a long path of existence. The four paintings gradually converged, transforming into a radiant golden lotus, vividly alive. A voice, ancient and profound, resonated. Only a single golden lotus seed exists. You two must decide its rightful owner. In unison, they exclaimed, Wu Di. It belongs to her, Jiang Weiniang. It belongs to him. Wu Di acted swiftly, preemptively sealing Jiang Weiniang's acupoint, rendering her immobile. The ancient voice echoed emotionlessly, Well done? Young man, those who achieve greatness cannot be indecisive. You must possess a heart that dares to be resolute. Wu Di replied, Thank you for the gift. The golden lotus seed shall go to Jiang Weiniang. The voice questioned again, Are you sure? She cannot move, and are you not seeking this golden lotus seed for yourself? Wu Di firmly stated, Of course not. Her immobility ensures she cannot reject this golden lotus seed. The voice responded, What a splendid opportunity. Since she cannot move, you have the chance to seize it solely for yourself. One must prioritize their own interests. This is a rare chance to attain sanctity. Wu Di declared, Not even for a seed of sanctity would I forsake her. For her, I would willingly sacrifice my life. Jiang Weiniang understood everything in her heart, though she could not speak or move. Tears streamed down her cheeks. The golden lotus shimmered as two seeds emerged, gently floating towards Jiang Weiniang and Wu Di, transforming into two streams of golden light that entered their bodies through their foreheads. Jiang Weiniang and Wu Di each felt a golden light descend into their dantians. A single seed of the golden lotus has descended into the dantian, beginning its incubation. Is it not merely a singular sacred lotus seed? How has it transformed into two? As Jiang Weiniang's seal was broken, she spoke with overwhelming joy. Wu Di remarked, I never anticipated that this is a twin lotus. There are indeed two golden lotus seeds. Weiniang, I am grateful to the you from 10 lifetimes ago, and to the you of this present life. Jiang Weiniang, filled with happiness, embraced Wu Di tightly and replied, Do you think there is any need for us to discuss who should be grateful to whom between us? Chapter 36. Past lives and present existence. The mural within the stone chamber has vanished, leaving only a solitary stone door, with no other means of ingress or egress. The door bears 2 grooves, each the size of a fallen star. It is evident that this stone door must be unlocked. Wu Di retrieved 2 fallen stars and placed them into Jiang Weiniang's hands. She positioned the stars within the grooves, and in an instant, they shimmered brightly, causing the heavy stone door to slowly creak open. This revealed a larger stone chamber, at the center of which stood a marble platform, upon which rested a transparent crystal coffin, containing the neatly attired remains of a deceased individual. Jiang Weiniang and Wu Di approached the crystal coffin with reverence, pondering whether this was the master of the ancient tomb. Regardless, this individual was an ancestor from a millennium ago, and the two bowed deeply 3 times in respect. Upon raising their heads, they were taken aback. The figure within the crystal coffin appeared lifelike, as if in a deep slumber, clad in the resplendent red embroidered robe of a great chieftain of the Nanan kingdom. Adorned with a golden jade crown, the individual possessed an oval face, rosy and full, exuding both elegance and authority. Who else could this be if not the great chieftain Muminglam? Wu Di's heart surged with conflicting emotions. Without the great chieftain Muminglam, his previous incarnation, Pang Yuyan, would have met a tragic end a millennium ago. This grand chieftain embodied the gallant spirit of many a male sovereign and the exquisite beauty of numerous women, all while radiating the majesty and wisdom of a ruler. Jiang Weiniang's eyes glistened with tears as she placed her hands upon the crystal coffin, her gaze fixated on the great chieftain Muminglam. She murmured, Great chieftain Muminglam, we have come to see you. I am your present incarnation, and Wu Di is the rebirth of Pang Yuyan, the one who unexpectedly entered your life a millennium ago. Here we stand, reunited once more. Wu Di stepped forward, unable to avert his gaze from the serene expression of the great chieftain Muminglam, overwhelmed by emotion. Great chieftain Muminglam, how wonderful it would be if you were merely asleep at this very moment. Jiang Weiniang beheld a visage that mirrored her own, that of the great chieftain Muminglam. Myself from 10 lives ago, can you tell me what the present me must do? What is it you need from me? Jiang Weiniang, feeling a surge of impulse, sensed an intricate connection between them. She yearned to open the crystal coffin to check if Muminglam still breathed. To awaken her past self, Wu Di restrained her, cautioning that this was an ancient tomb, that the occupant had been entombed for a millennium, and thus could not possibly still breathe. It was inconceivable to rouse the deceased. The preservation of her appearance was solely due to the crystal coffin or some mystical means. Jiang Weiniang, undeterred, wept freely as she murmured, "Great Chieftain Muminglam, how I wish you could converse with me. We could be the best of sisters, and I would cherish every word you say. I never imagined that the occupant of this tomb would be you. Lying here in cold solitude for over 1,000 years, we have come, yet we remain worlds apart." Suddenly, Jiang Weiniang felt as if the great chieftain Muminglam was gently emerging from the crystal coffin. Taking her left hand and Wu Di's right, the three of them found themselves upon a verdant meadow, surrounded by an array of exotic flowers. The great chieftain Muminglam regaled them with many enchanting tales. Jiang Weiniang recalled most vividly the story of the nine-eyed heavenly pearl and the golden water sacred lotus. Beyond the 9 domains lay the heavenly domain, which reigned supreme over the lands of the 9 domains. Within the heavenly domain existed the peach orchard of immortality and a tree of wisdom. Consuming the peaches could prolong life, while the fruits of wisdom bestowed intelligence and insight. This wisdom fruit tree bloomed once every 10,000 years, bore fruit once every 10,000 years, and matured in the same span, yielding a mere 100 fruits each cycle, rendering the wisdom fruit exceedingly precious. When the kernel of a wisdom fruit falls to the mortal realm, it transforms into a heavenly pearl. These pearls come in various forms: one-eyed, two-eyed, three-eyed, up to 12-eyed, with the 9-eyed heavenly pearl being the most esteemed. Among the many heavenly pearls, only the kernel consumed by the Queen Mother of the West can be sanctified into a 9-eyed heavenly pearl. Regarded as the king of heavenly pearls, each pearl contains mysterious powers and unique abilities. The 9-eyed heavenly pearl, being a superior grade among heavenly pearls, can avert calamities, enhance compassion, confer authority, and bring great fortune while dispelling evil. Through the practice of Buddhist teachings, the 9-petal lotus transforms sentient beings in the realm of pearl cultivation. The 9 eyes encompass all symbols and meanings. 9 symbolizes foresight, an immeasurable expanse, while 12, though plentiful, can lead to excess. The kernels of wisdom fruits that fall to the mortal realm are exceedingly rare, thus making heavenly pearls extremely valuable. The 9-eyed heavenly pearl bracelets gifted to Wu Di and Jiang Weiniang by the Rock King couple, imbued with the millennia of fortune, would undoubtedly incite greed and ambition in many. One heavenly pearl alone could spark a tempest of bloodshed, let alone 2 bracelets containing 18 9-eyed heavenly pearls. Thus, the first order of business was to establish a bond of ownership over the 9-eyed heavenly pearls to ensure they recognized their rightful master. This required a blood oath of recognition, with the male using the blood from his left middle finger and the female using the blood from her right middle finger, 1 drop for each pearl. Only after this recognition could the pearls offer protection. Only by becoming the master of the pearls, gaining their acknowledgement, could one communicate with them and wield their arcane powers. The great chieftain Muminglam concluded, "You should commence the blood oath of recognition now." It was clear that the great chieftain Muminglam was deeply concerned for the safety of Wu Di and Jiang Weiniang after they acquired the heavenly pearls. Wu Di bit into his left middle finger, and Jiang Weiniang did the same to her right middle finger, allowing droplets of crimson blood to fall upon the 9-eyed heavenly pearls. Each pearl transformed to a vibrant red, radiating a dazzling brilliance. After the blood was shed, the two sat cross-legged, opening their consciousness to connect with each of the heavenly pearls, each possessing a high degree of intelligence, responding in kind. The great chieftain Muminglam encouraged them. Try to commune with the pearls, one by one, and see if you can harness their mysterious powers. With gentle guidance, she advised, do not rush. Begin by concentrating and approach them with sincerity, as if conversing with old friends. Showing them respect. You are not merely friends but rather confidants bound by life. Jiang Weiniang and Wu Di calmed their minds, engaging in communication with each pearl, transitioning from strangers to acquaintances, continuously resonating with the pearls until their interactions became harmonious and joyful. Each pearl bore a name, and whenever they called out to the pearls, the responses were filled with delight and warmth. Wu Di attempted to connect with the pearls through thought. As soon as the thought emerged, It manifested into corresponding actions from the pearls. It was astonishing and surreal. A single pearl could lift a mountain of moderate size in an instant, or create a protective barrier around them, or even render them invisible. Each pearl contained dozens of characters, which represented a form of mystical secret. The first pearl's secret was the art of earth evasion, and Jiang Weining, intrigued, mastered this secret, allowing her to traverse the earth as though it were a network of pathways at her discretion. The second pearl's secret was water evasion, the third fire evasion, the fourth poison expulsion, the fifth invisibility, the sixth Arhat's divine finger, the seventh true fire of Samadhi, the eighth 3,000 thunders, and the ninth the Buddha's divine palm. It was no wonder that the great chieftain Muminglam had remarked that the competition for a single heavenly pearl could instigate a war. Wu Di and Jiang Weining were astounded by the profound and astonishing nature of the gifts from the Rock King couple, endowing them with a plethora of defensive measures and extraordinary abilities. Having undergone a rebirth, Wu Di and Jiang Weining found their wisdom unparalleled, their memories impeccable, and their ability to synthesize knowledge remarkable. Within the span of a mere incense stick's burning time, they had mastered the nine-eyed heavenly pearls, earning the admiration of the great chieftain Muminglam. The first step is complete, she proclaimed. The second step is to refine and integrate. To cultivate each pearl, allowing the mysterious powers of the nine-eyed heavenly pearls to merge with your souls, becoming a part of your very beings, controlled by your thoughts, appearing at will. Wu Di and Jiang Weining entered a meditative state, beginning the process of refining the nine-eyed heavenly pearls one by one. After a full incense stick's duration, they successfully refined the 9 pearls within their bracelets. As Wu Di's intention to become invisible emerged, his body instantly vanished, leaving no trace behind. This was simpler and more convenient than any invisibility talisman, without any temporal limitations. Wu Di was filled with emotion, never having anticipated the profound abilities and powers of the heavenly pearls. It was no wonder they were coveted by many. He was immensely grateful for the guidance of the great chieftain. Without it, they would have faced numerous dangers, possessing a treasure trove yet lacking the means to utilize it. The most pressing need for you now is the ability to protect yourselves, the great chieftain Muminglam advised. Time will make you increasingly powerful in the journey of growth. Safeguarding yourselves must be your foremost priority. Without that, the future is bleak. Both Jiang Weining and Wu Di found great wisdom in the words of the great chieftain Muminglam. Achieving sanctity may be a distant goal, but if they were to falter along the way, they could vanish into nothingness. The Grand Chief Wang Muminglam gazed tenderly at the young couple before her, her heart brimming with affection. She embraced Jiang Weining, declaring, "Your happiness is my OWN. Do you remember our esteemed grandmother? Does Saman Mumminghao Yue? She sacrificed everything for your present existence." The fortuitous encounters you and Wu Di experienced within the barrier were all orchestrated by her hand. Jiang Weining nodded. "I recall. How is the elder?" "She is well, having ascended to the 9th heaven long ago. She intended to take me with her, but I could not relinquish my obsession with Peng Yulin, determined to attain fulfillment with him in this life. Thus, Wu Di and you came into being. The path of this life is fraught with challenges and dangers, yet with Wu Di by my side, it is also filled with joy and happiness." Jiang Weining earnestly expressed, "Let us be together, the 3 of us, shall we?" Grand Chief Wang Muminglam gently caressed Jiang Weining's flowing hair. "You are but a manifestation of my essence from 10 lifetimes ago. I am merely a wisp of past longing, soon to dissipate. Our grandmother, the Saman Mumminghao Yue, has sown the seed of the golden lotus within your and Wu Di's dantians. The lotus symbolizes purity, and the sacred lotus is the most revered. It is inviolable. Those who dare to infringe upon it shall face dire repercussions, for none would dare offend the sanctified. The sacred lotus also signifies great virtue. Without virtue, one cannot dwell therein. It is indeed rare for one so young to possess a sacred lotus, a tremendous boon following your rebirth. You have transcended the realm of ordinary mortals and must now bear great responsibilities." Jiang Weining replied, "I shall remember every word you have spoken." Grand Chief Wang Muminglam lamented, "Alas, your sacred lotus is still fragile, merely in its nascent stage, requiring the nourishment of golden water to thrive. The golden water is the true energy of the Dantian. Once the sacred lotus flourishes, your power will grow strong. During this vulnerable phase, you must diligently cultivate and protect yourselves with the power of the nine-eyed celestial bead. The greater your own abilities, the mightier the nine-eyed celestial bead shall become. This bead is also a sacred item that nourishes the golden water sacred lotus, ensuring its robust growth. Grand Chief Wang then took Wu Di's hand, her voice imbued with deep emotion. A millennium ago, our fateful meeting forged a bond between us. In life, the elder Saman urged me to abandon my fruitless obsessions, for hope born after 1,000 years cannot be awaited indefinitely. Yet I waited. An encounter one cannot forget. The pain of love is unspeakable. What is a millennium in the face of this? My grandmother, de Saman, had no recourse. 1,000 years ago, she laid the foundation for this ancient tomb. Exhausting her powers to ensure our meeting could only occur a millennium later. This tomb was designed for you and me, and all benefits belong solely to us. Wu Di suddenly comprehended why they had reaped such rewards along their journey through the barrier. It was evident that Grand Chief Wang Muminglam's grandmother had long orchestrated everything. Grand Chief Wang Muminglam continued, I have always admired your character, holding you in my heart, enduring 1,000 years in pursuit of this moment. It has indeed been arduous, yet I finally attained it. Gently, Grand Chief Muminglam placed Wu Di and Jiang Weining's hands together. In this life, let us love one another fiercely, enveloped in profound affection. As Grand Chief Wang Muminglam's form grew increasingly translucent, her essence began to dissolve into countless specks of light. She presented a pearl to Jiang Weining, her voice weakening. This soul pearl will be of great benefit to you, granting you strength and assistance. A radiant beam of light surged into Jiang Weining's brow. Wu Di's eyes brimmed with tears, awed by the greatness of this woman, her pursuit unwavering, simple, and singular. A millennium had passed without faltering or yielding. Wu Di knelt, pledging, Grand Chief Wang Muminglam, what merit do I possess to receive such profound affection from you? I vow never to betray you in this lifetime. I shall love you with fervor, repaying your 10 lifetimes of devotion. Gradually, Grand Chief Wang Muminglam transformed into countless points of light, vanishing into the ether. The crystal coffin lay empty, devoid of existence. A faint voice echoed, seemingly from Grand Chief Wang Muminglam. I believe in you. 1,000 years waiting for you was worth it. Cherish Jiang Weining, cherish my 10 lifetimes. Chapter 37. The Eel Serpent's wisdom meets its end in the realm of the Eel Serpent. The Eel Serpent Lord stood with arms crossed before the window, his back to the Eel Serpent Taoist, demanding, speak. The Eel Serpent Fairy, having been absent for several days, piqued the Eel Serpent Taoist's concern, prompting him to search. Upon learning of the ancient tomb's opening, he was greatly astonished. The tomb had opened, and he remained utterly oblivious. Had the Eel Serpent Fairy ventured within to seek fortune? One must not act solely for oneself, lest divine retribution ensue. This wretched woman, devoid of humanity, had left him, her half-man, to pursue her own interests. The Eel Serpent Taoist, sensing the gravity of the situation, hurried to report to his master, the Eel Serpent Lord. The Lord's furious shout sent the Taoist trembling in fear, aware that his master's displeasure was of a serious nature. The Eel Serpent Taoist knelt repeatedly, Master, in accordance with your orders, I have scoured the cave for the key to open the ancient tomb, smashing stone tables and benches in my earnest search. The Eel Serpent Fairy was responsible for the outer matters. Days passed without a sight of her, and upon venturing out today, I discovered that the tomb has been open for several days, and everyone has already entered. I rushed to report to you. What? The tomb has been open for several days, and you only now realize the Eel Serpent Fairy is missing? The Eel Serpent Lord's fury soared, and he kicked the Eel Serpent Taoist into the corner, fuming, You useless fool! What purpose do I have for you? The Eel Serpent Lord raised his hand, ready to eliminate the Taoist. Master, allow me a word. The second disciple, Eel Serpent Lingji, who had been standing beside the Eel Serpent Lord, hurriedly stepped forward to intercede. Although junior brother Eel Serpent Taoist has proven ineffective, he has been diligent in his efforts, and the situation is not yet beyond control. Eel Serpent Lingji was one of the Eel Serpent Lord's most esteemed disciples, garnering considerable favor. As a disciple serving my master, I volunteer to lay traps before the great tomb. Anyone emerging from the ancient tomb may only leave with what they have obtained. Il Serpent Lingji, being at the second level of the nascent soul realm, posed a nightmare for the disciples of the Divine Mansion and the Celestial Sun realms. The Il Serpent Taoist hastily added, Master, with second sister stepping forth to subdue, her overwhelming power will sweep away all opposition. I am willing to serve her diligently to atone for my sins. Rest assured, the Il Serpent Lord, who had been seething with anger, appeared considerably appeased. He approached Il Serpent Lingji. It seems I have no choice but to send you forth. After years of vigilance, we have risen early only to find the great tomb has been open for days. And we were only just informed. We must ascertain the whereabouts of the Il Serpent Fairy. Did she arrive first, or has she gone astray? Yes, I shall heed your command and will do my utmost. Il Serpent Lingji respectfully bowed deeply to the Il Serpent Lord. The Lord waved his hand, and Il Serpent Lingji along with the Il Serpent Taoist set off towards the ancient tomb. The quest for fortune within the ancient tomb continued. The passageways twisted like a labyrinth, with no one knowing their destination. 100 individuals traversed a singular path, with no intersections, each pressing forward with trepidation. Each person, driven not only by curiosity but also by immense hope, yearned for serendipity and grand opportunities. The stone tablet bore the names of each individual. This ancient tomb, sealed a millennium ago, had anticipated their arrival. Such a phenomenon was utterly astonishing, suggesting the tomb was anything but ordinary. Tong Taishan, alongside his master Wu Di and Jiang Weining, had grown accustomed to collaboration, yet now found solitude disconcerting. Song Yinyan felt a tumult of emotions. The unfolding events wholly unexpected, leaving her apprehensive about the outcome. Those entering the ancient tomb were now isolated, disrupting the customary practice of forming teams. Could Wu Yu truly offer his hands selflessly? Wu Yu, ever cunning, failed to grasp why elder brother Song Zhongji relied on him so heavily. He schemed relentlessly to eliminate Wu Di, seeking to team up with him, knowing that even plunging into the Yellow River would not cleanse his reputation. Jiang Weining's words rang true. Why had her master only taught her the defensive lotus sword technique, withholding all else? Could she truly be trusted, destined perhaps to betray her sect? The entrance into the ancient tomb increasingly sensed the strangeness of their surroundings. They had genuinely stepped into a maze, wandering without end. Half a month passed, yet the endless passageways offered no glimpse of the burial chamber, the main tomb, or even a shadow of the accompanying artifacts. Doubts arose among the crowd. Many had visited ancient tombs before, yet none had encountered such an extraordinary one. Supplies of food and water dwindled, and continuing down this path would spell disaster. To turn back now would leave them discontented. The more they pressed on, the more peculiar the tomb seemed. Tong Taishan approached Sima Yuru, whispering, Miss Sima, how can this be? I have ventured into numerous ancient tombs, yet never before have I encountered one so bizarre. Half a month without reaching the end. What kind of tomb has such an interminable passage? Shall we continue? Sima Yuru remained silent, having sensed the tomb's oddity long ago. She surveyed her surroundings, feeling a palpable sense of unease, as if danger lurked at every corner. Lowering her voice, she replied, when matters appear strange, there must be an issue. If we continue further without food or water, our lives are at stake. I intend to abandon this endeavor. Sima Yuru and Tong Taishan resolved to abandon their quest, but as they turned, an astonishing occurrence transpired. The two found themselves at the entrance of the tomb passage. How could they, after traversing for half a month, suddenly return to the starting point? At the entrance of the ancient tomb, a throng of people had gathered, engaging in animated discussions. It was utterly inconceivable, and everyone sensed something amiss, suspecting that they had stumbled upon a genuine maze. Some individuals, brimming with enthusiasm, speculated on the vastness of the ancient tomb and questioned whether it could hold no benefits. They had not witnessed anyone reaping rewards. And it was only by entering the tomb that one might find meaning. Preparations for resupplying and a second foray into the tomb were underway. At that moment, two figures emerged from the woods opposite the ancient tomb, the Taoist of the Fangs and the Spirit of the Fangs. Many recognized the Taoist, while it was the first encounter for most with the spirit. With a mere wave of the dust whisk in hand, the spirit of the fangs established a barrier, enveloping every individual present, rendering them unable to escape. The crowd remained in a haze, oblivious to the enchantment. Shen Jianping and Xian Jiansan approached the Taoist to extend greetings. Wu Yu hurried over to recount the circumstances surrounding the tomb's opening and their explorations within. The spirit of the fangs furrowed her brow, clouded with suspicion. The Taoist promptly inquired about the whereabouts of the Fairy of the Fangs, asking whether they had seen her during the tomb's activation. Shen Jiansan shook his head, stating that he had not seen the fairy for some time. The Taoist then turned to Shen Jianping and Wu Yu. Have you not seen her either? To which Shen Jianping replied in the negative. Wu Yu, with his keen eagle eyes darting about, remarked, the Fairy of the Fangs visited Wu Di and Jiang Wanning alongside Shang's Guan Yunfei. But after that, she was never seen again. It was Wu Di and Jiang Wanning who unlocked the tomb, and the key lies in their possession. Upon hearing that the key was in the hands of Wu Di and Jiang Wanning, the Taoist was taken aback, wondering how they could possibly possess such a key. Where are those two? He queried. Wu Yu replied, they are within the ancient tomb. The Taoist asked, did you find any opportunities within the tomb? Wu Yu, eager to respond, lamented, do not even mention it. I have no idea what Wu Di and Jiang Wanning have conjured. Upon entry, we were met with a passage that seemed interminable. After walking for half a month, we found no end in sight. Our provisions ran dry, and we were compelled to exit without having gained a single grave nail. It was utterly maddening. The Taoist, equally bewildered, had never heard of such a tomb. The spirit of the Fangs, silent, began to stride towards the tomb entrance, with the Taoist closely following. Wu Yu and the Shen brothers trailed behind. The spirit of the Fangs cast not a glance at the onlookers, and with a gentle flick of her dust whisk, the maze dissipated, revealing merely an empty expanse. No tomb passage in sight. In the face of the overwhelming force unleashed by the spirit of the Fangs, all present, save for Tong Taishan, collapsed to the ground. Although Song Yin Yin and Sima Yuru managed to remain upright, they swayed unsteadily. The Taoist of the Fangs laughed heartily, declaring, behold, this is the prowess of a nascent soul master. The spirit of the Fangs seized Tong Taishan with a menacing glare and uttered a single word, speak. The Taoist immediately stepped forward, placing a foot upon Tong Taishan's chest, echoing the spirit's command with a forceful speak. Wu Yu was the first to rush to Tong Taishan's side, delivering a sharp kick. This fellow is a staunch ally of Wu Di. Speak. Where are Wu Di and Jiang Wanning? The spirit of the Fangs turned to Wu Yu and unexpectedly uttered a single word, scram. She then expressed her dissatisfaction towards the Taoist, saying, can't you even ask him what he has gained? The Taoist, perplexed, was enlightened by her prompt. Speak. What opportunities have you encountered? If you wish for no one to know, it is only possible if you have done nothing wrong. My second sister possesses keen insight and can see through everything at a glance. The transformative experience of cleansing one's marrow and achieving rebirth naturally bestows an extraordinary aura, different from that of ordinary people. With a flick of her dust whisk, the spirit of the Fangs discerned that only Sima Yuru and Song Yin Yin among the celestial realm could barely stand, while Tong Taishan remained unaffected. Raising her suspicions, initially, Tong Taishan had been self-satisfied, believing himself remarkable, while Sima Yuru and Song Yin Yin wobbled under the pressure of the powerful presence. Yet he stood unscathed, oblivious to the lurking dangers. Only now realizing the gravity of the situation, the spirit of the Fangs, with her head held high and without casting a glance at Tong Taishan, stated, will you speak or not? If you choose silence, I shall not kill you, but I will make your existence a living hell. Suddenly, Tong Taishan executed a swift roll, breaking free from the Taoist's foot and standing upright. Surprising the Taoist, it seems I underestimated you. Is Wu Di your master uncle? Tong Taishan affirmed, indeed. Does he possess the nine-eyed heavenly pearl bracelet? No. Without further ado, the spirit of the Fangs clenched her right hand, and with a sharp crack, Tong Taishan's right arm was broken. You spin a fine tale. Your severed arm is your reward. What opportunities or benefits have you gained to transform your very essence and bestow upon you such an extraordinary aura?